Attention! Detected that you are watching videos while lacking money, a car, and a house. You have an intense desire and need for the system. The divine modification system has awakened, and the National Day holiday is approaching. Special offer, 2 dog heads. Please choose whether to bind to the divine modification system. Been successful. At first, you were watching short videos on the subway and didn't believe it at all. Instead, you sent 2 dog heads with a skeptical attitude. Been to the divine modification system is successful. You can use this system to modify your name, gender, identity, balance, height, and more. Hearing the system's prompt, you showed an expression of extreme shock and disbelief. So, can you modify anything? Can you change my name to Wu Yinzu? Name change successful. You have now become Wu Yinzu. All the data surged wildly in your mind in an instant. You immediately noticed a huge change in your body. Then, in shock, you looked at the train window and realized your appearance had changed to that of Wu Yinzu. This change happened in an instant, and the people around you didn't notice anything unusual. Until the next station, when suddenly another group of people surged in. One girl noticed you and was clearly stunned for a moment, thinking how handsome you looked, just like Wu Yinzu. No, even if Wu Yinzu is handsome, he's not me. System, change my name back to my original one. After experiencing such extraordinary beauty, you decided to return to your true self. So when that girl turned back again, she found that the guy who looked like Wu Yinzu was gone, replaced by an even more handsome male college student. At this moment, you slowly realized the thrill of the divine modification system. Changing your name can lead to a huge change in life. You suppressed your inner excitement and tentatively modified your balance, changing it to 10 million. Balance modification successful. You now have 10 million in savings. Please use it freely. The source of funds is scientifically reasonable, with no worries at all. As soon as the system's prompt ended, your phone's message alert went off. Picking up your phone, you saw that your card in 5456 had received a transfer of 10 million, with a balance of 10,032,311 yuan. I'm really going to rise now. I'm starting to reach the peak of my life. A few minutes later, you gradually suppressed your emotional fluctuations and unconsciously thought about your personality. System, can I also change from male to female? You currently have many gender options. You can not only change from male to female but also lean towards female as a male, lean towards male as a female, be bisexual, or identify as neither male nor female, among other options. May I ask which gender option you would like? Hearing the dozens of gender options, you showed a dumbfounded expression, still planning to remain a man. Then you reached out your hand to scratch your head. However, the next second, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out in the carriage. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone turned to look and saw a lightly dressed girl angrily staring at a boy dragging a suitcase and carrying a shoulder bag, and that boy was you. You were a bit confused and pointed at yourself, not understand. You said, I, Han Jingjing, am glaring at you in anger. Who else could it be? What did you just do? Don't you have any awareness? He is a junior at Pearl River Institute of Technology, just returning from a part-time job at a bar. He didn't expect that shortly after getting on the subway, someone would touch his thigh. You showed a bewildered expression. You had just reached out to touch your own head, so it was impossible for you to touch his thigh. Han Jingjing sneered, grabbed your suitcase angrily, and said, you're still being stubborn. I've heard about gropers taking advantage of crowded subways. I must stand up today, so you can know the consequences of being a groper. Onlookers saw Han Jingjing taking action and immediately stepped back. Are you kid? Your system has awakened now. This is the perfect time to experience a wonderful life. Naturally, you didn't want to get entangled with this crazy woman, so you frowned and said, with so many people on the subway, I didn't touch you at all. Maybe my shoulder bag accidentally brushed against you, but Han Jingjing wouldn't let go at all. She shouted to the other women around, sisters, if you don't help me subdue this groper today, it will be your turn next time. Some women were persuaded and immediately took out their phones, saying, we should stand up and protect our rights. Bro, don't even think about running away. You'll have to explain yourself to the authorities later. If you're not a groper, then what are you afraid of? Even I, as a man, can't stand this anymore. With the cheers of 7 or 8 women and a few supporters, dozens of cameras suddenly focused on you. There was even a simple-minded supporter who, relying on his muscles, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to show off. Your expression turned cold, and with a thought, you had the system modify your strength parameter to infinite. Strength modification successful. Before the words left your mouth, you sensed this boundless power and made a slight move. With a crack, you subdued the opponent to the ground. The muscular guy on the ground cried out, ouch, please let me go, I'm sorry. You glanced at the guy on the ground and at the others who initially wanted to help. They might as well line up behind the groper. The few men who heard the term warm man looked grim. they knew the rules of being behind the beer-bellied guys and athletes. At this moment, the subway reached the next station, and Han Jingjing shouted at the staff outside, "Help! There's a groper here, and he just hit someone." This scene immediately drew the attention of many people. Yu calmly walked out and said to the approaching staff, "This woman is falsely accusing me of being a groper. I demand to see the surveillance footage." Han Jingjing insisted, "What false accusation? You are the groper, and you're about to pay for it." The staff saw that both of you were adamant and quickly said, "I'll take you to find the person in charge to retrieve the surveillance footage." The station manager saw Han Jingjing so agitated and quickly retrieved the surveillance footage. From your focused actions on your phone, there was indeed little chance that you reached out and touched the woman's thigh behind you. Seeing this, the station manager said softly, "From the surveillance footage, there is no evidence of any wrongdoing. Miss, could it be that her shoulder bag accidentally brushed against you?" Han Jingjing hurriedly argued, "Just because it wasn't caught on camera doesn't mean she didn't do anything. I felt it at the time." At this point, Han Jingjing pointed to her thigh and said, "I guarantee that I have her fingerprints on my thigh." The station manager said, "Miss, if you want to check fingerprints, it will take an hour to get the results." Han Jingjing gritted her teeth, looking as if she wanted to hammer you, insisting on fingerprint verification. The site manager can only arrange for someone to collect fingerprints. For the same incident, several posts suddenly appeared on Zaya Hongshu, featuring the footage. It's the scene where you single-handedly subdued Fiangyang. As soon as the post was published, it immediately garnered a huge number of views, comments, and shares. In the comments section, some expressed doubts, asking if the news was true and if there might have been a misunderstanding. These doubts were silenced by a few warm-hearted guys, who first declared, "I'm a man, but not a warm-hearted guy. I assure you, this is real. I can testify, I was right behind this guy at the time." Under the influence of the warm-hearted guys, the comments section quickly shifted in tone, with many women respond emotionally, and the warm-hearted guys were teary-eyed. "I never expected that there were still male allies in this world. That's so heartwarming. I've sent you a private message, but you can only listen from the doorway." An hour later, the site manager walked over with the results. Han Jingjing stood up excitedly, asking, "So, what's the result, comrade?" The site manager glanced at the document and said, "Ms. Han, there are indeed fingerprints from Mr. Jiang on you." Upon hearing this, Han Jingjing was overjoyed, thinking, "My intuition was right, it must be this pervert." You frowned and said, "It's impossible, I didn't see her at all." "Ms. Han, please calm down. The fingerprints we found are not on your thigh, as you mentioned, but on the hem of your skirt, and they are quite faint. They may have been brushed against." Of course, the site manager left out one detail. They also detected several deeper fingerprints. When Han Jingjing heard that the fingerprints were on the hem of her skirt, not on her thigh, she realized she had made a mistake. But she was unwilling to accept this result, insisting, "The fingerprints on my skirt are evidence of his crime. Please hand over the materials. I'll take them to court myself." Based on his experience in martial arts, some people just need a short essay to completely crush their opponent. You also sense the other party's malicious intent. If this leaked out, it would be hard to clarify. Thinking of this, you spoke up, "Even if my fingerprints are on your hem, what does that prove?" Han Jingjing sneered, "A man's fingerprints on a woman? I don't need to prove anything. The netizens will make their own connections." Seeing that the other party was determined to smear you, you eventually decided to show some serious intimidation. "When did I ever say I was a man? Ha ha." As Lu Sun once said, only magic can counter magic. Since I have a modifier, let's show the other party the power of magic. Han Jingjing didn't expect you to say that suddenly. She was taken aback and then chuckled, "You're not a man, could you be a woman?" You smiled and nodded, "That's right, I'm actually a woman." The site manager also seemed relieved, twitching his lips as he said, "Mr. Jiang may not succeed against you, you don't need to change your name. Although my ID states I'm male, I haven't lived as a man for many years." Calmly, you said, "To prove my innocence, could you please conduct a gender verification for me?" The host's gender modification was successful, changed from male to female. 10 minutes later, in the verification room, a female examiner in a mask and a white lab coat was conducting a gender verification on the woman lying down. At first, she showed no reaction, but as she conducted a deeper examination, her expression began to look increasingly strange. The short-haired, handsome face and the distinctly male Adam's apple clearly indicated this was a man, but in some key sexual characteristics, it exhibited more feminine traits. "It was your first time as a woman, and feeling a bit uneasy," you asked, "Is it done yet?" "Yes, it's done." After a thorough analysis, the examiner ultimately wrote down that the gender verification result was female. The two then walked out of the verification room, handed a document to the site manager, saying, "Here's the result. You can take a look yourself. Han Jingjing sat there, dismissively saying, what other result could there be? The evidence is overwhelming. You still want to pretend to be a woman? The site manager took the verification document and saw it boldly stated female. What's going on here? The female examiner shook her head, confirming that some key external features were indeed female. Upon hearing that the gender verification was female, Han Jingjing rushed over, angrily looking at the female examiner. Are you faking this? Are you covering for her? The female examiner shot her a glance and said, I've been in this profession for nearly 10 years. If you question my professionalism, you can file a complaint. The site manager also frowned. Miss Han, please calm down. The professionalism of expert Wang is beyond doubt. At this moment, you also spoke up to explain. As I just mentioned, I haven't lived as a man for many years. The site manager suddenly thought of a possibility. You nodded, your expression showing a mix of sadness, familial misfortune, and depression, saying, yes, I underwent gender reassignment surgery when I was very young, but I feel insecure and don't dare to tell anyone. At this point, tears welled in your eyes, and you said, since this incident has come up today, to prove my innocence, I can only reveal my gender. The examiner was left dumbfounded. The site manager's lips twitched slightly as well. Han Jingjing covered her face, exclaiming, a transgender person? What are the odds of encountering something like this? 1 in a million. You turned to Han Jingjing and asked, what else is there to say? Are you going to accuse me of same-sex harassment? Han Jingjing showed a frustrated expression, thinking, heterosexual harassment gets attention, same-sex issues don't have much of an audience. Who cares? Han Jingjing glanced at the verification document and felt a bit unwilling but ultimately accepted it, saying, I'll cover today's expenses and also compensate you with 10,000 for your losses. You added, and you need to publicly apologize to me. Soon, the two left the site, and you looked at Han Jingjing with a half-smile, saying, a person's gender is a complex matter. It's not something you can judge just by appearances. Then, in front of you, Han Jingjing's panel appeared. The gender displayed was female. Gender modification is possible. Modification successful. Han Jingjing frowned and asked, what do you mean? You shrugged and replied, what I mean is, you keep claiming you're a woman. Maybe you had gender reassignment surgery when you were a child, and you just don't remember. Han Jingjing couldn't help but curse. What nonsense! I'm obviously a genuine woman. You smiled inexplicably and then turned to leave. After you left, Han Jingjing suddenly sensed something about her body related to you, but she didn't know what it was. As she sat in the taxi, the more she thought about it, the more it troubled her. Could it be that I'm not myself? Han Jingjing had never cared much, but for some reason, she felt a hint of doubt. Feeling overwhelmed, she quickly instructed the driver to go to the People's Hospital. Soon, Han Jingjing arrived at the gynecology center, intent to undergo a more complex chromosome verification. 5 hours later, Han Jingjing received her biological gender verification. She focused on it and nearly fainted 2 seconds later when she saw that the gender verification result boldly stated male. Han Jingjing found the attend physician, her face filled with despair as she questioned, how is this possible? I'm clearly a woman. Was this verification a mistake? The attend physician looked at the verification document, conducted an external feature assessment on Han Jingjing, and concluded, Ms. Han, you might be intersex. With red eyes, Han Jingjing asked, intersex? What does that mean? It means that some changes occurred in your body during childhood, and some organs didn't develop properly, which affects your characteristics. However, your sex chromosomes are still XY, which means biologically male. The attend physician reassured her, this doesn't cause any harm, you can continue to live as a woman in a social sense. However, Han Jingjing had a boyfriend, and she murmured in confusion, what about my boyfriend? The doctor shrugged, saying dismissively, what else can you do? Just be a couple while also being like siblings. Meanwhile, after a series of struggles, you finally returned to Zhejiang Polytechnic University. However, when you returned to dorm 402, you found your roommates gathered together, excitedly discussing something. The class heartthrob was labeled as a pervert. Someone was caught posting on Zaya Hongshu, it was obviously a fabricated story. The class heartthrob is so handsome, how could he be a pervert? After all, you are one of the top talents in the physics department, with countless admirers blocking your way daily. At that moment, you suddenly appeared at the door and announced, boys, I'm back. Your roommate, Lu Jia, who was all muscles, said happily, the class heartthrob is back. That's great. It means everything's fine. The other two roommates also sighed in relief, saying, we really didn't misjudge. Same-sex love is true love, heterosexuality is impossible. You were a bit surprised. Oh, so you all know? Lu Jia nodded. It's all over the campus forum. You smiled and said, don't worry, that woman should apologize soon. Sure enough, not long after, Han Jingjing proactively apologized online, saying she shouldn't have slandered same-sex relationships, and that Jiang was the pervert. As soon as the apology was made, public opinion online turned around instantly. Wow, so this Jiang is actually a woman? Haha, the so-called pervert is actually a woman, hitting on her own kind. Hee hee, it turns out only magic can counter magic. Brothers, I'm off to Thailand. Hurry up and go. I've long since transitioned into a stunning beauty, and now I'm enjoying a costumed game every day. Don't miss out on the perks. Inside the dorm, after a careful look, Lu Jia puzzledly said, "Class heartthrob, are you and that woman in the same line of work?" You nonchalantly nodded. Anyway, with my godly modifier, I can change important parts into whatever I want. The expressions of the other two roommates instantly changed, realizing, the class heartthrob is a woman, and she's in the same dorm as us. Feeling their strange gazes and awkwardness, you thought, this isn't important. No, this is very important. Lu Jie grabbed your shoulder and said, you can't be the modern-day Hua Mulan who really transitioned, or else, brothers, let's have some fun. You grinned and said, you're overthinking it. In all of Zhujiang Polytechnic, who's more manly than me? After all, you became the dorm leader not just because of your handsome looks, but because of your strong capabilities. Let's have a competition. Then the four of you went to challenge each other. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Zhujiang Polytechnic, a sudden burst of screams erupted. Shueyo exclaimed that something was wrong as a girl in pajamas hurriedly handed her phone to a girl named Qin Shueyo. Qin Shueyo was recognized as the top beauty at Zhujiang Polytechnic, but she had a crush on someone from the high-energy physics department. Qin Shueyo took the phone dismissively, but upon seeing your name alongside a woman's, Qin Shueyo staggered but didn't fall. She had planned to confess her feelings, only to find out the person was a woman. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Su Shanchan hugged Qin Shueyo, saying, darling, love may be gone, but you still have us. However, Qin Shueyo was only shocked for a few seconds before her gaze strengthened, saying, I'm fine. Who said my love is gone? Isn't it just that I like someone of the same gender? Changing one's sexual orientation isn't impossible. Su Shanchan froze for a moment, internally thinking, 666. Meanwhile, you urinated 5 meters away, thoroughly shocking your roommates, then sat down in a chair to play on your phone. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A senior sister in white sneakers and white leg warmers walked in. Her name was Su Shuang, your class's counselor. Counselor, what brings you here? Xiao Jiang, come out for a moment. Not understand, you followed her out, asking, is there something wrong, counselor? Su Shui gently inquired, how's your work been lately? Is the pressure too much? You shrugged and replied, it's going well. The pressure isn't too bad. After all, with my godly modifier, I can modify my wealth balance at will, so I've essentially achieved financial freedom. Next, it's about doing what I love. Su Shui said seriously, that's good. Xiao Jiang, transitioning isn't a big deal. Being a girl can be nice too. You scratched your head and said, counselor, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. However, the more you said that, the more anxious Su Shui, the counselor, became. Then, Su Shui reached out her hands, cradling yours like they were precious stars, saying, Xiao Jiang, you don't have to pretend to be strong. From now on, we'll be good sisters. Feeling the coolness of the counselor's hands, you greeted her with a look, saying, you're still a woman, counselor, please don't get too touchy. Just as you were about to warn her, Su Shui continued, after all, you're now a girl, staying in a boys' dorm isn't good for you. She said, I have already applied to the dorm management department. Su Shui added sternly, you can move to the girls' dormitory, which happens to be Qin Shueyo's dorm. They only have 3 people there. Living with the campus beauty? This is too exciting. Senior, this isn't really appropriate. I'm still a guy, Zhang Feng said, showing a look of difficulty on his face. Although he wanted to experience the girls' dormitory, he decided to decline for now and agree after 3 rounds of conversation. So, he took Su Shanchan and headed to the boys' dormitory. Just in time, he overheard a conversation between the counselors Su Shuier and Zhang Feng. Senior, this isn't right, I'm still a guy. Upon hearing this, Qin Shueyo immediately approached and comforted him. I understand, even though your body has turned female, your gender identity is still male. After saying that, Qin Shueyo extended her hands and held Zhang Feng's left hand in her palms. At that moment, Zhang Feng's right hand was still being held by Su Shuier, with one on the left and one on the right. Both women looked determined, filled with kindness towards him. Zhang Feng was at a loss. How could no one believe he was a guy? Meanwhile, Su Shanchan and Qin Shueyo had already started helping Zhang Feng move his things. What's going on? Lu Jia and the others suddenly saw the girls' dormitory actually helping Zhang Feng move his luggage, looking completely confused. Su Shueer explained, after all, Zhang's classmate is in a female body, staying in the boys' dormitory would not be good for her. So I applied to the dormitory management department to have her move to Qin Shuiyao's dormitory. Yes, we just happened to have a spot in our dormitory. Qin Shuiyao nodded and began organizing Jiang Feng's clothes and pants on the balcony. Suddenly receiving a black tea-colored outfit, Qin Shuiyao turned around and said, "Shen Mei, you don't have to pretend to be a guy and wear this color anymore. I'll help you buy a pink one or a white one. I don't know if you like Pikachu, but if you do, I'll give you one. I have several." Su Shuier beside her also smiled and said, "Maybe she likes lace. I can give her that too." Jiang Feng, Lu Jia and the others, listening to the women's teasing words, were already red-eyed. Damn! Living in the girls' dormitory was one thing. The campus beauty even wanted to give him a Pikachu outfit? And the counselor, "You actually have lace? Is this even a conversation? Where is the morality, where is the sense of shame, and where is your lace? Counselor, didn't Jiang Feng tell you that he is still a guy?" Lu Jia couldn't help but ask. He had just competed with Jiang Feng in a urination contest and was completely outmatched. He was 100% pure man. How could he move to the girls' dormitory? Qin Shuiao said, "You don't understand. The current understanding of gender is very complex. Even though his body has turned female, his gender identity is still male. To prevent you beasts from doing anything inappropriate to him, he has to move to the girls' dormitory." Yes, ensuring Jiang Feng's safety is very important, Su Shuier nodded. This rare gender could lead to psychological anomalies, so it needed to be protected. Jiang Feng also wanted to experience the campus beauty's dormitory, so he no longer refused and smiled. "Thank you, class monitor, counselor, and the beautiful Su, for your care. I will definitely live on strong." Upon hearing this, Lu Jia almost fainted. Oh heavens! Clearly, that guy Jiang Feng was the beast. "You actually let a beast into the girls' dormitory. You are the ones who aren't safe." He envied and wanted to follow into the girls' dormitory, but under the intimidating gaze of the dormitory ant, he stopped. "Brother Chen." Lu Jia stood there, his eyes green with envy. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said to Lu Jia, "Brother Jia, I'm leaving. Don't think of me, we are destined to be from different worlds." And so, under Su Shuier's arrangement, Jiang Feng successfully moved into Qin Shuiyao's dormitory, 119. I have to say, the campus beauty's dormitory is extraordinary. Even before entering, it was eye-catching. On both sides of the door, there were all kinds of cute stickers. There was also a bouquet of fresh flowers with a sign that read, "Welcome Jiang Feng to dormitory 119. It seemed to have just been placed there not long ago. The bedroom door opened, and a faint fragrant breeze wafted in, refreshing Jiang Feng's senses. So this is the scent of the school beauty's room, he thought, taking a few breaths, feeling a bit curious. This was his first time entering a girl's dormitory, and it was shared by 3 stunning beauties. "Welcome, Jiang Feng. From now on, we'll be good sisters. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Qingping. I'm a sports major and I love sports." Besides Qin Shuiao and Su Shanshan, there was another athletic girl, wearing a brown sports cap and dressed in gray sportswear, her tall and fit figure suggesting she was about to head out. "Hello?" Jiang Feng extended his right hand, also meeting Chu Qingping for the first time. He, along with Qin Shuiao and Su Shanshan, were all majoring in high-energy physics, while Chu Qingping was in sports. Since there were fewer students in high-energy physics, she ended up living here. Now that Jiang Feng had arrived, the dorm was suddenly full. "Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner, to welcome Jiang Feng," Chu Qingping said. "But I have something to do now, I need to step out." Chu Qingping showed a tolerant attitude towards Jiang Feng's gender, not displaying any unusual looks. "Okay," she said, leaving. Su Shanshan and Su Shuier were helping Jiang Feng make his bed and organize his things. Qin Shuiao introduced, "Chu Qingping really enjoys competitive sports. The way she looks now, she must be heading to a racing event, but since she said we'd have dinner together tonight, she should be back." Through Qin Shuiao's introduction, Jiang Feng learned that Chu Qingping's family sold sports cars, and she herself was very fond of racing. In the school parking lot, there was an Aston Martin that belonged to Chu Qingping. During her free time, she loved to drive it out and hang out with friends. "Sports cars. Actually, I like them too. Let's go have some fun together sometime." Jiang Feng glanced at his limitless wealth balance, planning to buy a sports car. Originally, he intended to save up after starting work to buy one, but now he could buy it any time. As for racing skills, he could add an option for world-class race car driver in his identity section. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng likes sports cars, Qin Shuiao secretly noted it down. "You like sports cars. Next time, I'll take my sisters out and we can go have fun together. But I'm not very good at driving, can you?" Qin Shuiao looked at Jiang Feng with anticipation. How joyful it would be to drive a sports car with someone she liked. Even if his gender had changed, so what? True love doesn't look at gender. Zhang Feng's luggage, clothes, and daily necessities were all arranged in the girls' dormitory. "Morning, sister, it's all set up. Take a look and see if it suits you?" Su Shanshan asked, wearing a cool little tank top, glistening with sweat. It had been 3 years since a new person had come to the dorm, so they had to treat him well. Zhang Feng lay down to try it out. Although the comforter and pillow were the same set, for some reason, he felt he might sleep even better at night. Sitting up, Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all, I feel very comfortable." Seeing Zhang Feng smile, Su Shui'er felt much more at ease. "Since Zhang Feng has moved in, my task is complete. If you have any daily life issues, feel free to contact me anytime. Including finding internships for work, you can also come to me. I can help connect you." Su Shui'er smiled. As a counselor, her responsibility was daily life and addressing the psychological issues of younger students. Helping Zhang Feng find his kind felt very rewarding. "Thank you, counselor," Zhang Feng smiled. "Alright, since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." After staying for a while, Su Shui'er left. And at that moment, in the dormitory, only Qin Shuiao, Su Shanshan, and Zhang Feng were left. After finishing her tasks, Su Shanshan opened her computer, logged into Genshin Impact, and turned to Zhang Feng, asking, "Shen Mei, do you play Genshin? Want to play together?" "You go ahead, I'm not very good at it," Zhang Feng replied, jumping off the bed and standing behind Su Shanshan to watch her complete her tasks. Meanwhile, Qin Shuiao was busy on the balcony, hanging some of Zhang Feng's clothes out to dry. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Shuiao turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Shen Mei, all your clothes are for boys. Although you can wear them, we're in a girls' dorm now, so you don't have to restrict yourself." "What?" Zhang Feng was startled. "Oh no. I really don't want to wear girls' clothes." Qin Shuiao continued, "I have some skirts that I've never worn. If you want to wear one, just take it. This one, the white one, I hung it here." Okay, I'll wear it when I want to," Zhang Feng mumbled. Qin Shuiao didn't press further, considering Zhang Feng still identified as male. After a while, Zhang Feng sighed in relief when Qin Shuiao stopped asking. However, at that moment, Qin Shuiao suddenly approached with a few pieces of very little fabric, asking, "Chen Mei, look, which color do you like? Pick one." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and replied honestly, "I like them all." "You like them all? Then I'll give them all to you. Don't worry, I've washed them clean, I guarantee there's no smell." "Want to smell?" Qin Shuiao offered them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought, "I like them, but I don't want to wear them." Fortunately, at that moment, Su Shanshan turned around, snatched them away, held them to her nose, and said with a grin, "It smells like sunshine. Give it back, it's not for you." Qin Shuiao snatched them back and placed them on Zhang Feng's bedside, advising like an older sister, "Or whichever you like, don't suppress yourself. Let's talk about it later," Zhang Feng said, feeling embarrassed. Qin Shuiao smiled, taking it as Zhang Feng was just shy for now, but she didn't press the issue further. "Oh right, Chen Mei, do you have any sanitary pads?" Zhang Feng was watching Su Shanshan play when the latter suddenly looked up and asked. Zhang Feng was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No thanks, I don't need those." "What the hell? Where would a transgender person get a period? Besides, I've changed back." Qin Shuiao came over, saying, "Sanitary pads aren't just for that. They can also prevent bacteria from entering and causing internal infections. This is also very important. You were a boy before, so you might not have paid attention to this." Qin Shuiao was genuinely concerned. She rummaged through her bag and found a pack of her own princess knives, but there weren't many left. So she put it back and invited Zhang Feng, "Just in time, I don't have many left either. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some." Saying this, she was about to take Zhang Feng to buy feminine hygiene products. Zhang Feng was sweating profusely, wondering whether to go or not. Su Shanshan, while playing Genshin, chimed in, "You guys should go, and help me buy a few packs. Let's go." Qin Shuiao pulled Zhang Feng along to the school supermarket to buy feminine hygiene products. However, the products at the school supermarket were of lower quality, so Qin Shuiao took him to a larger mall outside the school. On their way to the elevator, the two suddenly noticed a new exhibition hall on the first floor. Inside was a brand new car dealership, seemingly just opened, featuring various models of sports cars. Ferraris, Porsches, you name it, all worth millions. However, there were no top-tier sports cars. Zhang Feng was captivated and stopped, saying, "Class monitor, you go buy it, I'll check out the cars here." Qin Shuiao also noticed the newly opened car dealership. Just a moment ago, Zhang Feng had said he liked sports cars, and now he had stumbled upon one. Qin Shuiao naturally knew that Zhang Feng was interested, so she patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Don't be so formal, we're sisters living in the same dormitory. Just call me Yaojie. Alright, Yaojie. Shunmei, I'll go pick some out for you. Wait for me in the store for a bit. Knowing that Zhang Feng didn't understand sanitary pads, Qin Shuya went upstairs to buy some. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng headed towards the car dealership and walked in. Hello, sir. Which model do you like? A saleswoman in high heels, black stockings, and a professional skirt approached with a professional smile, her heels clicking on the floor. Zhang Feng asked, "What's the most high-end sports car you can sell?" He had just glanced around, and most of the sports cars here were mid-range models like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, at most in the tens of millions. But there were no top-tier world-class sports cars. Hearing Zhang Feng's tone, the saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. She thought to herself, had she encountered a top-tier rich second generation? Realizing this, she quickly introduced, "Sir, we are a comprehensive dealership. We sell all kinds of sports cars. As long as you have the funds, we can help you contact the manufacturer directly. Can you help me contact Koenigsegg or Lykan, those kinds of racing-level sports cars?" Zhang Feng inquired. These types of cars were indeed the world's top sports cars, suitable for racing events. Among them, Koenigsegg was handcrafted and worth over 100 million. Regular dealerships didn't sell them at all. Selling a few millions worth of low-end sports cars was already the ceiling for most ordinary people. Therefore, cars worth over 100 million would only circulate through private channels. The saleswoman was shocked to hear that Zhang Feng had his sights set on the world's top-ranked racing cars. These were worth over 100 million and were the most elite racing cars, handcrafted. In her years of experience, not to mention her, even her supervisor had only sold top-tier sports cars worth just over 10 million. As for the 100 million Koenigsegg, they couldn't find any relevant clients. Or rather, clients of that level were all private resources, far beyond what someone like her could access. But the saleswoman didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately called over the dealership's manager. It was a mature woman with a specially tied silk scarf around her neck, dressed more businesslike yet exuding feminine charm. She quickly approached with the saleswoman's guidance. "Hello, sir, I'm the manager of this dealership. You can call me Kelly. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? My surname is Zhang. I would like to ask, how soon can I get the car?" Zhang Feng got straight to the point. Seeing Zhang Feng so decisive, Kelly smiled broadly and invited him to sit down, while she prepared coffee and enthusiastically said, "If it's a Koenigsegg, we need a deposit of 1 million, plus a verification of funds, which must exceed 100 million. If you meet the criteria, I can contact the headquarters immediately to arrange for a Koenigsegg." The Koenigsegg headquarters is in Geneva, and due to its high price, there are fewer than 5 in the country. If one wants to purchase it, they naturally have to arrange for international procurement. "Alright, let's go with the deposit and verification," Zhang Feng said, casually pulling out a bank card. He modified the funds inside to 205 million. Ding, transfer successful, 5 million. Verification successful, balance 200 million. Hearing the device's prompt, Kelly's expression turned joyful. This was a stroke of luck for her. If this deal went through, she could earn at least several 100,000 in commission. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll contact the headquarters right away." Kelly, excited, was about to make an international call when Zhang Feng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait, I want to buy a few more cars. You can just tell me." Kelly stood straight as a pillar in her high heels. Under Zhang Feng's arrangement, he bought one of every type of sports car. "So, sir, you are a sports car collector." Kelly trembled as she took notes. Zhang Feng stood up. "No, I'm buying them for my friends, but I'm not sure which ones they like, so I might as well buy one of each to see." Kelly was speechless. She originally thought that having a cup of Starbucks in the morning and another in the afternoon was already quite extravagant. She didn't expect there to be something even more outrageous. After paying the deposit and leaving her contact information, Zhang Feng walked out of the store. "Take care, sir. When the car arrives, I'll call you." Kelly stood behind, her legs wrapped in black stockings still trembling. Just after opening, she encountered such a remarkable person, her body was almost out of control. At that moment, Qin Shuyo also came down from upstairs and saw Zhang Feng walking out of the store. She smiled and asked, "Is the sports car very expensive?" "It's okay," Zhang Feng nodded. The total cost of the car he just reserved wouldn't even reach 200 million. Qin Shuyo thought he was pretending to be relaxed, so she comforted him, "It's fine, my family has a sports car. My sister doesn't drive it much anyway, I'll take it out another day." "What kind of sports car does your sister have?" "I think it's a McLaren. Not more than 5 million. Do you like McLarens?" Zhang Feng asked her, as he had also reserved a McLaren. Qin Shuyo shook her head. "I like the chopped chili fish head car." Zhang Feng was puzzled. What kind of car is that?" Qin Shueyo cheerfully took out her phone and showed her pink little car. It's a Wuling convertible sports car. Because the head is relatively small, when placed in the middle of a big car, it looks like it has no head. Netizens call it the chopped chili fish head. Jiang Feng suddenly remembered. Although this thing is also called a convertible sports car, it's a small bourgeois car aimed at women, and its performance can't compare to a proper sports car. However, Jiang Feng had a modifier. Let alone a chopped chili fish head car, even one without wheels, he could modify it to take off from the spot. Next time, bring your chopped chili fish head car out, Jiang Feng suggested. Qin Shueyo nodded, okay. When the time comes, you sit in the passenger seat, and I'll take you flying. The two laughed and then returned to dorm 119. Su Shanshan had completed her task and turned back to rummage through Qin Shueyo's bag. Hurry, give me a few packs of Princess Knives. What's the rush? I bought some for everyone. Here, this is yours, 5 packs, is that enough? Qin Shueyo took out 5 packs of light blue soft knives and handed them to Su Shanshan. That's enough. You guys can share the rest. Su Shanshan immediately took them and rushed to the bathroom. Qin Shueyo took out 10 packs of pink ones and handed them to Jiang Feng. This is for you. Just put it there, Jiang Feng said, taking them and placing them on the cabinet. Qin Shueyo then divided a few packs and placed them on Chu Qingping's computer desk. The group chatted for a few more hours. The sky had long since darkened. It was almost 8 in the evening. Su Shanshan, with her legs crossed, was trimming her toenails and said, Shueyo, hurry and urge Qingping to see when she'll be back. I'm about to starve, I'm waiting for her hotel feast tonight. Just as Qin Shueyo was about to take out her phone, the interface indicated that Chu Qingping was calling. Qingping, where are you now? Why aren't you back yet? Sigh, don't mention it, I lost the race and I'm feeling down. No more talking, I'm driving back now, I'm already at the school gate. I'll park the car at the dorm entrance, and you all come out together, I'll take you to eat. Chu Qingping's voice came from the other end of the line. The three immediately set off towards the dormitory. Sure enough, there was a sci-fi-looking sports car parked on the campus road between the dormitory and the playground. Many students passed by, looking envious and taking pictures. Chu Qingping, wearing a hat, sat in the driver's seat and didn't refuse. Jiang classmate, you sit in the passenger seat. Chu Qingping smiled and greeted Jiang Feng first. Right, you sit in front, and Shanshan and I will sit in the back, Qin Shueyo and Su Shanshan said, striding into the back seat with their long legs. Alright. Jiang Feng then sat in the passenger seat. Chu Qingping smiled and asked, Jiang classmate, do you like sports cars? It's okay, I can drive a bit, Jiang Feng said, adding a new profession to his identity, world-class race car driver. Really? How about I let you give it a try? Chu Qingping said generously, directly giving up the driver's seat. Jiang Feng didn't refuse and sat in the driver's seat. Then I'll give it a shot. Chen Mei, be careful, Qin Shueyo reminded with some concern. After all, Jiang Feng didn't have a sports car. Don't worry, just hold on tight. Jiang Feng started the car. With a roar, the sports car transformed into a streak of red light, disappearing down the school road. The three girls almost simultaneously let out a scream. A master. This is definitely a master. This was the first thought that crossed Chu Qingping's mind after her hat flew off. The three girls were still a bit shaken. Chu Qingping took deep breaths, giving Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Jiang Zuasister, I really didn't expect you to be this good at driving. Chen Mei, didn't you say you didn't have a sports car? What did you learn? Qin Shueyo also looked surprised. A sports car is not the same as an ordinary car, especially since it was Jiang Feng's first time driving a sports car, yet he was so skilled. This not only surprised her but also made her admire Jiang Feng even more. Indeed, the person she liked was extraordinary. Even if the gender changed, they remained exceptional and full of charm. Jiang Feng shrugged, I feel like it's probably the same as riding a motorcycle, right? Chu Qingping, Qin Shueyo, Su Shanshan. After parking the car, Chu Qingping led the three of them to the elevator, heading towards the reserved private room. Seemingly wanting to show off, Chu Qingping introduced, have you all been to this place before? Not at all, but I've heard of this place, Manor, Su Shanshan said, her big eyes sparkling. The manor was decorated like a palace, not only grand but also filled with a retro atmosphere. It was clear it was not an ordinary hotel but a typical private club. Qin Shueyo added, Manor is quite mysterious. I don't even know who the founder is. It's probably the top private club in our Pearl River area, where only powerful figures, wealthy tycoons, and cultural celebrities can enter. I've been here a few times, but only because I used my sister's membership card. Wow, Shueyo, your sister's membership card is willing to lend it to you. Chu Qingping first complimented Qin Shueyo, then jokingly said, unlike me, I had to get my own Mower membership card. Sigh, it hurt my wallet. Oh wow! Look at you! The two girls exclaimed. Calm down. Chu Qingping's vanity was satisfied, then she looked at Jiang Feng and generously said, Jiang Zuazister, if you want to come in the future, just find me anytime. You won't have to spend a penny. Thank you so much, Jiang Feng smiled. It was indeed his first time at such a private club. But soon, he modified his identity title, founder of Manor. Miss, this is your reserved private room. Guided by a girl in a qipao, the four of them entered a tastefully elegant private room. The windows were full-length panoramic ones. This was on the 30th floor. In the distance, they could see the river view and the city night scene, a bustling sight. Under Chu Qingping's arrangement, dozens of delicious dishes were served one after another. Jiang Zuazister, are you drinking? We can't stop until we're drunk tonight. Chu Qingping was in high spirits and ordered a lot of red wine, though the alcohol content wasn't high. Jiang Feng spoke up, then let's have some Polish distilled vodka. Wow! Jiang Zuazister really knows her alcohol culture, even knows about this strong liquor. Chu Qingping was a bit surprised. This drink had an alcohol content of 96, known as the water of life. In comparison, the famous domestic Mao Tai has a maximum alcohol content of around 50. Qin Shui worried about everyone getting drunk and quickly said, Qingping, don't go overboard, don't get Chen Mei drunk. We still need to go back to the dorm later. What are you afraid of? If we get drunk, we can just spend the night in the manor. I'll book a big room, and we can all have fun together. Chu Qingping seemed to be venting her frustration from the previous racing failure, ordering 4 bottles of high-proof vodka for the table. 1 bottle per person, no one gets to escape, she chuckled. It's just a bottle, are you scared? Su Shanshan was happily picking at her food. Just as she had taken a few bites, she suddenly spotted the vodka being brought over. With a bold gesture, she grabbed a bottle, uncorked it with her bare hands, and stood on her chair, declaring to the three, let me show you what a heroine looks like. Is that okay? Jiang Feng looked at Su Shanshan with some concern. After all, she was a girl, and this was strong stuff. Qin Shuiyao reassured her, it's fine, she's loved drinking since she was little. I'm more worried about you. Exactly, Chen Mei, you should worry about yourself. Although it was Su Shanshan's first time drinking this kind of liquor, she had downed Mao Tai before, taking on 3 guys at once. At this moment, wanting to show off in front of everyone, she tossed the cork aside and took a swig from the bottle. Guliolu. She took a sip. The next second, her vision went dark, and she collapsed to the ground, fainting. What the hell? The sudden turn of events shocked Qin Shuiyao, who rushed over to check her breathing. Fortunately, the floor was soft, and Su Shanshan's skull was quite hard. Aside from her mouth being slightly askew, she was mostly unharmed. But she was completely drunk. I thought she was a champion, but turns out she's just a lightweight. Ha ha, Chu Qingping laughed uncontrollably. However, as she said this, she put down the bottle of vodka she had intended to drink. Then, she poured a little into a small cup and mixed it with a large amount of water. After mixing for a while, she finally dared to lift it and said to Jiang Feng and Qin Shuiyao, today, I'm treating Jiang Zuazister to a welcome drink. I'll go first. Guliolu. She downed it in one go, feeling a fiery sensation in her throat, the world spinning, her vision slightly blurred. Are you okay? Qin Shuiyao saw Chu Qingping swaying and quickly went to support her. She had just poured one, she couldn't possibly fall too. Chu Qingping took a deep breath to steady herself, sat down, and leaned back in her chair, saying, I'm fine, I'm not like that lightweight. I think I'll pass, otherwise, we'll all be drunk. Qin Shuiyao pushed the vodka away, opting for tea instead. For Chen Mei, to welcome her, Jiang Feng poured himself a full glass of vodka. Seeing this, Chu Qingping's eyes widened. Jiang Zuazister, are you sure? Qin Shuiyao immediately stopped her. Chen Mei, are you trying to kill yourself? It's fine, I have a good tolerance for alcohol, Jiang Feng said with a smile, downing it in one go. I have to say, this stuff could take down an elephant. Jiang Feng had pushed his physical limits to an inhuman level. Yet even so, he still felt a tremendous kick. He exhaled lightly, looking at the two women with clear eyes. See? I'm not dizzy. Wow. I thought you were just a driving expert. Turns out, you're also a drinking master. Chu Qingping looked at him with newfound respect. Su Shanshan, who loved drinking, had passed out in one gulp. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. His alcohol tolerance was insane. She had just mixed hers with a lot of water. Given that, she was already feeling woozy, while he had downed it straight and showed no signs of being affected. What a god! It seems everyone has different alcohol tolerances. Maybe my performance will be different too, Qin Shuiyao pondered. Then, she pulled out the cork, preparing to take a sip to try it out. However, as soon as she leaned in to smell it, she immediately felt the world spin. She barely managed a muffled groan before collapsing into Jiang Feng's arms. One worse than the other. Seeing Su Shanshan and Qin Shuio fall one after another, Xu Qingping couldn't help but laugh heartily. Zhang Feng helped Qin Shuio to a nearby sofa, while Su Shanshan lay sprawled out on the floor. It seems this meal is ours to finish. Zhang Feng sat down. While enjoying delicious dishes and drinking vodka, Xu Qingping watched as Zhang Feng drank vodka as if it were water, leaving her dumbfounded. Zhang Jr., you're too fierce. Xu Qingping marveled inwardly. She secretly observed Zhang Feng, and soon he finished a bottle. She heard him let out a satisfied burp and then took Qin Shuia's bottle. Seeing this, Xu Qingping quickly offered her own bottle and respectfully said, "Here, senior." "Ha? Why are you calling me senior?" Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Xu Qingping swallowed hard. "Your driving skills are better than mine, and your alcohol tolerance is miles ahead of me. How can I not call you sister? From now on, you are my big sister," Xu Qingping said, raising 2 cups and adding, "Let's pledge our friendship with a drink." "Sure." Zhang Feng put down her chopsticks and raised her small cup, with vodka above and Xianshan and Qin Shuia below. "I, Xu Qingping, today recognize Zhang Feng as my big sister. I don't seek to marry on the same day of the same year, but I do wish to depart this world on the same day of the same year." Xu Qingping raised her cup and declared her oath. Ping Mei, Chun Jie. The two clinked their cups and drank it all down. Although Xu Qingping's drink was still watered down, after 2 cups, she was already feeling a bit dizzy. The two continued to eat and drink. Just then, footsteps and laughter suddenly came from the doorway. "Miss Chu, it's quite lively here." Zhang Feng turned to look, and the door suddenly opened, revealing a man in a gray suit, wearing a gold watch, looking like a wealthy second-generation heir. "Li Junwen, what are you doing here?" Although feeling a bit tipsy, Xu Qingping recognized him at a glance. He was also a member of the Speed Club, and his family was in the aquatic business, with assets in the billions. Just a few hours ago, she had raced against him. Unfortunately, she had lost. That was why she had come to drink and have fun with her sisters. However, she didn't expect that Li Junwen would come sniffing around. Li Junwen smiled and shrugged. "I was just passing by. I heard the Manor's butler say that Miss Chu and Miss Qin are here." "How come? The Moor Manor doesn't seem to be your family's. Can I not come?" "You can come, but this is my reserved private room," Xu Qingping said somewhat displeased. Especially when he was sizing up the 2 women on the sofa, Xu Qingping immediately stood up to block his view. However, her steps were a bit unsteady, and she nearly fell. Zhang Feng stood up to support her. Then she looked at Li Junwen and said, "This is our reserved private room, please leave." "But I'm a friend of Miss Chu. Is it not okay for me to come in and check if she's safe?" Li Junwen squinted, looking at Zhang Feng, and said with a hint of jealousy, "Brother, who are you? What great fortune you have, one man with 3 women." He had thought Xu Qingping was just with her sisters, but he didn't expect there to be a man. He certainly didn't have such treatment. Zhang Feng ignored him and shouted, "Someone." "Sir." A young lady in a cheapal walked in, looking a bit troubled. Li Junwen was also a big client. She had just tried to stop him, but didn't expect him to say he had spoken with the butler. Zhang Feng instructed, "Call your Manor's butler. He needs to come within 3 minutes, or tell him to get lost." "Why yes, sir, I'll notify the butler right away." The cheapo lady saw the situation escalating and, realizing she couldn't handle it, hurried to call for help. Seeing this, Li Junwen laughed. "Young man, you might not know me. Remember my name, Li Junwen." Hearing Zhang Feng call for the butler, Li Junwen was completely unconcerned. He knew the butler, and his father was even close friends with him. This kid thought he could use the butler to intimidate him. Wasn't that like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong? At this moment, Xu Qingping had sobered up quite a bit. Worried about a conflict between Zhang Feng and Li Junwen, she quickly said, "Zhang sister, can't we just let it go?" Zhang Feng reassured her, "Don't worry, I trust the butler of Moor Manor will uphold justice." "Upholding justice? Haha, you will soon know what true justice is," Li Junwen scoffed, sitting down without hesitation. A few minutes later, an old man with a head full of white hair, dressed in a tang suit, hurried over. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Junwen immediately approached him with familiarity and greeted, "Uncle Tang." The old man in the tang suit nodded and then looked at Zhang Feng. At that moment, his pupils constricted. This was the man who rarely showed himself at the manor, the founder of Moor Manor. He had seen this man once when he took over the management of the manor. Everything that followed was done by him. The man had hardly ever returned. As a result, the entire Zhujiang city hardly knew who the founder of this manor was. Only he vaguely knew that the founder was very mysterious and low-key. But at this moment, the man appeared right before him. He immediately shivered in fear and respectfully bent forward, saying, "I have met the manor owner. I am the ninth steward of Moor Manor." As soon as these words were spoken, the private room fell silent. The originally smiling Li Junwen's smile instantly froze, and he incredulously pointed at Zhang Feng. Uncle Tang, what did you just call him? Manor owner? This meant that Zhang Feng was the founder of this manor. Chu Qingping, as a rich girl, had met many important figures, but at this moment, hearing Steward Tang actually call Zhang Feng the manor owner, her eyes widened in shock. She shook her head vigorously, thinking she must be drunk. Zhang Feng calmly waved his hand and then ordered, throw him out, and cancel his membership card. I don't want to see him again. Yes, manor owner. Steward Tang commanded, and immediately had people carry Li Junwen out. Li Junwen still wore a face of disbelief as he was taken out, but he didn't dare to resist. Steward Tang, as the steward of this manor, held immense power, but it was the first time he had seen someone make Steward Tang act this way. After driving Li Junwen away, Steward Tang bent again and said, I apologize, Miss Chu, for your unpleasant dining experience. As compensation, this meal is on the house. Just this meal? Zhang Feng glanced at Steward Tang. Steward Tang hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, how about a month of free meals for Miss Chu? For life, Zhang Feng replied. After all, she was his sworn sister. Steward Tang immediately understood and handed Chu Qingping an extremely vintage black card. Miss Chu, this is our Moor Manor lifetime free card, usable anytime, for life. Gulp. Chu Qingping trembled as she accepted it. Her membership card had cost over $1 million to obtain. This lifetime card. Her father didn't have one. There were hardly any in the entire Zhujiang city. But now, with just one sentence from Zhang Feng, they had given her one. This sister. So loyal. Chu Qingping was so excited she almost cried. Enjoy your meal. Steward Tang led the others back and closed the private room door. Holding the Moor Manor lifetime free card, Chu Qingping was still immersed in shock, thinking she must be drunk. Zhang Feng smiled, sat down, and continued eating. Qingping, sit down quickly, the food is about to get cold. Sister Jiang, I can't see through you at all now. How could you be the manor owner? What does your family do? Chu Qingping sat beside Zhang Feng, looking at her with a strange expression. In Qin Shuiao's introduction, Zhang Feng was the person she liked, doing well in school and handsome, but she had never heard of her background. Aside from the recent revelation about her gender, which surprised her, there was nothing else special. But now, even the old steward of Moor Manor referred to her as the manor owner. Even if Chu Qingping was not bright, she understood that Zhang Feng's identity was extraordinary. Zhang Feng picked up another bottle of vodka and drank a few gulps as if it were water. Sighing, she said, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be exposed by the old steward. Zhang Jia, quickly tell me, what is your background? Chu Qingping looked at Zhang Feng's inscrutable expression, her interest piqued even more. Could this guy be one of those legendary top second-generation elites from Kyoto, here to experience life in Zhujiang? Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, it's all in the past. This Moor Manor is just a small property of our family. I just want to interact with you and Shuiao as an ordinary person. After they wake up, you mustn't tell them. Chu Qingping's eyes sparkled. Since a prominent family was involved, it seemed her guess was correct. But I'm so lucky to have become sworn sisters with a top second-generation elite from Kyoto. Chu Qingping secretly rejoiced. Her family mainly dealt in sports cars, and although they had assets worth over $1 billion, compared to the Kyoto families, it was just a fraction. Thinking of this, Chu Qingping grabbed Zhang Feng's hand. Don't worry, sister, I promise I won't tell Qin Shuiao and Su Shanshan about this. They were her sworn sisters. She couldn't let those two take the spotlight. Zhang Feng smiled and casually asked, by the way, that Li Junwen just now, what's his background? Is he your suitor? No, he's just a second generation from Zhujiang. His family is in the aquatic business. But both of us are in the Jifeng Sports Car Club. I even lost to him in a race before. Chu Qingping introduced. Zhang Feng was quite interested in the sports car club, so he asked a few more questions. Chu Qingping explained everything. He then learned that the Jifeng Sports Car Club was the largest top-tier club in Zhujiang. With this in mind, Zhang Feng asked her, can you take me and Shuiao to participate in a race sometime? I also want to try the thrill of racing. Chu Qingping patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. What are you talking about? Of course, we can. After all, we are sworn sisters. Chu Qingping emphasized the term sworn sisters heavily to show that her relationship with Zhang Feng was much deeper than the ordinary sisterly bond with Shuiao and Su Shanshan. Then thank you in advance. Don't mention it, let's toast. In her excitement, Chu Qingping picked up the bottle of vodka that Zhang Feng had drunk from. This time, she poured a little more. Then, she collapsed completely. At this point, all three women were on the ground, unconscious. Zhang Feng held Chu Qingping with his left hand and a pig's trotter with his right. He looked at the table piled high with delicious dishes. They had barely touched a third of it. What a waste. so he let go of her hand. Chu Qingping lay limply on the carpet. Sorry, sister, I'll finish eating before dealing with you. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng had cleaned his plate. He then called over a qipao-clad girl at the door to take the three women to a luxurious room that looked like a palace. Help them out, Jiang Feng instructed the qipao girl. Yes, master. A dozen maid-dressed girls carried Qin Shueyo and the others to the bathroom to help them bathe and change. The next day, a warm light shone into a bedroom of Moor Manor. Inside, Su Shanshan's unique scream echoed. This scream directly woke up Qin Shueyo and Chu Qingping from their slumber. The two of them, on either side of Su Shanshan, sat up groggily, mumbling, "What happened? What happened?" The three women sat on the snow-white bedspread, their bodies as white as snow, resembling three snow-capped mountains. Especially Su Shanshan's, which was the most undulating and grand. Although Chu Qingping had a somewhat flat tendency, she had an athletic build, with the longest legs and a slightly wheat-colored complexion. Qin Shueyo had the highest beauty, and beneath her messy hair were a pair of dazed big eyes. She was still murmuring, "Where's my morning sister? Hey, what did you do to me last night?" Su Shanshan suddenly grabbed the bed sheet. She was the first to collapse last night, so her memory was the least. Suddenly seeing two rascals on either side of her, she thought she had experienced some movie plot. When Qin Shueyo and Chu Qingping heard this, they both cast their gazes over and then burst into a series of chuckles. Su Shanshan lay down. "Come on, beast." The three girls began to playfully tussle. Finally, they settled down. "Wait, where's Chen Mei?" Qin Shueyo finally noticed that Jiang Feng was missing. She looked under the bed but didn't see anyone. Su Shanshan lay there like a broken doll and said, "She still identifies as male, how could she lie down with us?" Chu Qingping added, "Of course she wouldn't lie down with us, after all, Sister Jiang has an extraordinary identity." Shueyo thought Chu Qingping was referring to the gender identification issue. So she said, "No matter how extraordinary her identity is, we've all been drunk together. Our bond is extraordinary. What's wrong with lying down together?" Chu Qingping thought she was the last one to get drunk, so she said, "You two were the ones who got drunk, I wasn't." With a woman's sixth sense, Qin Shueyo shot a wary glance at Chu Qingping. "You weren't drunk? Then you and Chen Mei didn't do anything last night, right?" Chen Mei was hers. She couldn't let Chu Qingping take advantage of the situation. Chu Qingping gave Qin Shueyo the middle finger. "What are you thinking? Two girls, what could they do?" Shueyo looked down at Su Shanshan, who was rubbing her thigh, and pushed her hand away. "You never know." Chu Qingping looked at Su Shanshan with disdain. "I'm not as sleazy as someone." Su Shanshan chuckled, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just helping Shueyo check her body." Chu Qingping extended her hand. "Is that so? Come on, check me too." The three were about to start tussling again when Jiang Feng suddenly pushed the door open. "Hurry up and wash up. We have our first class meeting of the academic year this afternoon. It's about the internship. The counselor just called and asked why none of you are around." "Got it." The three girls jumped out of bed in unison and rushed barefoot to wash up. Jiang Feng stood there, only seeing three white flashes dart into the bathroom, like a swift white tiger, disappearing in an instant. Is this the gender dividend? So thrilling. Listening to the sounds of the three girls playing and the occasional slapping noises coming from the bathroom, Jiang Feng felt a bit dazed. He finally understood why there were so many cross-dressing enthusiasts at the comic convention. As long as one wore women's clothing, not only could they dominate both the men's and women's restrooms, but they could also shamelessly take advantage of women. "They even sent us clothes, TSK, the quality looks quite expensive." Su Shanshan put on the new clothes provided by Moor Manor, her eyes reflecting the unique clarity and foolishness of a college student. Qin Shueyo felt something was off. She had been to Moor Manor before but hadn't received such treatment, so she inquired with the maid at the door. The maid glanced at Jiang Feng and then explained nonchalantly, "It's like this, when we helped you all bathe and change last night, we accidentally got your clothes wet, so we took them for cleaning and drying. As compensation, these outfits are a gift from our manor to you. So that's how it is." Qin Shueyo realized, but she could tell these outfits were quite expensive and was still a bit skeptical. "Are you sure they're all for us?" "Don't worry, miss, our butler has instructed us." The maid smiled. After all, these were the sisters of the manor's owner. Sending a few sets of clothes was nothing. "That's great. Please thank your butler for me." Qin Shueyo finally believed it. She looked at Jiang Feng. "Chen Mei, this Moor Manor is really nice. The treatment just keeps getting better. Qingping, let's come here more often next time." Chu Qingping, after all, held a lifetime free card given by Jiang Feng, so coming here every day was no problem. But she didn't make a fuss about it. She felt that her bond with Jiang Feng had deepened. She absolutely couldn't let anyone know easily. After finishing their grooming, the four finally left Moor Manor and arrived at the parking lot. "Sister Jiang, you drive." Chu Qingping voluntarily moved to the passenger seat, letting Zhang Feng take the driver's seat. At this moment, Qin Shuya noticed that Chu Qingping had been calling Zhang Feng's sister Jiang, but she clearly remembered that yesterday, Chu Qingping had been calling Zhang Feng's sister Jiang all day. How did it suddenly change to sister overnight? Instinctively, Qin Shuya sensed that something must have happened between the two. This made her anxious. She quickly occupied the front passenger seat and innocently looked at Chu Qingping. Qingping, can I sit in the front too? Okay. Chu Qingping hesitated for a moment but ultimately sat in the back. The car started, heading towards the campus. On the way, recalling Zhang Feng's interest in the Gale Club from last night, Chu Qingping spoke up, by the way, in a few days on Friday night, our Gale Club will have a fairly large racing event by the Pearl River. Is anyone interested? A racing event? That sounds great. I'll cheer for you guys, Su Shanshan said, even though she didn't have a sports car. Qin Shuya was naturally interested. She planned to drive her own spicy fish head sports car to participate. She said, Shanshan, I'll lend you my sister's McLaren. Aren't you driving it yourself? Su Shanshan was a bit surprised. Although she could drive a little, she didn't own a sports car, so she had planned to be a cheerleader. Qin Shuya looked at Zhang Feng. I also have a pink Wuling sports car, I'll bring Chen Mei. Hey, Shuya, you shouldn't bring out that dwarf car, right? It can't even compete. Sister Jiang, you should sit in mine. Chu Qingping couldn't help but say. Her Aston Martin had already lost to others in the club. Qin Shuya's Wuling was just a spicy fish head. Once it entered the race, it probably wouldn't even catch the exhaust of its competitors. Qin Shuya rolled her eyes at her. What dwarf? That's called a model. And I don't plan to win anyway. Racing is all about participation. Ask Sister Jiang if she wants to sit in your spicy fish head. Chu Qingping laughed. Feeling the gaze of the two women, Zhang Feng responded, I want to experience it too. Qin Shuya. Chu Qingping. Zhang Feng then smiled and added, actually, I also have a sports car, I'll bring it out then. What? Chen Mei, you also have a sports car? What model? Qin Shuya was a bit surprised. Zhang Feng shrugged, when the time comes, you'll know. Zhang Feng estimated that before the weekend, the dealership should be able to bring her Koenigsegg from abroad. Chu Qingping wasn't surprised, but this also meant that Zhang Feng might not be driving her Aston Martin. This made her slightly disappointed. Sister Jiang, we are sworn sisters. How can you not drive my car? My heart aches. At this moment, in the teaching building of Pearl River University, in classroom 4012, the counselor had already arrived early, preparing to participate in the class meeting for the new school year. Many students were already present in the classroom, discussing among themselves. Students, Dean Wang will be here shortly, but I want to tell you something first. Su Shuier clapped her hands to quiet everyone down. All eyes immediately turned to her. Su Shuier continued, some of you may already know about Zhang Feng. I know that everyone's values are different, but I hope everyone can be a bit more tolerant towards Zhang Feng. Even if you can't accept it in your heart, please don't say it out loud. You know, people who have undergone such changes can easily have psychological issues. Su Shuier was doing ideological work for everyone. The students nodded in agreement. Don't worry, counselor, we won't discriminate against Zhang Feng. Just then, a few familiar figures appeared at the door. It was the group from Dorm 119. Zhang Feng walked in, flanked by three girls, all chattering and smiling, leaving the students stunned. Especially Su Shanshan, who almost leaned on Zhang Feng's back. Only Qin Shuyo and Chu Qingping stood on either side, treating Zhang Feng like a revered figure, placing her in the center. This scene made everyone envious. Counselor, the ones who need psychological counseling might be us. In the back row, Lu Jia, seeing this, felt like his back teeth were about to shatter. Brothers, do you see this beast? Does he look like he has psychological issues? Jigu, why don't you go to Thailand too? Then you can sneak into the girls' dorm. A classmate suggested. Lu Jia snorted coldly, you think I wouldn't dare? Who knows, one day I might really go practice the sunflower manual out of depression. While waiting for their homeroom teacher, Wang Zhong, to arrive, Zhang Feng, sitting in the middle surrounded by several girls, suddenly asked, by the way, we'll be graduating in a year. What are your plans? Originally, Zhang Feng's life plan was to enter a research institution, but now it seemed unnecessary. He could freely experience various lives. Su Shanshan came from an ordinary middle-class family, with assets of about 10 million. Besides a house in a first-tier city, a car, and $1 million in savings, there wasn't much else. So she said, I want to take the civil service exam. I have my sights set on the Ministry of Science and Technology. Chu Qingping added, my dad has been fighting in the new energy electric vehicle industry lately, so no one is managing the sports car sector. I'll probably have to go back and take care of that after graduation. Shin Shueyo sighed, I really envy you all, having goals to strive for. Unlike me, I can only go home and lie flat, waiting for my sister to manage our family's 100 billion assets. Oh. This remark drew a chorus of sighs from the girls, but more than that, it was envy. The Chin Group is a comprehensive capital group spanning finance, real estate, logistics, and foreign trade. Her sister graduated from Harvard Business School, an elite among elites. Shin Shueyo indeed had the means to lie flat. The girls looked at Zhang Feng. By the way, Chen Mei, what are you going to do after graduation? Zhang Feng smiled, with powerful sisters like you, what else do I need to do? After saying that, Zhang Feng turned to the back row, where Lu Jie was eavesdropping, and asked, by the way, Jie Go, what are you going to do after graduation? Lu Jie, who was so envious he was almost breathless, clutched his chest and said, I'm going to be depressed. You can take the civil service exam. You can go to a research institution. You can go home and inherit the family business. Wang Zhong finally arrived to hold the class meeting. He was addressing everyone, occasionally glancing at Zhang Feng, feeling a wave of emotion. It had been less than a week since he left school, yet everything had changed. His favorite student had actually transitioned. He was somewhat shocked but vaguely understood why Zhang Feng no longer wanted to go to a research institution. Saying he was going to Lunka Institute might just be an excuse. Perhaps this girl wanted to take the civil service exam. With that thought, he stopped trying to persuade Zhang Feng to go to a research institution. Being a girl is fine too. Taking the civil service exam is quite good. The class meeting ended quickly, and everyone dispersed. Zhang Feng felt relieved that Wang Zhong no longer tried to persuade him. He had even prepared a speech to say he was more interested in Lunka Institute. Unexpectedly, the other party directly gave up on persuading him. It's good to be a girl, societal expectations drop instantly, and the pressure is much less. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although he had turned back into a male, many people at school had already accepted him as a girl. Even the previously most optimistic Dean Wang had lowered his expectations and stopped persuading him. Indeed, I've never had much survival pressure since I was little. My dad's biggest expectation for me is to marry someone from a well-matched family, Shin Shueyo said, looking at Zhang Feng, her expression clearly saying, Prince, come save me. Su Shanshan pointed to her snow mountain, who says girls have no pressure. Chu Qingping felt a bit hit and said, I think the best gender is a Walmart shopping bag. Zhang Feng. After the class meeting, Shin Shueyo and the others returned to their dorms, while Zhang Feng received a call from a store. On the other end was Kelly, her voice almost dripping with sweetness, Mr. Zhang, this is Kelly. I'm here to report the latest progress on logistics. Besides that 100 million Koenigsegg, it's still in transit and won't arrive at the Pearl River port until Friday. The other sports cars have already gathered domestically. About 30 or so, including McLaren, Bugatti, Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley, and more than 30 global sports car brands. We've booked dozens of large trucks, but the address you provided before is Pearl River Polytechnic, which isn't big enough for us to access conveniently. You see, dozens of large trucks. Although Pearl River Polytechnic is large, it's unlikely that so many cargo vehicles could enter at once. There's also no way to park them. The delivery address is Moore Manor, Zhang Feng replied. Moore Manor, with such a large underground private parking lot, would easily accommodate dozens of sports cars. Upon hearing Moore Manor, Kelly felt a wave of unfamiliarity wash over her. She could almost recite the wealthy districts of Pearl City, but this Moore Manor was the first she had heard of. However, her professionalism allowed her to respond calmly, all right, Mr. John, got it. After hanging up, Kelly immediately began searching for Moore Manor. She initially thought it was a wealthy district she had overlooked, but after searching the map for a long time, she couldn't find this place name at all. Indeed, whether it was the deceitful map or the 1000 Degrees map, there was no indication of this place name. What the hell? Not marked? Could it be a military base? Kelly was dumbfounded. How secretive could it be to not be marked? She was unwilling to give up. She began to mobilize her resources to inquire about what this Moore Manor really was. Seeking help from my circle, does anyone know where Moore Manor is? As a sports car dealer, Kelly's social circle was naturally not low-end. In her circle, there were various luxury car managers, wealthy individuals, rich women, and financial elites, a whole bunch. With such strong connections, information should flow freely. However, half an hour later, Kelly still hadn't gotten an answer. Yes. Among nearly 1,000 high-end individuals in her circle, not a single person knew what this Moore Manor was. Ms. Kelly, as a luxury car manager who has sold dozens of sports cars in Pearl City, I really haven't heard of this place. Manager Kelly, are you mistaken? Is there a private manor that even this rich woman hasn't heard of? Could this manor be outside of Pearl City? In her circle, some shook their heads, while others questioned whether this place might not be in Pearl City. Although Pearl City is a first-tier city with a population of 10 million and many private clubs that wouldn't appear on maps, Kelly's circle was not low-end. Yet still, no one knew where this Moor Manor was. An hour later, Kelly still hadn't figured out the exact location of Moor Manor. She was sweating profusely. Usually so familiar with her routes and relaxed, she was now drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the logistics side was calling her again, asking where the delivery address for those dozens of sports cars, Moor Manor, really was. Everyone, please hold on. Kelly dropped a line. Reluctantly, she dialed Jiang Feng's number again. MS. Kelly, is there anything else? Sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's really beyond my ability, but I must say, I truly can't find the Moor Manor you mentioned. Kelly braced herself to ask Jiang Feng. As a sports car manager, she couldn't even figure out the delivery address of a client. If this got out, it would indeed be quite embarrassing, but she had no other choice. Fortunately, Jiang Feng didn't mind. He replied, it's over by Nanshan Avenue, there will be someone named Tang to sign for it. Got it. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Jiang. After learning the approximate street, Kelly was about to notify logistics when Jiang Feng suddenly spoke again. Wait, there's one more thing. Please help me take care of it as well. Mr. Jiang, you command. Here's the thing, I need a nanny to help take care of my cars. Can you recommend someone? The starting salary is 5 million a year, Jiang Feng said. Over at the Moor Manor, although there were people, they weren't professional vehicle maintenance personnel. It was still best to go with the professionals from the Ford dealership. 5 million. Wow. Kelly almost screamed when she heard this. How many years would she have to work to earn that much? Dressed in black stockings and red-soled black high heels, Kelly couldn't help but stand up straight, her voice responding like a thickening sauce. What do you mean, Miss Kelly? Mr. Jiang, am I not your most loyal car nanny? When it comes to car maintenance, who can compare to a manager from a Ford sports car dealership with nearly 10 years of experience? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and then asked with a smile, Miss Kelly, are you no longer the manager? Kelly decisively replied, no longer, I mainly enjoy washing cars. Kelly had started as a car washer and gradually worked her way up to becoming a qualified sports car manager. But her annual salary had never exceeded 1 million. The market was bad, she might not even make 500,000. But now, Jiang Feng, this wealthy man, was offering 5 million just to find a car nanny. Why should she still be a worker? Jiang Feng didn't hesitate. Alright, also find me 9 more professional car nannies, each starting at 50,000 a year. After all, with over 30 sports cars and a Koenigsegg, it would be a bit much for one person to maintain. 10 people, each taking care of about 3 cars, would be just right. Kelly was overjoyed. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I guarantee that the car nannies I recruit will all be experienced professionals from the world's top sports car industry, top quality. After promising to be Jiang Feng's car nanny, she submitted her resignation. You all transport the sports cars to the entrance of Nanshan Street, and I'll notify you once I find a place, Wen Xiao instructed the logistics team before driving to Nanshan Street. This street leaned towards the suburbs and indeed had large open spaces. However, much of this land was occupied by golf courses, private villa areas, and the like. Along the sides of the street, many areas were surrounded by high walls, allowing only private vehicles to enter and exit. Ordinary people were unaware of what went on in these places. When Xiao drove along, when suddenly, not far ahead, a gate that looked like a private club appeared, with strict security. She focused her gaze and indeed, on a stone tablet covered by bamboo, she vaguely saw the words Moor Manor. If she hadn't passed by personally and looked closely, she wouldn't have found this Moor Manor. Because the entrance was controlled, only those who had been checked could enter, making it impossible to see the true interior. She drove over and stopped in front of an elderly man. Behind the old man were a few men dressed in a somewhat Republican style, looking like martial artists. Is this Mr. Tang? When Xiao lowered her car window and humbly inquired. Even though she was the manager of a sports car dealership and had seen many wealthy people, she still sensed a tremendous authority from this elderly man. Butler Tang glanced at Wen Xiao and nodded. Are you Miss Kelly? Yes, that's me. The logistics for the sports cars have arrived at the street entrance. Can we come in directly? Wen Xiao swallowed hard and asked. Although there was more than a meter between them, she could clearly feel the hawk-like gazes of the Republican-style men behind the old man scanning her and the car. It gave her a sharp feeling, like being pricked by needles. However, upon hearing that she was a delivery person, they immediately retracted their gazes and began to look elsewhere. Butler Tang smiled slightly. Yes, let the logistics come directly. After saying this, Butler Tang stood by the roadside with his men, waiting for Zhang Feng's sports cars to arrive. Okay, thank you. When Xiao called the logistics team again and described the specific location of Moore Manor on Nanshan Street. 2 minutes later, dozens of trucks, in a grand procession, drove from the entrance of Nanshan Street all the way to the gate of Moore Manor. The entrance of Moore Manor was not large, allowing only 5 or 6 cars to pass side by side. However, once the large trucks entered, it was a different world. Inside was an enormous estate. The central square, encircled by a fountain, could accommodate hundreds of cars, making it a small transportation hub. Just unload the goods in the square. When Xiao directed the truck drivers to successively unload the sports cars. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Butler Tang drove these sports cars into the underground parking lot. To accommodate this batch of sports cars for Zhang Feng, Butler Tang had specifically cleared out an area. This area was over 1,000 square meters, comparable to a medium-sized car dealership. My goodness, a parking garage this big for just over 30 sports cars? When Xiao was shocked as she looked at the vast parking space before her. She had thought Moore Manor was some kind of villa area, but it turned out to be a private club. A private club was one thing, but the size was terrifying. She had just followed the trucks in and hadn't even seen the boundaries. Just the fountain square, along with this maze-like enormous parking garage, had already broadened her horizons. No wonder when she inquired in her social circle, no one knew about the significance of this manor. After so many years in Zhujiang City, this was truly the first time she had seen such a place. Ms. Kelly, thank you for your hard work. Here's your and the truck driver's compensation. After the sports cars were arranged, Butler Tang gestured for someone to hand Wen Xiao a red envelope. Additionally, I heard that the owner has entrusted you to recruit 9 car maintenance girls, so please gather them within 3 days. Is that okay? Butler Tang asked kindly. Sure, that's my responsibility. Wen Xiao took the red envelope, somewhat flattered, and said, thank you, Mr. Tang. At this point, Wen Xiao seemed to remember something and immediately added, by the way, Mr. Tang, could you please review the procedures for the license plates and keys? No need for that. Since the owner has entrusted it to you, this batch of sports cars will be under your full responsibility. I'm just a butler responsible for taking care of this estate. To make it easier for you to manage these sports cars in the future, our manor will provide you with internal accommodation, which will also facilitate your oversight. Butler Tang signaled, and his subordinate immediately handed over a card. The card had Moore Manor Pass written on it, along with several room numbers. When Xiao reached out to take it, thank you, Mr. Tang. Alright, Ms. Kelly, I have matters to attend to. If you want to tour the manor, you can have Xiao Wu show you around. Butler Tang handed Kelly over to a capable-looking man. The man introduced himself as Xiao Wu and explained to Kelly, our manor is a top-tier private club, catering to only about 100 clients. If you have free time, don't wander towards the leisure area. Just stroll around the logistics area. Seeing the strict security and hierarchy in this place, Kelly finally understood why no one in her social circle knew about it. With such a large estate serving only a little over 100 people, it must be the upper echelon of the upper class to be aware of it, right? And such people were indeed absent from her social circle. The two walked to a logistics area, which was where Kelly was assigned collective accommodation. Kelly had thought the collective accommodation would be rather shabby. However, she was instantly dumbfounded as she looked at the palace-like building before her. This is where the logistics staff stay within the manor. Once you recruit the car maintenance personnel, you can use that card to check in, Xiao Wu introduced, leading her inside for a tour. At that moment, when Xiao felt like a country bumpkin entering the city, rendered speechless by the shock. Goodness, even the logistics staff live in such a level of palace? If this building were placed outside, it would definitely be a luxury house costing over 200,000 per square meter. Here, it was merely the accommodation area for the logistics staff. The logistics accommodation area is so luxurious, how astonishing must the leisure area be? Thank you, Mr. Wu, I'm already familiar with it, thank you. When Xiao expressed her gratitude after following Xiao Wu out and then returned to the parking lot. Everyone come over, this is the hardship fee Mr. Jiang has given us. When Xiao opened the red envelope, which contained a full 100,000, there were 20 drivers on site, so each person received about 5,000. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Everyone was overjoyed. This was the first time they had received such a generous red envelope after delivering goods. Their own income was only around 10,000, and they had received half a month's salary in one go. It was truly extravagant. Alright, everyone please leave the manor in order, and be careful not to bump into anything. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford to sell myself. When Xiao directed dozens of trucks as they drove out, she followed at the end, leaving last. After finishing all this, Wen Xiao posted a recruitment advertisement in her social circle. Position available, car caretaker for a private club. Salary, 500,000 a year, meals and accommodation provided, residence is a top-tier private club palace-style residence, benefits are absolutely fantastic. Responsibilities, take care of the manor owner's cars. All are sports cars. There may be other cars later. Requirements, 1. Professional automotive personnel, knowledgeable about cars. 2. Height over 1.7 meters. 3. Image and temperament should be similar to that of a flight attendant. Urgently hiring. Interested parties please message directly. The car caretakers are all recruited. That Koenigsegg has also arrived at the manor. Do you want to come and take a look at the cars and the people? On Friday noon, Zhang Feng was having lunch with her sisters from dorm 119 when she suddenly received a call from Wen Xiao. Zhang Feng replied, okay, hold on, I'll come over in the afternoon. Chen Mei, where are you going this afternoon? Didn't we agree to go to the racetrack together tonight? Qin Shueyo raised her head and asked Zhang Feng. Xu Qingping had already coordinated with the Storm Club, and tonight she would take the three sisters to the racetrack for a racing event. The location was an international racetrack by the Pearl River. The time was after 8 o'clock tonight. However, the Storm Club had only booked the venue from 8 to midnight, giving them only 4 hours. If they missed this time, it wouldn't be so easy to get in. After all, it's an international racetrack. Just booking for 1 hour for an event costs hundreds of thousands. Xu Qingping also wondered, yeah, Sister Jiang, where are you going? I need to organize my car, didn't I say I have a sports car too? Zhang Feng replied. The three women suddenly understood. After finishing their meal, they discussed a bit. Qin Shueyo took Su Shanshan back home to drive her sister's McLaren out for Su Shanshan to drive. As for Qin Shueyo herself, she drove her spicy fish head. Naturally, Xu Qingping drove her Aston Martin. After Qin Shueyo and Su Shanshan left, Xu Qingping drove her Aston Martin around and stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Sister Jiang, I'll take you over. Xu Qingping knew Zhang Feng was likely going to the manor. Zhang Feng jumped in. Before long, the car arrived at the underground parking lot. In the spacious area, 9 tall car caretakers were lined up. Behind them were dozens of various brands of sports cars. Each of these car caretakers had an extraordinary temperament. They were either flight attendants or car models. Some were even top sales champions of sports cars. However, upon arriving at this manor, especially in this huge sports car garage, they were all stunned. This manor owner is too rich, right? This group of car caretakers had never seen such an impressive scene, all their pretty faces filled with surprise. Wen Xiao stood at the front, explaining the precautions to the car caretakers. Mr. Zhang's sports cars are all brand new, and the cheapest ones are over 5 million, so for now, we don't need high-intensity car care, but we do need everyone to be professional in car maintenance. I have already assigned who is responsible for which cars, does everyone remember? Wen Xiao glanced around at everyone, her high heels echoing in the parking lot with a rhythmic clack. The car maintenance girls immediately responded in unison, got it. Just as they were speaking, a roar of a sports car suddenly came from the entrance. Then, under everyone's gaze, a red Aston Martin drove in, carrying Zhang Feng and Xu Qingping. Wen Xiao quickly reacted, stepping forward with a smile to greet, Mr. Jiang, you're here. Zhang Feng got out of the sports car and glanced at Wen Xiao. Today, Wen Xiao was dressed elegantly and professionally. She wore a gray ribbon tied around her neck, her legs wrapped in a Balenciaga pencil skirt that accentuated her figure, making her already alluring eyes appear even more captivating. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction, not bad, very professional. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, we are professionals when it comes to car maintenance, Wen Xiao said as she led Zhang Feng to the car maintenance girls, introducing, this is Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The car maintenance girls bowed in unison, their hands resting at their waists. Wen Xiao continued, Mr. Zhang, these are the people I hired, all top-tier automotive service personnel, 100% professional, and with excellent image and temperament. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied. Zhang Feng surveyed the group, each one was exceptional, with hardly anything to critique. With an annual salary of 500,000, it was completely worth it. He said, I trust your professional judgment, I have no objections. By the way, where is my Koenigsegg? Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Under Wen Xiao's guidance, Zhang Feng walked deeper into the area. Before long, a pitch-black, sci-fi sports car appeared before the three of them. Its shiny wheels, ultra-thin wings, and streamlined body resembled something from a futuristic realm, exuding a dreamlike and profoundly mysterious aura. It was the Koenigsegg worth over 100 million. A significant portion of its exterior and interior features were handcrafted, embodying the spirit of craftsmanship. Wow, this is so cool. Even though she already owned an Aston Martin, Chu Qingping felt a sense of pressure from her bloodline upon seeing the Koenigsegg. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, as if caressing a male model, making it hard to resist. She excitedly turned to Jiang Feng. Sister Jiang, this sports car must be worth at least 50 million, right? Wen Xiao, who was nearby, paused at Chu Qingping's address to Jiang Feng but didn't think much of it, assuming it was just playful banter between them. She explained, Miss, this Koenigsegg was brought over from the Geneva headquarters, and a significant part of it is handcrafted. There are only 3 of this class in the country, worth over 100 million. Moreover, production is limited, it may not be produced again this year. Wen Xiao took out the car keys, driver's license, and insurance from her bag and handed them to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took them and sat in the sports car first, feeling a wave of immense comfort wash over him. Chu Qingping excitedly sat in the passenger seat, marveling, no wonder it's handcrafted, it feels completely different. Although her Aston Martin was also worth over 5 million, it felt like it was a tier below the Koenigsegg. This feeling could only be appreciated by someone who had driven sports cars for years. Jiang Feng started the car, and a powerful, deep roar erupted, making the blood in one's veins feel like it was igniting. Kelly, I'm going out for a race tonight. Make sure to bring out the other sports cars and test the mileage. The location is at the Pearl River International Circuit. I'll be there before midnight. Jiang Feng instructed Wen Xiao. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Wen Xiao immediately leaned in, her figure graceful and curvaceous, a fragrant breeze wafting in as she smiled and added, by the way, Mr. Jiang, my Chinese name is Wen Xiao, and I'm older than you, so you can call me Aunt Xiao from now on. Alright, Aunt Xiao, I'll head out first. Jiang Feng pressed the accelerator as the wings of the car spread out, and the Koenigsegg transformed into a streak of black light, bursting out of the underground parking garage. Aunt? Wen Xiao wondered if she had misheard due to the roar of the sports car. Numerous luxury cars were passing by. This commercial street was known as a professional passage for luxury vehicles, with an abundance of Rolls-Royces and more. Because of this, it attracted a massive crowd. Automotive photographers only needed to stroll through to find material. A casual snap would yield top-tier car shots. Moreover, where there are luxury cars, there are also countless beautiful women. This rule certainly applied in the Pearl River as well. Many exquisitely dressed urban beauties, carrying their bags, were taking photos with various cars by the roadside in the summer heat, creating a beautiful scenery. At that moment, a sudden shriek erupted from the crowd. In the flow of traffic, a Rolls-Royce and a Lamborghini were fearfully veering to the sides. Behind them, a striking black sports car, like a dangerous yet beautiful black dragon, was winding its way along the roadside. It was Jiang Feng's car. Wow, what car is that? So rare. A senior photographer, upon seeing the scarce Koenigsegg, was momentarily stunned. But soon, an expert recognized it. He exclaimed, it's a Koenigsegg. Wow, it seems to be a limited edition. Koenigsegg? The one that starts at 50 million? No wonder the Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini in front were scared and squeezed to the sides. The crowd felt embarrassed. Even a Rolls-Royce, if it accidentally bumped into the Koenigsegg, would lose a few pounds. Click, click. Once the crowd reacted, they all pressed their shutters, a flurry of clicks. With a population of over 10 million in Pearl City, those who could afford a Koenigsegg were few and far between. They remembered that this model had only appeared in Kyoto and Shanghai before. They never expected to see it in Pearl River now. This would definitely spark heated discussions in the local car community. And they were the witnesses on the scene. Handsome. At that moment, several girls dressed like socialites, upon learning from their companions that this Koenigsegg might be worth over 100 million, couldn't help but approach to say hello. However, as they got closer, they saw that the passenger seat was already occupied by a stunningly beautiful girl with an extraordinary aura. The girl was tall and completely matched their elegance. Moreover, Chu Qingping was still a fresh-faced senior student, her youthful glow unmatched by these socialites. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, as they were stuck at a red light, leaning back in his seat and responding, "What's up? Your car is so beautiful. Can we get to know each other? I want to be your little sister." One socialite bent down enthusiastically to ask. Under the roadside lights, a pure white glow mixed with neon lights, creating a captivating scene. It had to be said, although a bit tacky, she was indeed flirtatious. If there were no issues, any guy would like her. Be your little sister? I'm afraid my sister might have objections. Jiang Feng smiled at Chu Qingping. Chu Qingping nodded. You might as well give up. I'm already her sister. And we're sworn sisters. Sister, let's go. After saying that, the green light appeared. Jiang Feng pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving the socialites behind in disarray.
What? Sister? Damn. Wasn't he a handsome guy? Hey, Jiang Jia, you seem to like that kind of girl?
In the car, Xu Qingping couldn't help but glance sideways at Jiang Feng, who was focused on driving. When that socialite bent down, she noticed that Jiang Feng indeed looked at her a few times seriously. This made Xu Qingping wonder if Jiang Feng, after transitioning, still liked girls. Without turning his head, Jiang Feng drove towards the racetrack. So big, who wouldn't like it? Besides, my gender identity has always been male. Oh. Xu Qingping seemed to have an epiphany, identifying as male. Her preference was naturally for females. She then crossed her long, healthy-looking wheat-colored legs over Jiang Feng's. So, does that mean you like beautiful legs too? Ahem. Isn't that a bad influence? This sudden leg placement nearly caused Jiang Feng to lose control.
Xu Qingping shrugged nonchalantly. What bad influence?
We're sisters. You have no idea how wild Shueyo and Shanshan are when you're not around in our dorm.
No way, Shueyo is such a cute and graceful girl. Jiang Feng couldn't believe it. Xu Qingping chuckled. That's because you identify as male. If you told them you identified as female, they'd go crazy. Is that so? Jiang Feng was enlightened. Not long after, they arrived at the Zhujiang International Racing Circuit.
Xu Qingping finally removed her leg. If she hadn't, Jiang Feng would have gone numb. Let's ask Shueyo and Shanshan where they are, Jiang Feng said, not seeing the chopped chili fish head, so he asked Xu Qingping to make a call.
Meanwhile, at the racing circuit, many sports cars had already arrived, speeding around the track.
Among them, a yellow streak was the most dazzling, reaching speeds of over 400 kilometers per hour.
In the spectator stands, many beautifully dressed girls were cheering.
Ultimately, that yellow streak sped ahead, taking first place. The girls rushed forward, following a group of about 10 boys. A smiling man stepped out of the car, his demeanor quite flamboyant.
Brother Ma, have some water.
A girl in super short denim shorts, her eyes filled with admiration, handed him a bottle of clear by Sui mountain water.
Daddy, drink mine, I have more.
Another girl boldly pushed forward.
Chang Ge, the other young man also complimented.
The man was Ma Chang, the founder of the Gale Club. His father, Ma Zhen, was the founder of the well-known e-commerce company Tao Duo Duo in Zhujiang City, valued at 500 billion.
Their family's assets reached the trillion level.
In terms of fame, they surpassed the Qin Group by a lot. In a way, Ma Chang and his father belonged to the new internet elite, while the Qin Group, founded on traditional electromechanical manufacturing, was relatively low-key.
Are all the club members here?
If they are, the event should start. The rewards for this race are quite generous. Take the top 3, and you get a sports car plus a sea trip. Ma Chang casually took a drink from a girl, took a sip, and then playfully slapped her on the backside, causing her to squeal.
Someone at the scene remarked, "We're still missing a few. Xu Qingping and Qin Shueyo haven't arrived yet."
"It's always those few, so slow," someone muttered. However, just as the words left their mouth, a roar suddenly erupted at the entrance of the racing circuit.
Everyone turned their attention. A red Aston Martin, a white McLaren, and a black Koenigsegg made a dazzling entrance. Of course, trailing behind them was a sputtering Wuling convertible, chugging along. "Can you guys wait for me? And your exhaust is too heavy, too polluting."
Qin Shueyo sat in her pink Wuling sports car, suddenly realizing that being in a convertible wasn't such a good thing. The 3 proper sports cars were like majestic stallions, while her Wuling was just a little pony. Jiang Feng, Xu Qingping, and Su Shanshan lined up at the entrance of the track, but there was a gap in the middle, clearly left for Qin Shueyo.
3 seconds later, Qin Shueyo filled in the gap.
TSK, you guys really lack martial ethics." Qin Shueyo jumped out of the car first, vigorously waving her arms, feeling like she had just inhaled a bellyful of exhaust. Xu Qingping walked over with her long legs, mocking without reservation. "Huh, I told you earlier, your little sports car can only suck exhaust fumes, and you didn't believe it.
We haven't even used our full power yet. Shueyo, your sister's McLaren is really nice, even whiter than mine. Are you sure you don't want to swap with me?"
Su Shanshan was wearing a bustier today, but to be honest, it was completely inadequate. The entire northern hemisphere was clearly visible, like a lighthouse emitting white light, attracting the attention of all the men.
Qin Shueyo waved her hand. "It's fine, I just like my little pony." As she spoke, she walked over to the Koenigsegg, watching Jiang Feng open the wings, preparing to get out. "Chunmei, not bad. Your sports car looks really good." Qin Shueyo curiously examined the deep and mysterious sports car. She wasn't very familiar with sports cars, but it felt like it must be worth a lot. Jiang Feng stood up and patted the wings that resembled the wings of a black dragon, saying, "Not expensive, just 100 million. "Wow, is that for real?" Qin Shueyo's eyes widened.
In her impression, Jiang Feng had never shown any extravagant spending behavior. so she had always assumed Zhang Feng came from an ordinary middle-class family. Even if this sports car was worth 1 or 2 million, she would think it was normal. But if it was worth 100 million, then it couldn't possibly be an ordinary middle-class family. Even she, the daughter of an established capitalist, had only owned a villa worth tens of millions that her father bought for her in the city center before graduating from university. Buying a car worth over 100 million was almost impossible. Her older sister only had a McLaren worth 5 to 6 million. Just as Zhang Feng was about to respond, Ma Chang and his group suddenly walked over. Hearing Zhang Feng mention 100 million, a man loudly said, "Wow, you really can brag, this must be a modified car, right?" Before Zhang Feng appeared, the most expensive car present had always been Ma Chang's yellow Romeo. However, that car had been modified, modeled after a Formula racing car, with performance that was off the charts. Just in terms of value, it might be approaching 50 million. But to reach 100 million, it was still short by 50 million. Therefore, the man instinctively thought Zhang Feng's car was also modified. Looks quite similar, is it imitating a Koenigsegg? Ma Chang walked over, immediately recognizing the shape of the Koenigsegg. However, this model was rare in the country. As the founder of the top sports car club in Zhujiang City, he usually knew first about any top sports cars in Zhujiang City. And currently, he had not received any news about a new Koenigsegg in Zhujiang City. So he also assumed that Zhang Feng's car was a replica. His words carried a tone of seeing through the other party. Zhang Feng noticed the back-and-forth banter, being labeled as a modified car, and couldn't help but look at Qin Shuiao, asking, "Who are these people, chattering like old hens?" "Put." Xu Qingping couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Shanshan turned her head to try to hide her grimacing smile. Ma Chang and his group, seeing Zhang Feng's impolite remarks, also had somewhat unsightly expressions. This was their home turf. They couldn't even see this little bit of insight and still wanted to integrate into their circle? Ma Chang feigned calmness and looked at Qin Shuiao. "Shuiao, is this person you brought? So ignorant? Not knowing you is quite normal, you're not like your dad, always making the news," Qin Shuiao said with a calm expression. She was also a second-generation rich kid, but she never felt that the family business was her own achievement. But Ma Chang was different. He always believed that his father's e-commerce empire was equivalent to his own. So he had a more ostentatious personality. Ma Chang chuckled, "Alright then, let me introduce myself. My name is Ma Chang, my dad is Ma Jin, that's right, Tao Duoduo was created by my dad. Although my dad is still the one at the helm now, inheriting my dad's empire is almost inevitable. This Win Club is just a small test for me before I take over Tao Duo," Ma Chang said confidently. Under his leadership, the Win Club had developed to over 100 members in just a few years. All second-generation elites. They claimed to be into cars, but it was really all about connections. When he took over his father's e-commerce company in the future, these connections would naturally come in handy. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, looked surprised and said, "Oh, so that e-commerce company full of fake goods that exploits delivery guys was created by your dad, got it. There are indeed a lot of fakes, and your company doesn't do anything about it." Qin Shuiao nodded. She had tried to buy some small accessories on Taoduo before, and what was supposed to be made of rosewood turned out to be ordinary material. "That's not something I should manage," Ma Chang shrugged, then changed the subject. "Enough chit-chat, the racing event is about to start. You guys with your modified cars, and you with your chopped pepper fish head, better get ready." Ma Chang glanced disdainfully at Zhang Feng's Koenigsegg. "How dare you look down on my chopped pepper fish head?" Qin Shuiao gritted her teeth. Zhang Feng patted her shoulder. "It's okay, we'll crush him later." "Ah, you go ahead, I can only inhale your exhaust fumes." Qin Shuiao slumped her shoulders. This little pony of hers could only outrun a bicycle. There was no way it could compete with a proper sports car. Believe in yourself. The racing event started 10 minutes later. There were 10 tracks on site. Each lap was about 5 kilometers. They had to run 10 laps. It was a race to see who had the shortest time. Whether intentional or not, Zhang Feng's Koenigsegg was assigned to the 7th track of the first group, while Ma Chang's yellow Romeo was on the adjacent 8th track. Xu Qingping's Aston Martin was on the first track. As for Qin Shuiao and Su Shanshan, they were in the second group. "Let me show you what a true god of wind is," Ma Chang said, glancing at Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with determination. His car had been illegally modified based on Formula racing cars, with a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour, which couldn't be driven on the road. Zhang Feng's car, although modified, could still be driven on the road, indicating it wasn't modified thoroughly enough. He was definitely not his match. Boom! Zhang Feng ignored him. If he wanted, his Koenigsegg could take off directly. Bang! With the referee's signal, the Koenigsegg transformed into a black dragon sword, launching instantly. The speed shot from 0 to 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Ma Chang's Romeo was not slow either, closely following behind.
Shueyo somehow managed to get a bunch of glow sticks. She stood in the audience, shouting loudly. Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan also put in all their effort, turning into little fans, cheering loudly.
Whoosh! The Koenigsegg took an early lead, crushing the Romeo. So fast? Ma Chang was quite surprised.
He had already pushed his speed to 489 kilometers per hour, but he was still lagging behind.
Damn!
A normal sports car only goes about 2 to 300 kilometers per hour. He had illegally modified his car to nearly 500 kilometers. Even so, he was falling behind from the start.
Half a minute later. Still behind. 1 minute later. The gap between them widened, gradually making it impossible to see each other's tail. 2 minutes later.
Ma Chang incredulously discovered a black streak of light rushing out from behind him.
It lapped him. Damn! What a humiliation!
Damn it, I refuse to believe this.
Ma Chang slammed the gas pedal, almost disregarding the turns. However, it was of no use. That black streak of light once again overtook him from behind. Ma Chang's mindset exploded. Lapped me twice? How is this possible?
Ma Chang could feel his engine about to explode, yet he still couldn't close the distance to the Koenigsegg, instead being lapped again and again.
He didn't know how many laps he had been lapped. 6 minutes later.
By the time Ma Chang, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, finished his 10 laps, the timer showed he had only taken 6 minutes.
6 minutes, 50 kilometers. This is a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. It's already an extraordinary speed.
Even in Formula Racing, it is top tier. However, there was no one cheering on site, only sparse applause. Because when Ma Chang reached the finish line, the Koenigsegg had already opened its wings. Zhang Feng was receiving water, wiping sweat, and kisses from a few little fans.
Brother Chang, you broke your own record.
A girl stuck close, hurriedly handing Ma Chang a bottle of mineral water.
However, Ma Chang had no mood to pay attention to her and instead asked another man, what was his speed? 3 minutes.
The man with the timer looked as if he had seen a ghost.
Yes.
Zhang Feng had waited for Ma Chang for 3 minutes at the finish line.
3 minutes.
To run 50 kilometers.
That means a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour?
Ma Chang calculated slightly and was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Historically, the highest speed in Formula Racing was only 960 kilometers per hour. This was already risking life to race. Moreover, this was peak speed, not average speed. And Zhang Feng had actually completed 50 kilometers in just 3 minutes. This meant his average speed reached a terrifying 1,000 kilometers per hour. Brother Chang, the timer is correct. He really only took 3 minutes, and he waited a long time at the finish line. Look, his water is almost finished.
The man said tremulously. A speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour was indeed terrifying.
But they were all present, having witnessed that Koenigsegg, almost turning into a black lightning, racing down the track, repeatedly lapping the other cars. Ma Chang couldn't believe it. He quickly walked up to the Koenigsegg and looked at Zhang Feng. How did you do it?
Isn't it just about having hands? God of the gale.
Zhang Feng put down the mineral water and smiled back. Ma Chang felt his face burning. He snorted, this isn't normal, your speed has surpassed Formula Racing.
Did you install rocket fuel during the modification?
Just consider it rocket fuel.
Zhang Feng didn't answer him. The actual speed of the Koenigsegg was not 1,000 kilometers.
He had modified the speed parameters.
After the speed modification, other parameters would also be synchronized and enhanced.
Otherwise, under such explosive speed, the cylinders would explode directly.
I can let you join the Gale Club. In return, you tell me how you modified it. How about it?
Ma Chang became interested in Zhang Feng's Koenigsegg. In fact, he also had professional modification personnel. However, he had spent tens of millions and only managed to modify it to the level of Formula Racing. He had never seen a car like Zhang Feng's that broke 1,000 kilometers. Ma Chang thought that by showing goodwill, the other party would immediately reveal everything. However, Zhang Feng shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested. Saying this, Zhang Feng looked at Qin Shueyo and Su Shanshan. Second group, it's almost your turn.
Spicy fish head. I hope I won't come in last. Qin Shueyo was not very confident.
She was in the third lane of the second group. Zhang Feng's gaze fell on her Wuling, and the interface displayed a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. 100 kilometers per hour was too slow. It couldn't compete with the other racing cars. So Zhang Feng helped her modify it.
Speed, 500 kilometers per hour.
After the speed modification, the overall performance of the car underwent a tremendous change. After modifying Qin Shueyo's spicy fish head, Zhang Feng also enhanced her physical parameters a bit. Just drive, don't be afraid.
Zhang Feng cheered her on with a loudspeaker. Qin Shuya took a deep breath and started her racing car. Why is the speed so fast? Qin Shuya was a bit surprised as she gradually accelerated. The dashboard suddenly showed her speed gradually breaking from 100 to 200. No way, I remember my speed was only just under 100, right? Qin Shuya was puzzled. After completing a lap, she could barely secure the 6th position. As she passed by Zhang Feng's loudspeaker, she heard someone shouting, "Shuya, go for it. If you win, you can bathe with Chen Mei." What? Bathe with Chen Mei? Amidst the roar of the racing cars, Qin Shuya couldn't make out who shouted it, but suddenly, she felt a surge of immense motivation. She slammed the accelerator. The modified Wuling, nicknamed Chopped Chili Fish Head, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, overtaking the cars ahead in an instant. This scene made Chu Qingping's blood rush, and she screamed in excitement, completely unaware that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Ma Chang was once again dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Can a Wuling run this fast? Ma Chang was on the verge of going crazy. Zhang Feng's modified car was fast, that was understandable. But how could this chopped chili fish head be as fast as his own car? How was that possible? Ma Chang blinked hard and quickly looked at the timer. The result showed that Qin Shuyo had already completed 5 laps in just 3 minutes. This speed had already matched his previous record. Ma Chang staggered, almost falling to the side of the track. A few men nearby hurried to support him. "Changgu, this Wuling is not right, how can it be so fast? What do you want me to say?" Ma Chang pushed them away. He wasn't blind. He had noticed something was off with Qin Shuyao's car long ago. It was just, no matter how much a Wuling was modified, it couldn't possibly reach the level of a Formula racing car. How was this achieved? Frowning, Ma Chang's gaze shifted back to the calm Chu Qingping and Zhang Feng, who were cheering not far away. Everyone at the scene was quite puzzled. Only these two appeared unfazed. While the second group of racers had not yet finished, Ma Chang approached Zhang Feng again. "That chopped chili fish head, was it modified by you too?" "No," Zhang Feng replied without turning his head. "Impossible, at that speed, she's already matched my Romeo." Ma Chang wasn't foolish, there had to be something fishy about this. Zhang Feng shrugged, "That just means your car isn't good enough." Ma Chang narrowed his eyes at Zhang Feng. Since the other party was unwilling to speak directly, he could only resort to threats. So, he slowly said, "Did you use some illegal fuel?" Upon hearing the word illegal, Zhang Feng turned around and chuckled. "Whether I used illegal fuel or not, you wouldn't know. But I know for sure that you must have illegally modified your car." "No need to make things so tense," Ma Chang said ominously to Zhang Feng. His father was a billionaire, and he could easily establish a top-tier club. That was his power. He believed that smart people wouldn't choose to offend him. However, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in his power. "We have nothing to do with each other, so why talk about tension?" With that, he ignored Ma Chang and turned his attention to Su Shanshan on the racetrack. At that moment, the McLaren was in the middle of the pack. Zhang Feng adjusted its parameters, and its speed instantly surged to 600 km per hour. Its position also quickly improved. Why did my speed limit suddenly increase? Su Shanshan in the car was surprised to find that after flooring the accelerator, she began to overtake other racing cars. At first, she thought the others had fallen behind. But when she glanced at the dashboard, it clearly showed that her speed had exceeded 600. This made her adrenaline start to surge. Damn it, so I'm this amazing? I actually triggered my potential in a desperate situation and broke through the speed limit of the McLaren? Su Shanshan's face lit up with excitement, a flush spreading from her cheeks all the way to the northern hemisphere. With the breakthrough of her speed limit, she sprinted to second place in the second group. As for the first place, it was naturally the chopped chili fish head. At this moment, Chu Qingping was already handing water to Qin Shuyo, who was wildly boasting about how she had dominated the racetrack and claimed first place. Su Shanshan took second place, and she quickly opened the McLaren car door, then jumped down with excitement. "Not bad, Shanshan, you actually got second place," Zhang Feng said with a smile as he handed her a bottle of water. "Wow! Shanshan, you're amazing." Qin Shuya was about to praise Su Shanshan when her gaze suddenly shifted to Shanshan's wrapped chest, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, why is the northern hemisphere all red? Let me see, did you get hurt?" "Shuya, you just got first place, take a break. I'll check on Shanshan." Chu Qingping stepped in, wanting to take the proud Su Shanshan away. Seeing the two women charging at her like wolves, Su Shanshan hurriedly fled behind Zhang Feng, grabbing his shirt corner and shouting, "Oh no, Sister Chen, save me." She now understood that in the entire 119 dormitory, only Zhang Feng was normal. Qin Shuyo and Chu Qingping were not serious people.
Zhang Feng spread his arms, like a hen blocking an eagle, and said with a smile, "Ladies, please spare Shanshan."
"What are you talking about?"
"We're just being kind," Xu Qingping muttered but still retracted her claws. However, Qin Shuiao's eyes twinkled as she said, "We can let Shanshan go, but who was it that shouted to me earlier about taking a bath with Sister Chen after getting first place?"
"I swear, that was definitely not me,"
Zhang Feng said, cold sweat pouring down as he looked at Xu Qingping. Previously, when he had just modified Shuiao's chopped chili fish head speed, Xu Qingping had sold him out to cheer for Shuiao without consulting him at all. However, Qin Shuiao did not let it go. She acted like a little rogue, grinning. She shouted it, "But you didn't deny it, which means you're an accomplice and should bear part of the responsibility." "Yeah, Sister Jiang, you really didn't deny it." Xu Qingping covered her mouth and snickered.
If Shuiao bathed with Zhang Feng, she could eavesdrop outside the door.
Just thinking about it was thrilling. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, then looked back at Su Shanshan.
Su Shanshan looked up, confused. "What's wrong, Sister Chen? I just protected you, right?"
"Yes, thank you so much, Sister Chen. I'll work like a horse for you from now on." Su Shanshan expressed her gratitude. She had always been in the third wheel position in the 119 dormitory, often bullied by Shuiao and Xu Qingping. Every time she tried to resist, she was knocked out by the expensive cosmetics thrown at her, leaving her to accept humiliation. But now it was different. With Sister Chen around, she could finally stand up and fiercely retaliate against Qin Shuiao and Xu Qingping. However, she never expected that in the 119 den, which originally had just 2 wolves, there was now also a tiger.
Zhang Feng smiled at Su Shanshan and gently suggested, "I protected you, so shouldn't you protect me a little?"
"I should. But how do I protect you?" As a female college student, Su Shanshan's big eyes were now devoid of clarity, only showing foolishness. So Zhang Feng revealed his true intentions and pushed her towards Qin Shuiao, saying, "She wants me to fulfill part of the bathing promise, so you help me bear it, and that counts as protecting me."
Su Shanshan looked as if struck by lightning. She had a husky-like expression of disbelief. "Sister Chen, how could you sell me out? How can this be called selling?"
"It's called a transfer of love," Zhang Feng shrugged. Regarding Xu Qingping's desire to see people bathe together, he just wanted to say.
Actually, he wanted to as well.
"Hey, don't run."
Qin Shuiao grabbed Su Shanshan's delicate wrist, revealing a set of neat silver teeth, like the big bad wolf.
Although she didn't get to bathe with Sister Chen, having Su Shanshan was still good. This little girl had a hot figure. "What a scene, just out of the wolf pack and into the tiger's mouth," Xu Qingping exclaimed in amazement. The few of them were lively. At this moment, the timer also displayed the lap rankings. The first place, of course, was the undisputed Zhang Feng, with an average speed of a shocking 1,000 kilometers. The second place was Qin Shuiao's chopped chili fish head, with an average speed of over 600 kilometers. The gap between third and fourth place isn't that big, both clocking in at 500 kilometers per hour, belonging to Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan respectively. As for fifth place, it was finally God of the Gale Ma Chang. As for the sixth place and beyond, the speeds were very close, indistinguishable from one another. This means that in this small circle car event hosted by Ma Chang, the top spots were completely taken by the 119 dormitory. Congratulations, Chang Gu, your speed tonight has already broken your previous record. A man broke the stiff atmosphere, complimenting Ma Chang. But a person's happiness is often built on the achievements of others. Even though Ma Chang had surpassed himself, he was still outdone by 4 others. Especially that chopped chili fish head. He couldn't fathom how a Wuling convertible, priced at no more than $1 million, could surpass such speeds. "I heard that there are rewards for this event. Is that so, God of the Gale?" Zhang Feng, accompanied by 3 girls, walked over and asked Ma Chang with a smile. If it were before, when others called him the God of the Gale, he would have gladly accepted. But now, he couldn't even outrun the chopped chili fish head, so being called the God of the Gale felt like a mockery. Moreover, the reward of a sports car, plus a sea trip, was originally something he planned to give to his younger brothers and fans after securing first place. A way to win hearts. Unexpectedly, he didn't even get first place, let alone the top 3. "Yes, young Master Ma, our club won't be unable to provide the rewards we promised, right?" Qin Shuiao, seeing that Ma Chang seemed to be playing tricks, immediately provoked him. Ma Chang snorted coldly, "What nonsense! It's just a sports car and a sea trip package. This young master isn't at the point of reneging on that." After saying that, Ma Chang had his younger brother bring out a Porsche. Then he handed Zhang Feng a 1-week sea trip package for 5 people, worth 500,000. Wow! A Porsche 718? God of the Gale, so generous. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Although the Porsche 718 is considered a sports car, its official price is only a little over 500,000, making it a low-end sports car.
The next step down would be a Wuling-level convertible. He thought the son of a billionaire would give away something of a higher caliber. But this?
Chen Mei, although this car is cheap, it's still a Porsche, why don't you give it to me?
Qin Shueyo was a bit reluctant.
As the daughter of the Qin family, her extravagant spending was actually controlled, so she still hadn't owned a car of her own until now. Only her sister had one after graduation.
Zhang Feng smiled at Qin Shueyo. Want a new sports car? Tell Chen Ma, I'll get you one. This 50,000 Porsche isn't worthy of my sister. Chen Ma, I want a sports car.
Qin Shueyo immediately raised both hands and shouted loudly. As long as it was a sports car, she could call her Chen Ma or even Chen Grandma. Laughing to death, you really can boast.
Show me one you give. Ma Chang scoffed.
It's just a small circle event. Changgu at least gave away a total of $1 million worth of stuff.
Exactly,
Changgu often hosts such events.
His strength is extraordinary.
Some men and women from the club chimed in to support Ma Chang. They had originally wanted to share in the rewards, but unexpectedly, they were robbed by a stranger who had just arrived.
They were also unhappy inside.
It should be arriving soon. Zhang Feng ignored them and turned his gaze to the entrance of the racetrack. He had previously instructed Wen Xiao to bring out the new sports cars to cruise around the Pearl River International Racetrack. He had been at the racetrack for almost an hour now, estimating that Wen Xiao and the others would be arriving soon.
Boom! Suddenly, a series of sports car sounds echoed at the entrance of the racetrack. It was like an explosion on the street. What's going on?
Ma Chang's attention was drawn over, and he could vaguely see that the entrance to the racetrack seemed to have many more sports cars, in various colors, densely packed, but they were stopped by security. A security guard hurried over and reported, "Young Master Ma, over 30 sports cars have arrived outside, claiming to be looking for someone." The security guard was clever and naturally did not dare to stop anyone driving a sports car, but since there was no invitation, he quickly reported the news.
Over 30 sports cars? Looking for someone? Ma Chang's gaze was filled with suspicion.
Most of the people who were supposed to come to today's club event had already arrived.
How could so many extra sports cars suddenly show up? Moreover, they hadn't even informed him.
But he knew better that anyone capable of summoning so many sports cars at once was certainly not an ordinary person. He turned his gaze and quickly walked outside, saying, "Come with me to take a look." At the racetrack entrance, Wen Xiao was negotiating with the head of security. At that moment, Ma Chang approached, glanced at Wen Xiao, who was elegantly dressed and exuded a remarkable aura, resembling a professional manager, but lacked the air of someone in a superior position.
"Who are you looking for?" Ma Chang asked.
His eyes swept over the dozens of sports cars behind her, more than 30 in total, of various brands, far exceeding the number of sports cars at his home. He was secretly astonished. The quantity and quality of these sports cars alone would cost over 100 million just to purchase. Not to mention the subsequent maintenance. Just the costs for fuel, drivers, and upkeep would amount to at least several million a year. Even he, Ma Chang, couldn't persuade his father to let him squander like this. Who could have such power? Wen Xiao was about to speak when she saw Zhang Feng walking over from behind. She immediately bypassed Ma Chang and respectfully addressed Zhang Feng, "Mr.
Jiang. Good evening, Mr. Jiang."
The other 9 top car maintenance girls, along with more than 20 maids from Manor, all bowed and called out to Zhang Feng in unison.
"Mr. Jiang?"
Ma Chang turned around and finally noticed that the person Wen Xiao was calling was indeed Zhang Feng.
He looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. "They came to find you? Can't you tell?" Ma Chang was shaken, and as if to confirm, he pointed at those cars. "Are all these cars yours too? Can't you tell?" Ma Chang.
The scene fell silent. The group of young men and women from the Storm Club also widened their eyes, speechless. They were all second-generation heirs with family fortunes of over 100 million, and they had seen quite a bit of the world. So with just a glance, they could naturally calculate that Zhang Feng's ability to buy and maintain cars was already comparable to the assets of their entire families. "That Koenigsegg of yours, it can't be modified, right?" The guy who had previously doubted Zhang Feng's modified car suddenly reacted, his eyes showing even more shock.
"Just playing with cars would cost at least 200 million? Zhang Feng remained calm and replied, "Can't you tell?" Gulp.
The man could no longer speak. Yet in his heart, he was wailing.
Damn. It would take selling his entire family's assets twice just to barely afford this.
And this was just the value of the other party's car collection. After all, it was impossible for someone to spend all their money on cars.
In fact, not only were the people from the Storm Club shocked, but Qin Shueyo and Su Shanshan were also taken aback. "Mom Chen, did you really say you would give me a sports car?"
Even though Qin Shuya knew little about cars and didn't recognize a Koenigsegg, seeing so many sports cars made her realize that Zhang Feng's background might not be as simple as she thought. Thinking of this, she felt even happier. This meant that the possibility of her and Zhang Feng being together had greatly increased. There was no need to play out any poor boy saving a rich girl scenario. Instead, it was a match made in heaven. Zhang Feng patted her shoulder and smiled, "Can't you tell? I had someone bring out the sports cars just to give them to my sisters." "Sister Chen, I am also your sister." Su Shanchan hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's sleeve, looking pitiful. "For you, I even ventured into the tiger's den. You can't not recognize me as your sister." Zhang Feng patted her head. "Don't worry, good sister, choose whatever you like." "Wow." Su Shanchan and Qin Shuyo held hands, excitedly heading to pick a car. The sports cars lined up from the entrance of the racetrack, stretching over 100 meters, and they were almost dazzled by the choices. "Pingmei, aren't you going to pick one?" Zhang Feng gestured to Chu Qingping, indicating she could also choose a new sports car. Chu Qingping shrugged. "I don't need to, just help me modify my Aston Martin next time. I want to try the joy of 1,000 kilometers per hour." Chu Qingping understood cars better than Su Shanchan and Qin Shuya. When Zhang Feng broke the racing record, she was a bit puzzled. As Qin Shuya's spicy fish head dish reached the same speed level as hers, she speculated that the wooling must have been modified. And since Qin Shuya didn't know much about cars, it had to be Zhang Feng who did the modifications. Zhang Feng didn't deny it and nodded. "Okay. Mom Chen, I want that Maserati." At that moment, Shuya ran back excitedly, pointing to a light pink sports car. Just as Zhang Feng was about to agree, Su Shanchan rushed over, saying urgently, "Sister Chen, I want that pink Maserati too." "No, I chose it first, but I want it too." Seeing both girls eyeing the same sports car, Zhang Feng clapped her hands. "What's the big deal? I'll have Maserati send a few more over later. You can drive one and let the other sit in the garage collecting dust." "Oh yeah." The two girls finally shook hands happily. The members of the Storm Club nearby were already gaping at the scene. What the hell? Giving away cars like handing out bottled water? If it weren't for the cold night wind still hitting their faces, they would almost think they were drunk. However, it was precisely because Zhang Feng's car giving was so extravagant that Ma Chang's act of giving away a Porsche 718 seemed a bit lacking. Everyone felt too embarrassed to look at Ma Chang, but he felt as if countless eyes were on him. He felt a prickling sensation on his back but couldn't say a word. Who is this kid, really? Ma Chang's face burned with embarrassment, but he no longer dared to show off. "Let's go." Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, when Xiao suddenly pointed at the awarded Porsche and said, "Mr. Zhang, that sports car still needs someone to drive it. How about I come back later to drive it to the garage?" All the other sports cars had designated drivers, but that new Porsche had no one assigned yet. "That thing, is it even called a sports car? What level is it? It wants to enter my sports car garage?" Zhang Feng waved her hand. "It's a gift for your aunt, you can just drive it home later." When Xiao was overjoyed. It was only her first day on the job, and she was already rewarded with a sports car. Although it was a low-end sports car, it felt like a year's worth of work to her. It seemed her decision to be Zhang Feng's car caretaker was the right choice. Not far away, Ma Chang's expression changed repeatedly. The Porsche he had given away didn't even qualify to enter his sports car garage. He watched as the other party drove away in a Koenigsegg, surrounded by over 30 sports cars and a group of beautiful women. Ma Chang felt very uncomfortable. As the founder of the Storm Club and the son of the founder of Tao Duo, he had never experienced such a loss of face. Due to the other party's overwhelming strength, Ma Chang didn't explode on the spot. Instead, he turned around and contacted his father's secretary. Ma Zhen's secretary, named Lin Feng, came from a century-old prominent family in South China. Although it had declined in recent years, the upper-class connections and resources were still very rich. Lin Feng knew a bit about some little-known matters, people, and secret organizations. Therefore, after encountering Zhang Feng, this second generation he had never seen before, Ma Chang immediately thought of Lin Feng. "Young Master Ma." A calm male voice came from the other end. "Uncle Lin, I want to inquire about someone. Let me know if you recognize this person." Ma Chang informed Lin Feng about Zhang Feng's name and the power of his sports car. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng responded, "The surname Jiang is quite common in the north, but it's rare in the south, especially in Zhujiang City. Those with a reputation are even fewer." He continued, "To reach what you said, playing with a sports car worth over 200 million. That's basically impossible. Perhaps Zhang Feng isn't his real name," Lin Feng analyzed. "Just to play with cars, one would need to have at least one generation of wealth. Because second-generation heirs are usually constrained by the first generation,
they can spend money, but not excessively.
In all of Zhujiang City, there are only a handful of families with that kind of wealth.
But none of those families have the surname Jiang. Not a real name? Ma Chang frowned and then said, Uncle Lin, can you help me investigate further?
I heard from my dad that when Tao Duo first rose, it relied on a mysterious force for support, right?
Can we find out about that force?
Young Master Ma, regarding the mysterious force behind Tao Duo, not even I know, let alone you. Only your father knows about this. Lin Feng shook his head. His connections were mainly in South China. However, the initial support that helped Tao Duo go nationwide had the shadow of some powerful families from the capital. This was beyond his reach.
Alright, I'll go find my dad myself.
Ma Chang sighed, hanging up the phone, preparing to personally seek out his father to uncover Jiang Feng's true identity.
By the banks of the Zhujiang River, over 30 sports cars were heading towards Manor in a grand procession.
Along the way, many people took out their phones to take pictures. Seeing so many sports cars at once was certainly unusual.
So many sports cars, they're all so beautiful. Yeah, it's my first time seeing so many sports cars. Could it be a collective outing from some club? It's possible, maybe it's the Gale Club.
I heard this club is hosted by a top second-generation heir.
Wow, you're amazing, brother. You even know about a top second-generation club. Do you have some unclear relationship with that second-generation heir?
Of course. My mom cleans for their club, earning 8,000 a month, plus meals. People by the roadside were buzzing with discussion. But no one truly knew Jiang Feng.
At that moment, Jiang Feng was sitting in his Koenigsegg, waiting at a traffic light.
In the passenger seat was Qin Shuiao, who had given a car maintenance girl her spicy fish head dish. This traffic light is taking too long, Qin Shuiao said, bored, and began to explore the car, touching here and there.
Then she reached for Jiang Feng's gearshift. Hey, where are you grabbing?
Jiang Feng clamped his legs together, nearly caught off guard by Qin Shuiao's sneak attack.
Qin Shuiao chuckled, a hint of mischief in her beautiful face hidden beneath her flowing hair. It's a traffic jam, so I thought I'd explore this sports car. You know I don't really understand cars.
It is indeed very congested. Jiang Feng saw that the red light still had 30 seconds left, so he added a function to his car, flight. Hold on tight, Jiang Feng said, signaling Qin Shuiao to stop her exploration.
Confused, Qin Shuiao fastened her seatbelt. The next second,
with a whoosh, the Koenigsegg lifted off the ground, soaring over the traffic light, disappearing into the bustling night sky. This scene caused a moment of silence.
Then came a chorus of screams. What the hell? Am I drunk on my drink? That car just flew. No way, I'm not blind, right? That sports car can fly? Damn, that's insane, a sports car can fly. Too bad, I only got a shot of its back.
A photographer reacted quickly but only managed to capture the back of the Koenigsegg before it vanished.
What was that?
Su Shanshan, still waiting at the traffic light, was momentarily stunned when she noticed an unidentified flying object pass overhead.
Xu Qingping was relatively close to Jiang Feng, and when she saw the Koenigsegg suddenly take off, she gasped, wow, isn't that a sports car?
I was wondering how it could soar to 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Xu Qingping was bewildered but even more shocked. Modified sports car aircraft, how many incredible transformations had Jiang Feng made? And, wasn't he worried about being invited for tea by the traffic management department?
In fact, at the moment Jiang Feng took off, the traffic management's monitoring system had sharply locked onto that Koenigsegg. Although the Koenigsegg didn't fly for long and landed again when the road was clear, this scene was still uploaded to the Zhujiang City Traffic Management Department.
A female section chief on duty suddenly received a level alert.
Generally, a level alert only occurs in the event of a major traffic accident. The female section chief's expression turned serious as she immediately pulled up the surveillance footage. The next second, the screen showed a sports car suddenly taking off on a bustling commercial street, soaring over the traffic lights. The female section chief was momentarily stunned, countless words flashing through her mind.
Running a red light? Illegal modification? With so many factors, she couldn't immediately grasp how this level alert had come about.
Because even with all these factors combined, it couldn't qualify for a level alert, at most a level 2. At that moment, another male section chief beside her spoke up, look at the recorded speed, it's already exceeded 2 Mach. 1 Mach is over 1,000 kilometers per hour. 2 Mach is over 2,000 kilometers per hour. This speed was already comparable to that of a fighter jet.
Wow, this speed is comparable to a fighter jet?
The female section chief glanced at the speedometer and was instantly dumbfounded.
No wonder the monitoring system issued a level alert.
This was equivalent to a fighter jet taking off from a commercial street. The most outrageous part was that it had to glide. This sports car-like aircraft, in the midst of a traffic jam, had no gliding space at all and just took off directly.
As a traffic management official, the female section chief was well versed in various modes of transportation.
It was no exaggeration to say that her understanding of vehicles was far more hardcore than that of car salespeople. But at this moment, her perception was shattered.
Report to the boss. The female section chief decided on the spot.
She was just a section chief. This matter had to be handled by the department head. And the head of the traffic management department, Shin Kang-woo, was currently asleep. However, after receiving the level alert, he quickly got up, put on his reading glasses, and reviewed the materials brought by his secretary. Then, he fell silent. After a long while, he set down the materials and slowly said, "This is a talent, they actually managed to create something like this."
Shin Kang-woo finally understood why the people below hadn't immediately followed the procedures.
Clearly, this was not a simple red light running incident.
Have Long An's friends help check this person's identity, Shin Kang-woo instructed his secretary.
Then, he picked up another desk phone and dialed a military number. "Old Joe, our traffic management department has discovered a big treasure, you must be interested."
"Unless it's something significant, I'm not interested,"
came a bold voice from a man on the other end. "We're currently in a heated battle with the Eagle Sauce across the ocean."
"That's true," Shin Kang-woo chuckled. "You don't believe me."
The other side was skeptical, only knowing how to dream big.
"What could make your traffic management department discover it first? As if the military was just sitting around. Believe it or not." Shin Kang-woo was also getting angry.
He was kindly informing them in advance to give them some military merit, yet they were getting arrogant. In the South China Sea, on an artificial island, there was an underground military base. At this moment, a burly man of major general rank had just put down a special communication channel. His name was Zhou Long, the main person in charge of this South China Sea military base, whose primary task was to test various aircraft, including but not limited to weather balloons, deep-sea submarines, and space fighters. After hanging up the phone with Shin Kang-woo, Zhou Long paced back and forth a few times. Old Shin wouldn't have really discovered some big treasure, would he? Although Old Shin is about to retire, after all, he was once a comrade in arms, so there's no need for grandstanding. Moreover, considering there aren't any major projects underway recently, Zhou Long thought for a moment and decided to return to the mainland. "Xiaolu, pack your things, we're heading back to the Pearl River."
Moor Manor.
Zhang Feng parked the car in the underground garage.
"Mom Chen, you actually have a garage here at Moor Manor?"
Qin Shuya was still in shock from the earlier flight, and just as she realized it, she suddenly found herself following Zhang Feng into Moor Manor. Zhang Feng had a smooth journey, not even showing a pass, and parked the car in this enormous garage.
Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, the whole area is mine."
Hiss.
"It must not be cheap, right?" Qin Shuyo had not yet realized that the entire Moor Manor already belonged to Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng shrugged. "Compared to those 30-odd sports cars, it's still much cheaper."
Qin Shuyo couldn't help but start biting her lip. She thought they were a good match, but now it seemed like she had overreached. She reached out and placed her hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder. "We're good sisters, right?"
"Of course."
"Then can you modify my chopped chili fish head to fly as well?"
Qin Shuyo suddenly changed the subject. The Koenigsegg had flown for too short a time, and she only experienced a few seconds before it stopped. If her chopped chili fish head could take off too, that would be thrilling. Zhang Feng smiled. "Of course.
It's just a matter of tweaking some parameters."
Not long after, the other sports cars returned one after another.
After everyone had dinner at Moor Manor, they were about to take Chu Qingping's Aston Martin back to school. At that moment, Butler Tang suddenly called out to Zhang Feng, "Master."
"What is it?"
Zhang Feng asked, as he was eager to return to 119 to see Su Shanshan and Qin Shuya taking a bath together. Butler Tang reported, "Someone in Zhujiang City is inquiring about you."
As the person in charge of Moor Manor, Butler Tang was naturally well informed. He knew immediately if there was any disturbance.
Zhang Feng casually asked, "Who?"
"Ma Chang, the son of the founder of Taoduo, Ma Zhen. Also, Longyan is cooperating with traffic management to investigate you." Zhang Feng was not surprised about the traffic management checking on him. After all, he had run a red light and modified his vehicle. But it was a bit strange that Longyan was investigating him.
"All right, I understand."
Zhang Feng remained unconcerned.
No matter who came, he was fearless. Sitting back in the Aston Martin, Chu Qingping started the sports car and asked, "What did the butler want?" "It seems Ma Chang is investigating me."
After saying this, Zhang Feng casually added another title to his identity, the hidden helmsman of Taoduo. This title immediately came with a string of information. When Taoduo first gained momentum, it received your protection, so Taoduo has 80% of its original shares, which are actually in your private account.
Ma Jin is merely the public founder of Taoduo. Upon hearing that Ma Chang was investigating Zhang Feng, Qin Shuiao immediately frowned and said, "What does he want? Is he trying to bully my sister? This is like looking for shit with a lantern."
Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan said in unison.
"Don't worry about him. Let's discuss when we can go out to sea for fun." Ma Chang's sea trip package gave Zhang Feng some inspiration. He planned to charter a cruise ship and go fishing.
Great, I was just thinking of going out to sea for some fresh air. Qin Shuiao was the first to raise her hand.
I support it too. Su Shanshan followed closely. At this moment, Xu Qingping suddenly smiled and said, "Shanshan, what are you supporting? Before going out to sea, you should take a bath first." "Alright, I almost forgot. Don't run away tonight." Remembering the shared bath, Qin Shuiao grabbed Su Shanshan's hand, took out a rope from her bag, and tied their hands together. Zhang Feng was taken aback. "I didn't expect you to carry a rope with you, Shuiao. What's the big deal?"
"I still have a red bag, a urea bag, a bell, candles, and a lighter."
Shuiao pulled them out of her bag like a treasure. "Is there a tail?"
Zhang Feng asked, sweating.
Shuiao shook her head, "No." Su Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xu Qingping added a knife in the back. "I have one, Shuiao, I'll lend it to you later."
Xu Qingping, don't you have any sense of humanity at all?
Su Shanshan despaired. Why was it always her getting hurt?
Qin Shuiao patted her head and comforted her. "Don't worry, afterward, I'll get you a Porsche."
"Is that true?" Su Shanshan asked, holding back her tears with anticipation.
Whenever they were bullied, they would always compensate themselves.
Cosmetics, bags, you name it.
In short, they would never shortchange themselves. Really, once I inherit the 100 billion assets of the old Qin family, it'll be a piece of cake to get you a Porsche. Qin Shuiao waved her hand grandly, painting a bright future for Su Shanshan.
Su Shanshan muttered, "Your sister is so much better than you, are you sure you can inherit it? What are you talking about?" Qin Shuiao glared at her fiercely and even pinched her chin. Su Shanshan immediately became obedient. "No. Are you all playing so extravagantly?" Zhang Feng, who was nearby, stroked his chin.
Previously, when Xu Qingping said that when he wasn't around, Shanshan and Shuiao played extravagantly, he didn't believe it.
Now, he believed it. "Morning, sister, if you don't save me, one day it will be your turn."
Su Shanshan looked like a pitiful little lily, her hands bound by Shuiao, her chin pinched. She could only look at Zhang Feng with pleading eyes, hoping for his rescue. However, Zhang Feng did not intervene but watched the show.
"Shanshan, just give in to Shuiao." The night was deep, but in the 119 bathroom, the screams of girls occasionally echoed. "Morning, sister, ping sister, help.
Sheen Beast has tied my hands to the shower head." In the bathroom, there were not only splashes of water but also Su Shanshan's cries of despair. Zhang Feng and Xu Qingping moved stools to sit at the door, eating watermelon while listening intently.
TSK.
This watermelon is really sweet, really delicious. Zhang Feng leaned in to listen, marveling. It was his first time experiencing how crazy the girls in the dormitory could get, and it was quite exaggerated. Although separated by doors and windows, he could still hear various indecent sounds mixed with the sounds of water and slapping hands, all quite unbearable.
Xu Qingping was already used to it but still found it amusing. Munching on watermelon, what's the big deal?
There's even a wrestling match with girls just wearing bikinis.
That's even better. A girls' dorm version?
Zhang Feng stroked his chin. The scene before him truly inspired him. Since he was so rich, why not host a girls' dorm version? It would be like the American wrestling matches, where two strong men wrestled in nothing but their underwear, mostly for show, making it look somewhat ridiculous.
Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder what a girls' dorm version would look like. Just imagine.
A group of girls in bikinis wrestling, pulling hair, and rolling around on the beach.
Wouldn't that be more exciting?
With that thought, Zhang Feng immediately stood up and shouted at the bathroom door, stop fighting, don't fight anymore."
"What's wrong?" came Qin Shuiao's reluctant voice from inside.
Clearly, Su Shanshan's figure was too stunning, making it hard to resist.
Su Shanshan thought Zhang Feng was going to save the beauty, crying out, "Morning, sister, save me."
Zhang Feng spoke up, "Even that poor guy Ma Chang, who can only afford to give a Porsche, can set up a Gale club. Why can't I start a club too?"
"What?"
The three girls were stunned, almost forgetting about Ma Chang, and now Zhang Feng suddenly mentioned that guy. Zhang Feng explained, "I plan to establish a club called the Girls' Dorm Version, where female college students from universities across the country can join under their dormitory names and participate in activities."
"Wrestling matches? What's the point of that?"
Xu Qingping was puzzled. She was already tired of watching Shuiao and Shanshan's close wrestling. Zhang Feng said, "The rewards include a villa, a cruise ship, a sports car, and 5 million in cash."
"Wow, this is too interesting.
Chu Qingping was the first to drop her watermelon and support Jiang Feng. I want to sign up for this girls' dorm version. Great, Chu Qingping is the club's #1 member, Jiang Feng smiled. He was the founder and had no membership number. Even though Su Shanshan's hands were tied, her reaction was quick, and she exclaimed, I'm the second member.
Go, you're third in line. Qin Shuya forcibly inserted herself ahead of Su Shanshan. If you refuse, I'll keep tormenting you.
Alright, I'm the little third then, Su Shanshan said weakly. Okay, stop playing around and help me spread the news, Jiang Feng urged as he returned to his bed. This bed, under the decoration of the three girls, had almost become a boudoir.
Not long after, the three girls began posting this news on various social media platforms and friend circles. The top club in Zhujiang, girls' dorm version, is about to be established. As long as you participate in the wrestling competition organized by the club and rank in the top 10, you can win rewards including a villa, cruise ship, sports car, and huge cash prizes. Currently, the first session is open for a limited time, with only 100 spots available. After the three posted, perhaps due to the night, no one replied. Even if someone did, it was just joking. Can guys participate? If so, I'll let my boyfriend join. After transitioning, can I participate? This is a case of not seeing the rabbit and not scattering the eagle. Here, let me show you my balance. Jiang Feng sent them a screenshot of an account with 1 billion balance. The three girls exclaimed, wow, Shenjie, you're so rich. Qin Shuya was also stunned. Even though her family had assets worth billions, it was still rare to casually take out 1 billion in cash flow. Her sister could only manage to take out 100 million in cash flow at once, despite handling so many businesses. Jiang Feng waved his hand, let's see who recruits the most people, I'll directly reward 5 million. The three girls immediately exerted their utmost effort, frantically mobilizing their social circles. All three were top beauties, and there were plenty of beauties in their circle. Before long, a junior from the same school replied to the post. Shueyao, is this true? All 4 girls in our dorm want to participate. Qin Shueyao quickly replied, of course it's true. There are only 100 spots available, hurry up and sign up, or you'll miss out. As the news spread, many girls' dorms lit up and began signing up. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the dormitory door, and someone was knocking. Qin Shueyao opened the window and saw more than a dozen girls outside, dressed in pajamas, still excitedly asking, Shueyao, I saw your post, is it real? Of course it's real, fill in the information according to the template I provided. Hurry up, Qin Shueyao confirmed. Wow, we're going to get rich. The girls all signed up online. Villas, cruise ships, sports cars, and huge cash. Who could resist that? They didn't care about being ladylike anymore. They made quick decisions and signed up rapidly. Some girls even planned to start going to the gym tomorrow to train, hoping to knock out their opponents in the upcoming competition. Jiang Feng went to sleep, but the news didn't sleep. The news spread from Zhujiang Polytechnic to other universities in Zhujiang and even reached outside the province. At this moment, at 5 in the morning, Su Shuer woke up in the teacher's collective dormitory. After years of hard study, she finally obtained the qualification to be a counselor and would eventually become a university teacher. But after calculating for a long time, she found that her income still couldn't support her in buying a house in the next few years, so she could only live in the collective dormitory provided by the school. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Making money in this society is really too hard. She got up, washed up, and put on her sportswear, planning to run a few laps around the school. Before leaving, she casually opened her phone and suddenly saw a post from Chu Qingping, Qin Shueyao, and Su Shanshan in their friend circle. Girls' dorm version? Su Shuer smiled as she read the introduction, realizing they were starting a new club and recruiting nationwide female college students. Su Shuer chuckled. At her age, joining a club seemed unnecessary. Moreover, girl wrestling? That didn't seem very ladylike. After all, she was going to be a future university teacher. She needed to establish a stable, graceful, and gentle image. Shaking her head, she was about to close the interface when she suddenly noticed the rewards listed: villa, sports car, cruise ship, huge cash. Wow! So many rewards? Su Shuer hurriedly clicked to sign up and then replied to the three girls, wow! What's wrong with you college students? Such a big deal, and you only notify me at 2 in the morning? You didn't save me a spot, I'm going to be mad. Inside a villa, Ma Chang finally waited for his father to wake up. Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Ma Zhen, a sharp-eyed man dressed in casual training clothes, was preparing to go out for some exercise when he suddenly noticed Ma Chang on the sofa. As the founder of Taoduo, Ma Zhen had built an e-commerce enterprise known worldwide. He had long been in a semi-retired state. Unless something unexpected happened, Taoduo would last at least 100 years. Ma Chang woke up and immediately stood up, saying, Dad,
I need to talk to you urgently. To achieve great things, you must first restrain your emotions. You're so reckless, I really can't trust you with Tao Duo. Let's talk when you get back. Ma Jin said dismissively, ready to practice. Ma Chang anxiously said, a mysterious person has appeared in the Pearl River, and even Uncle Lin can't find out anything. That's why I rushed to find you. If Lin Feng could find out, he wouldn't have come to his father for help. Hearing this, Ma Jin paused and turned back, asking, have you consulted Lin Feng? Yes, he said he couldn't find out either. Ma Chang nodded. Someone like Lin Feng, with extensive connections, didn't know Zhang Feng's background, which meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. Only his father could help uncover the truth. Ma Jin finally sat down, gestured for someone to brew a pot of tea, and then looked at his son. You have a few minutes. Describe this person. Ma Chang began. His name is Zhang Feng. He is a slap. Ma Chang had just started speaking when the teacup in Ma Jin's hand fell to the ground. Ma Chang looked at his father in shock. Dad, what's wrong? What did you say his name was? Ma Jin suddenly grabbed his son's collar, agitated. He's called Zhang Feng. Ma Chang had never seen his father lose his composure like this. Ma Jin tightened his grip and trembled as he asked, did you offend him? Not really, I just said a few threatening words. Slap. A slap came flying in, stunning Ma Chang. Ma Jin, who had never hit his son before, didn't hesitate to slap him now. Ma Chang looked incredulous. Dad, it's over. I told you before, when you're out, you need to be low-key. Now look, you've offended a big shot. Ma Jin paced back and forth, not even wanting to drink his tea. Ma Chang finally felt scared, trembling as he said, Dad, I know he's not an ordinary person. I just wanted to check his identity, and it wasn't really an offense. You still want to check his identity? With someone like that, if you just search a little on Baidu, your address will be locked down. You're really being too clever for your own good. Ma Jin held his forehead. This son had truly never seen the world. Having always lived in this southern economic metropolis, he had never encountered the world of power outside. This led him to completely underestimate the information channels of certain powers, far beyond what someone with his wealth could imagine. Dad, it can't be that bad. Don't we have some connections with Mayor Zhu? And besides, when our family first rose to power, we had the support of the noble families in the capital. Ma Chang found it hard to accept. As the son of a billionaire, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well in the eyes of some people. Ma Jin shook his head. Since ancient times, officials have always suppressed merchants. The person you mentioned is the one who helped our family rise back then. You actually went to investigate him? Do you think he wouldn't know? Ma Jin sighed. It was still his failure in teaching his son. What? But he's so young. Ma Chang was momentarily stunned. He had thought that someone who could help their family rise would at least be in their 50s or 60s. He never expected it to be someone in their 20s. Ma Jin sneered, if he hadn't stepped out of that circle, how would your father have such luck to receive his accidental protection? Indeed, when Zhang Feng supported Tao Duo, it was merely a coincidence. In his memory, Zhang Feng was not even 8 years old at that time, playing by the Pearl River, and happened to meet Ma Jin, who was then translating and guiding foreigners by the river. After a conversation, Zhang Feng learned that Ma Jin understood the internet and wanted to develop e-commerce in the country. After that, Tao Duo surged ahead, defeating eBay in the U.S. Thanks to Zhang Feng's influence. Without him, our family would never have risen. Ma Jin had long given a large amount of original shares to Zhang Feng. He was merely the figurehead at the helm. In reality, with just one word from Zhang Feng, Tao Duo could change hands in an instant. Dad, what should I do? Ma Chang was already dumbfounded. He never imagined that the man who had helped their family's foundation at the age of 8 was so young. He truly was a frog at the bottom of a well. Ma Jin frowned and said, what else can we do? I'll take you to apologize in person. Yes. At that moment, Ma Chang was as obedient as a frog at the bottom of a well, no longer daring to speak carelessly. Not long after, a Hongqi sedan arrived, carrying Ma Jin and Ma Chang to Pearl River Polytechnic. I remember, he was hanging out with a few girls. He should be at this university. Ma Chang had found some basic information about Zhang Feng, so they came to look for Zhang Feng. Ma Jin nodded. He contacted the president of Pearl River Polytechnic in his private capacity. Old Ma, what brings you here? President Tang of Pearl River Polytechnic, a woman, was somewhat surprised to receive a visit from the well-known local entrepreneur and capitalist Ma Jin. Although Ma Jin was not a student of Pearl River Polytechnic, he had donated several $100 million, so they had some dealings. Ma Jin immediately stated his purpose. Pearl River Polytechnic is a very good university. As a people's entrepreneur, I should provide more support. So I came to donate 1 billion. As the ancients said, spending money can ward off disaster. Although he didn't know why Zhang Feng was at this school, Majin still intended to establish a good relationship with his alma mater.
President Tang was taken aback. 1 billion? Mr. Ma, where are you? I'll come to meet you right away.
Before long, a well-dressed woman hurried over. Mr.
Ma, it's an honor to meet you. Your arrival has brought great prestige.
Not at all, it's the least I could do, Majin replied politely.
President Tang was not foolish, such a huge donation surely had a purpose, so she subtly inquired, by the way, Mr. Ma, what do you intend to use this money for?
Anything is fine, however you want to use it. Majin smiled, then revealed his intention. By the way, I heard that your school has a student named Jiang Feng. I would like to meet him.
Could you introduce me? Jiang Feng? That name sounds familiar.
President Tang didn't know Jiang Feng, but that morning, she had just started work when she was informed by Longan and the traffic management personnel that someone from the military wanted to meet Jiang Feng. Hearing the name again, she immediately recalled it.
Majin thought President Tang knew Jiang Feng, and his heart felt even happier. He quickly said, could you help introduce me? With President Tang's involvement, perhaps things wouldn't be so rigid. You might have to wait a little.
Principal Tang said, he is currently meeting with someone from the military.
A major general. Thud.
Principal Tang was taken aback to see Ma Chang, whose face had turned pale, suddenly collapse to the ground. In a small academic conference room, a man with the rank of Major General was conversing with a university student. The Major General was Zhou Long, who had just returned from an island in the South China Sea. Opposite him was Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. According to the information he had received, it was the Traffic Management Department and people from the Longan Bureau who were searching for him. But he didn't expect the first to come knocking would be the military, and a major general at that.
Jiang, I see your university grades are excellent, and your dean has a very high opinion of you. Are you interested in coming to our military base for technology research after graduation?
The burly Zhou Long asked kindly. He didn't immediately bring up Jiang Feng's running a red light or illegal modifications but instead extended an olive branch first. Jiang Feng didn't know if he was introduced by the dean or the traffic management department, but he shook his head on the spot. Thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested in joining any organization at the moment. He could help the country modify some physical parameters, but he loved freedom even more.
So he wouldn't choose to join any organization with restrictions.
Zhou Long wasn't very surprised because he had already checked. This young man had a certain background. It seemed to be related to some prominent families in Kyoto, but he hadn't fully investigated it. However, considering the other party's extraordinary modification abilities, he pondered for a moment and asked, actually, I was mainly attracted by the Koenigsegg you modified, so I came here to seek your advice. You know, our country is still somewhat behind the eagle sauce in terms of top technology. Zhou Long said this and didn't elaborate further. If Jiang Feng was willing to join, that would be best. If not, he wouldn't force it. I won't join any organization, but I can help you with some modifications. Submarines, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, all are fine, Jiang Feng said. Zhou Long was taken aback. With his status, he certainly couldn't mobilize so much equipment at once. But he still asked, can you reveal how you modified the Koenigsegg to reach 2 Mach? Are you sure it can be applied to submarines, fighter jets, and aircraft carriers? Yes, as long as you can gather these things, I'll help you modify them. Moreover, I can guarantee that after the modifications, breaking through the first and second island chains will be quite easy. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. It was just a matter of casually modifying some parameters. By raising the various parameters of nuclear submarines, fighter jets, and aircraft carriers far above those of the Eagle Sauce, it would naturally break the Eagle Sauce's island chain blockade against Dragon Country. It might even be possible to head straight for the Eagle Sauce's homeland. Zhou Long stared at Jiang Feng, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, and his breathing became slightly rapid. If this were true, sending him directly to the Dragon Academy as the dean would be a light gift. However, as a mere major general, he really didn't have the power to mobilize an aircraft carrier directly. After thinking for a moment, he said solemnly, I can apply to mobilize a nuclear-powered deep-sea submarine. Let's first demonstrate your modification capabilities, and then apply for more later. How about that? Sure, just let me know when you have it mobilized. Jiang Feng stood up and said. After all, his club's first female dormitory edition would be held by the beach. He could set sail at any time. Zhou Long also stood up and added, what I mean is, you need to come with me to the South China Sea. Just give me the address when the time comes. I have a cruise ship and can go to the island you mentioned any time, Jiang Feng said. Zhou Long, seeing that Jiang Feng showed no hesitation, couldn't help but ask curiously, don't you need any benefits? Benefits? I'm already invincible. What more benefits do I need? Jiang Feng smiled and said, no need, I don't need a military rank, rewards, or to join any research organization.
I just want to be free, and that's good enough for me. Zhou Long's expression softened. You're being too harsh. Since that's the case, I'll go ahead and apply.
After saying that, Zhou Long bid farewell to Zhang Feng and left the conference room.
Zhang Feng let out a light sigh and also prepared to leave the room.
Although he didn't want to join any organization, he was completely willing to help the country break through the blockade of Eagle Sauce Island. After all, it was just a matter of raising his hand. As Zhang Feng walked out of the conference room, he noticed a familiar figure standing in the corridor.
For some reason, he seemed unsteady on his feet.
This person was naturally Ma Chang, who was waiting with Ma Jin and Principal Tang for the military bigwig to leave. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a major general leaving with a few people. As he passed by them, he only greeted Principal Tang and then left in a jeep. Throughout the encounter, the other party hadn't even glanced at Ma Jin. At that moment, Ma Chang deeply realized that the so-called billionaires were nothing in the face of absolute power. Others wouldn't even spare a glance.
Thinking of this, Ma Chang's legs began to tremble again.
Just then, Zhang Feng walked out. Ma Jin and Principal Tang immediately approached him.
Classmate Jiang. Mr. Jiang.
The two greeted him. Zhang Feng glanced at them. They were both acquaintances he wasn't very familiar with. Especially Ma Jin, who had only gained a fragment of memory after Zhang Feng changed his identity.
Old Ma, long time no see. Do you remember that chance encounter by the Pearl River?
Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Jin's eyes turned red. At just 50 years old, he almost cried.
That was the starting point of his career, how could he forget? He slightly bent forward and said, it's all thanks to Mr. Zhang's support back then, otherwise, I wouldn't have today's small achievements.
Not small at all, your son even dares to threaten me now, Zhang Feng said with a half-smile, glancing at Ma Chang, who was leaning against the wall. When he saw Ma Jin, he had already guessed the situation. Ma Jin came to his senses and immediately turned to glare at his son, scolding, why aren't you coming over to apologize to Mr.
Jiang?
Dad, Ma Chang, leaning against the wall, said weakly, my legs are weak, I can't move. What a useless child.
Ma Jin was exasperated.
He proactively apologized to Zhang Feng, Mr.
Jiang, it's my failure in raising my son, please forgive me.
You're not just failing in raising him, look at how you've turned a perfectly good e-commerce platform, Taodwa Duo, into what it is now.
Fake goods everywhere. Exploiting delivery workers. High leverage loans. Competing with vegetable vendors for business. I mean, can't you guys engage in some business with a bit of technological content? I thought your profits weren't low, right?
As a victim who had bought many counterfeit goods like Lei Bai, Kong Shui Fu, Yuliu, and 6 iron walnuts on Taodwa Duo, Zhang Feng couldn't help but lecture them. Ma Jin looked ashamed. Mr.
Jiang is right, we'll go back and rectify this, and we plan to venture into the tech field.
Venturing into technology isn't just empty talk, you need to bring out something real. Why do Japan, South Korea, and Europe live so well?
Isn't it because they occupy the high-end industrial chain? How about this? I'll give you a direction, the field of anti-gravity cars.
If you venture into this industry and blow up the small days of European car companies, that would be great.
Zhang Feng pointed the way.
Ma Jin was taken aback, he understood cars.
Anti-gravity cars? They hadn't even broken through the physical foundation yet. Wouldn't it be pure loss for his e-commerce company to venture into this?
Zhang Feng said, you can just acquire the automotive industry chain and then produce cars.
I'll handle the anti-gravity part.
Besides preparing to help the military break through the Eagle Sauce's island chain blockade, Zhang Feng also planned to completely blow up the small days and the European car companies. After blowing them up, the entire automotive industry chain would naturally shift to Manhwa. All he needed to do was modify the gravity parameters of the cars and then elevate their speed and mass to a level that no other car company could compete with.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand. Without hesitation, Ma Jin nodded firmly.
Principal Tang, on the side, was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the presence of this big shot Ma Jin, she would almost think that Zhang Feng, this classmate, had gone mad.
He actually wanted an e-commerce company to venture into the automotive field, and it was anti-gravity. Wasn't this a pipe dream? Zhang Feng walked away. Ma Jin watched him leave. Until Zhang Feng was gone, Principal Tang finally asked Ma Jin with a puzzled expression, Mr. Ma, is your Tao Duo really planning to enter the anti-gravity car market?
As the principal of a science and engineering university, I must tell you, the physical foundation in this area is almost non-existent. It's impossible.
Do you believe that a kid under 8 years old could have protected our Tao Duo to this day? Ma Jin shook his head.
The other party was from a prestigious family in Kyoto and had just met with the military. The energy they possessed was beyond his imagination. He was just a businessman, after all, and there was much he didn't understand.
Zhang Feng returned to dormitory 119.
At the dormitory entrance, a long line of over 100 people had unknowingly formed, stretching all the way to the dormitory door.
What's going on?
Zhang Feng had gone out early in the morning, and now upon returning, he found that Qin Shueyo and the others had set up a judging platform in the dormitory, screening applicants.
Next, what is your dream? What are your measurements? How much do you weigh? Can you kill a cow with one punch?
The three of them, at some point, had put on glasses and were interrogating a group of girls who wanted to join the girls' dormitory club. Some of these girls were from their school, some were from other schools, and others were counselors like Su Shuaer. When it was her turn, facing Chu Qingping's question about whether she could kill a cow, she couldn't help but step forward and say, "I can kill you with one punch."
Ahem, counselor, you're here. I'll give you a spot right now. Chu Qingping quickly wrote down the counselor's name.
Zhang Feng squeezed in and glanced at the thin and weak Su Shuaer, smiling, "Counselor, with your physique, be careful of getting hurt if you join our club. With such a generous prize, I, as a counselor, am also very envious." Su Shuaer said truthfully. With cruises, villas, and huge cash prizes, even as a counselor, she was still just a mortal. Zhang Feng patted Su Shuaer's shoulder, then, "Counselor, I wish you success." He looked at Qin Shueyao's registration list. "Have you filled up 100 spots? We've recruited 157, do you want to filter some out?" Qin Shueyo handed the list to Zhang Feng, who glanced at it. Goodness, from names to heights, measurements, weight, looks, and body shape, everything was written down.
Especially the looks and body shape, none were below 9. "Oh, why is there a girl here with a looks score of only 8?
Zhang Feng noticed one score of 8 among a bunch of 9s. Although he didn't know how they were rated, being rated a 9 by the three of them must mean she was quite good looking.
Su Shanshan proudly straightened her back. "Didn't you see her bust? It's as impressive as mine."
Zhang Feng focused and looked. 36.
Hiss. Zhang Feng gasped. Indeed. With that figure, wearing a bikini would be quite advantageous.
Zhang Feng picked up the list, turned to the other girls still in line, and announced, "Alright, everyone can disperse. We have already filled our first session, we are no longer recruiting. Please go back." Letting over 100 girls play wrestling on the beach was already grand enough.
Again, I won't have enough eyes for this. Ah, is it really over? Many girls expressed their regret, but they could only disperse and wait for the next event. However, among the crowd, a few girls seemed unwilling to give up. They walked up and said, "This is too unfair, most of the recruits are from your school, and there are hardly any from our Zhujiang Normal University." You are from Zhujiang Normal?
Zhang Feng glanced at them, their looks and figures were top-notch, exuding the charm of campus beauties.
One of them nodded and said, "I am the campus beauty of Zhujiang Normal, Shangwan Yunyun.
I came early to sign up, hoping to have a match with your campus beauty, Xin, but I didn't expect it to be over. I am the campus beauty of Zhujiang Art College, Kong Jingjing.
I also want to wrestle with your campus beauty. I am."
Several girls introduced themselves one after another.
Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, then he looked at Qin Shueyo behind him. "Shueyo, why do you attract so much hatred? They're all here to wrestle with you.
There's nothing I can do. Being beautiful comes with a lot of trouble," Qin Shueyo said confidently, unaware that her body had been modified by Zhang Feng and was no longer something ordinary people could handle. Shangguan Yunyun from Zhujiang Normal stepped forward, took off her jacket, and pressed it against Qin Shueyo's chest, saying, "I've never liked you. If you have the ability to let me join the club, I guarantee I'll strip you of your dignity on the beach."
"Ha! Threatening me? Provoking me? Good, I'm angry now."
"Qingping, add her to the list."
Qin Shueyo was also filled with anger. In front of her good sisters, in her own territory, how could she let someone from Zhujiang Normal act so arrogantly?
They had to experience the consequences. "Mine is bigger than yours, you're no match for me." The campus beauty of Zhujiang Art, Kong Jingjing, also made a fierce remark. Qin Shueyo was furious, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. "Sign them all up, I want to beat them until they can't find their teeth." Just like that, the last few campus beauties successfully obtained their entry tickets by throwing around tough talk. Tisk, women's competitive spirit is truly frightening. Zhang Feng silently watched from the side.
"When does the event start?" Shangguan Yunyun asked.
Zhang Feng replied, "There will be a chat group notification, and we will also organize a bus to take you to the event location."
"Great! We'll wait for the good news." The few campus beauties from other schools left satisfied. Watching them walk away, Qin Shueyo stomped her foot angrily. "So arrogant. They are really too arrogant. We must show them a thing or two." "Shueyo, calm down, a few of those campus beauties are indeed older than you.
Speaking of which, your title of campus beauty is indeed a bit questionable.
Su Shanshan interjected. She didn't understand why the selection of campus beauties mainly focused on looks. If it were based on figure, she might just be the campus beauty. Qin Shueyo pinched Su Shanshan. I think you're getting a bit too cheeky. Sister Chen, are we looking for an event venue?
My family runs a seaside guesthouse. I'm familiar with the area and can help find a place. Seeing she was about to be bullied again, Su Shanshan hurriedly hid behind Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. Your family runs a guesthouse?
Yes, but it's a small one, only managing a few dozen rooms. After a year of hard work, we earn about 2 to 3 million. Su Shanshan replied. The reason her family was in the million-level middle class was that their business was average, not large. However, being by the seaside, many customers were small capitalists and wealthy people, so life was still manageable. Zhang Feng nodded. Alright, help me find a larger beach suitable for hosting events. There's no budget limit, just arrange it.
Sister Chen, oh no, Mom Chen is mighty.
Su Shanshan cheered. Seeing that Qin Shueyo was about to hit her, she quickly made her escape. I'm going to find a venue.
Hey, old Tang.
Help me get a bigger cruise ship, dock it at the Pearl River port, and make sure it's close to the nearby beach.
Zhang Feng called the butler of Mo Manor again.
The other side immediately responded.
Qin Shueyo was a bit puzzled. Sister Chen, why are you getting a cruise ship? Isn't it being held at the beach?
Yes, those who place will be directly rewarded with a cruise ship, and we can also go out to sea for fishing. Of course, if they went to the beach, they would also want to go out to sea for fun.
Chu Qingping wholeheartedly agreed. Let's go to the South China Sea. I've never really sailed far in my life. I've sailed through the Strait of Malacca. If you ask me, going to the Pacific Ocean is what real sailing is.
If I could go to the Pacific with someone I like, in that place where heaven doesn't respond and earth doesn't answer, how thrilling would that be?
Qin Shueyo fantasized. Chu Qingping shattered her dream. The Pacific is too dangerous.
There are no aircraft carriers from our country, only the Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet.
If something happens, they won't come to rescue us. Sigh. Alright, the South China Sea is good enough. Qin Shueyo understood.
Even if it was a global cruise, if something went wrong and there was no military protection nearby, it would be very dangerous. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to sail freely and safely in the Pacific in the future, Zhang Feng said. He was preparing to help the military break the Eagle Sauce's island chain blockade, and this was his thought. If they wanted to travel freely and safely around the world, the country's military power naturally had to be stationed globally as well. In the afternoon, Su Shanshan called, Mom Chen, the beach venue has been found, it's several thousand square meters, and we can book the entire place, plus venue setup and personnel arrangements, all for no more than 1 million.
Have you bought the bikinis?
Zhang Feng asked, focusing on the key point.
As the first edition of the girls' dormitory, it had to be formal and uniform.
Su Shanshan slightly faltered, saying, oh, I almost forgot.
How short do you want them?
They need to be uniform, printed with girls' dormitory and other phrases, and they should be easy to break, and
Zhang Feng listed a whole bunch of requirements. Su Shanshan caught the key point. Got it, they need to be easy to break.
I'll give you 2 million, but don't tell Qin Shueyo and Chu Qingping about this.
Do you have someone you like? If not, do you want Dad to introduce you to someone? I guarantee they are excellent offspring of officials.
In the office of the mayor of Zhujiang City, a balding middle-aged man was looking at a short-haired girl with a doting expression. The man was Zhu Jiangwo, the highest authority in the city. The short-haired girl was his precious daughter, Zhu Luoyu, 22 years old, with wheat-colored skin and sharp eyebrows, studying at Oxford in the UK, and had just returned home. Seeing that his daughter was approaching the age for marriage, Zhu Jiangwo began to hint. Zhu Luoyu was fiddling with a Swedish watch in her hand, and upon hearing her father's words, she impatiently said, Dad, please don't introduce me to those beer bellies, they make me sick. I'll find someone myself.
Where are you going to find them? From Western Europe to North America, then to Australia, and now back home. I haven't seen you make a single male friend. You just hang out with a bunch of girls all day. I also heard your mom say that you went to join some girls' dormitory club? What is that? Girls wrestling? What kind of decorum is that? And a bunch of girls, can they really spark love for you? Zhu Jiangwo couldn't help but frown. If his daughter didn't start dating soon, he would begin to suspect if there was something wrong with her sexual orientation. Zhu Luoyu stood up like a cat that had its tail stepped on, angrily saying, Can you please respect my privacy? What club I join is none of your business. I'm really fed up. I'm leaving. I'm not coming home for dinner. With that, she strode out of the office, fuming. Sigh, you. Zhu Jiangwo rubbed his forehead. But there was nothing he could do. After a while, he called his secretary and, Xiao-sun, go and inform Longin to have someone help keep an eye on things. Understood. The secretary went to make arrangements. Along the banks of the Pearl River, 100 miles to the east, there is a scenic spot called Manhwa Bay. It mainly features homestays, tourism, and beautiful beach views. However, at present, a large area of Manhwa Bay has been contracted out for a day by a private party. Surrounding it are various banners resembling warning lines, with words like Female Dormitory Edition printed on them. In the center of the area is soft sand, surrounded by 10 platforms resembling arenas. Many staff members are busy setting up the podium, moving judges' tables and chairs, and erecting sun umbrellas. Suddenly, a black sports car, like a dragon, sped down the nearby road. It was a Koenigsegg. Following closely behind were Qin Shuiao's chopped pepperfish head, Chu Qingping's Aston Martin, and Su Shanshan's pink Maserati. Su Shanshan's Maserati was the very one Zhang Feng had given her at the international racetrack. Today, she drove this pink sports car out, full of spirit. Sister Chen, how do you feel? I arranged all of this, Su Shanshan said as she approached, signaling the on-site staff to help park their cars in a nearby garage. Qin Shuiao, wearing a sun hat, scanned the beach, noticing that the arenas were all set up, and she suddenly felt her fighting spirit bubbling up. Not bad, Shanshan. I didn't expect you to not only have the skills I can control but also to organize such a large social event. Of course. Su Shanshan puffed out her chest, looking proud. Alright, I'll reward you later, Zhang Feng said, patting Su Shanshan. The four of them then headed towards the beach. A staff member responsible for setting up the venue saw Su Shanshan and immediately said, Miss Su, the arenas are ready, and the costumes, snacks, and drinks are all on the truck. Costumes? Chu Qingping raised an eyebrow. She could understand the drinks and snacks, but what was with the costumes? She asked, wait, what costumes? It's so hot, why wear costumes? Oh, it's bikinis, custom made. They all have the Female Dormitory Edition printed on them. Isn't that your club's name? The staff member replied. Custom bikinis? Damn, I brought my own blue one. Chu Qingping had carefully chosen a sturdy and exquisite bikini that cost 88,888 yuan, and now it seemed it wouldn't be needed. Qin Shuiao also said, why are there custom bikinis? Can't I wear my own? Su Shanshan quickly explained, it's like this, wrestling involves some small movements, which is normal. To prevent accidents during the competition, we customized very sturdy bikinis, all for professional wrestling. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Chu Qingping and Qin Shuiao nodded in realization. At that moment, the sound of buses echoed on the road. 7 or 8 buses, carrying 162 people, arrived at the beach. The club members are here. I'll go greet them. Su Shanshan hurried forward. Zhang Feng found a spot with a sun umbrella and lay down. Facing the sea, feeling the sea breeze and the blazing sun, he felt very comfortable. Meanwhile, the group of girls, upon arriving at the beach, chattered like birds, taking selfies and snapping pictures. Sisters, the event starts in an hour, so you can play freely on the beach now. Don't worry, we've booked the entire beach, and the jet skis in the water are free to use. At Su Shanshan's signal, all the drinks and snacks from the truck were moved to the beach. The girls cheered. Truly, it was a wealthy club to have booked the entire place. By the way, let me introduce everyone. This is the founder of our club, Zhang Feng. Everyone can call her Mom Chen. Su Shanshan held a large megaphone, guiding the crowd in introducing Zhang Feng. The saying goes, where there is milk, there is a mother. As soon as everyone heard that Zhang Feng was the founder of this club, they immediately gathered around like butterflies. Hello, Mom Chen. My children, good afternoon. Zhang Feng waved. Zhu Luoyu, standing in the crowd, frowned slightly, puzzled by the presence of a man. She casually grabbed a girl. What's going on? Isn't this club only for girls? The girl was Qin Shuiao, who smiled widely at her words. She is a girl. Ha! Zhu Luoyu looked shocked, and then, under Qin Shuiao's gaze, she suddenly realized, oh, she transitioned, right? Yes, each of us should have the courage to pursue our own sexual orientation. Qin Shuiao nodded seriously. After Qin Shuiao walked away, Zhu Luoyu couldn't help but glance back at Zhang Feng under the sunshade. Is this person really so unique? I'm in love. When Zhang Feng turned his head, he saw a short-haired girl drinking cold beer, her gaze intensely fixed on him. He felt a bit confused. He had no idea that his unplaceable charm had successfully attracted a little lily. But it wasn't entirely Zhu Luoyu's fault. After all, Zhang Feng had modified all the parameters of his body and temperament to the highest level. Coupled with his inexplicable transgender identity, it immediately cloaked him in a layer that seemed very courageous yet was hard to see through, like a Mona Lisa veil.
For Zhu Luoyu, who had been wealthy since childhood, held an extraordinary status, and had a transcendent personality, constantly exposed to the values of wealth, this was simply refreshing. So she boldly kept her gaze on Jiang Feng. She believed he could sense her intentions.
Isn't the event about to start? However, it was clear that Jiang Feng did not pick up on Zhu Luoyu's affection. He was only concerned about whether his wrestling match was about to begin. At this moment, it was around noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was at its peak. But it was also the most passionate moment. Su Shanshan climbed onto the podium, took the megaphone, and addressed the crowd under the sunshade. Sisters, the event is about to start, everyone change into our custom bikinis, and then we will compete by drawing lots. Under the guidance of the staff, the girls each received their own bikinis. In an instant, the beach was filled with springtime beauty, youthful exuberance, and lush green grass, all so fresh and innocent. The straps are so thin, will they break?
A girl tugged at her white strap, a bit worried. Don't worry, they should be fine, another girl reassured her.
Among the crowd, the counselor looked at her bikini, speechless. She put on a cape she had brought and walked up to Jiang Feng. Jiang, this is outrageous. Why did you get such a short bikini?
I didn't purchase it. Jiang Feng passed the blame to Su Shanshan.
Su Shanshan immediately deflected. Yes, counselor, I purchased it.
I thought it felt quite refreshing.
If it's so refreshing, why aren't you wearing it? The counselor asked Su Shanshan, who was still in short denim.
Su Shanshan chuckled. My size doesn't match yours at all.
So I brought my own.
Su Shuier thought, forget it, I'm here to wrestle, not to compare sizes. First group, Huang Tsuetsue, Su Jiai.
Let's start with this group.
Su Shanshan drew the first group. It turned out to be two very slender girls.
Qin Shuiao recognized them. They were both freshmen from Pearl River Polytechnic, a bit inexperienced, but they were all Taekwondo practitioners.
Their strength was definitely not small.
Tsuetsue, go for it. A girl who knew Huang Tsuetsue immediately cheered for her.
Jiai, go for it. On the beach, whether familiar or unfamiliar, everyone cheered enthusiastically. They also wanted to see how intense this beach dormitory version would be. Two girls, with standard moves, were eager to try, spinning around each other on the beach, clearly well prepared.
Are you ready? Start.
Su Shanshan held a loudspeaker, standing on the platform, and with a sudden wave of her hand, the two officially began on the beach. The other girls formed a large circle around them, cheering and shouting.
Swish! Huang Tsuetsue threw a punch at Su Jiai's left cheek. Su Jiai easily dodged and countered with a punch aimed at Huang Tsuetsue's abdomen.
Huang Tsuetsue stepped back, but not completely, so she took the hit to her stomach. She let out a cry and fell onto the sand.
Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiai rushed forward, trying to pin her down. Huang Tsuetsue kicked out, sending Su Jiai face first into the ground.
Ah! You little bitch, just wait until I tear you apart. Su Jiai shouted, disregarding her messy hair, and pounced on Huang Tsuetsue, who was trying to get up, pushing her back down into the sand. The two immediately began to wrestle.
Wow, it's hard to tell who will win. So intense.
Jiang Feng sat under the sunshade, watching the fierce battle unfold, and couldn't help but slice open a watermelon with his bare hands and start munching on it. Tsuetsue, go for her hair.
Someone in the crowd shouted.
Suddenly, the suppressed Huang Tsuetsue grabbed Su Jiai's hair, and the latter screamed, now being the one pinned down.
5, 4, 3, 1. Huang Tsuetsue wins.
With Su Shanshan's announcement, the two girls, hair disheveled and covered in sand, finally let go of each other. Everyone should follow this pattern. No biting, no elbows, no throwing sand, but anything else is fair game for wrestling.
After showing everyone the standard wrestling mode, Su Shanshan began drawing lots for the others. They were paired off. The participants perfectly divided into 80 groups. There were 10 rings set up, allowing all 4 rounds to determine the top 80 at once. Group 5, Su Shuier, Long Yu. As Su Shanshan announced, Jiang Feng saw Su Shuier despairingly paired with a girl who had an impressive figure. This girl was the same one Jiang Feng had seen earlier, weighing 36. It had to be said, just relying on that pair of assets was enough to crush Su Shuier. Su Shuier was tall and slender, barely weighing 90 pounds. In contrast, the girl weighing 36 was probably over 130 pounds, a 40-pound difference. No matter how you looked at it, Su Shuier was going to be crushed. Counselor, this doesn't look good. Qin Shuiao sighed, unable to watch. She called out to Su Shuier, Counselor, just lie down and relax, I'll get revenge for you later. Su Shuier clenched her small fists, deciding to fight back with all she had. Bang! The girl weighing 36 charged over like a bulldozer. Su Shuier fell to the ground, pinned down and unable to move. She grinned, looking at a staff referee with ease. You can start the countdown. The crowd was speechless. Damn! This is talent suppression. Su Shuier struggled hard, but it was futile.
In an instant, tears were almost falling from her eyes. Being suppressed by life was one thing, but now she was being crushed by a girl weighing 36.
Was there no justice left? Zhang Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he modified Su Shuier's stats. Weight, 150 pounds. Instantly, Su Shuier's mass skyrocketed, surpassing the girl weighing 36.
Su Shuier suddenly felt a surge of power from above, and the girl in front of her seemed insignificant. With a light push, the opponent was sent flying, as if Newton's coffin lid had been lifted.
What? Shocked. Impossible. This defies Newton's laws. Isn't it true that the greater the mass, the greater the energy? How could she be thrown by a frail girl? She hadn't even gotten up yet.
Su Shuier had already pressed down fiercely, pinning the girl weighing 36 to the sand, rendering her immobile.
You can start the countdown, Su Shuier said, feeling triumphant. In the end, she was defeated.
She found it hard to believe that such a frail girl could unleash such great power. It felt as if she had been pinned down by a bull.
Group 5, Su Shuier wins.
A staff member announced the result.
Su Shanshan immediately took note. Meanwhile, at other rings, many girls were also wrestling, and the competition was equally fierce.
Zhang Feng was dazzled, feeling truly exhilarated.
Sister Chen, isn't it exciting?
Xu Qingping, also in a bikini, walked over. However, she was flat-chested, only her long legs were noticeable, and her bare feet looked like jade, as if sculpted.
Zhang Feng nodded secretly and said, overall, it's quite good, but the only flaw is that no one is tearing off the bitter tea. Xu Qingping's expression turned blank.
So Sister Chen was waiting for this moment.
You really are insane. But coincidentally, I want to see it too. Just then,
Su Shanshan, holding a loudspeaker, announced, Group 10 is over, next group, Xu Qingping, Kong Jingjing.
Xu Qingping's eyes lit up. Kong Jingjing? Hee, isn't she the campus beauty from Pearl River Arts?
Lucky you, I was going to take care of her. Qin Shuiao also recognized Kong Jingjing, who had previously provoked her, but unexpectedly ended up in Xu Qingping's group. With Xu Qingping's regular exercise, fitness, and sports car driving skills, she would definitely have no trouble with that arts campus beauty.
Kong Jingjing was from the gymnastics team, very flexible, and practiced yoga often.
She was also quite confident, believing she could win against Xu Qingping with her agility.
The two entered the ring. The next second, the referee shouted start.
The two immediately charged at each other. Xu Qingping, with her long legs, took 2 steps to stabilize herself, grabbing Kong Jingjing's shoulders and giving her a strong toss. Kong Jingjing's body lifted off the ground, but she didn't fall. Instead, she landed gracefully on the sand.
Oh, not bad. So agile and flexible?
Xu Qingping was a bit surprised. Kong Jingjing tossed her hair and smiled confidently. Yoga, I'm a professional.
You still have your bitter tea stripped off, and you talk about yoga. Xu Qingping exuded dominance. She stepped forward to grab Kong Jingjing's arm.
Kong Jingjing swiftly attempted a sweep to take down Xu Qingping. Fortunately, Xu Qingping, being athletic, easily dodged.
She lunged forward, successfully grabbing Kong Jingjing's ankle. Then she pulled. Ouch! Kong Jingjing exclaimed, trying to break free.
But Xu Qingping held on tightly, pressing down.
Damn it! Kong Jingjing's agile body lost its advantage once pinned down. She tried various yoga moves to escape the hold,
but Xu Qingping simply and brutally held onto her legs, pressing them firmly into the sand.
Do you admit defeat?
Since Kong Jingjing was only pinned by her legs and her upper body was free, it didn't count as a loss, so Xu Qingping asked. Kong Jingjing was still struggling with her upper body, saying, I won't admit defeat.
Smack! Xu Qingping slapped her on the bikini. How about now? Kong Jingjing's face instantly turned red. Why are you hitting my butt? I didn't say it wasn't allowed.
Xu Qingping reached out again. If you don't admit defeat, I'll strip your bitter tea off.
Kong Jingjing, frightened, quickly called for the referee. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Group 11, Xu Qingping wins. The referee announced.
Zhang Feng watched with great interest but still felt it was a bit lacking.
So close. Just a little bit. Seeing Xu Qingping return victorious, Zhang Feng couldn't help but say, why did you give her a heads up before wrestling? Just strip her. Wait for the next one. I will definitely strip, Xu Qingping promised.
Another 10 minutes passed.
The top 80 had already been determined.
Qin Shuiao also successfully made it into the top 80. With her physique, she had just pulled the glasses girl down onto the sand, making her shout Yama Butterfly. After this round of selection, congratulations, you have successfully made it into the top 80. Just one more round, enter the top 40, and you can win prizes like Huawei and Apple. Get into the top 20, and you can win a reward of 100,000. Get into the top 10, and it's the villa, cruise ship, sports car, and huge cash promised by Mom Chen. Su Shanshan picked up the loudspeaker and rallied the crowd. The girls were still feeling tired from the recent wrestling match. After all, a struggle like that was quite exhausting. However, upon hearing that another round could yield rewards worth thousands, their spirits were instantly lifted. Next group, Shangguan Yunyun, Xia Ning. As soon as Shangguan Yunyun's name was called, Qin Shuiao immediately turned her gaze over. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, and they were particularly hostile. Qin Shuiao and Zhang Feng quickly surrounded her. Shangguan Yunyun had shown impressive strength in the last wrestling match, easily subduing her robust opponent in just one round. With her high ponytail, she struck a Tai Chi pose, seemingly trying to show off in front of Qin Shuiao. I'm not that skilled, but I practiced some martial arts as a child. When you face me later, I'll take you down in one move. Qin Shuiao waved her small fist. Shangguan Yunyun was unfazed and turned her attention to Xia Ning. I'll be in your care. Xia Ning was also a fit girl, standing at a solid 1.75 meters, much taller than Shangguan Yunyun. She steadied her stance, preparing to defend against Shangguan Yunyun's first wave of attacks. Start! The referee shouted and quickly stepped back. Shangguan Yunyun approached Xia Ning, grabbed her hand, and executed a shoulder throw. She managed to slam the 110-pound girl onto the beach. Ouch, I concede. Xia Ning, feeling dizzy, immediately admitted defeat. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, that's too fierce. She's definitely a trained fighter. Everyone exclaimed. A girl could actually shoulder throw someone over 100 pounds with her bare hands. It was indeed impressive. Zhang Feng was secretly amazed. This beauty from Pearl River Normal University was no mere decoration but had real skills. No wonder she dared to challenge Shuiao. Not bad, you have some ability. Qin Shuiao was eager to try her hand. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating it would be to take them down. After another round, the top 40 were determined. Everyone received a smartphone worth thousands. Shuiao, in just one round, managed to pin a girl down on the beach, shouting Yama Butterfly, successfully entering the top 40. Third round. Decide the top 20. Everyone, give it your all. This time the reward is 100,000 cash. Only 40 girls made it into the top 40. These girls were all quite capable. However, as Zhang Feng looked around, he noticed that most of these girls were fit and clearly regular exercisers. Except for Su Shuiao and Shuiao. The two had an advantage due to Zhang Feng's modifications, and Chu Qingping had fought her way in with her own strength. Third round, first group, Chu Qingping vs. Shangguan Yunyun. This match immediately attracted the most spectators. Zhang Feng also moved closer. Qingping, tear her apart. Qin Shuiao shouted. Start! Before the referee could step back, Chu Qingping rushed forward and immediately wrapped her arms around Shangguan Yunyun's waist. She knew that in terms of pure strength, she might not be a match for this martial artist, so she clung to her waist. Shangguan Yunyun was taken aback and also wrapped her arms around Chu Qingping's waist, then attempted to throw her down. Chu Qingping felt a tremendous force at her waist, her legs nearly lifting off the ground. She couldn't stabilize herself. In a critical moment, Chu Qingping's hand suddenly reached for Shangguan Yunyun's bikini. She pulled hard. The crowd gasped in shock. Some girls shyly covered their eyes. You! Shameless! Shangguan Yunyun, who had practiced martial arts, never expected such a shameless and unscrupulous girl. She quickly freed one hand to grab her bikini. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Qingping kicked her. Shangguan Yunyun stumbled and fell onto the beach. Seeing this, Chu Qingping was overjoyed and rushed to pin her down. But unexpectedly, Shangguan Yunyun truly reacted quickly. She sidestepped, causing Chu Qingping to tumble onto the beach, while she rolled over and pinned the empty-handed Chu Qingping down. Ah! How infuriating! Chu Qingping struggled but couldn't break free, feeling secretly angry. 5 seconds later, the referee announced, Shangguan Yunyun wins. Shangguan Yunyun stood up and coldly snorted, even with little tricks, you're no match for me. Is that so? Chu Qingping scoffed, her gaze once again falling on her opponent's bikini strap. If she had just pulled harder earlier, she would have definitely won. Shangguan Yunyun was startled, instinctively stepping back a few paces, covering her strap, and cursing, you really have no shame. The top 20 girls had already been decided. Everyone on site received a cash reward of 100,000, causing a wave of envy among the other girls. Shuiao, counselor, it's up to you now. Although Chu Qingping had been eliminated by Shangguan Yunyun, she had great confidence in Qin Shuiao, hoping she would avenge her. Qin Shuiao nodded. Last round. Top 10 showdown. Su Shanshan drew lots again. This time, the arena was spacious enough for pairs, allowing a quick conclusion.
Last round, first group, Su Shuer and Zhang Yuer. Qin Shueo and Shangguan Yunyun. Zhu Luoyu and Fang Xin. Qin Shueo couldn't help but laugh. Shangguan Yunyun, what a coincidence. It seems you and I are destined. I concede to you. Shangguan Yunyun appeared very martial, once again striking a Tai Chi pose. Qin Shueo stood there, arrogantly beckoning. I'll let you make the first move. Alright. Shangguan Yunyun dashed forward nimbly, seemingly charging ahead but actually feinting, attacking Qin Shueo from the side. Qin Shueo swiftly grabbed her hand. Shangguan Yunyun also seized Qin Shueo's hand, attempting to throw her over her shoulder. But Qin Shueo stood firm like a statue, not budging at all. Shangguan Yunyun raised an eyebrow. What a solid base. Just as she was about to exert more force, she noticed Qin Shueo's other hand moving toward her thigh. She was startled, thinking she had encountered another shameless girl like Chu Qingping. However, Qin Shueo merely grabbed her thigh. One hand on her arm, the other on her thigh. With a sudden force, Qin Shueo lifted Shangguan Yunyun horizontally. Whoa! The girl who previously threw someone over her shoulder has now been lifted horizontally by another girl. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was too violent. Shangguan Yunyun was also stunned. How could Qin Shueo be so strong, like a bull? She wanted to struggle but couldn't get down. Qin Shueo grinned, call out Yama Butterfly and I'll put you down. No way. This was even more humiliating than having her bikini ripped off. Seeing this, Qin Shueo swung hard, throwing Shangguan Yunyun from the beach toward the sea. Splash! Shangguan Yunyun landed in the water, creating a huge spray. The crowd was left in shock. Damn! She was thrown over 10 meters away? The referee was also dumbfounded, how to judge the winner. Shangguan Yunyun crawled out of the water, soaked and disheveled, finally looking at Qin Shueo with fear and shouted, I concede. Ha, Shueo did great. Chu Qingping cheered. Zhang Feng, on the side, was enjoying the show, thoroughly entertained. This fight was truly spectacular. The only regret was that the bikini strap still hadn't broken. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Shanshan, reminding her to make it sturdy enough. How come none of them broke on sight? Just as he was pondering, from another arena not far away, a girl's voice suddenly cried out with a sob, Stop, 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 my strap broke. I concede. Zhang Feng quickly looked over to see a short-haired girl pinning down another muscular girl. The two were evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner. However, during the struggle, the athletic girl's bikini strap broke, and instantly, the lily emerged from the wall. She could only admit defeat. The short-haired girl was Zhu Luoyu, who, having run a marathon, was also in good physical condition. She successfully made it into the top 10. Thus, the final round ended. The top 10 were decided, including Qin Shueo, Su Shuer, Guan Yunyun, Zhu Luoyu, and others. In this box, there are villas, cruise ships, sports cars, and also $1 million in cash. Among them, the $1 million in cash is the least valuable and the worst prize. It all depends on your luck. Zhang Feng brought out the prize box. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in amazement. The worst prize was still $1 million in cash. Truly extravagant. Zhu Luoyu also looked at Zhang Feng several times out of curiosity, wondering who this person was to be so wealthy. After enduring countless hardships, Su Shuer successfully made it into the top 10 and was the first to draw a prize. The moment she revealed her prize, she almost burst into tears. A villa worth 10 million. Su Shuer was so excited that she jumped up like a sloth, hanging onto Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, Hey, counselor, calm down. Calm down. Right, as a teacher, one must be calm. Su Shuer calmed down for a second, then jumped onto Su Shanshan's waist. Su Shanshan. Next to draw was Qin Shueo. She drew a prize, took a look, and then calmly said, a cruise ship. Wow. The most expensive must be the cruise ship, and she got it. Everyone looked at her with envy. Chu Qingping also slapped her thigh. Even the cheapest cruise ship would be worth several hundred million. Zhang Feng was indeed wealthy, giving away such prizes without hesitation. In comparison, Ma Chang, who gave away a Porsche 718, could only be described as shabby. Humph. What's the big deal? My family has assets worth 10 billion, this cruise ship is only worth a few hundred million, right? After boasting, Qin Shueya fainted on the beach. Su Shanshan hurried over to perform CPR. Soon after, Shangguan Yunyun and Zhu Luoyu also drew sports cars and $1 million in cash. The other girls in the top 10 also drew $1 million in cash. Although I was thrown into the sea, at least I got $1 million in cash, Shangguan Yunyun said, fixing her hair. Qin Shueo also woke up and looked at Zhang Feng beside her, asking, Sister Chen, where's my cruise ship? I'll make a call to ask. Zhang Feng was about to find Butler Tang. At that moment, a girl on the beach screamed, Wow, a cruise ship.
Everyone looked out to see a huge cruise ship approaching from the horizon.
Cruise ship. My cruise ship. Sister Chen, I really love you. Qin Shueao imitated Su Shuer and hung onto Jiang Feng.
Look at you, still the heir of the Qin group, Jiang Feng chuckled and set her down.
Not long after, the cruise ship docked at a nearby pier. Sister Chen, can we go on the cruise ship for a visit? A girl asked. Jiang Feng pointed at Qin Shueao. It's her cruise ship now. Shueao's mom.
The group of girls surrounded Qin Shueao, calling out. Ahem, that's enough, feel free to board. Qin Shueao waved her hand and led everyone toward the pier. Jiang Feng tidied up a bit and also walked toward the pier. With this cruise ship, it was perfect for going out to fish. Zhu Luoyu was also curious about the cruise ship, so she followed along.
However, the cruise ship hadn't gone far.
Everyone was still taking selfies on the deck when suddenly a Coast Guard boat approached the cruise ship, sending a routine inspection order to the captain via radio.
What's going on? Someone asked the captain.
The captain replied over the intercom, Coast Guard boat, routine inspection.
After the Coast Guard personnel boarded, a team leader began conducting the inspection.
He suddenly noticed Zhu Luoyu in the crowd.
He was taken aback and walked over. Miss Zhu, what are you doing here? The Coast Guard officer clearly recognized Zhu Jiangwo's daughter.
Zhu Luoyu whispered, no need to expose my identity.
Okay.
After the people from the Coast Guard boat left, Jiang Feng glanced at Zhu Luoyu, and in her identity section, it displayed, Oxford University student, daughter of Zhu Jiangwo, mayor.
I see.
Jiang Feng then realized that this short-haired girl had quite an impressive background.
However, he didn't ask further.
She was just the daughter of a mayor, after all. It wouldn't affect his fishing trip. Meanwhile, on an island in the South China Sea, Zhou Long had already sent his application to the higher authorities. After review, the higher authorities temporarily assigned him a deep-sea submarine. However, this submarine was in the decommissioning phase and was an old model. Therefore, command was given to Zhou Long. Upon receiving the command of the submarine, Zhou Long immediately contacted the submarine's captain and issued the order, enter the port of the South China Sea island, wait for major repairs.
The submarine captain replied, received. We will ensure the mission is completed.
A brightly decorated cruise ship had left the Pearl River port a few hours ago and had now arrived in the central area of the South China Sea. Occasionally, nearby ocean freighters passed by, sounding their horns. Qin Shueao and her group of girls were having a party on the deck, enjoying themselves immensely. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was sitting leisurely in a corner, focused on his fishing line. Suddenly, the fish indicator shook.
He pulled the line. Splash! A brilliant bluefin tuna was pulled up.
It fell heavily onto the deck, thrashing violently.
Wow, a tuna!
This must weigh at least 400 pounds. One of the girls noticed the fish Jiang Feng had caught and exclaimed in amazement. This type of fish is a prized catch in the ocean, worth a fortune, often referred to as the Rolls-Royce of fish. Especially this one caught by Jiang Feng, estimated to be over 400 pounds. If auctioned, it could sell for at least $1 million.
Let's grill it.
Jiang Feng casually tossed it to Su Shanshan and the others to have it grilled. Although catching a tuna was rare, it was because he had increased his fishing rod's hook rate to 100, ensuring he caught a big fish every 5 minutes.
But he clearly wasn't just aiming to catch bluefin tuna. Here we go.
Jiang Feng cast the hook again.
He actually wanted to catch a shark. He had eaten tuna before, but never a shark.
Su Shanshan and the other girls were hauling the 400-pound fish to the grill, laughing and cheering. Zhu Luoyu, wearing a cape bikini, walked over and handed Jiang Feng a drink, greeting him, you have such great strength. A 400-pound tuna usually required 2 people to pull the line, but Jiang Feng had managed to haul it up alone. Not bad, Jiang Feng replied, taking the drink and smiling before sitting back down, continuing to focus on the fish indicator.
Do you really like fishing?
Zhu Luoyu's short hair was blown by the sea breeze, and she was even more intrigued by Jiang Feng, who remained unfazed by the weather.
Jiang Feng nodded, yes, I'm waiting for my big fish. Waiting for a big fish? What kind of big fish? Zhu Luoyu asked curiously.
Jiang Feng, with vision far superior to the average person, vaguely saw large fish swimming towards them in the dark ocean. He said, of course, a shark.
A shark?
Even Zhu Luoyu, who had seen a lot, was startled by this. Sharks, such fierce ocean giants, were not something ordinary fishing boats dared to approach. They required specialized whaling ships.
Relying solely on a fishing rod, not to mention whether a shark would even bite, how could he possibly reel it in?
After all, sharks are massive, often weighing over a ton.
Jiang Feng laughed, haven't you heard the story of the old man and the sea?
The old man could contend with sharks, let alone me, a young man. Just then, the fishing line began to run out wildly. Clearly, a big fish was hooked. The opponent was frantically trying to escape, and the fishing line was being let out. Zhang Feng immediately stood up, operating the fishing rod, pulling and releasing the line back and forth. Zhu Luoyu watched, her gaze sharpening. Due to the distance, she couldn't see clearly what she had caught, but from the frantic tugging of the fishing line, it was evident that it wasn't a small fish or shrimp. Could it really be a shark? Zhu Luoyu thought fleetingly. At that moment, other girls also gathered around. Wow, Chen Ma, what did you catch? A shark, Zhang Feng said, quickly adjusting the strength of the fishing line to water drop level. A shark? No way, really? The girls were so frightened that they all stepped back. Zhang Feng turned around and said, go to the kitchen and bring me a knife. I'm on it. Qin Shueyo ran off. Before long, she returned with a sharp kitchen knife and handed it to Zhang Feng. The others all kept their distance, taking photos with their phones. Zhu Luoyu also maintained a certain distance, looking at Zhang Feng with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Lift! Zhang Feng suddenly yanked. With a beastly roar, a large great white shark was pulled onto the deck. Boom! The great white shark thrashed wildly on the deck, making a loud noise as it tried to escape. The girls screamed in terror. However, Zhang Feng remained unfazed. He picked up the kitchen knife and charged forward. Chop! Chop! Zhang Feng dodged and maneuvered, avoiding the shark's crushing weight, and struck the great white shark 100 times. Blood flowed everywhere. The great white shark collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. The girls. Zhu Luoyu. Zhang Feng returned with the kitchen knife. Alright, it's dead. Oh my! A kitchen knife against a great white shark? The girls on site were all stunned. One of them even trembled and let out a few drops of urine. What are you afraid of? It's already dead. Go cut some meat and let's barbecue it. Zhang Feng instructed. Qin Shueya was the first to muster her courage and stepped forward. What a poor great white shark. As she spoke, she cut off a few pounds of shark meat, murmuring, it should be delicious. Seeing this, the other girls finally gathered their courage and stepped up to cut the shark meat. Zhu Luoyu swallowed hard, looking at Zhang Feng with even more astonishment. This guy is so fierce. Also, this great white shark must weigh at least a ton, right? How did he pull it up by hand? Could it be the fishing line? Zhu Luoyu was filled with doubt and became even more interested in Zhang Feng. Just as she was about to walk over, the cruise ship suddenly stopped, followed by the captain's announcement. A warship has been spotted ahead, awaiting inspection. What? A warship? What do they want to inspect our cruise ship for? We haven't done anything wrong. Oh no. Are they going to arrest us for catching a shark? The crowd murmured, especially worried upon seeing the bloody great white shark on the deck. Who knows if such a great white shark is a protected species? If caught, would they have to serve years on a sewing machine? A warship? Could it be that my father sent it to protect me? Zhu Luoyu frowned at the mention of the warship. The previous inspection by the Coast Guard was routine. Could it be that they informed her father of her whereabouts? And then her father sent a warship to protect her? But that doesn't make sense. My dad doesn't seem to have that much power, right? Zhu Luoyu shook her head. Her father was just a politician, not military. Civil and military affairs are separate. He wouldn't have the authority to command the military, especially a naval warship. If it wasn't sent by my father, how could a cruise ship encounter a warship for an inspection? Zhu Luoyu was puzzled. Normally, warships wouldn't trouble cruise ships unless the cruise ship was transporting some major illegal items, and it was heavily armed. Before long, a destroyer indeed appeared in the waters ahead. The number was hard to make out, but a line of soldiers stood on the ship's deck. After the cruise ship and warship connected with a bridge, the soldiers marched over. Navy officer, I swear, I didn't kill that great white shark. Qin Shueya began to plead before the other party even spoke. The officer across glanced at the great white shark on the deck and was momentarily stunned. Goodness, such a large shark, and it's dead? However, he didn't ask much more, only saying, this has nothing to do with me. We are here to find someone. Find someone? The crowd was astonished. To think that a military ship was conducting checks on a cruise ship just to find one person. Could it be that this guy had done something outrageous? The officer spoke up, may I ask where Zhang Feng is? As soon as the words were out, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Feng, who was reeling in his fishing line. You are Zhang Feng? At the request of Major General Zhou, we kindly ask you to come with us. The officer saluted. This military ship is actually here to find Chen Ma? And it's at the behest of some major general? The crowd was shocked. They had thought Zhang Feng was some top-tier wealthy individual, but now it seemed he was not only rich but also had an inexplicable connection with the military. Zhu Luoyu was even more stunned. As the daughter of Zhu Jiangwo, she understood better than anyone how incredible this scene was. Even her father wouldn't have the authority to mobilize a military ship. Yet Zhang Feng had such treatment. Although it was at someone's request, one could imagine the status of the person involved. In comparison, she, the mayor's daughter, seems somewhat insignificant. For the first time, Zhu Luoyu felt that her identity didn't seem very high.
At least, in front of Zhang Feng, those officers didn't even glance at her.
Previously, the Coast Guard personnel would greet her, but now the military personnel ignored her.
Major General Zhou Long, right?
I understand, just give me the address, and I'll drive the cruise ship over myself.
Zhang Feng didn't seem particularly surprised.
In the South China Sea, encountering a military ship for inspection suddenly, if it weren't for special circumstances, it was most likely sent by Zhou Long. Moreover, he had promised Zhou Long that he would help him modify the deep-sea submarine. The officer hesitated for a moment and then conveyed, Mr.
Jiang,
Major General Zhou means that you should board our military ship, and we will take you to the military base.
The officer emphasized. That was a military base. Ordinary fishing boats and cruise ships were not allowed to enter. Zhang Feng smiled and said, not allowed to enter? If I do get in, what will you say?
Mr.
Jiang, we have radar, you can't get in.
The officer smiled, knowing that military strongholds had heavy radar scanning, and generally, non-military approved ships could not enter the area.
If they accidentally approached, they would be warned away by radio.
Zhang Feng chuckled, what a coincidence, I was just planning to test the military's radar, so I'll use this cruise ship to give it a try. You can ask Major General Zhou if that's feasible. The officer hesitated, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own, so he quickly contacted Zhou Long. At that moment, Zhou Long was at a military base on an island, arguing with another major general.
You want an undergraduate who hasn't even graduated to modify our submarine, Major General Zhou? Are you out of your mind?
Song Feng, also a major general, looked incredulous. Zhou Long shrugged, the higher-ups have already reviewed it, I believe the higher-ups know more than you do. Song Feng had not seen the video of that Koenigsegg Jesco Absolute, so he couldn't understand how the higher-ups could agree to let such a young kid modify a submarine.
Song Feng snorted, if the modification goes wrong, you'll be the one to take the blame.
That submarine is about to be decommissioned, and you're still taking it. I see someone wanting you to retire early.
Don't worry, I won't take the blame.
Just then, Zhou Long received a radio call from the captain of a destroyer. He picked up the radio and listened to the report from the destroyer. When he heard that Zhang Feng wanted to test the military's radar capabilities, he was quite surprised.
But soon, he understood. Could this kid have modified his cruise ship too, planning to test its functions?
This kid is ruthless, actually wanting to test the military's radar. Zhou Long secretly chuckled. If it were anyone else, of course, it wouldn't be possible to give it a try.
But Zhang Feng, he had previously demonstrated the ability to successfully modify things.
Zhou Long was curious to see if this guy's modified cruise ship actually had stealth capabilities, thinking it could evade military radar scans. With that in mind, he replied over the radio, let him bring the cruise ship over.
Understood. What's going on? The other party still wants to bring the cruise ship over? Song Feng widened his eyes in disbelief.
This was a military stronghold.
How could a civilian cruise ship be allowed in?
Zhou Long said, I don't believe it either, but he's so confident.
I want to see if he can actually get in.
If he really gets in, it means our radar has been breached.
Zhou Long's face was filled with anticipation.
If the other party truly managed to bypass military radar scans, it would definitely impress Song Feng.
Sure enough, Song Feng snorted coldly, what kind of international joke is this?
I'm mainly worried that this is against regulations, not that the radar has been breached. It's just a matter of an order, I can define it as a logistics transport ship, Zhou Long replied.
On the cruise ship.
After receiving Zhou Long's order, the officer immediately conveyed it to Zhang Feng. Mr. Jiang, Major General Zhou has agreed to let your cruise ship enter the island as a logistics transport ship. I will send the specific coordinates to your radio. Wishing you a smooth journey, the officer said before leaving the cruise ship. The warship also quickly disappeared.
Mom, why is the Navy officer looking for you?
Seeing the officer leave, Qin Shueyo and the others immediately gathered around, feeling apprehensive. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, he called us to visit their military base.
What? Visit a military base? Everyone was stunned. Mom, I've made it. I can actually visit a military base in my lifetime. Qin Shueyo's eyes were misty. Is this for real?
Zhu Luoyu was wide-eyed in shock. She didn't know if her father had ever visited a military base, but she certainly hadn't.
What kind of identity did Zhang Feng have? How could a military major general invite him to visit the island's military base? Can we also go to the island? Someone asked excitedly.
Zhang Feng shook his head, I can only guarantee that I will go up, and that this cruise ship will drift around nearby.
Won't we be intercepted? Zhu Luoyu asked.
There were numerous radars near military bases, and generally, anyone who got too close would be driven away.
Zhang Feng smiled. If we disappear from the radar interface, we won't be intercepted. Disappear from the radar interface? Everyone exchanged glances. The campus beauty of Zhujiang Normal University, Shangguan Yuyan, was even more astonished. Was Zhujiang Polytechnic really that impressive, with such high technology? Just wait, I can make the cruise ship approach the island unnoticed, drift around a bit, but if it takes too long, it might be spotted by people, Zhang Feng replied. Modern radar primarily works by emitting electromagnetic waves, which reflect off objects and form images, thus determining targets. So, he just needed to modify the cruise ship to prevent it from reflecting electromagnetic waves. Naturally, the other party's radar wouldn't be able to form an image, effectively making the cruise ship disappear. Cruise ship electromagnetic wave refraction level, 100, Zhang Feng focused on one of the countless parameters of the cruise ship and silently thought, modify it to 0. Modification successful. The cruise ship's electromagnetic wave refraction level is now 0. Shortly after the destroyer left, it suddenly found that its radar interface no longer displayed the image of the cruise ship. Where did that cruise ship go? An assistant suddenly noticed this anomaly. They had just left not long ago, and at their normal speed, they definitely hadn't traveled more than 200 kilometers. The radar range of an ordinary destroyer is about 200 kilometers in all directions. If there was an aircraft carrier, the range would be even larger. But even at 200 kilometers, it was still a significant range. Therefore, all passing vessels within 200 kilometers would show up on the radar. But they had not left for long when they suddenly discovered that the cruise ship where Zhang Feng was located had vanished. Could it have taken a detour? The captain of the destroyer furrowed his brow. However, they did not dwell on it any longer, as their mission had already been accomplished. At that moment, the cruise ship had entered a state where no radar could scan it. Only the human eye, aided by binoculars, could detect it. The cruise ship was heading south. Its speed was not fast. It took a full 5 hours to leisurely arrive at the island address provided by Zhou Long. Near this island, there were many small islands, hidden with various radar devices. It was a veritable net of surveillance. Even a pregnant fly passing by would be scanned, whether it was carrying a male or female. Inside the military base, Song Feng and Zhou Long were staying up late reviewing various radar interfaces. It's about time. That cruise ship should be appearing now, right? Song Feng had calculated the speed of that type of cruise ship, estimating it would arrive near the island around 5 o'clock. However, it was already 5:30, and the radar interface was calm, showing nothing. But because of this, Zhou Long felt something was off. Excluding the possibility that the cruise ship capsized, I think that kid might have broken through our radar net. Zhou Long stroked his chin and said slowly. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the calmness of the radar made him feel that it might be true. But Song Feng scoffed, I think the possibility of them capsizing is greater. Get someone to send a speedboat out to search, take binoculars, and see if there's a cruise ship nearby. Zhou Long didn't care. He immediately called his subordinates to go out and scout. In less than 5 minutes, a speedboat discovered a cruise ship on the north side of the island. The other party was hidden in the sea mist and was only spotted when they got within 500 meters. The distance to the landing point was less than a mile. For the military base, this distance was akin to having a bird poop on their heads. Suddenly, Zhou Long's communication device received an urgent report from his subordinate, General Zhou. There is indeed a foreign cruise ship just outside a mile to the north of the island. And it's smoking. Smoking? Exploded? Zhou Long and Song Feng both stood up abruptly, looking at the radar monitoring the north side of the island, but the radar showed nothing. The other party replied, no, it seems they are cooking. I can smell food. What the hell? Cooking just a mile outside the military base and smoking? Zhou Long and Song Feng were both stunned. They hurriedly left the base, reached the edge of the island, and then took a speedboat towards the incident site. Dozens of speedboats headed towards the position of the cruise ship. When the two arrived nearby, the sea mist cleared, and they were immediately dumbfounded to see that there was indeed a cruise ship appearing on the north side of the island, and there was thick smoke and the smell of food, barbecue. How is this possible? Song Feng felt humiliated but was even more shocked. Their military base had at least 50 radars surrounding it, and it was no exaggeration to say it was a net of surveillance. Yet, despite this, a civilian cruise ship had safely broken through the military's radar net, and it was cooking nearby? Zhou Long, in shock, suppressed his inner excitement and looked at Song Feng with pride. What did I say? That kid really broke through our radar net. You still have the nerve to smile. Of course I'm smiling, because this is my recruited talent. You can just envy and be jealous. Zhou Long ignored Song Feng and began sending radio signals to the cruise ship, instructing them to head to the landing point. Mr. Jung, we received a radio from the military asking us to go to the landing point. The captain rushed over, looking shocked. He had been extremely nervous after learning that this was a military base and was prepared to be captured. But Jiang Feng remained calm, instead starting a barbecue on the deck. What the captain did not expect was that the military actually took the initiative to send a radio message, asking them to wait at the landing point. Then let's go, Jiang Feng said, gesturing, with grilled tuna in his left hand and grilled great white shark in his right, eating with great enjoyment. Not long after, the cruise ship stopped at the island's entrance. Major Generals Zhou Long and Song Feng personally welcomed him. Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Finally found us. If you hadn't, we would have finished our breakfast, Jiang Feng said with a smile. Ahem, we were slow to respond, Zhou Long said somewhat awkwardly, then invited Jiang Feng to disembark. Jiang Feng pointed to the group behind him on the cruise ship and asked, can they come ashore? Sorry, Mr. Jiang, only you are allowed, Song Feng replied. Zhou Long thought for a moment and added, yes, Mr. Jiang, after all, this is a military stronghold. Jiang Feng nodded and did not press them, turning back to Qin Shuio and the others, saying, you wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Just stay on the cruise ship. Ah, it's a bit of a pity. But being able to get so close to a military stronghold is still pretty good, the group lamented, but more so, they felt the trip was worthwhile. Zhu Luoyu watched Jiang Feng's departing figure, completely lost in thought. Breaking through military radar. 2 major generals inviting him to the island. What kind of treatment is this for a big shot? Zhu Luoyu couldn't help but look at Qin Shuio and the others, who were closest to Jiang Feng. What exactly is his background? We're just as confused. Qin Shuio and the others shook their heads. Although they shared a dorm with Jiang Feng, they too could not see through his true identity at this moment. If it were just wealth, it would be impossible to enter such a high-level military base. Not to mention Qin Shuio, even Zhu Luoyu did not have that qualification. Inside the military base, Jiang Feng was led by the 2 major generals to a heavily guarded conference room. Several surveillance screens surrounded them, displaying images from various directions of the island. However, the image of the cruise ship at the landing point was still not shown. When Song Feng returned and saw this scene, he could no longer contain his curiosity and quickly asked, I want to know, how did your cruise ship evade radar scanning? Why doesn't the radar show it? Song Feng was desperate to know the answer. Even the so-called stealth bombers of the Eagle Sauce merely absorb electromagnetic waves to reduce their reflection, achieving a barely stealthy effect. But Jiang Feng's cruise ship seemed to have leaked no electromagnetic waves at all, as if it were a ghost ship. If this technology were applied to the military, it could be said that the radars of many countries would be rendered useless. Zhou Long also looked at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression. That cruise ship looked like an ordinary tourist ship, worth only a couple of 100 million. It was impossible for it to completely evade modern powerful radar. Yet the absence of the cruise ship on the surveillance screen hinted that Jiang Feng had achieved it. Jiang Feng sat down in the conference room and replied, I simply reduced the electromagnetic wave reflectivity of the cruise ship to 0. Reduce the electromagnetic wave reflectivity to 0? How is that possible? Among the materials discovered by humanity so far, any object will reflect electromagnetic waves when touched. Even the special materials used on stealth bombers are not completely without refraction, they absorb many electromagnetic waves. Zhou Long frowned. As major generals on the front lines, their understanding of special materials was comparable to that of materials science experts. They knew better than anyone what materials could reduce electromagnetic wave scanning. Jiang Feng smiled and said, that's my skill. If you trust me, take me to modify the nuclear submarine. I can help you reduce the electromagnetic wave reflectivity of the nuclear submarine to 0 as well. Hiss. Zhou Long and Song Feng exchanged glances, both gasping in shock. If a strategic weapon like a nuclear submarine were to be completely stealthy, it would be comparable to the invention of the atomic bomb. Thinking of this, they immediately stood up and said to Jiang Feng very politely, I'll take you there. Under the guidance of the 2 major generals, Jiang Feng took the underground elevator and descended into the underground base. It was then that Jiang Feng realized that the interior of this island was actually semi-hollow, with a deep-sea base below. After entering the ocean, Jiang Feng saw a nuclear submarine lying in the water in a factory-like area, but it was separated by glass. Under the leadership of the 2 major generals, Jiang Feng successfully boarded the nuclear submarine. The internal personnel had already been cleared out, and only a few maintenance workers were present, conducting repairs. General Zhou, General Song, this submarine is quite old. It's estimated that after one more mission, the country will retire it, a professional nuclear submarine engineer said as he was repairing the submarine. Upon seeing the 2 generals, he immediately stopped his work and reported, Zhou Long nodded. Unless there was a miracle, this submarine indeed should be retired. However, Zhang Feng, who could transform a sports car and a cruise ship into stealth vessels, ignited new hope in him. If it could be kept in service, it would save the country billions. Zhou Long said to the engineer, "Old Shen, you guys can take a break. I'll take them to tour the submarine." "Okay." The engineer glanced at Zhang Feng, surprised at his youth. It was truly the first time he had seen someone so young aboard a nuclear submarine. However, he understood the rules and didn't ask further, turning to leave with a few subordinates. "How about it, Comrade Jiang? Can it be modified?" Zhou Long and Song Feng looked at Zhang Feng with anticipation. Zhang Feng nodded. "In addition to enhancing the stealth capabilities, I'll help you reduce energy consumption as well." "What do you need us to provide?" "Just say the word," Zhou Long immediately responded. "Have your engineers move all the repair tools into the submarine, and give me an hour," Zhang Feng requested. "The condition is that no one is to disturb me." Zhou Long immediately agreed. "No problem." Following Zhou Long's arrangements, all the repair tools were transported over, several tons in total. One engineer hesitated and asked, "Do you need help with an introduction?" Many of the tools could only be understood and used by the most professional engineers. He was worried that Zhang Feng wouldn't know how to use them. However, Zhang Feng actually didn't need the tools, it was merely a ruse. He waved his hand. "No need, I can manage." "In that case, we'll wait outside for good news from Comrade Zhang." Zhou Long understood that Zhang Feng seemed reluctant to reveal too much information, so he led the others out of the submarine. After closing the door, Song Feng looked at Zhou Long. "Old Zhou, do you really think this guy can successfully modify the nuclear submarine? Otherwise, should you go and solve the issue of that cruise ship not reflecting electromagnetic waves?" Zhou Long retorted. Zhang Feng had agreed to modify the nuclear submarine without making any demands. The other parties simply wanted to help the military break through the first island chain. Zhou Long felt there was no need to doubt Zhang Feng's abilities. Song Feng remained silent. He just felt that this matter was too far beyond recognition. If successful, the subsequent results would be astonishing. Reporting it up, both he and Zhou Long, as well as the entire military base on the island, could potentially be promoted beyond the norm. Inside the nuclear submarine, Zhang Feng did not use any tools but instead accessed the interface information of the submarine. Name, Big Black Fish, type, nuclear submarine, length, 77 meters, width, 10 meters, electromagnetic wave refraction rate, 70, energy conversion rate, 34, radar range, 100 kilometers. An electromagnetic wave refraction rate of 70 indicated that this nuclear submarine was equipped with materials that absorbed electromagnetic waves. When the electromagnetic waves were imprecise or of low intensity, the refracted information would be weak and inaccurate. This is indeed a huge help for a deep-sea submarine that needs to hide at all times. However, the refractive index is still too high. Zhang Feng directly modified it to 0. Looking again at the energy conversion rate, it was 34. The so-called energy conversion rate refers to how much of the 100 energy released by nuclear power is converted into propulsion. Generally speaking, the higher the energy conversion rate, the more power there is. However, due to various consumptions and obstacles, nuclear energy typically converts to less than half of its energy into propulsion. Therefore, Zhang Feng raised the energy conversion rate to 100. This means that the speed limit of the nuclear submarine and the duration of energy usage will both increase and extend. Radar range increased to 10,000 kilometers. Finally, Zhang Feng increased the radar scanning range by 100 times. Affected by the sea area, the radar range of submarines is shorter than that of destroyers. But now, after the modification, it is comparable to the early warning aircraft mounted on an aircraft carrier. After completing these 3 modifications, Zhang Feng reinforced some aging areas with updated parameters. By this point, in less than 10 minutes, the performance of the entire nuclear submarine had made a breakthrough in Zhang Feng's interface. Its overall capability is estimated to be among the top in the world. Just the stealth feature alone is unmatched by other nuclear submarines. This function means it can infiltrate waters close to enemy countries, exerting a tremendous deterrent effect. Zhang Feng rested in the submarine for a while before leisurely walking out of the nuclear submarine. It was still not an hour yet. The 2 generals were anxiously waiting, and when they suddenly saw Zhang Feng come out, they thought something had gone wrong and immediately approached him, asking, "Comrade Zhang, is there anything else you need?" "No, you can send engineers to check the parameters now. Trust me, you will be surprised." Zhang Feng smiled. The 2 generals were dumbfounded. They didn't even notice the oil stains in Zhang Feng's hands. They immediately sent engineers to test the performance and parameters.
Led by a chief engineer, more than a dozen maintenance personnel conducted a comprehensive performance test on the nuclear submarine. General Zhou, General Song, something big has happened. It's strange. In less than 10 minutes, the chief engineer walked out with a shocked expression, holding a report in his hand. Zhou Long immediately took it over, and it only showed one line of data, which was the radar range. It clearly displayed 10,000 kilometers. The radar of the nuclear submarine has reached 10,000 kilometers? How is that possible? At this moment, Song Fong was also dumbfounded. Currently, the largest radar scanning range in the world is just over 10,000. However, that thing is not mounted on a submarine. Anything mounted on a submarine would have its range reduced due to the sea area. But the test report in front of them actually showed that this soon-to-be-retired nuclear submarine's radar scanning range had increased to 10,000 kilometers. The electromagnetic refractive index and energy conversion rate can also be tested. I guarantee even more surprises. Zhang Feng smiled and suggested. He mainly made these 3 modifications, and this modification is particularly important for the nuclear submarine. Hurry up and test. Song Feng urged. Half an hour later, the complete test report finally came out. Looking at the electromagnetic refractive index being 0, the energy conversion rate reaching the astonishing 100, and the overall performance improvement of 1000, the 2 experienced rear admirals finally swayed and almost couldn't stand firm. Any one of these data points would be enough to claim a groundbreaking transformation worthy of an academician. Now, they were happening simultaneously. How did you do it? As a soldier, Song Feng was usually calm, but at this moment, facing the composed Zhang Feng, he felt a bit unsettled. How is this possible? This is not just against common sense, it defies physics. For example, the energy conversion rate, most of the energy would inevitably be consumed during the transportation process. It cannot reach 100. But now the inspection report was hinting to him that Zhang Feng had succeeded. Don't ask me how I did it. I don't seek fame, I only hope that you can take this nuclear submarine to break through the first island chain and the second island chain. If the country still needs me and trusts me, you can bring over the other nuclear submarines, and I will help you modify them. Zhang Feng waved his sleeve and left the military base calmly. The cruise ship was still docked there. However, it was already afternoon. Zhang Feng was preparing to return to the cruise ship. Comrade Jiang, your contributions will definitely be reported to the highest levels, said Zhou Long, while Song Feng, both from military families, saluted Zhang Feng and expressed that they would not claim this achievement for themselves. Zhang Feng turned back and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. However, I hope to see news of your successful arrival at the Eagle Sauce West Coast soon. This means, if the enemy can come, we can go there too. After saying this, Zhang Feng left the military base and returned to the cruise ship. The 2 generals carefully pondered Zhang Feng's words, if the enemy can come, we can go there too. This phrase was spoken by Emperor Wu of Han when he set out to campaign against the Xiongnu, meaning that if the enemy can come, we can go to their territory as well. For many years, Eagle Sauce's fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and submarines have been roaming near the Dragon Country's waters. Now, it was time to roam near their waters. We will. Zhou Long saluted again, his gaze firm. Song Feng also saluted. If he had previously doubted and mistrusted, now he was completely in awe of Zhang Feng. Especially the other party's unselfish demeanor made him respect him even more. The 2 major generals continued to salute, watching Zhang Feng leave until the cruise ship disappeared from view, and only then did they slowly lower their hands. General Song, shouldn't we do something now? Zhou Long looked at Song Feng excitedly. Song Feng said, let's first try to see if we can break through the first island chain. If we can, we will report it. Good. Zhou Long nodded. Although the performance parameters were currently perfect, they had not actually been tested in real combat. At present, the domestic nuclear submarines were all within the first island chain and could not get out at all. Because Eagle Sauce had a large number of radar scans in the first island chain, the second island chain, and even throughout the Pacific, it was like a dense net, with submarines and various detection devices in the depths of the ocean, making it impossible for their submarines to get out. Even if they did, they would be surrounded and interfered with. But now, with the electromagnetic wave refraction rate of 0 on the Great Black Fish, they planned to give it a try. If successful, it would be a milestone. On the cruise ship's deck, Zhu Luoyu, Qin Shuao, and a group of girls were now staring at Zhang Feng as if he were a deity. Entering the military base was one thing, but when he came out, those 2 generals naturally saluted and watched Zhang Feng leave. Mom Chen, you quickly tell me, you are actually a general too, Qin Shuao said, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. I can seriously say that I am really not a general. That's impossible. You must have some extraordinary identity. Otherwise,
How could two major generals keep saluting you? Even my dad, no, our local senior officials, don't have this kind of treatment, Zhu Luoyu frowned and said. To be saluted by two major generals, such high-level treatment would at least require a lieutenant general. But at Jiang Feng's age, it was absolutely impossible to achieve the rank of lieutenant general. So, Zhu Luoyu speculated whether this guy had a general father. Jiang Feng was both amused and helpless. Where would he get a general father? However, this remark also gave Jiang Feng a bit of inspiration. Perhaps he could change his father's identity to that of a big shot. This would also explain why he could enjoy such treatment. That's right, actually I have a general father. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement with their words. Thud, Xin Shuiyao knelt down. Now she finally understood that her relationship with Jiang Feng was not a matter of reaching too high, but rather one of being unable to catch up. She was simply Cinderella facing the Jade Emperor. General! Zhu Luoyu was shocked inside. Even with her status, it was impossible to encounter such a top-tier family. After all, there were only 26 active generals in the entire country. They were indeed few and far between. She never expected to meet a general's family member today. Mom Chen. Actually, I am your long-lost daughter. Su Shanshan suddenly hugged Jiang Feng's thigh, rubbing against him vigorously. Nonsense. Clearly, I am. Xin Shuiyao clung to Jiang Feng's left arm. Xu Qingping wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng's right arm. You all should give up. I have sworn sisterhood with Sister Chen, right, Sister Chen? Jiang Feng scratched his head, as it did seem to be the case. As soon as this was said, Xin Shuiyao and the others immediately chimed in. I want to swear sisterhood too. I want to swear sisterhood too. Jiang Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If he continued to pretend, he might really become their sister. Just as he was about to reveal his true gender, he suddenly received a call from Ma Jin. Hello, Boss Ma, what's the matter? Mr. Jiang, we have nearly completed the acquisition of the automotive supply chain. Monthly car production can reach 500,000 units. Additionally, we have officially announced our entry into the automotive industry, launching anti-gravity cars. However, the public response has been terrible, and our technical experts have jointly opposed it, saying it's impossible. On the other end, Ma Jin's voice was filled with difficulty. Just entering the automotive industry had already consumed a lot of his energy to persuade the shareholders. Now, to launch anti-gravity cars, where would he find such technological reserves? Not only did he not have it, but the entire industry, even the whole country, and globally, did not have it either. Jiang Feng nodded. Wait for me to come back, I'll help you solve it. You can go ahead and promote the anti-gravity cars. Okay. Ma Jin was overjoyed. With Jiang Feng's words, he felt much more at ease. Captain, prepare to return to the Pearl River. Jiang Feng instructed the cruise ship captain to head back to the port. 8 hours later, the cruise ship returned to the Pearl River port. Meanwhile, a nearly 100-meter-long black nuclear submarine was slowly emerging from a military base beneath an island in the South China Sea. It was like a black dragon, reassembling itself after repairs, setting sail once again. It was the Daehaeyu, Big Black Fish. Under the joint application of two rear admirals, the Daehaeyu was granted one last mission at sea. According to the national deployment, the condition of the Daehaeyu was nearly at its end. After completing this mission, the submarine would be decommissioned. The personnel would need to be assigned to new nuclear submarines, and some would even have to follow the decommissioning. However, it was clear that Zhou Long and Song Feng were unwilling to see this old nuclear submarine retire just like that. Therefore, this time, the Daehaeyu had to achieve something remarkable to regain attention. Whoosh! The Daehaeyu silently slipped away from the port under the watchful eyes of Zhou Long and Song Feng. Then it headed towards the first island chain to the east. The so-called first island chain was a military blockade line set by the Eagle Sauce against the Dragon Country. It started from the small sun and traveled south, linking the Ryukyu Islands, Guam, and the Philippines, forming the first blockade line. This blockade line had a large radar network. Even if Hua Mulan swam through, her true gender could be discerned. Because of this, most of the Dragon Country's nuclear submarines operated within the first island chain, especially in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and North Sea. Even if they left the first island chain, they could not hide their tracks, essentially being exposed to the enemy's sight the entire time. In the event of a conflict, escape would be nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, the deterrent power of nuclear submarines was practically zero and could be destroyed at any moment. Therefore, how to hide nuclear submarines became a topic of research for many top experts, but even to this day, it had not been resolved. The Daehaeyu was not fast, only traveling at 60 kilometers per hour. It traveled north from the South China Sea, passing by the Philippines. After more than 10 hours, it gradually headed towards the eastern Pacific. Along this route,
countless radar detectors were scattered like stars. Although Zhou Long and Song Feng were still inside the military base, commanding from their posts, their hearts began to rise as satellite monitoring showed that the Daehae was passing south of Gui Island, heading towards the eastern Pacific.
1 second. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed.
The Daehae continued to move steadily forward, reporting no issues.
Why hasn't there been a report? Song Feng couldn't contain his impatience.
Under normal circumstances, the Daehae would definitely be detected by radar when passing through that area.
Once detected, it would essentially be exposed.
Zhou Long signaled for him to calm down. Maybe it hasn't been exposed yet, so it's not sending a radio message. Once it officially enters the Pacific, it might respond to us.
Song Feng nodded, holding his patience as he continued to stare intently at the satellite map.
He watched as the Daehae transformed into a black dot on the map, moving step by step towards the east. Closer, closer. As the Daehae crossed a meridian, it meant that the Daehae had officially entered the Pacific.
The entire conference room fell silent.
5 seconds later, the communicator in the conference room suddenly rang with a radio message from the Daehae. Report to the base, this is Daehae. Our submarine has successfully entered the Pacific, with no radar scans detected throughout the journey. Generally speaking, to determine whether one has been successfully scanned by radar, one only needs to observe if the opponent's radar electromagnetic waves are repeatedly tracking and detecting.
If there is repeated detection, it basically means exposure.
Otherwise, the opponent would not continue scanning. However, when the captain had just broken through the first island chain, although he encountered quite a few radar scans, they were all brief. There was no repeated scanning. This indicated that the opponent had scanned but found nothing, so they continued scanning elsewhere. As this news returned to the military base, Zhou Long slammed the table, nearly breaking it in half, and exclaimed, "We have finally broken through the first island chain.
A milestone day."
Song Feng was also joyfully looking around, wishing he could celebrate if not for the ongoing mission. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from some other comrades present. Everyone had been staying up late, but everyone was spirited. They were witnessing history. Zhou Long steadied his emotions, pressed down the applause, and addressed everyone. "Comrades, our Daehae's ultimate mission is to reach the west coast. As of now, we have just broken through the first island chain without being discovered. Next, we need to break through the second island chain, Guam, Hawaii, and finally reach the west coast of the Eagle Sauce.
So, we will implement a shift system.
24 hours, fully assisting the Daehae, retrieving satellite map coordinates, helping to eliminate obstacles, etc.
Do we have confidence in completing the mission?"
Zhou Long stood tall.
"We guarantee to complete the mission. A group of islands suitable for global tycoons to vacation."
However, this group of islands belonged to the Eagle Sauce. There was also a military base nearby.
At this moment, a petroleum tycoon from Houston was vacationing on a small island in Hawaii with his family.
His name was Bonnie, and his son was only 10 years old.
The son asked Bonnie, "Father, are we safe on this small island?"
The boy looked at the sparsely populated island and couldn't help but ask with some concern. Bonnie took off his sunglasses, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, kid. We, the Eagle Sauce, are the most powerful country in the world. This Hawaiian archipelago belongs to us. No one dares to offend us. Whether it's flying in the sky, walking on land, or swimming in the water, none can approach us closely."
Bonnie confidently reassured his son.
The boy gazed at the vast ocean and said, "But I heard that there is a powerful presence in the deep sea called a nuclear submarine. If it were to swim over secretly, would we be able to detect it? Of course, 100 miles ahead, there is a military base of ours, and this base, needless to say, has nuclear submarine scanning radars. So far, no nuclear submarine has been able to cross this radar zone and reach us," Bonnie reassured his son. Any nuclear submarine wanting to reach the small island he was on would have to pass through a web of radar scans.
Once detected, a level 1 alert. If it continued, they could even fire directly.
The boy finally felt relieved and ran off with his camera, saying, "Great, father, I'm going to play on the beach. Watch out for great white sharks, you little rascal," Bonnie called out, then shrugged it off, putting on his sunglasses and sunbathing. The little boy played in the water at the beach, occasionally picking up his camera to capture the seascape, the waves, and some fish. Suddenly, a dark object surfaced on the horizon. It was long, like a black whale, with only its horns showing.
It also resembled a black python, its scales shimmering, moving quickly on the water's surface.
The little boy was taking pictures and was stunned by the sight. He thought he had captured some Tunisian sea monster and hurriedly snapped dozens of high-definition photos. But in less than 30 seconds, the sea monster quietly sank again, never to resurface. Excited, the boy ran to Bonnie, holding his camera. "Father, come look at what I captured." Go find your mother, I want a sunbathe, Bonnie replied dismissively.
No, father, I captured a sea monster. You have to see. A sea monster?
Bonnie finally became alert, sitting up, taking off his sunglasses, and taking his son's camera to print out the photos. He focused on the images, his brow furrowing. This steel-colored presence was no sea monster, it was a submarine? Bonnie had never seen a real submarine but had seen some military pictures. His eyes widened as he rushed to the spot where the boy had taken the photos. This area of the sea belonged to the internal waters of the Hawaiian Islands. How could a submarine be here? He immediately called the Hawaiian Police Department. Hello, this is the Hawaiian Police Department. How can we assist you? I'm on Oahu Island, and we want to know if there are any military exercises nearby.
Are my family and I safe? Bonnie's first thought was whether there were military exercises in the vicinity.
The officer on the other end paused for a moment, then laughed. Don't worry, sir. If there were military exercises nearby, the military would notify us, and we would inform everyone to evacuate in advance. But my son just captured a submarine in the waters ahead.
Bonnie frowned. A submarine?
The officer was puzzled and thought for a moment before saying, please provide your specific location on the island, and we will send someone to verify.
Half an hour later, a speedboat carrying 2 officers arrived to investigate. However, they did not see any trace of a submarine. This is the photo my son took, Bonnie showed them. After reviewing the photo, the 2 officers also frowned. The image was very clear, and the unidentified presence did indeed resemble a submarine, but they had not received any reports from the military base. Please wait a moment, sir.
We will check with headquarters. The 2 officers hurriedly left, reporting the information up the chain. However, headquarters had no news of any military exercises. The photo made its way to the Hawaiian military base. When the white general at the base saw the photo, he was shocked, because there had never been a submarine in the location shown in the photo. This meant it was not a domestic submarine. A foreign submarine passing through the internal islands of Hawaii was a monumental event.
The radar network should have been as noisy as cicadas in autumn by now. However, their radar network showed no response. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on?
The white general summoned a colonel responsible for radar information collection. The colonel was taken aback upon seeing the photos. With a look of disbelief, he said, General, this can't be possible.
Could it be the photos?
The technicians have already verified it, they are all real photos. Now, you all, immediately check every single radar network to see if there's a problem. We'll deal with your punishment later. After reprimanding them, the white general turned and dialed the Pentagon to report the situation. Before long, the Pentagon, the Black Palace, and several other agencies were all aware of the matter.
In an instant, the upper echelons of the Eagle Country were shaken.
They quickly convened an emergency meeting. You at the Hawaii military base spend over $100 billion on military expenses every year, yet you didn't even notice when foreign submarines entered.
Are you just sitting around doing nothing?
The president of the Black Palace shouted angrily at the generals. A general from the Pentagon replied, Mr. President, our military is dedicated to its duties.
This submarine's unexpected intrusion must have a reason. What reason? The president said, dissatisfied.
We haven't figured it out yet, but we can confirm that our radar network has not malfunctioned, the general responded. The president interrupted him, don't pass the buck.
Tell me what you found out. At the very least, you should know which country this submarine belongs to, right?
It's most likely from the Dragon Country, the general from the Pentagon analyzed. Currently, the only country with the capability and motivation to break through the island chain blockade is the Dragon Country. However, this photo only captured the tip of the iceberg, and there was no Dragon Country flag on it. So he only said it was most likely from the Dragon Country. The president retorted, surely there's not a 2% chance it's aliens?
It's not impossible, Mr. President.
Our military has captured quite a few before, the general replied. Heh, you'd better pray that this submarine doesn't show up again.
If it appears in Hawaii now, what if it shows up in the Gulf of Mexico next time?
Let's see how you distinguish it then, the president sarcastically said. The Hawaii military base is the core base of the Eagle Country in the Pacific. If such a military stronghold were quietly breached by the Dragon Country, it wouldn't be impossible for them to swim right up to the doorstep. The general from the Pentagon's expression darkened. Don't worry, we have mobilized global satellites, and the radar is on high alert.
That submarine most likely won't dare to show its face again.
If it dares to show up again, I guarantee it won't make it back. The Pentagon was also furious. Since Pearl Harbor, no country's core military equipment had been able to approach the Eagle Country within 5,000 kilometers.
and Hawaii is only 3,700 kilometers from the Eagle country's mainland.
This means that the unidentified submarine, after mysteriously surfacing in Hawaii, has already broken historical records. Naturally, they at the Pentagon felt a historic humiliation. Therefore, they could not allow such a thing to happen again. If it does, they must retaliate with an iron fist. Otherwise, they would lose face and their authority would diminish. Meanwhile, after passing Hawaii, the Blackfish submarine submerged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, it lay there, motionless. According to Zhou Long and Song Feng's request, the Blackfish submarine was to take a short break after breaking through the second island chain, waiting for the next command.
The Blackfish submarine was also conducting some self-maintenance. However, the results shocked them.
Captain, based on this week's energy consumption, we can stay underwater for at least another year, an engineer reported incredulously to the captain.
A normal submarine can operate for 100 days without surfacing, which is considered basic operation.
More than 100 days, and it becomes very difficult.
This involves issues related to energy and equipment maintenance. However, the consumption of the Daehaeyu, big black fish, this week is extremely low.
If it continues to operate normally, it can go to sea for a year and lie dormant on the seabed for another year. Such astonishing performance has increased by about 3 times compared to before. Even the strongest nuclear submarines of the Eagle Sauce, U.S.,
do not possess this capability.
Wait for orders from the base.
There may be a major mission ahead.
The captain took a deep breath. He had already sensed that this nuclear submarine had been modified beyond imagination when he broke through the radar blockade of the island chain one after another.
Therefore, when he received the order to rest here, he basically determined that there was no need to return for the time being and estimated that they would continue to move forward to test the limits of this nuclear submarine. Beep beep beep.
Suddenly, the nuclear submarine received a coded message. The captain and several commanders immediately had someone decode the radio. Under the technician's decryption, a short command was printed in Chinese.
To all officers and soldiers of the Daehaeyu,
in accordance with the orders of the state, national defense, and military, the Daehaeyu is to proceed to 34 degrees north latitude, 125 degrees west longitude, and remain silent for 3 days.
After the mission is completed, return immediately to the military base.
The captain's eyes widened when he saw this latitude and longitude. The location of Los Angeles is around 30 degrees north latitude and 118 degrees west longitude. The destination of the Daehaeyu is just over 200 kilometers to the west of Los Angeles. Although it is in international waters, it is less than 200 kilometers from the Eagle Sauce mainland.
Are we going to stroll along the west coast? The officers and soldiers inside the submarine all looked excited.
It has always been the Eagle Sauce's fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and submarines that have strolled in the South China Sea.
Now, it was their turn to have some fun on the west coast.
What stroll? We are going for free navigation in international waters, the captain corrected.
Right, free navigation.
The captain's expression turned serious as he ordered, all hands, prepare to set sail. Zhang Feng had already returned to the Pearl River. At this moment, he was in an automated car integration workshop. Inside, there was an assembly line that could produce up to 5,000 complete cars per day. And such assembly lines, Tao Duo had acquired 30 of them. The daily output of complete cars could reach 10,000. By the end of the month, nearly 500,000 cars would be produced.
For an e-commerce company, this was already an astonishing asset. Mr. Zhang, just acquiring these industrial chains has cost us over 10 billion renminbi. This does not include the investment in technology research and development. Ma Jin reported to Zhang Feng from the side.
In just 1 month, he mobilized the group's resources to acquire 30 car production lines, spending 10 billion. The industrial chain was established, the promotion was launched, but now they were missing a gravity control technology. However, Ma Jin had consulted half of the scientific community and had not heard of anyone possessing this technology.
If this problem was not resolved, the acquired industrial chain could suffer severe losses. Not to mention launching gravity-defying cars, even the e-commerce business would be seriously affected. Zhang Feng toured the entire assembly line, checking the parameters of these cars.
According to the system's prompts, the parameters of these cars were average. On the market, they would only be low-priced cars worth over 100,000. However, this was precisely suitable for Zhang Feng to modify. After listening to Ma Jin's report, Zhang Feng smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Old Ma, I remember back in the day by the Pearl River, you talked to me about internet commerce, painting a picture of your vision for e-commerce with such confidence and vigor.
How come now, when I ask you to stretch your imagination a bit, you look so conservative?"
Ma Jin smiled wryly and said, "Mr.
Jiang, confidence requires sufficient backing. At that time, the domestic internet was underdeveloped, and I had been abroad for research, so I was confident and full of vigor. But now, I have consulted many technical experts, and there is truly no sign of this gravity control technology. Ma Jin said truthfully. Zhang Feng nodded and said, let me tell you, I have anti-gravity technology. Moreover, I can enhance the overall performance of your cars, allowing them to sell for a base price of over $1 million. Additionally, anti-gravity cars can be linked with your Tao Duo for bundled sales. $1 million price tag? Ma Jin's breath quickened. If this technology truly existed, its value would far exceed $1 million. Ma Jin hurriedly asked, so, when will this anti-gravity technology go into production? It's already in production. Zhang Feng glanced at the 10 cars nearby, their parameters displayed. They were subjected to a gravitational force of 9 newtons per kilogram. This meant they were constrained by Earth's gravity at 9 newtons per kilogram. This gravity would create significant friction for the cars. The power system of the car would need to overcome this friction before it could propel the vehicle. Modify it all to 3 newtons per kilogram. Zhang Feng silently thought. He adjusted their gravitational force to half. If modified to 0, they would float. Increasing the gravity would lead to greater energy loss in the car's power system, meaning more energy would be consumed to achieve the same speed. Modification successful. The car's gravitational force is now in newtons per kilogram. After reducing the gravity, the car's energy consumption decreased by 2/3, and its range increased by more than double. Zhang Feng also doubled the hardness of the car's materials, tire performance, windows, and more. Ma Jin was puzzled. He looked at the 10 cars Zhang Feng pointed to and said, are you referring to these 10? Yes. You can have an expert come to conduct a test report. Zhang Feng gestured for him to find someone for the testing. Ma Jin understood and immediately arranged for experts to conduct performance tests. In an open vehicle testing area, a dozen experts were on standby. Not far away, Zhang Feng and Ma Jin stood under a sunshade, watching the experts conduct their tests. What's there to test in cars worth over 100,000? The invited technical experts were somewhat confused. They could tell at a glance the level of these cars. The performance parameters of these vehicles almost instantly entered their minds. Normally, performance tests are required for high-end cars, such as sports cars, luxury cars, and racing cars. Those are the ones that need performance testing. At first glance, these were cars worth over 100,000. What could they possibly test? However, since the founder of Tao Duo was waiting for results not far away, they couldn't say much and could only get to work. Buzz. After the car started and drove 3 laps at a speed of 100 km per hour, the experts immediately approached to begin measuring the car's speed, wear, energy consumption, and various other data. Everything seemed normal at first. Suddenly, they noticed the energy consumption data. Normally, a new energy vehicle at a speed of 100 km per hour consumes about 10 kWh per hour. But this car only consumed about 3 kWh. How is this possible? The experts exchanged glances, their expressions shocked. Could it be that the test was wrong? It's possible. Let's test a few more cars. The technical experts finally perked up. They subsequently tested the remaining cars one by one. Without exception, these new energy vehicles all consumed only about 3 kWh at a speed of 100 km per hour. And this energy consumption was half of all electric cars currently on the market. The tests are accurate. This batch of cars is quite unusual. The technical experts finally understood. This batch of cars was not conventional. Of course, they had no idea what advanced technology these cars employed. So, they conducted a comprehensive and complete test from various angles. This test was referenced against the highest standards of high-end cars. The results were astonishingly far superior to high-end vehicles. Incredible! The performance of this batch of cars is unprecedented. The experts held the test reports, their faces filled with shock. They arrived in front of Ma Jin and Zhang Feng, handing over the test report. Boss Ma, here are the test data you requested. Ma Jin took it and quickly scanned it. The report contained data benchmarked against high-end cars, showing various improvement ratios. The least was an increase of 100. Overall, the car was no longer worth just over 100,000, but could be sold for over 500,000. However, Ma Jin did not see the test indicators for the anti-gravity technology among them. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhang, where is the anti-gravity technology you mentioned? It only counteracts half the gravity. If it overcame all the gravity, it would become a floating car. That would turn it into an aircraft. If you can promote this car that counteracts half the gravity and then apply for an aircraft license from the government, I can make the car's gravity completely zero, Zhang Feng replied. This car could reduce so much power consumption because it overcame half the gravity.
Majin suddenly realized, looking at the test report in his hand, and said, Mr.
Jiang, in a few days, there will be a car exhibition. Do you have time to attend together?
In a few days, there would be an international trade car exhibition in the Pearl River, where almost all global car companies would participate, and their Taduo duo had also signed up.
Many media outlets were looking forward to how an e-commerce company would enter the automotive field.
However, many people online were not optimistic about them.
An e-commerce company selling counterfeit goods, with no technological content, actually wants to enter the automotive field. Exactly, it's too funny. The current automotive field is still dominated by Europe, America, and Japan. Domestic cars are not doing well.
Even in the new energy vehicle sector, Tesla is the most famous. Domestically, it's mostly just following trends.
Following trends is really ridiculous. Even e-commerce companies are trying to ride the wave.
I heard they also signed up for the Pearl River International Car Exhibition. I'm planning to go see how they embarrass themselves. It would be best if it were live-streamed, so we can see how amazing Taduo Duo's legendary anti-gravity car really is.
I'm not going, you can promote it yourselves. Zhang Feng declined Majin's invitation to watch the car exhibition.
Anyway, the parameters for the anti-gravity had already been modified. Now they just needed to wait for Taduo Duo's car to gain fame and conquer the global automotive field.
By the way, Mr. Zhang, this car still doesn't have a name.
Majin gestured for Zhang Feng to help come up with one. Zhang Feng thought for a moment. The gravity on this car had been reduced by 2/3, which was similar to the gravity experienced by objects on Mars. So he suggested, let's call it Zhu Rong. In the refreshing 119 dormitory, as soon as he entered, Qin Shuio immediately brought over a piece of cold, sweet watermelon.
Morning Ma, you're back. It's the middle of summer, come have some watermelon. Qin Shuio held half a watermelon, the black seeds already picked out. With just a spoon, a scoop of mouth-watering watermelon flesh was ready. What's the occasion? Is there something going on?
Zhang Feng smiled as he reached for the spoon.
Su Shanchan walked over, snatched the spoon away, and said, how can we let Morning Ma do it herself? I'll feed you.
Saying this, she scooped out a piece of watermelon flesh, as if coaxing a child. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and took a bite, instantly feeling a sweet and cool sensation flowing into his heart and lungs. He sat down in a chair, enjoying the summer breeze blowing in from the window, feeling very comfortable.
He asked again, what is it? Just tell me.
It's nothing, just a simple way to strengthen our friendship. Xu Qingping came over, squatted down in front of Zhang Feng, and began to help massage his legs.
Qin Shuio also brought a fan to help cool him down.
One was feeding him watermelon, another was fanning him, and the last was massaging his legs. Zhang Feng felt like a pampered elder, unable to help but say, this life is too comfortable. It feels like I'm about to leave.
Don't talk nonsense. As long as you're happy, we can always be good sisters.
Yes, we are good sisters, the three girls said with determined expressions.
Are you kidding? A family of generals. Such a big leg to hold onto, we must cling tightly. Alright, sisters, I need to prepare for my nap,
Zhang Feng said as he flipped over and returned to bed. Before long, he was fast asleep. In his dream, he saw a big black fish swimming all the way from the South China Sea to the west coast of the Eagle Sauce. Whoosh! Suddenly, a nuclear missile shot out from the big black fish's mouth, heading straight for Los Angeles.
This is too exciting, Zhang Feng laughed out loud, so much so that Qin Shuio shook him awake. Morning Ma, what are you laughing about? Qin Shuio asked, poking Zhang Feng's face. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. She was still napping, and Zhang Feng's sudden laughter startled her. Zhang Feng came to his senses, sat up, and said, I was dreaming, almost wiped out Los Angeles. Wipe out Los Angeles? Wouldn't that require aliens? Qin Shuio laughed, noting that Washington and New York had been wiped out by aliens several times in movies. At that moment, Xu Qingping took out her phone, pointed to a news article, and said, why would we need aliens to wipe out Los Angeles? A nuclear submarine could cause a devastating strike. Qin Shuio glanced at the news Xu Qingping was pointing to.
It turned out to be a roadside report stating that an oil tycoon in Eagle Sauce had spotted an unidentified submarine near Hawaii. There were pictures to prove it. However, this matter was only circulating online, and its authenticity was unknown. After reading it, Qin Shuio said, what kind of submarine is this, that it even made it to Hawaii? Eagle Sauce hasn't acknowledged or responded to it. So I suspect it's from another country. If their military defense line was breached, it would be embarrassing and a major security flaw, which is why they haven't spoken up, Xu Qingping analyzed. Su Shanchan was also intrigued and asked, which country could it be from? After saying that, all three girls looked at Zhang Feng. Last time Zhang Feng went to the military base, he received high-level treatment from a major general.
Zhang Feng must have seen submarines. Zhang Feng looked at Chu Qingping. Let me see.
Chu Qingping handed over the photo on her phone. Zhang Feng took a glance, and a huge sense of familiarity hit him. Although many submarines look similar on top, Zhang Feng had personally modified the parameters of the big black fish, and that sense of intimacy came from his sixth sense, from the small details. Although he couldn't prove it, Zhang Feng instinctively felt certain that this was the big black fish. In fact, only the big black fish had the capability to reach the Hawaiian Islands. That place was already the second island chain. Passing through there indicated that our country had the ability to break through the second island chain.
The next step to the Eagle Sauce mainland was naturally within reach.
It is indeed possible that it's our country's nuclear submarine, Zhang Feng concluded. In fact, not only Zhang Feng made this judgment.
Many netizens had already started discussing it.
Weibo, Zhenjian, Douyin, everyone was frantically sharing these photos.
This submarine is most likely from our country. It's simply amazing that it made it to this position. Not just amazing, it's extraordinary. The so-called second island chain is practically a dead letter now. If this is true, why hasn't Eagle Sauce reacted? Logically, shouldn't they be furious? When you really have laundry detergent, it won't say anything. But when you don't, it will say you have laundry detergent. The person above makes a good point. Based on Eagle Sauce's reaction, this might be true.
Otherwise, they would have jumped at the chance to smear us.
What do you think? After this submarine broke through the second island chain, did it turn back or continue forward?
What?
Continue forward? Are they going to the west coast? No way, right?
If it really goes to the west coast, can it sustain the energy to go that far?
It looks like a fight is about to break out. Just breaking through the second island chain is already impressive. The west coast? Let's wait for the next decade.
The crowd was abuzz with discussions, shocked that their own submarine had made it to Hawaii unscathed, but they didn't think it would continue moving forward.
Damn, there's a public intellectual being sarcastic here.
At that moment, Qin Shueyo suddenly came across a public intellectual who was mocking under these photos. This is an invasion. Beware of the lighthouse technology blockade. The person elaborated comprehensively from 8 aspects and 9 angles, ultimately calling on the nation not to offend the Eagle Sauce.
Zhang Feng glanced over and laughed. Blockade?
Chips, aerospace, or Dongfeng Express?
If submarines can't be blocked now, how can there be a blockade? Now that submarines can reach Hawaii, it seems our aircraft carriers heading to the Pacific is just around the corner.
Qin Shueyo was still looking forward to the day when she could sail her own cruise ship, taking her sisters to enjoy the Pacific.
It should be soon,
Zhang Feng said with a smile. Meanwhile, the black fish had already been lurking off the west coast for 3 days. During these 3 days, countless radar nets had passed by.
However, due to the blackfish's electromagnetic wave refraction rate being 0, it was never detected by radar. Thus, it lay in wait for 3 days. Until the 3rd day, the black fish began to surface. When it floated up to shallow waters, a private yacht passing nearby suddenly spotted the top of the black fish. The entire black fish had almost surfaced halfway, over 100 meters long, looking like a black dragon. It even circled around the yacht, leaving the men and women aboard stunned. They were both amazed and terrified, clearly having never seen anything like this in their lives.
Some among them keenly sensed something was off and immediately started filming. However, they only managed to capture less than 20 seconds before the submarine circled around and sank back into the depths, disappearing from sight.
Oh my god, what is that? A submarine? That's definitely a submarine. It's simply unbelievable. Is it our submarine? How did it end up here? Not our submarine, could it be from another country? That's even less likely. The crowd was in a frenzy.
They stopped firing their weapons and posted the video on Little Blue Bird.
A black submarine appeared off the west coast. Mysterious submarine, military exercise?
The real on-site footage caused these topics to rapidly gain tens of millions of views within an hour.
Countless people tagged Eagle Sauce. Is it an exercise? Why did it appear near the west coast? No exercise notifications have been received.
All the official agencies that were tagged responded similarly. They had no idea where the submarine that was filmed came from.
It's it. Oh my god, how did it get from Hawaii to the west coast? What on earth is our federal union doing? Other countries' nuclear submarines are right under our noses. Why hasn't anyone notified us?
At this moment, Bonnie also came across this tweet, and upon seeing the black fish, he immediately recognized it.
He was shocked and terrified.
The last time he reported this matter, the officials claimed they were still investigating. But nearly 2 weeks had passed with no news. And now, the submarine had reappeared,
and its location was shockingly near the Eagle Sauce's homeland on the west coast. The distance was alarming. If the appearance of a submarine near Hawaii was shocking, then a submarine near the homeland's west coast was downright frightening. One must know that submarines carry nuclear weapons. Such a dangerous thing was lurking nearby, and there was no emergency notification to evacuate the nearby people. This naturally made the Eagle Sauce populace both angry and afraid. As a large number of Eagle Sauce people tagged the Pentagon and the Black Palace, the Pentagon immediately launched an investigation. However, no matter how they investigated, their satellites showed that there had never been any nuclear submarines in the photographed waters. There was only a yacht passing through that sea area when people suddenly became excited and started taking pictures of the sea. Are these people crazy? Why are they so excited when they haven't seen anything? An official asked incredulously. A tech expert from the Pentagon explained, satellites also scan through radar. The range of electromagnetic waves is invisible light, but theoretically, there are things that cannot be scanned. And the human eye sees things through visible light at close range, the official said. Are you saying that there really is a nuclear submarine that has silently crossed our countless radar and satellite networks and appeared on our west coast? Those videos show no signs of technical tampering, so from this perspective, it does seem so, the tech expert from the Pentagon replied. There's no need to argue about whether it's true or false, because the Dragon Country has already made an official announcement. The highest-ranking general at the Pentagon, Cullen, pointed to the military intelligence monitoring screen. Everyone looked over to see the Dragon Country news announcing, our Southern Theater submarine has successfully remained silent for 3 days in the Pacific and completed free navigation in international waters. All personnel are awarded first-class merit. The phrase silent for 3 days sent the entire Pentagon into a state of shock. They had thought their radar network might have been breached, but now they realized it wasn't just breached, it had been trampled, and now they were being publicly mocked with a news announcement. The Eagle Sauce president had worked tirelessly to finally gather the Five Eyes Alliance. As you know, just a day ago, the Dragon Country launched a surprise attack on us that can be likened to Pearl Harbor. Their actions are truly despicable. As a political alliance of civilized nations, we should defend the light of civilization. The Eagle Sauce president looked around at the other 4 leaders, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. These 5 countries all belong to the Anglo-Saxon race. One could understand that the main population of the Dragon Country and Singapore are Chinese. The Five Eyes Alliance is such a political alliance. Although they are different countries, they share deep blood ties and various intelligence. Big brother, it's already the 21st century, how can I have any presence? Just ask any liberal arts student from the Dragon Country where New Zealand is, and 8 out of 10 wouldn't even know where I am. What can I do? The New Zealand leader spoke first. His country, with a population of just over 500, had relied on the Five Eyes Alliance to show off in the past, but now, facing the billion-plus population of the Dragon Country, he was even less significant than a city. How could he defend the light of civilization? The Eagle Sauce president was displeased. He slammed the table. Shut up. How can you demean yourself like this? Mr. President, don't blame New Zealand. After all, its location is even more remote than mine. It's used to staying in the corner, and now you suddenly want to take it to a country with over 1 billion people. Don't say it's scared. Even I wouldn't have much courage. Australia also spoke up. Their country doesn't have a large population either. Although it's economically developed, it mainly relies on agricultural products and isn't an industrial power. Usually, they could only hide behind the Eagle Sauce father and bark a few times. If they really had to face the Dragon Country head-on, wouldn't that be pushing themselves into the fire? You big-eyed kangaroo, how can you be so unambitious? The Eagle Sauce president couldn't help but bang the table. They hadn't even started discussing how to sanction the Dragon Country, and 2 of them were already weak. The leaders of New Zealand and Australia shrugged and looked at Canada and the UK. If those 2 aren't useless, then let them step forward. Me? My land is vast and sparsely populated, and the weather is cold. It's hard to recruit soldiers. Besides, what does the Pearl Harbor bombing have to do with Canada? Canada also took on a high and mighty, unconcerned attitude. The Eagle Sauce president was completely anxious. Was even his northern neighbor unwilling to ally? He looked at the British Prime Minister and said, "You Brits, many of our ancestors from Eagle Sauce immigrated from your land, so we have deep blood ties, right? Therefore, you will join us in sanctioning the Dragon Country and defending civilization, won't you? Let me clarify, the people from our country who went to yours were not immigrants, they were a bunch of exiled labor convicts. Furthermore, Mr. Eagle Sauce, in the past when you asked us to do things, at least there were some benefits involved. Now, relying solely on words, you want to play the emotional card? Besides, my British nobility and your labor convicts hardly count as deep blood ties. Faced with the British Prime Minister's unceremonious sarcasm, the president of Eagle Sauce's expression darkened. Indeed, there are only eternal interests, not eternal friends. Without benefits, the emotional card loses its power. Forget it, forget it. Besides the Brits, the other three useless ones can leave. The president of Eagle Sauce waved his hand, sending Canada, New Zealand, and Australia away. Their global dominance had declined, and their control over the Five Eyes Alliance was no longer effective. In the past, with strong military power and political authority, a single word could send everyone charging forward. Now, without benefits, they were unwilling to charge. However, if political alliances were ineffective, he still had economic alliances. That's right. The group that the Indians also wanted to join, becoming an economic alliance. But currently, the group only included the U.S., U.K., France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and Canada. After excluding Canada, only a few remained. Once all the heads of these countries were gathered, Eagle Sauce took the lead and painted a picture. The Dragon country's attack on Pearl Harbor requires us, as civilized nations, to deliver a heavy economic blow. In return, Eagle Sauce, promise to divide the Dragon country's market among you all afterward. Additionally, our Federal Reserve is willing to print a bit more low-interest dollars for everyone. Eagle Sauce painted a picture with the market and dollars. My Japan only follows Eagle Sauce. Upon hearing about the Pearl Harbor incident, Japan shivered in fear and quickly expressed loyalty. The president of Eagle Sauce nodded in satisfaction. Truly a good dog he had raised, perfect for setting the atmosphere. Italy was not foolish either. They seemed to have nothing but pasta now, and he said, "We in the EU are united." I listened to the EU. He directly shifted the blame to the two major powers present, France and Germany. In Europe, besides the UK, these two countries had the aura of the Great Chain unifying the world. The EU was also their battleground. The Dragon country's deployment of nuclear submarines to the west coast is indeed very provocative. Before I came, I had already informed our car companies like Mercedes to refuse participation in the Dragon country's Pearl River International Auto Show. Germany spoke up. The president of Eagle Sauce felt pleased. Not bad, little Germany had some backbone. Then he turned to French President Macron. What about you, little Macron? The EU should have the backbone of the EU. Europeans should follow their own path. We are unwilling to follow any major power, Macron calmly replied, casting a disdainful glance at little Germany. There was a clear sense of confrontation. Germany lacked military sovereignty, but France had it. Naturally, they were unwilling to follow. Little Macron, you lack vision. If we join forces to crush the Dragon country and divide them, wouldn't that be more insightful than you and little Germany squabbling in the EU? The president of Eagle Sauce said with dissatisfaction. Are you sure you can crush that victorious nation of World War II with two defeated nations? Macron calmly retorted. What little Japan and little Germany were both defeated nations without military sovereignty. Of course, they would side with Eagle Sauce. But France, although often insulted, was still a strong land power in Europe. The president of Eagle Sauce corrected him. No, there's also the Brits, plus two. Cough cough, economic powers. Just a country that can only play the role of watching the tiger fight from the mountain, and it's useless. Who knows, one day, the Brits might just sit back and wait for you to fight with the Dragon country, ready to pick up the pieces. Macron did not trust the Eagle Sauce, mocking, besides, you can't even defend your own Hawaii and West Coast, having been breached by others' radar networks. Now you still want to fool us into taking the lead? Don't be delusional. The Eagle Sauce president gritted his teeth. He had promised benefits, and now everything was falling apart. Aside from two defeated countries and a Brit who might turn against them at any moment, it seemed he had become. Bang bang bang. Just as the Eagle Sauce president was feeling overwhelmed, a knock sounded at the door. What is it? He said, looking up in displeasure. An assistant hurried in, reporting to the Eagle Sauce, India is outside, they want to join and become. I'm leaving, you all can discuss this slowly. I won't participate in this. Macron smiled and walked out of the conference room. He had thought that coming to the Eagle Sauce would allow him to bring back some big orders. Now, looking at it, the Eagle Sauce was truly poor. He might as well hurry to take a flight to the Dragon country for the auto show. After all, the Germans' Mercedes wasn't participating, the Eagle Sauce's Tesla wasn't participating, and the Japanese Toyota wasn't participating. His own car company could just push a wave, perhaps he could capture their market share. Little horse has no vision, let's play with India together. The Eagle Sauce president pulled together Germany, Japan, India, and Britain. They then signed a joint statement. Strongly condemned the Dragon country's invasion of the Eagle Sauce's west coast. In response,
we announce that from today, Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota refuse to participate in the Dragon Country's auto show and initiate an anti-dumping investigation against the Dragon Country's car companies. Indefinitely refuse to supply the Dragon Country. The 5 countries will hold joint military exercises in the Southern Sea. This immediately spread across the Dragon Country's internet. The online reaction was one of uproar. Haha, has the eagle sauce also tasted the anger of being observed up close? Laughing to death. Weren't you talking about freedom of navigation? Turns out it's only for you to navigate freely, and not for others, right? Can you reflect properly? Your radar can't even detect nuclear submarines. What is your Pentagon doing? Curious, this statement has only a few stray cats and dogs. How come your Five Eyes Alliance can't even gather its members? Some people were enjoying the show, while others were worried. Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota are not participating in our auto show. What are we going to do? It's over, but the crown jewel of human industry is indefinitely supplying the Dragon Country. We are going to collapse. Joint military exercises? The country is going to perish. I'm out. At this moment, in the dormitory. Seeing these comments, laughter erupted. How are these people so funny? Just because Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota aren't participating, our auto show is going to be ruined? There are so many car companies globally, they can come or not, Shin Shueyo said disdainfully. Even Tabuo has started launching anti-gravity cars. The automotive field has long been penetrated by the Dragon Country like a sieve. If they don't want to participate, it's just right to divide up those markets. I remember the last thing that was touted as the crown jewel of human industry was chips, right? The time before that was the big airplane, right? After being replaced by domestic products, it became. Xu Jinping couldn't help but laugh. When the big airplane hadn't broken through, they praised it as the crown jewel of human industry, something unbeatable. After the big airplane appeared, they started praising chips. As the influence of chips gradually diminished, they began to praise again. There aren't many jewels left for them. This one is probably going to be breached too, Zhang Feng said calmly. Most of the current ones are weak artificial intelligence. All he needs to do is modify it into strong artificial intelligence, and it will naturally break through. Who knows if it will still be the crown jewel of human industry then? Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of dormitory 119. Qin Shueya got up and opened the door, only to see a woman in military uniform standing there. Who are you looking for? Qin Shueya's gaze immediately fell on the other person's shoulder. She didn't know what military rank that was, but she remembered that the last time Zhou Long and Song Feng were both major generals. However, the woman in front of her seemed to have a few more stars on her shoulders than Zhou Long and Song Feng. Oh my, a lieutenant general? Qin Shueya was shocked. The woman in military uniform smiled slightly and said, I'm here to find classmate Zhang Feng. I'm here, Zhang Feng replied, not surprised. A big blackfish ship had made the Eagle Sauce issue a joint statement, confronting each other. Zhou Long and Song Feng must have reported their situation to their superiors. The female general saluted Zhang Feng and said, Mr. Zhang, my old leader wants to meet you. Sure. Under the astonished gaze of the 3 women, Zhang Feng waved his hand and followed the female general out. Qin Shueyo stood in the corridor, her gaze blank. Jinping, Shanshan, did you hear that? Old leader. I found out that the badge on her shoulder is a lieutenant general. Her old leader, oh my, a general? Xu Jinping searched on her phone and finally confirmed the other person's background, which turned out to be a lieutenant general. And such a lieutenant general actually saluted Zhang Feng. She even personally came to invite him. The person they were meeting was still her old leader. It might not just be a general, Su Shanshan murmured. They got into a jeep. The female general drove Zhang Feng directly into the city compound. Inside the city compound, security was tight, with many more jeeps than usual. Zhu Luoyu had something to do today and was preparing to find her father, Zhu Jiangwo. Unexpectedly, her father was not in the office but had gone to the entrance of the city compound, seemingly waiting for something. Whatever it is, talk about it later, I'm here to pick someone up, Zhu Jiangwo said, pulling his daughter to the back. Zhu Luoyu was somewhat dissatisfied. What kind of person needed her father, a top leader, to personally welcome them? Could it be that a big shot from Kyoto had come? She waited impatiently. Suddenly, a jeep stopped at the entrance. The other party just rolled down the window, greeted Zhu Jiangwo, and then drove in. Zhu Jiangwo jogged to catch up and helped open the door. Zhu Luoyu was surprised. Who was this person, so arrogant? She followed and finally saw a woman in military uniform get out at the parking spot. She focused and saw the lieutenant general badge on the other person. A lieutenant general, really? Zhu Luoyu frowned. In terms of rank, her father was not lower than the other. But the next second, the female general helped open the back door, and a familiar figure stepped out.
It's him!
Even from a distance of several meters, Zhu Luoyu recognized him at a glance. It was actually Jiang Feng. However, thinking about the fact that he came from a family of generals, she understood a bit.
It seems this guy wasn't bragging, he really is from a family of generals.
Zhu Luoyu was slightly dazed but also confused.
Just because he came from a family of generals, why would a lieutenant general help him open the door? Jiang Feng himself was not a general?
At this moment, Zhu Jiangwo spoke, General Lin, Mr.
Jiang, he is waiting for you inside.
He?
Zhu Luoyu was bewildered. Who was he?
But someone who could make her father refer to him as he must have a status even more extraordinary than this female general. Why is he waiting for Jiang Feng? Zhu Luoyu stood there, puzzled. It wasn't until Zhu Jiangwo led the two of them toward the conference room in the city compound that Zhu Luoyu walked over to find her father's secretary. Uncle, who is my dad going to meet?
Can't say, the secretary shook his head. Is it that exaggerated?
Zhu Luoyu's eyes flickered. Although the secretary said he couldn't say, she could guess from her father's status that it was likely someone from the State Affairs Council.
Moreover, it was probably one of the top figures. But why would such a person personally come all the way to Zhujiang City?
Inside the city compound, in the top-secret conference room. As soon as the door opened, a composed old man stood up voluntarily and extended his large hand towards Jiang Feng.
The female general silently took a step back. Zhu Jiangwo also stood obediently to the side.
He was usually the first to step forward, but now he was in the second position. Although he wasn't entirely clear about the situation, seeing the number one from the State Affairs Council come in person made him understand the gravity of the matter.
Comrade Xiao Jiang. The old man firmly shook Jiang Feng's hand, addressing him as comrade right away.
Zhu Jiangwo felt solemn. It was indeed rare for the old man to refer to someone as comrade. Jiang Feng grasped the other's hand and said, Hello, I often see you on television. The old man smiled, pulling Jiang Feng to sit down. We all work for the country, but it seems your abilities are even greater than mine. The matter of modifying the nuclear submarine had been reported by Zhou Long and Song Feng a week ago. At that time, the upper echelons were in an uproar. There were doubts and there was shock. It was he who pushed through the opposition to verify this matter. Until the Deheyu successfully completed its mission, the matter was basically settled. That is, Jiang Feng indeed had special abilities. No, you have worked harder, Jiang Feng replied honestly. He had merely adjusted some parameters. In terms of effort, he truly could not compare to this busy figure before him, whose hair had turned gray.
The old man smiled. Then would you be willing to join me and my team? Join for what?
Aircraft carriers, fighter jets, ships.
We need your participation. The old man looked at Jiang Feng with anticipation.
Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and said, I can provide help, but I won't join any organization. As expected, what Major General Zhou said was correct. Apart from freedom, you really don't need anything else. The old man was not surprised. Nowadays, young people love freedom, and after acquiring extraordinary abilities, joining or not joining an organization has lost its significance for them. The old man took out a document signed by the bureau and handed it to Jiang Feng. This is a document granting you authority equivalent to that of the seven of us. You can mobilize all domestic resources. Jiang Feng glanced at it. There were 7 names on it, including the old man before him. He knew this was the highest level of trust and expectation placed upon him. And this was exactly what Jiang Feng needed. Otherwise, there were some parameters he could not modify. He said, okay, in a few days, isn't the Eagle Sauce going to hold a joint military exercise? Take me to the aircraft carrier. I'll help speed up our aircraft carrier. General Lin, from now on, you will follow Comrade Xiao Jiang. Arrange the mobilization of the aircraft carrier. The old man instructed the female general behind him.
The female general immediately saluted, yes.
Zhu Jiangwo, standing to the side, was already astonished. The young man before him had actually gained power on par with that of the bureau. A major general at his side, mobilizing aircraft carriers, deploying all domestic resources.
It was all so easy. It should be noted that Zhu Jiangwo could only mobilize all resources from Zhujiang City.
Meanwhile, the young man was facing the entire nation. Although the other party held no official title, his real power had already surpassed his own.
Comrade Jiang, if you need anything, you can also instruct me, Zhu Jiangwo eagerly inquired after realizing his inferior status.
Jiang Feng thought for a moment and then said, Taoduo Duo is about to promote its anti-gravity car at the Zhujiang Auto Show. Currently, it has only reversed half of the gravity. I can have them set the gravity to 0, which means it will float.
We need to get a flight permit. What do you think?
This kind of high technology must be approved.
Zhu Jiangwo was overjoyed and readily agreed. Finally, he had something he could do. The venue was packed.
A large number of car companies, consumers, internet celebrities, staff, officials, and volunteers were all diligently performing their roles at the auto show. A rough estimate suggested there were at least over 100,000 people.
People from all over the world were present. However, at this moment, the largest crowd was gathered around Tao Duo's exhibition booth.
At least 10,000 people were watching from the surroundings. If it weren't for the security measures limiting the number of people, it was feared that tens of thousands would have gathered around this booth.
Numerous internet celebrities were live-streaming the event.
Tao Duo, a well-known e-commerce platform, has often been criticized for selling counterfeit goods and lacking technological substance. However, it is now set to launch its own anti-gravity car, which has naturally attracted a lot of media coverage.
Brothers, don't be anxious, this is Tao Duo's exhibition platform, a female internet celebrity said, holding a camera and introducing the scene to her online viewers. As the audience saw the car, which looked normal and seemed to have no special features, they immediately expressed their disappointment. Is this it?
It looks no different from 100,000 yuan new energy vehicle.
It's just around 100,000,
it can't compare to Tesla at all.
What a pity.
Because of the submarine incident on the West Coast, Tesla, Mercedes, and Toyota all refused to attend the auto show.
The credibility of this auto show is definitely lacking. Let's disperse, this is boring. A group of people mocked wildly but did not leave. Instead, they were eager to see Tao Duo's embarrassment. Not long after, under the focus of numerous cameras, Majin finally arrived at the exhibition booth.
Given Majin's status, he wouldn't normally appear at this auto show. However, since this anti-gravity car, named Zhu Rong, was heavily promoted by Jiang Feng, he personally came to help with the publicity.
As someone skilled in public speaking, Majin didn't say much today but directly let the technical staff demonstrate the car's performance. Good morning, friends of the Pearl River Auto Show. This anti-gravity car is the first area of new business expansion for us at Tao Duo, and it's called Zhu Rong. The name Zhu Rong also carries meaning.
Because we know that the gravity on Mars is lower than that on Earth, a person can jump much higher on Mars with just a little effort. This means that at the same height, a person on Mars consumes much less energy. Our Zhu Rong has similar capabilities. Thanks to anti-gravity technology, the gravitational constraints it experiences on Earth are similar to those on Mars. Currently, we have achieved half of the anti-gravity effect, and once we obtain the flight permit, we will launch a vehicle with zero gravity, becoming a truly anti-gravity car.
Majin concluded succinctly. Perhaps thinking it was too shocking, the venue fell silent. Then, an uproar ensued. Overcoming Earth's gravity to reach a level of gravity like Mars? How is that possible? Are we going to overturn Newton's coffin? This is too fake. Anyone who has studied Newton's law of universal gravitation knows that gravity is nearly impossible to overcome unless you leave Earth. And it claims to be completely anti-gravity? This goes against science. Fake car. Fake car, it must be a fake.
Amidst the doubts, the technical staff began to showcase various features of the Zhu Rong.
This included the energy consumption for every 100 kilometers.
When it was revealed that the Zhu Rong only consumed about 3 kilowatt-hours for 100 kilometers, the audience was shocked.
How is this possible? Tesla only consumes 9 kilowatt-hours for 100 kilometers, which is already top tier. How did it compress to 3? What kind of miraculous energy system is this? It violates the law of conservation of energy.
The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Majin smiled and explained, as I just mentioned, our biggest highlight is anti-gravity.
The car's own gravity is offset by 2/3, greatly reducing friction, so it naturally drives faster and consumes 2/3 less energy. In addition, the strength of our car far exceeds that of so-called Mercedes and Toyota.
At Majin's signal, the technical staff began a crash test.
At a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, the car remained unscathed, while the walls shattered into pieces, causing screams in the audience.
Incredible! This strength could be used to crash into a train.
An automotive enthusiast, seeing this strength, lit up with excitement like a woman seeing a muscular man. After conducting several performance tests again, the expert's inspection report was finally presented on the large screen. Majin introduced, this model, Zhu Rong, aside from its most distinctive feature of anti-gravity, has performance metrics that are more than double that of the world's top luxury cars. So our preliminary plan is to price Zhu Rong at 500,000. The fully anti-gravity car that will be launched later will be priced above 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience was once again taken aback. While others were launching cars that were getting cheaper, this Tao Duo was actually introducing cars that were getting more expensive.
Majin smiled and said, because the fully anti-gravity model can fly, we have already applied for a flight license.
Currently, our anti-gravity car is the only one approved, and no other car companies have this qualification. This means that only our car can take to the skies. After Ma Jin finished his introduction, he handed the microphone to his subordinates, allowing them to start receiving some prominent media reporters and influencers to experience the car on site.
Not far away, among the crowd, French President Macron was watching from below the stage.
Due to the advanced nature of the Zhu Rong model, everyone was so focused that they didn't even notice this European leader. Anti-gravity, energy-saving, new materials, exclusive, and most importantly, it's affordable, with a price that matches our luxury cars. Macron observed the entire testing process of Zhu Rong on site. Initially, he intended to use this opportunity to promote his country's car companies like Bugatti and Citroën. But unfortunately, there were only a few thousand people watching, and the most lively buzz was still around the domestically produced car from Long Country. Especially this anti-gravity car launched by Tao Duo, which was truly eye-opening. From a technical perspective, anti-gravity is a top-tier technology, a technical expert who accompanied Macron to China said to him. As a senior expert on Bugatti sports cars, they were well aware of the challenges in enhancing car performance. Even a 1% improvement was harder than climbing to the sky. Unexpectedly, an e-commerce company from Long Country had launched an anti-gravity car that could outclass their established luxury brands. And this was still on land. Bugatti could only run on the ground, but Zhu Rong had already begun to take to the skies. This was somewhat absurd, because according to their own technological reserves in France, they simply did not have the capability in this area. Macron sighed. He had originally hoped to snatch a share of the market left by Tesla, Toyota, and Mercedes-Benz, but it seemed that Zhu Rong was set to monopolize it. At least we can still get a piece, but Tesla, Mercedes, and Toyota will probably get nothing, the technical expert comforted. Macron felt somewhat unwilling. He led a group of people to find Ma Jin behind the scenes.
Mr. President, welcome to visit our Zhu Rong.
Ma Jin was not surprised to see Macron. He extended his hand, signaling a friendly intent for cooperation. Macron got straight to the point, saying, "Our technical experts have assessed that your Zhu Rong is very strong, and our car companies are very eager to collaborate with you. If it's just a regular partnership, we can completely choose our own people, unless you are willing to follow us and work together to drive Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota out of the automotive market." Ma Jin openly stated his intentions without any reservations.
The global automotive market, including fuel and electric vehicles, amounts to a staggering $6 trillion.
Currently, the anti-gravity car is unique in the market, priced at only $500,000, can fly, and has better quality than Mercedes, enough to monopolize all luxury cars priced above $1 million and mid-range cars. If it were just a regular partnership with France, Zhu Rong could operate independently or collaborate with its own country, with no need to share a piece of the pie with overseas partners. After hearing Ma Jin's ambitions, Macron broke out in a cold sweat. The entrepreneur from the Dragon Country actually opened his mouth to swallow the entire automotive market, completely crushing the current three automotive giants.
What an appetite!
Our Dragon Country has the spirit of the Great Qin, which is to unify the world. You Europeans have not completed integration for thousands of years, a bunch of small countries, precisely lacking a person with the demeanor of Qin Shi Huang.
Germany cannot produce one, and your Napoleon in France also failed.
At this point, with Eagle Sauce's ruling power declining, Germany lacking military sovereignty, and Britain lacking land power, Mr.
President, you might want to consider this more. This is a chance to make history, Ma Jin said passionately.
Ma Jin is indeed a great speaker. Just a few words stirred Macron's blood.
Yes, he is also a political hero of his time. Why can't he learn from Qin Shi Huang and Napoleon?
With this thought, Macron spoke up. Mr. Ma, our automotive companies are willing to cooperate with you wholeheartedly.
What conditions do you need? Just say it. I need your automotive industry chain, Bugatti, Citroën.
You handle production, and we will just put a Made in Dragon Country label on it.
In return, we are willing to give you a 2% profit. Ma Jin made his request. Currently, the industry chain he is acquiring is only at the 100 billion level. If he could also transfer France's industry chain to his own country, the output would be even higher. The speed of clearing out other car brands would also accelerate. Upon hearing the 2% profit, Macron was taken aback. Mr. Ma, this profit is quite a strong-arm tactic. Transferring the industry chain is one thing, but only offering 2 points of profit? Isn't this robbery? The strong man is actually myself? Ma Jin smiled and said, you can choose to be robbed by the strong or choose to be eliminated by the strong. Not joining is also an option.
At worst, he could push them out of the automotive market like Tesla, Toyota, and Mercedes-Benz.
Forget it. I accept.
In the end, Macron agreed to Ma Jin's harsh demands. The automotive market is worth $6 trillion. If he could participate, even if it's only a 2% profit, that would still be $100 billion in profit.
This is much better than being eliminated.
The biggest loss, however, would be that he could only earn some money in the future, but no longer have famous car brands like Bugatti and Citroën. The era of European car companies, small daily life car companies, and Eagle Sauce car companies may all collectively disappear. In their place will be the car market of the Dragon Country.
And the first step is the emergence of Zhu Rong. Macron murmured to himself.
Back then, when Eagle Sauce launched trade sanctions, they were ineffective. The chip sanctions had little effect.
After several bombings, others remained as steady as a mountain. And now, the Dragon Country's nuclear submarines have even begun to appear in Hawaii and the West Coast. In the automotive field, anti-gravity cars have also emerged. Clearly, the Dragon Country intends to conquer every field of industrial civilization one by one.
Mr. President, we are at a disadvantage here. After returning to his own exhibition booth, a technical expert said unwillingly. After the transfer of the automotive industry chain, it would mean that their brand would be gone. They could only work for others. For modern Europe, especially France, this is like a young girl entering the bridal chamber for the first time. Naturally, it is both shy and humiliating, yet they have to endure it.
Macron said, "What can we do about the loss? If we don't join now, our Bugatti and Citroën will be unable to compete with them at all. It's better to take a little loss now and hold on to the big leg."
As Macron said this, he squinted his eyes. Of course, the temporary loss is ultimately to maintain a strong position in continental Europe. England and Germany are both following Eagle Sauce. When they decline, it will be our Napoleon's chance to rise and attempt to unify Europe again.
Macron ultimately has his own ambitions.
He hopes to become the Qin Shi Huang of the European continent. Zhang Feng received a congratulatory message from Ma Jun.
Mr. Zhang, the feedback from Zhu Rong is good.
After the car show, online pre-orders exceeded 1 million within an hour. Additionally, the French automotive supply chain is also ready to sell itself to us.
Zhang Feng nodded upon hearing the news and said, "Got it. Is there anything else? Regarding the anti-gravity technology, how do we handle the cars from France?" Ma Jun inquired.
Zhang Feng smiled, "Just put a label on them. As for the real anti-gravity cars, they can only be produced domestically."
Ma Jun gasped. Zhang Feng clearly didn't want to give them anything.
He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Mr.
Zhang, you're even more formidable than I am. This is called karma."
Back then, Hugo criticized that 2 robbers broke into the old summer palace. One was Britain, and the other was France.
This time, it's to teach them a lesson.
We'll see how they perform later and then consider whether to give them any scraps. After finishing, Zhang Feng hung up the phone. Besides not wanting to give France a share, Zhang Feng simply didn't have the time to run to France and help them modify the gravity parameters of their cars to 1/3. Just for his own country, he had to limit and collectively unify the modifications. Selling cars is still hard work. Zhang Feng shook his head. In the past, Long Country was too poor, which is why they felt that cars were highly profitable.
In reality, the scale of the automotive sector is only $6 trillion. Even if they seized everything, the monthly income of the entire nation would only increase by a few hundred yuan. Better than nothing. The real profit should be in energy.
Because the global energy market scale, including oil, coal, wind, thermal, hydro, electricity, nuclear energy, etc.,
is $100 trillion. The overall scale is 20 times that of the automotive market.
If they could seize the entire global energy market, the monthly income of the entire nation could increase by 10,000 yuan.
Considering the multiplier effect of industry, it would drive an increase in services and consumption. The actual increase in monthly income for the entire nation could be over 20,000 yuan.
Relying solely on the current industrial chain, it's almost impossible to break through a monthly income of 20,000 yuan per capita.
We must seize the entire global energy market.
And controllable nuclear fusion has the strength to seize it all.
Zhang Feng pondered.
Aside from controllable nuclear fusion, other energy sources require huge costs and losses. Only controllable nuclear fusion, with its near-zero cost for infinite energy, is like giving every citizen a beautiful girl without needing a bride price. At that time, other countries needing a bride price for their beautiful girls would instantly lose their competitive edge.
What oil tycoons? Coal tycoons? They would be worth nothing. General Lin, when will our aircraft carrier arrive at the Pearl River port?
Zhang Feng was walking on the playground, with General Lin closely following him.
A lieutenant general was trailing Zhang Feng. The people around were dumbfounded.
General Lin remained unfazed and replied seriously, "It will arrive at the port around 8:15 tonight. By the way,
Which aircraft carrier is it? Jiang Feng asked. As of now, the country has 3 major aircraft carrier battle groups, Longzhou, Longhui, and Longming. However, only the Longzhou aircraft carrier has a nuclear power system. But this nuclear power is mainly nuclear fission, not nuclear fusion. Although both are nuclear energy, the difference is significant. Simply put, nuclear fission is like a younger brother compared to nuclear fusion. General Lin answered, it's the Longzhou. Just right, Jiang Feng nodded. He wanted to modify controllable nuclear fusion, so he naturally needed to use a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Otherwise, without nuclear energy, there would be no way to modify it. The biggest challenge of nuclear fusion lies in how to prevent materials from distorting and maintain temperature under the terrifying high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. What he needed to do was simply to increase the time and strengthen the materials. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Feng drove his Koenigsegg towards the Pearl River port. By this time, shipping at the Pearl River port had already ceased. In order to welcome the return of the Dragon Clan, the port specially opened a location and allocated half an hour of docking time for it. After all, the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier battle group is not just a single aircraft carrier. It is accompanied by a group of destroyers, frigates, early warning aircraft, and even submarines, surrounding it in the air, on the sea, and beneath the waves. At this moment, in the command room of the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier, a naval rear admiral was watching the dark silhouette of Zhujiang City gradually approaching, illuminated by lights. His name is Long Yan, the commander of the Dragon Clan. He had just completed a military mission in the South Sea. Originally, he was supposed to circle around to the East Sea, but unexpectedly, he received an order from General Lin. General Lin is a direct general of the number 1 in the State Affairs Council, so he hurriedly led the entire aircraft carrier battle group to Zhujiang port overnight. This sudden return is really strange. Long Yan had only received the order to return and did not know what the specific mission was, especially since a week later, the Eagle Nation would conduct military exercises in the South Sea with several other countries. The sudden departure of the Dragon Clan would only make people think that the Dragon Nation was afraid. One of the staff officers also expressed confusion, saying, yes, the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier battle group has already been activated and is heading to the South Sea. Shouldn't we be waiting for a standoff instead of suddenly docking? Back in 2016, they had engaged in a standoff. It made no sense that now, when they were even stronger and their submarines had reached the west coast, they would not dare to confront. No need to speculate blindly. Perhaps there are other arrangements. Long Yan reined in his thoughts. He knew that since someone from the State Affairs Council had sent General Lin, then General Lin would surely help explain. Commander Long, we have docked. At this moment, a subordinate turned around to report. Long Yan nodded, adjusted his military uniform, and then walked out of the command room towards the deck. Anchors were dropped, and the gangway was set up. Long Yan, accompanied by several aides, descended from the Dragon Clan. On the shore, a group of people was already waiting for him. Long Yan glanced over. Besides General Lin, there were also people like Zhu Jiangwo, whom he recognized. However, one young man among them caught his eye, as he was remarkably young. So young that there was no one in the entire Dragon Clan aircraft carrier battle group who was as young as him. General Lin. Mayor Zhu. Long Yan took the initiative to greet them and saluted. General Lin nodded and then introduced, this is Mr. Jiang. He has been specially assigned to carry out a top-secret mission. Mr. Jiang? Long Yan was quite surprised that General Lin's first reaction was to introduce this young man to him. Realizing this, he immediately extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Then he asked, may I ask what top-secret mission Mr. Jiang is to carry out? Top-secret, level, General Lin explained. The confidentiality of missions is categorized by importance into secret, confidential, and top-secret. Among them, top secret is the highest level. As a rear admiral, Long Yan was not qualified to know. Hearing this level, Long Yan was also quite shocked. He had just heard the words top secret mission and thought it was an adjective, not realizing it was simply a level of confidentiality. He immediately withdrew his hand and saluted Jiang Feng, saying, I guarantee cooperation with Mr. Jiang to complete the mission. Thank you, please take us to the power compartment, Jiang Feng said straightforwardly. His plan was to first modify the nuclear power system of the Dragon Clan to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Once successful, he would promote controllable nuclear fusion nationwide. This would not only strengthen the country's aircraft carriers but also monopolize the global energy market, which was just around the corner. Its entire system is primarily based on nuclear fission. Long Yan led Jiang Feng to the core area of the Dragon Clan. The temperature here was very high, the environment quite harsh, and theoretically, it was very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, Long Yen would not take the risk to come here. But in order to carry out the top-secret mission, he personally brought Jiang Feng to this place. Jiang Feng nodded. He brought up the panel to check the parameters of the entire set of equipment. Power device, nuclear fission, fuel mass, 1 kilogram, uranium. Energy per hour, 20,000 megawatts. As expected of nuclear fission, the energy produced per hour is as high as 20,000 megawatts. What does this mean? If coal were used, it would require 2,000 tons of coal to generate such energy. But with nuclear fission, only 2 kilograms of uranium are needed. Of course, nuclear fusion also has its disadvantages. For example, it is radioactive and can cause pollution. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant leak incident used nuclear fission. However, nuclear fusion is different. For the same mass of fuel, the energy released is at least 4 times greater, and it is continuous and pollution-free. The downside is that the temperature is too high to be controllable. Once it becomes controllable, achieving controlled nuclear fusion would mean energy that is explosive, clean, cost-free, and infinite. System, can I directly change the name of the power device? Jiang Feng originally planned to modify the parameters to elevate this nuclear energy device to the same level as nuclear fusion. But upon seeing the name, he suddenly thought that if he changed the name directly, would the other parameters also change accordingly? The system responded, modifying a single parameter will result in minor changes. Changing the name will cause significant changes. It's like modifying your own components, it will only enhance that component. But if you change the name, the entire form of the person, including identity and life experiences, will undergo tremendous changes. Jiang Feng realized. He then turned to Long Yen and General Lin, saying, please step back, I need to make a small modification. Long Yen hesitated and glanced at General Lin. With something so important, are you sure it's safe alone? General Lin, however, was very decisive. She pulled Long Yen away, saying, understood. Once everyone had left, Jiang Feng issued the modification command. Change it directly to nuclear fusion. System, modification in progress. The nuclear fission device is evolving into a nuclear fusion device. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, the on-site nuclear fission device underwent various distortions, as if evolving naturally. Before long, various incomprehensible precision devices appeared. In the very center was a pale blue fusion reaction. Jiang Feng glanced at its power. 100,000 megawatts per hour. Since changing a name can succeed, then next time, if I modified the electromagnetic device of the kettle, could it also become a miniature controllable nuclear fusion? Jiang Feng mused. Previously, he thought that a nuclear energy device was needed to modify it into controllable nuclear fusion. But now, seeing how powerful the modifier is, it can evolve on its own. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng felt excited. If miniature controllable nuclear fusion could be realized, wouldn't it mean that everyone could carry a miniature controllable nuclear fusion device and directly propel themselves into the sky? After the modification was complete, Jiang Feng walked out of the power cabin and said to Long Yen, take me to the next power cabin. In the next hour, Jiang Feng successively modified all the energy devices into controllable nuclear fusion. Alright, mission accomplished. I wish you all a smooth voyage. Jiang Feng clapped his hands and walked off the aircraft carrier deck. Long Yen looked bewildered. After watching Jiang Feng leave, he had no idea what task the latter had completed. Long Yen returned to the aircraft carrier and instructed his subordinates, inspect all the power cabins. Yes. Soon, the senior engineers discovered that there had been tremendous changes inside all the power cabins. Commander, after our testing, our energy devices can now output 10,000 megawatts per hour, which is 4 to 5 times what it was before. An old expert said excitedly. Long Yen was completely bewildered. He didn't particularly understand energy systems, but he wasn't foolish either. He pressed on, how is this possible? The energy has changed. Originally, we relied on nuclear fission, but now, the core has transformed into nuclear fusion. Our energy is limitless. The old expert said, his hands trembling. Limitless energy? Long Yan's eyes widened in shock. As a soldier who had taken specialized military courses, he understood the gap between agricultural and industrial civilizations. The biggest difference was in energy usage. Now, having developed into the information age, human civilization had barely reached level 0. One major reason for this was that with each increase in level, the energy required multiplied by hundreds. Therefore, if more energy couldn't be secured, humanity would remain near level 0 for a long time. And now, with Jiang Feng's visit, the energy issue had been resolved. Did this not mean that the aircraft carrier he commanded was the first to enter level 1 civilization? Not just the aircraft carrier, but also other destroyers, frigates, submarines. Oh, and the early warning aircraft,
its built-in energy device has also turned into nuclear fusion, albeit on a miniature scale, the old expert said, pulling out a testing report, trembling. Thud. Long Yen stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He had become the first commander of a Level 1 civilization aircraft carrier battle group. This was undoubtedly a tremendous honor worthy of being recorded in history. Gulp. Long Yen swallowed hard. Now he finally understood why Jiang Feng was here, accompanied by General Lin. It was indeed a top-secret mission. Although he didn't know how Jiang Feng had accomplished this, the facts spoke for themselves. He was now the commander of a Level 1 civilization aircraft carrier battle group. All personnel, stand down. In 3 days, we will depart in full dress for the Southern Sea. Long Yen stood tall, his gaze sharp. The Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier sent by the Eagle Sauce was, in terms of civilization level, at the pinnacle of Level 0. It was truly a standout. Even the Long Zhuo had to be fully armed and on high alert. But now, Long Yan's confidence soared. A Level 1 civilization aircraft carrier battle group facing off against a Level 0 civilization aircraft carrier battle zone, the advantage was ours. Fortunately, controllable nuclear fusion is in the hands of the ancient civilization, the old expert sighed. This event basically marked the gradual entry of Long Country into a Level 1 civilization society. If Eagle Sauce had been the first to enter a Level 1 civilization society, one could only imagine the disaster it would have brought. Eagle Sauce was the first to master the atomic bomb, using it to destroy cities. Eagle Sauce was the first to enter the information warfare era, using it to bomb the Middle East and the Long Country embassy. And once they mastered controllable nuclear fusion, it was easy to imagine that civilizations on Earth, outside the West, would once again live in their shadow. 3 days later, the Long Zhuo aircraft carrier battle group headed for the Southern Sea. The news of controllable nuclear fusion also reached the Long Science Institute. The entire research sanctuary was in an uproar. However, when they learned that the one who first developed the controllable nuclear fusion device was actually a high-energy physics student from Pearl River University of Technology, they were even more shocked. It's actually a college student. Many old experts were stunned. What college student? That's an academician. Our Long Science Institute's academician. An elderly man with white hair, the president of the Long Science Institute, Xiaofeng, slammed the table. The crowd immediately erupted in joy. Yes, that's our unparalleled academician. That night, an invitation letter from the Long Science Institute was sent to Pearl River University of Technology. When this invitation letter was delivered to Jiang Feng's original dormitory by the postman, Lu Jie took a glance at the cover and nearly fainted. What the heck? From the Long Science Institute. He had previously bet with Jiang Feng that the Long Science Institute would never have any connection with him. Now, the Long Science Institute had directly sent an invitation letter. He held the invitation letter and rushed to the girls' dormitory 119, knocking on the door frantically. Jiang Shun, the Lonka Institute has sent you an invitation letter. At that moment, Jiang Feng was taking a deep sleep in the girls' dormitory. Hearing the knock on the door, he yawned and opened it. Jege, are you out of your mind? This is a girls' dormitory. Aren't you afraid the dorm supervisor will hit you? Just take a look at this. Lu Jie handed him the invitation letter. Jiang Feng glanced at it and said, got it, is there anything else? I want to sleep. Lu Jie was dumbfounded. Just then, the dorm supervisor came over, holding a feather duster. What are you doing in the girls' dormitory, you little rascal? Auntie, I came to find someone. I didn't do anything, Lu Jie said, covering his head and trying to escape, feeling quite unwilling. Auntie, I want to report that guy is actually a male. He has transitioned. Can he be like you? The dorm supervisor chased Lu Jie and gave him a beating. Auntie, no. Can I leave now? Lu Jie fled in a panic. He thought to himself, no way, I also want to transition. After transitioning, I can be like Jiang Feng, rich, sleeping in the girls' dormitory, and have an invitation letter from the Lonka Institute. Jiang Feng returned to his dorm and opened the invitation letter. It turned out to be an invitation to become an academician at the Lonka Institute, and he was also to serve as the general director of some Nanshanmen project. Mom Chen, what's going on? Your former roommate came to find you? At that moment, Qin Shueyo walked out of the bathroom. She had heard Jiang Feng's movements. Jiang Feng nodded. Yeah, I was chased away by the dorm supervisor. Oh, okay, I need to go home for a bit and we'll be back in a few days, Qin Shueyo suddenly said. Jiang Feng looked up. Why are you going home? Are you inheriting the family's billions? No, it seems there's a problem with my family's cash flow. My dad is under a lot of pressure, so I plan to go back and check on him, Qin Shueyo sighed. She had just spoken to her sister on the phone while in the bathroom, and her sister said their father wasn't in good condition.
Jung Fong raised an eyebrow. Your family's billions, and the cash flow is still not good?
Yeah, assets are assets, but if some investments fail, it can lead to a chain reaction. So I'm not very willing to inherit my family's billions because I'm worried I might mess it up, Qin Shueyo said honestly. If she messed it up, her laid-back life would be over. It would be better to let her sister deal with it. Jung Fong thought for a moment and said, investing is very simple. You tell your dad to short the energy market right now, and he will definitely make a lot of money.
Short the energy market? Qin Shueya didn't know that controllable nuclear fusion had already emerged.
This meant that, apart from nuclear energy, all other energy sources, including oil, would collapse.
Going to the financial market to short it now would easily earn trillions.
Okay, I'll go home and ask my dad if he wants to invest, Qin Shueyo said. She didn't really understand investing, but she believed Zhang Feng must have some special information channels, so she picked up her bag and left the dorm to go home.
Originally, she wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation between Shueyo and Zhang Feng.
Suddenly, she heard Zhang Feng suggest Qin Shueyo short the energy market.
Her eyes lit up. Does Chen Ma have some special information? Should I follow along?
Su Shanchan's family was just middle class, with over 10 million in assets, most of which were real estate, and a small portion of cash flow was in her parents' hands.
If she could also make a big profit in the financial market, wouldn't that mean financial freedom?
Thinking of this, Su Shanchan counted all her pocket money. Including the reward from the last girls' dormitory event, she had about
1.3 million yuan.
This amount of money was nowhere near enough for financial freedom. Su Shanchan opened a securities account that could trade crude oil and transferred 1 million into it.
She set a stop-loss line.
If the loss exceeded 20%, she would sell everything.
If I make a profit, what about taking profits? Su Shanchan blinked. According to Zhang Feng, shorting the energy market now would definitely make a lot of money. At least, double it, right? If I make 100, I'll sell half first. After Su Shanchan set up the trading plan, she put down her phone.
Meanwhile, Qin Shueyo returned to her large villa at home.
Unlike usual, the living room on the first floor was filled with many relatives. Sister, what's going on?
As soon as Qin Shueyo entered, she didn't see her father but noticed a woman who looked like a female CEO sitting there, her brow furrowed. Seeing her sister return, Qin Shueji forced a smile and said, "There has been a major investment mistake at home, and we can't recover in a short time. Now many shareholders are planning to withdraw their investments to protect their assets." The group of shareholders Qin Shueji mentioned were naturally those relatives. Qin Shueyo frowned. What the hell? When there were profits, they all rushed to invest, and now that the situation is bad, they all want to run? That's too unstable. Alas, that's human nature. Qin Shueji shook her head. At that moment, a man in a suit walked over and interjected, "Cousin Shueji, I can't help it. You know, our whole family is currently immigrating to the Eagle Sauce, and we are in urgent need of money. It's not that we suddenly want to withdraw our investments. Besides, over the years, you have made enough profit relying on our investments." The man was named Qin Lo, a wealth management professional at a Chinese bank on Wall Street. His whole family was immigrating to the Eagle Sauce. Qin Shueyo looked at her cousin with some dissatisfaction and replied, "What do you mean relying on your investments? Our family originally had over 5 billion in assets, you joined later. Now that the situation is bad, you want to withdraw your investments without considering the consequences for our family? What consequences could there be? I'm only withdrawing 1 billion. I believe your family is large and prosperous. There won't be any consequences," Qin Le said dismissively. However, there were at least a dozen people here today to withdraw their investments, all original shareholders. Altogether, they needed to pay them over 2 billion. Even under normal circumstances, the Qin family didn't have that much cash flow. After all, some assets couldn't be quickly liquidated, let alone now. Qin Shueya was still trying to argue when a man with a goatee and a bow tie came down from the second floor. "Enough, no need to argue. If the deal doesn't go through, we still have our integrity. We're all family, it's reasonable to withdraw investments." Qin Tai came down and decisively addressed everyone. Qin Lu and the other relatives immediately smiled. "Uncle Tai, thank you. We're also short on money, which is why we rushed to withdraw our investments. We hope you understand."
"Yes, I understand, but I can't come up with that much money for now. However, I've already instructed people to sell off assets. It will take a little time," Qin Tai said. Relying solely on their cash flow, the Qin family couldn't immediately come up with over 2 billion, so they could only sell some hotels, inns, restaurants, shares, and other assets. "Dad." Qin Shueya felt a pang of heartache. Every asset of the Qin family had been personally reviewed by her father. Now they had to endure the pain of parting with them.
It's fine, money is something that can be earned slowly in the future, Shintai said calmly. It was merely a fall from 100 billion family to one with only a few billion in assets. There would still be opportunities in the future. In that case, we will wait for Uncle Tai's good news. The relatives, satisfied with this promise, finally left. Qin Shueyo watched their departing figures, truly heartless. Shueyo, this is normal, there's no need to complain. Besides, Shinla has immigrated to the Eagle Sauce, and some things he does on Wall Street require him to transfer all his domestic money. Shintai waved his hand. The Shinla family had always been distrustful of domestic assets, seeking to sell everything off and keep their assets in the Eagle Sauce. If you don't trust your own country, how can you trust a hegemonic country? Sooner or later, you'll fall, Qin Shueyo said indignantly. The Shinla family had originally made their fortune in the country but had immigrated to the Eagle Sauce after becoming wealthy. He even helped Wall Street attack the Dragon Kingdom's currency market. Therefore, Shinla had been seeking to transfer all domestic assets away, fearing that one day he would be discovered and face liquidation. Shintai sat down and said, "It's hard to say. In this day and age, strength is paramount, hegemony is hegemony, but finance is indeed very profitable." Upon hearing the word finance, Qin Shueyo immediately thought of the investment matter that Jiang Feng had mentioned before. She pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Dad, where did we fail in our investments before?" "We participated in a research and development project. Our family invested about $1 billion, taking a different technological route. But it failed. Currently, the world is shifting towards large models, so the research team we invested in disbanded." Shintai shook his head. Although he started with electromechanical equipment, he wasn't particularly skilled in the field of intelligence. However, after becoming a capitalist, he still invested a portion in the smart industry. But the results were not satisfactory. That billion had gone down the drain. Qin Shueyo then realized that their family had also made efforts in cutting-edge fields. Yet, people only saw the successful ones, the failures went unnoticed. Research and development is inherently a game of life and death. That's quite normal, Qin Shueji said as well. Although they lost $1 billion, for Qin Shueji, this matter still held significant meaning. Shintai glanced at his two daughters and smiled. "The reason I called you back today is to ask you a question." "Dad, go ahead." The two girls looked at him. Shintai asked, "If I let you take over the Qin group, which direction would you go?" "I would continue to invest in cutting-edge industries," Qin Shueji said. "What about you, Shueyo?" Shintai looked at his younger daughter. Qin Shueyo initially wanted to be a slacker, just following her sister. But now, after thinking it over, she said, "I also want to invest in cutting-edge industries, but I have a more immature idea." "What idea?" "Short the energy market." Qin Shueyo took a gamble. Jiang Feng was so capable, this information must be valuable. Shintai was taken aback, not understanding. "Why is that?" "I don't know, maybe the global energy market is about to collapse?" Qin Shueyo speculated. To profit from shorting the energy market, the old energy market must collapse. Shintai pondered for a moment. To make the old energy market collapse, there must at least be a new energy market of equal scale to replace it. And the only thing that can achieve that scale is controllable nuclear fusion. As Shintai thought of this, he smiled at his younger daughter. "So you mean you think controllable nuclear fusion is about to emerge?" "Maybe." Although Qin Shueyo was also a student majoring in high-energy physics, she knew that this technology was still far off, always said to be 50 years away. Shintai contemplated. Theoretically, if one could predict the emergence of this technology in advance, it could indeed lead to the collapse of the energy market, and shorting it would yield great profits. But it was also filled with uncertainty. After some thought, Shintai made a firm decision. "How about this? I'll give you 2 small goals first. You manage them yourself, whether to invest or not is up to you. Shueji has more experience, so I'll give her 4 small goals." Upon hearing this, both girls were shocked. Their father was going to present 6 small goals for them to try managing the group. Qin Shueyo, the slacker, felt her breath quicken. 2 small goals, could she handle them? "I've already prepared these 2 bank cards, you can take them." Shintai handed each daughter a bank card. The 2 girls accepted them, their hands trembling. Although they usually spent money lavishly, truly managing several billion was still daunting. "Thank you, Dad." Qin Shueji's eyes were resolute. She was determined to achieve something significant. After receiving the 2 billion, Qin Shueyo hesitated for a moment but ultimately opened a trading account for New York crude oil. "Let's try a small goal of 0 first." Qin Shueyo attempted to invest 10 million. In the next second, the interface displayed that she had suddenly made a profit of 1 million. "Huh, what's going on? Why did crude oil suddenly drop by 10 points? Qin Shueyo then noticed that after she had just put in 10 million, crude oil inexplicably began to decline. Usually, oil fluctuates by 1 or 2 points, but today it suddenly plummeted by 10 points.
Something big must be happening.
However, after the 10-point drop, the market began a fierce rebound. Seeing such a significant market fluctuation, Qin Shueyo became even more determined.
It seems something major is definitely going to happen in the energy market. Is it the Third World War? Or an alien invasion?
After watching crude oil rebound for a while, it started to drop again. So, she decided to increase her bet.
100 million.
After putting all her small goal into it, she had 100 million left, which she dared not touch. A day later, while Qin Shueya was sleeping at home, suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door from her sister next door.
Groggily, she got up and opened the door. Sis, what's wrong?
Something big has happened. The energy market has really collapsed.
Qin Shueji looked at Shueyo in disbelief. The news just reported that the global oil market had dropped by 50.
In addition, other prices, including coal, thermal power, and hydropower, also experienced varying degrees of decline. It seemed that something significant was brewing. However, no one revealed why it had dropped.
Even the experts didn't know. Dropped by 50?
Qin Shueyo was shocked to hear this drop. Since she had shorted, this meant she had made almost 50%.
That is, 50 million. Trembling, she took out her phone, somewhat afraid to check her account, and handed it to her sister. Sis, can you check for me how much I've made? Is it 50 million? It's not 50 million.
Qin Shueji took a deep breath and said. Just as Qin Shueyo felt relieved, Qin Shueji continued, as soon as the market opened, the oil price dropped from 50 to 25, another drop of 50. So, you made 100 million. Qin Shueya's vision went black, and she fainted in her sister's arms.
Sis, how long was I out? What happened in the energy market? The first thing Qin Shueyo did upon waking was to check her account and see how much profit she had made.
Seeing her just waking up, worried that her sister might faint again, Qin Shueji comforted her. You should rest first, don't worry about the profits for now.
However, there is some big news internationally. 7 hours after Qin Shueyo fainted, Qin Tai also returned.
He used all his connections and information channels to inquire about what was happening in the energy market. Only then did he catch a glimpse of the truth. Meanwhile, the general public remained largely in the dark.
Only some gamblers, seeing the energy market plummet, began to buy the dip.
But they never expected that oil prices would continue to fall, with almost no rebound. Each time the market opened, it would drop by 30 or 40 points, then close down by 50%. It had now fallen to less than $10. Meanwhile, Qin Shueyo's profits had increased to nearly 200 million.
What big news! Qin Shueyo leaned against the bed, sipping warm water to recover.
Qin Shueji explained, I heard from Dad that there seems to be a revolutionary breakthrough in energy. The higher-ups already know, and some capitalists are panicking, especially the energy giants, who are currently frantically selling off their shares in energy companies, leading to the crash.
Revolutionary breakthrough? Could it be controllable nuclear fusion? As a high-energy physics major, Qin Shueyo immediately thought of this possibility.
But the conditions for controllable nuclear fusion are extremely harsh, and the scientific community has been delaying it. They always claim it will take another 50 years. Qin Shueji said thoughtfully, I'm not quite sure if it's controllable nuclear fusion, but according to Dad's analysis, it really could be this thing. So Dad is also looking for channels to sell off the energy companies under the group, otherwise, there will be serious losses. The Qin Group holds a significant amount of shares in energy companies. Now that controllable nuclear fusion has suddenly emerged, it will inevitably lead to a major devaluation of other energy sources.
Which country developed this controllable nuclear fusion first? Qin Shueji hurriedly asked. If it was the Eagle Sauce that got it first, it would be very dangerous. They might face sanctions again.
Qin Shueji shook her head and said, Dad didn't say, he probably doesn't know either. Anyway, the upper echelons are keeping it very secret, only revealing a bit about breakthroughs in energy. So, Chen Ma's judgment wasn't wrong. Qin Shueyo thought of Jiang Feng's words, and now she finally believed it.
Hearing this, Qin Shueji asked, what Chen Ma? My roommate.
She told me to invest in the energy market. Qin Shueyo explained to her sister about Jiang Feng's gender, her powerful background, and the investment advice.
Qin Shueji was taken aback. A transgender person, a family of generals, and foresight. Each of these could be the plot of a 50-episode melodrama. She didn't expect that he had them all. Is there really such a person?
Qin Shueji, who had seen a lot since childhood and was exposed to business early on, had met all kinds of people. But someone like Jiang Feng opened her eyes. Yeah, I initially thought he was a boy, and I had a crush on him.
I didn't expect.
Qin Shueyo shared her crush history.
Qin Shueji asked, are you sure he's a girl? Have you seen him? Ah, you mean that? No, I haven't. Qin Shueyo shook her head. Usually, she just played around with Su Shanshan and naturally wouldn't do something like peeking at a boy's private parts. Moreover, Zhang Feng hadn't bathed with them either. Qin Shueji smiled and said, since you haven't seen him, and he likes to live in the same dormitory as you, it means this guy is definitely a boy. Do you really believe he's a girl? How could that be? The Pearl River police did a gender identification for him, and it was announced. I'll find the news for you. Qin Shueyo wanted to look for the news. Qin Shueji tapped her on the head and said, are you stupid? You just said he's from a family of generals, getting a gender identification done would be easy for him. This, Qin Shueyo suddenly realized. Yes, with his status as a general's family, it would be incredibly easy to handle the Pearl River police. He didn't even need to change genders. But she still didn't quite understand, but why doesn't he admit it? He probably wants to play in your dormitory, Qin Shueji speculated. This guy. Next time, I want to set up a camera in the bathroom to see if he really is a girl. Qin Shueyo gritted her teeth, feeling like she had been fooled by Zhang Feng. Qin Shueji pointed at her head and said, with that brain of yours, you'll be fooled sooner or later. Also, he asked you to invest, and you really went to invest in energy. That's just a fool's luck. It shows that he really didn't deceive me about this matter. Qin Shueya grinned. Then you should ask him what to do next, Qin Shueji said. To be honest, seeing her sister earn 200 million in one breath made Qin Shueji a bit envious. She was also eager to try. But the problem was that the dollar had already dropped to $10. If she entered the market now, would there still be opportunities? Qin Shueyo nodded and immediately called Zhang Feng for a video call. At that moment, Zhang Feng was in the restroom. When he saw the video call, he leaned his head forward a bit. Hey, Shueyo, what's up? He said with a bit more force. Suddenly, there was a splash sound. Chen Ma, what are you doing? Qin Shueyo asked when she heard the sound of splashing water, like a stone dropping into a lake. Zhang Feng replied, taking a dump. Qin Shueji was speechless. Truly worthy of being a remarkable person. Qin Shueyo also said with a face full of sweat, Mom Chen, I listened to you and have shorted oil. Guess how much I've made? 1 billion? Zhang Feng speculated. Shorting can be leveraged, so with just a bit of leverage, the money can multiply several times. Moreover, the country has already gathered a large amount of US dollar foreign exchange and entered the energy market of the eagle sauce, ready to strike hard. So, Zhang Feng guessed that no matter what, Shueyo could earn at least $1 billion. Qin Shueyo corrected him, only 2 billion. 2 billion? That's too little. It seems your family can only be 100 billion family, Zhang Feng said regretfully. He had already revealed the news. If he really placed a bet, he could definitely upgrade from 100 billion family to 1,000 billion family. Qin Shueji couldn't help but lean in and said, what do you mean only 100 billion family? From your tone, it sounds like you look down on 100 billion family? Oh, who is this elder sister? Zhang Feng was startled. Qin Shueji flipped her hair, Sister Shueya. Oh, Sister Flowers, what I meant by that was not looking down on it, but saying that being an ordinary 100 billion rich person is pretty good too. I actually hope that one day I can fall in status and become 100 billion rich person, Zhang Feng explained. He already had infinite wealth. What 100 billion, 1,000 billion, or trillion, he couldn't even recognize the difference. One could say he was already blind to wealth. So thinking carefully, the happiest time for a person might be when they only have 100 billion. This wealth, in any country, is in the first tier. Beyond that, it has nothing to do with wealth. One has to get involved in power. And Zhang Feng wasn't particularly interested in power. So he said, being 100 billion rich person is pretty good. Damn! Qin Shueji felt a bit dizzy and couldn't help but look at her sister. Your roommate can act so well? What do you mean, being an ordinary 100 billion rich person is pretty good? Cough, sister, calm down. You are the future 100 billion heiress. This time it was Qin Shueyo who gave Qin Shueji a quick heart pill. She asked Zhang Feng, by the way, Mom Chen, now that oil has dropped to $10, is there still value in entering the market, or should we cash out? It's still early. Some gamblers will bet on a rebound. Eagle Sauce, Little Japan, and Middle Eastern oil tycoons, they will struggle repeatedly to save themselves, Zhang Feng predicted. Once controllable nuclear fusion comes out, other energy sources will plummet, but they won't all die out at once. Because promoting controllable nuclear fusion also requires certain infrastructure. Just building new nuclear power plants takes time. This time is when energy companies will have a big sale. To sell at a good price, they will naturally try various self-rescue methods. After listening to Zhang Feng's analysis, Qin Shueyo agreed deeply. She asked, so should we continue to short oil, or short something else, like coal or hydropower?
No need to look at categories, just focus on shorting eagle sauce, Jung Fong suggested.
Eagle sauce? Why is that? Isn't controllable nuclear fusion developed by eagle sauce? Shin Shueji couldn't help but interject.
In her subconscious, she still thought controllable nuclear fusion was first developed by eagle sauce. Jung Fong smiled, don't try to get me to talk.
When did I say controllable nuclear fusion?
I just said to short eagle sauce's energy companies, and the reason is simply that they are the largest oil exporters, that's all.
Is that so?
Seeing that Jung Fong didn't reveal more information, Qin Shueji stopped asking. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shueya opened her securities account without saying a word. She took a look at her profits and found that she had already made 2 billion, but she didn't sell.
Instead, she set a new trading plan. Every time there was a rebound, she would continue to bet. She still had 1 billion and planned to put it all in.
Seeing this, Qin Shueji also joined the bet.
4 billion,
plus 3 times leverage.
Sister, are you crazy? You still dare to add leverage?
Qin Shueya looked at her crazy sister in horror. Qin Shueji said firmly, our 100 billion family has been looked down upon, this time we must turn the tables and become a trillion family. Let them see us in a new light. Well, sister, actually, I think being a 100 billion rich person is pretty good, Qin Shueya said honestly.
You lazybones. You have to seize this great opportunity. Qin Shueji flicked her forehead. Jung Fong, holding the invitation letter from the Dragon Institute, arrived at the Dragon Institute.
Originally, Jung Fong was not very keen on joining the Southern Skygate project of the Dragon Institute, but when he learned that during the moon exploration process, the Dragon Institute had collected some artifacts from an alien civilization on the moon, his interest was piqued. He wore a loose shirt, baggy pants, and flip-flops as he arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Institute.
Armed personnel at the entrance were about to approach for an inspection.
Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a group of people, hurriedly walked out from inside to greet him. The armed personnel were taken aback upon seeing the old man. It was none other than the president of the Dragon Institute, Xia Feng. Usually, he walked as slowly as a snail. But at this moment, true to his name, he moved swiftly, as if rejuvenated, extending his hands towards Jung Fong and warmly greeting him, Master Jiang, you have finally arrived.
Master?
That title is too grand. Jung Fong waved his hand and said, I'm still young, just call me Xiao Jiang. As he spoke, he glanced at his interface and realized he had only 1 month left until he turned 23. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly modified his age back to 20.
That was too frightening. He almost became a 23-year-old old man. Xia Feng held his hand tightly and said to the Dragon Institute, Xiao Jiang, that won't do. I would lose my vitality and become a sinner of the nation. Creating controllable nuclear fusion would allow Longwei to be the first to enter a first-level civilization.
From now on, Longwei would embark on a grand journey to sweep across the globe and become the mainstream of Earth civilization. And the starting point was this man named Jung Fong. How could the small president of the Dragon Institute dare to call him Xiao Jiang? It was no different from calling him Xia Feng, the old man, to his face. Naturally, he wouldn't dare. Hearing the seriousness in Xia Feng's words, Jung Fong had no choice but to let him call him Academician.
Alright, Academician Jiang, this is your office.
If you need anything in the future, just let us know, Xia Feng said with a smile, leading Jung Fong to a bright office space, which even had an Academician's nameplate. Jung Fong sat there and said, I actually do have a need.
Didn't you tell me before that your moon exploration team discovered some artifacts from an alien civilization on the moon? Let me see.
Jung Fong was quite interested in this, after all, it was something that didn't exist on Earth. With his modifier, he might be able to enhance it.
Xia Feng showed a cunning smile and said, Academician Jiang, don't be anxious.
That item was indeed brought back by the moon exploration team, but it has already been classified as a state secret and is managed by the National Security Department.
We need to apply to study it. Then hurry up and apply. Opportunities are fleeting.
Jung Fong urged.
Xia Feng replied, the people from the State Affairs Institute are preparing for a press conference. Once the press conference is over, our application should be reviewed. Press conference?
Jung Fong raised an eyebrow, thinking the state planned to operate secretly. Xia Feng nodded, yes, it's about controllable nuclear fusion. The state is ready to make an official announcement. Then the energy companies of Eagle Sauce are doomed. Jung Fong initially predicted that Eagle Sauce would muddle through and fail amidst the chaos, but now he saw that Longwood didn't care about them at all and planned to announce it directly. Jung Fong opened a connected device to check the latest news. At that moment, the spokesperson of the State Affairs Institute was delivering a news briefing. Meanwhile, a number one sat beside him. It was clear. This was going to be a big deal. Reporters from various countries gathered at the scene, mobilizing in full force to capture first-hand material.
Today's news will be recorded in history. I believe that one day in the future, you will all remember today. The spokesperson was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the current director of the Economic Statistics Bureau. He slowly smiled and began to speak. We have achieved controllable nuclear fusion that can be fully commercialized, with energy output over 5 times that of nuclear fission in a given time frame. It is clean, pollution-free, and aside from infrastructure and transportation costs, the energy cost is essentially zero. The director had just begun his speech when a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. Then came a thunderous applause, some from the domestic crowd and others from abroad. However, the reporters from several Western Alliance countries had flickering expressions. It was clear they were aware of the significant changes in the energy market, but the U.S. had not claimed this achievement, nor had the UK. Now, however, the Dragon Kingdom had stepped forward to make an official announcement. Even if they had mentally prepared themselves, they were still shocked and felt uneasy. After a brief introduction, questions were invited. A reporter from the UK was the first to ask. Hello, Director, I am a reporter from the Times. I would like to ask, who is the inventor of controllable nuclear fusion in the Dragon Kingdom? Can you disclose their identity? Will it be promoted for free to the world? The reporter asked 2 questions in one breath. The second question drew a collective sigh from the audience, clearly feeling that such an idea was overly naive. The director of the Statistics Bureau smiled and replied, to answer the first question, our controllable nuclear fusion was invented by a relatively unknown young person, and for their protection, we will not disclose their identity for now. As for the second question, while the energy cost of controllable nuclear fusion is indeed close to zero, there are still infrastructure and transportation costs, so we cannot promote it for free. After finishing, the director said, next. Then, a reporter from the Middle East took the microphone. He immediately stood up, his voice trembling slightly as he asked in Chinese, Hello, Director, I am a Saudi reporter. You know that our country has a global oil giant called Saudi Aramco. The emergence of controllable nuclear fusion has dealt a significant blow to us. We would like to ask if you would be willing to accept a share exchange for technology. Without controllable nuclear fusion, Saudi Aramco would essentially face delisting and closure. However, if it were willing to sell itself to secure investment from the Dragon Kingdom, it could survive. But it was evident that the current value of oil company shares was very low. Even though it still had substantial cash profits on paper and a lot of land, in the face of controllable nuclear fusion, it was still an ant trading with an elephant, clearly unequal. The director of the Statistics Bureau responded, I can only say that our Dragon Kingdom insists on reform and opening up, cooperating with all countries. The specifics need to be discussed with our Minister of Commerce. Alright, the last reporter to ask a question. The final person to take the microphone was a white reporter from the U.S. He appeared somewhat nervous and said, I am a reporter from the Wall Street Journal. I would like to ask, will you impose a technology blockade on our country? As soon as this was said, a low murmur of laughter spread through the audience. Some countries even cast glances as if watching a show. Your Ford aircraft carrier battle group is still conducting exercises in the South China Sea, confronting the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier formation. Clearly, this was a provocation against the Dragon Kingdom. Now, you still expect the Dragon Kingdom not to impose a technology blockade on you? Isn't that absurd? The director of the Statistics Bureau, upon hearing this question, naturally knew he was not qualified to answer it. He said, this question is one that our General Secretary is about to address. All eyes in the room immediately focused on the elderly man in the center. The old man nodded and looked at the Wall Street Journal reporter, saying, our dragon country is an ancient civilization that has always valued reciprocity. Below is the gift we are sending to your country. From today, we will impose a technological blockade on 50 energy companies of Eagle Sauce, and we will never cooperate on technology, including ExxonMobil, the world's largest energy company, engaged in the production, transportation, and sale of oil and gas. Chevron, a multinational energy company. Duke Energy, ConocoPhillips, Kinder Morgan, Exelon. The old man read out 50 companies in total. With each name he mentioned, the many citizens watching the news felt a sense of relief. These 50 energy companies will never cooperate. Anyone who collaborates with them will also be unable to access our controllable nuclear fusion energy. The old man continued. Additionally, uncivilized companies in the automotive sector, such as Tesla, Mercedes-Benz, and Toyota, will also be included in our list of untrustworthy entities. The scene erupted in an uproar. The reporters from Germany, Little Japan, and Eagle Sauce turned pale. If the energy companies were to collapse, that would be one thing, but now, they were targeting the automotive sector as well. Dragon Country was clearly seizing the opportunity to strike them hard. The press conference ended. The news spread globally. The global energy market plummeted once again. Oil prices fell to $3. The situation for Eagle Sauce's energy companies was even worse. Under the dual blow of the controllable nuclear fusion sanctions, stock prices collectively crashed twice, dropping nearly 20%. In just a few minutes, over $1 trillion evaporated. However, this was just the beginning. Everyone knew that as long as they waited for the market to open the next day, it would hit the floor again in a second. Inside the Black Palace, it was already in chaos. Various energy giants and capital tycoons were lining up to request a meeting with the president. Mr. President, please stop. At this time, you still send the Ford aircraft carrier strike group to provoke them in the South Sea. Isn't that courting death? Oil tycoon, who lost hundreds of billions in a single day, was furious and wished he could give those arms dealers in the Pentagon a beating. They were the ones flaunting their power, yet it was their energy companies that were being sanctioned. The president also looked grim. Who knew Dragon Country would suddenly break through to controllable nuclear fusion? He defended himself. Even if we hadn't sent the Ford, they would still sanction us after achieving controllable nuclear fusion first. Then why haven't we achieved controllable nuclear fusion? Aren't we the world's #1 superpower? With so many resources, elite immigrants, the best environment, freedom to carry guns, and the subway where people can do as they please, why haven't we done it first? Mr. President, we need to reflect. A Wall Street financial mogul slammed the table and shouted. The president couldn't find a word to say. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, relay to the Pentagon, quickly order the Ford to withdraw from the South Sea. From now on, the South Sea, oh no, the entire Western Pacific, would be a forbidden zone. Withdraw from the South Sea? Return to Yokota Air Base? The commander of the Ford aircraft carrier, Fort Henry, a white rear admiral, was on high alert, facing off against the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier group to the north. Now, suddenly receiving a withdrawal order from the Pentagon, he was shocked. 10 years ago, they had withdrawn once before, which was a disgrace. Unexpectedly, this time, their most powerful aircraft carrier strike group was still backing down. They had to withdraw again, and it was to Yokota Air Base. Yokota was a military base established by Eagle Sauce on Little Japan's territory, with the command center located there, belonging to the first island chain, a staggering distance of 108,000 miles from the South Sea. It was clear they wanted to hide far away. Withdraw, Commander. Dragon Country has suddenly broken through to controllable nuclear fusion, and our energy companies have already suffered a fatal blow, an aide suggested to Fort Henry. Although they were not afraid of the Dragon Clan ship opposite, the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion still shocked the world. Continuing to confront each other would only harm their own country's enterprises. Perhaps, after returning, those energy giants would lobby Congress to revoke his title as commander. Ford's expression was grim, but he understood that if they continued to confront each other at this moment, he would inevitably be demoted. He could only issue the order, all hands, attention. From now on, all units turn around and return to Yokota Military Base. The order spread. All the destroyers, frigates, and early warning aircraft turned around. They left along the Philippine Islands, heading northeast. This action, of course, was detected by the Dragon Clan ship. Commander, should we also withdraw? An officer asked Long Yen. Long Yen squinted at the monitor displaying the Ford's retreat direction and said, if they want to come to our South Sea, let them come. If they want to withdraw, let them withdraw. Did they ask us, the Dragon Clan ship? You mean, should we intercept them as they head north back to the port? The officer was startled. Long Yen waved his hand. The order he received was to intercept the Ford, but it didn't say to engage directly. However, he didn't want the Ford to leave so easily, especially not back to Yokota. Yokota, as the heart of the Eagle Sauce Navy in East Asia, if they could take it down, the first island chain would be completely dismantled. After thinking for a moment, Long Yen ordered, launch electromagnetic waves to interfere with their 2 nuclear submarines, blind them so they can't keep up with the aircraft carrier. Long Yen did not intend to directly clash with their main base but planned to leave their 2 nuclear submarines behind. Let them also feel the thrill of being squeezed. Yes. The officer immediately issued orders to the 2 nuclear submarines attached to the Dragon Clan ship. Yes, the Dragon Clan ship also had 2 nuclear submarines. After being enhanced by Zhang Feng, they had reached the same level of strength as the Great Black Fish. Jialong received. Chu Hai received. The 2 nuclear submarines accelerated forward. They quickly used radar to scan the 2 nuclear submarines belonging to the Ford. These two submarines were following closely behind the Ford, serving as a rear guard. They were the Parrot and the Echo. If it weren't for Mr. Ford calling for a retreat, I really wanted to launch a nuclear bomb and wipe out those two shrimp soldiers and crab generals over there, the captain of the Parrot said, arrogantly munching on $1 fried chicken and a donut. Just as his subordinates were about to flatter him, suddenly, a radar officer, drenched in sweat, rushed over. Captain, our radar is being interfered with, it's out of control.
Radar interference? Who's interfering with us?
The captain dropped the donut and hurried to the monitoring screen. To his surprise, the screen showed a large number of mountains ahead.
Isn't this nonsense? How could there be mountains higher than Mount Everest in the deep sea?
Clearly, there was a problem with their radar scanning imaging.
And this kind of problem was not natural.
If it were natural, there wouldn't be such specific objects as mountains.
The only answer was that false electromagnetic waves had been artificially released and received by their radar.
Damn it, get the radar experts over here, full counterattack.
The captain shouted.
They had the world's top radar experts. However, the radar experts were also at a loss, saying, Captain, we can't locate the source of the enemy's emissions, we can't counterattack.
If they couldn't even locate the source of the electromagnetic waves released by the enemy, how could they counterattack? The captain broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't even locate the enemy's position?
He suddenly thought of the great black fish that had appeared on the west coast. The other side had also been crawling on the west coast for 3 days, surfacing only to be discovered. At that time, everyone thought that perhaps the great black fish had used some special means to avoid detection. Now, facing them head-on, they finally realized that the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear submarines might have made astonishing progress in the field of electromagnetic waves.
Now, in this confrontation, they couldn't even find out where the enemy's nuclear submarines were. Can we still contact the USS Ford?
The captain, drenched in sweat, asked a pointless question. The radar was down.
How could the radio possibly transmit? The radio is also an electromagnetic wave. It must have been blocked.
The radio operator responded, Captain, we couldn't establish contact from the start.
Thud.
The captain stumbled, his eyes filled with fear. For a nuclear submarine in the deep sea, losing radio contact and having the radar fail was equivalent to losing both sight and speech. They could neither see the path ahead nor the surroundings, nor could they send out a distress signal. Slow down, don't proceed any further, the captain issued his final command.
Although their speed was not fast, continuing to move forward in this blind state could lead to a collision with the underwater terrain.
After slowing down, the Parrot continued to move forward stubbornly. However, they were primarily relying on human eyes to navigate. They used a small transparent window to check the underwater conditions and then moved slowly ahead. Captain, we can't go any further. If we do, we'll hit something, an officer from the Echo urged anxiously. Using human eyes to detect the surroundings and then guiding the nuclear submarine underwater was such a primitive method that if it got out, it would surely make the whole world laugh. But at this moment, the captain of the Echo had no other options. He didn't want to stay put and be at the mercy of others.
If we move forward a bit more, Mr.
Ford will surely find us soon, the captain said unwillingly. If they stopped, they might be captured by the Dragon Clan.
He didn't want to be a prisoner. Boom!
Suddenly, the Echo lost its chance to be captured. While navigating through a trench, the surrounding darkness made it impossible to discern the terrain using only the light source. The officer who was checking the underwater conditions with his eyes hadn't reacted yet.
The submarine crashed into the rocky wall of the trench.
The massive impact caused the nuclear submarine to come to an abrupt halt. Their nuclear fission reactor was hit and suddenly went out of control, resulting in a massive explosion. In less than 5 seconds, over 100 people on the Echo had not even begun to save themselves before disappearing into the sea of flames.
The Parrot stopped, but they also felt the underwater shockwave.
The captain of the Parrot, at that moment, was rendered speechless. He knew that with such a big Tokyo, something might have happened to the Echo, but now, he could do nothing but wait quietly for the Ford to discover them. At that moment, the radar command center of the Ford indeed detected an anomaly. The two submarines had lost contact for 10 minutes. After issuing commands without response, the command center immediately contacted the USS Ford.
The nuclear submarines aren't responding?
Ford felt a sense of foreboding. He immediately dispatched early warning aircraft and submersibles to search for the two nuclear submarines. However, half an hour later, they found nothing. The Parrot and the Echo seemed to have vanished into the vast ocean. Expand the search area, continue looking. Ford issued the command. But the early warning aircraft responded, Mr. Ford, we have detected the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier battle group ahead, they are stationed there, and we don't know what they are doing. Based on the timing, this location is exactly where the Parrot and the Echo disappeared. Ford quickly deduced this conclusion.
At that moment, the early warning aircraft also received a warning from the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier group 100 miles away. We are fishing in this area. Foreign early warning aircraft, please leave immediately.
Otherwise, fire control radar will lock onto you.
Upon hearing this, the early warning aircraft quickly retreated and reported back to Ford. Ford nearly spat blood upon hearing this.
Fishing? You are using an aircraft carrier to fish?
Are you sure you are fishing and not trying to salvage our nuclear submarines? Ford was extremely anxious.
If those 2 nuclear submarines were really caught by the Dragon Clan, this news would surely make him infamous in naval history. The kind of infamy that leaves one bruised and battered.
Ford wanted to go rescue them, but he received another evacuation order.
Not rescuing them would mean leaving a mark in history for himself. Ford had never felt such humiliation.
Quick, contact the Pentagon, General Colin, the Dragon Clan aircraft carrier is about to go to war. Ford gritted his teeth and had someone reach out to Colin. At that moment, Colin was at the Pentagon discussing how to retaliate against the Dragon Clan after the incident when he suddenly received Ford's plea for help.
He was taken aback. What did you say? 2 nuclear submarines have disappeared?
A chill ran down Colin's spine. The last time the Blackfish had intruded on the west coast, they still hadn't figured out how the other side had evaded their net. Now, their own nuclear submarines had vanished without a trace. This indicated that the Dragon Kingdom had reached a crushing level in terms of nuclear submarine capabilities. Just like when they invaded the Middle East, using modern warfare to crush the region, delivering a resounding slap to the world. Now, they were experiencing the slap of being crushed in the face of more advanced technology, unable to even locate their opponent. Unless the Dragon Kingdom intends to initiate a third world war.
Colin was both shocked and terrified. The entire building fell into a dead silence.
After a long moment of calm, Colin finally spoke.
Contact the Secretary of State. Go to their embassy. Colin knew that to resolve this matter, they could only rely on diplomatic negotiations.
They could no longer manage it solely with military strength.
The current ambassador to the Eagle Sauce was Hua Xiaotian.
He had already received some information from his country, sanctions on Eagle Sauce's energy companies, the disappearance of nuclear submarines. Although he was far away in another country, Hua Xiaotian couldn't help but let out a long hull to the sky. Good, good, who would have thought that Eagle Sauce would have this day? I guess the Pentagon and that group of people, the Secretary of State, will come looking for me to chat and have tea.
Hua Xiaotian sat calmly in the embassy.
Although this embassy was on Eagle Sauce's territory, according to the land exchange agreement, this piece of land belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Armed personnel were stationed at the entrance. Any illegal intrusion was equivalent to invading the Dragon Kingdom. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. An aide reported to Hua Xiaotian, Director Hua, General Colin from the Pentagon and Secretary of State Pompeo from Eagle Sauce request to meet with you.
As the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador, Hua Xiaotian held a senior position.
He was not surprised. He nodded and said, "Let them in." With a general and a Secretary of State arriving with such momentum, the atmosphere was intense. As soon as Colin entered, he asserted his authority over Hua Xiaotian. "Ambassador Hua, your Dragon Kingdom is becoming increasingly arrogant.
Is there a problem?" Hua Xiaotian replied with a smile, neither affirming nor denying. Pompeo, with a cold gaze, said, "Ambassador Hua, do you intend to initiate a third world war?"
"I have no such plans, nor have I heard my superiors mention such a plan," Hua Xiaotian replied calmly.
The missing nuclear submarines were not from the Dragon Kingdom.
He had plenty of time to negotiate.
Colin, naturally, could not wait any longer. If this matter spread, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Pentagon.
Seeing that threats were ineffective, he softened his tone and said, "Ambassador Hua, we are not here to argue, but to negotiate with you."
"Negotiate what?" Hua Xiaotian asked.
"We can ease the pressure on your country's 5 in return for the release of our nuclear submarines," Colin suggested. After all, 5 had already been suppressed to a great extent. If they could get back those 2 nuclear submarines, it would be a good deal.
Hua Xiaotian smiled and said, "We are about to develop 6. You want to negotiate with me over an old issue of 5? Then what do you want in exchange?" Pompeo asked tentatively.
Hua Xiaotian had already received instructions. He replied seriously, "You must dismantle all military bases in your first island chain." Although the Blackfish had already proven that the blockade of the first island chain was virtually non-existent, there were still a large number of Eagle Sauce military bases that needed to be completely dismantled.
The entire Western Pacific must become the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom.
Only then can aircraft carriers go fishing in the Western Pacific as if they were in their own fish pond.
Are you crazy? How could we possibly dismantle the military bases of the first island chain?
Pompeo flatly refused on the spot. Colin, however, had a flicker of uncertainty on his face. In terms of strength, the Western Pacific was already beyond their control. The president had made a similar judgment. Their navy had to fully retract, pulling back to the vicinity of Hawaii. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold the Eastern Pacific either. Since it's impossible, then there's no need for negotiations, Hua Xiaotian said firmly. At that moment, Colin suddenly spoke up. If you want us to give up all military bases on the first island chain, that's not impossible, but the problem is, relying solely on 2 nuclear submarines is definitely not enough.
Colin was already wavering,
but he still wanted to negotiate for some benefits. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaotian immediately smiled. That's more like it. We are very open to negotiations. How about this, if you are willing to let us take over the military bases, we can consider easing the sanctions on your energy companies. Of course, the premise is that our people need to be stationed in your energy companies to conduct some compliance checks and also to provide personnel arrangements for future nuclear fusion cooperation.
Hua Xiaotian laid out several grand proposals in one breath. Colin frowned. Are you sure the Dragon Kingdom will be willing to ease restrictions on our energy companies and hand over controllable nuclear fusion technology?
As a military figure, he had countless connections with energy giants. If he could secure this benefit, it would help mitigate his losses. Of course, I will apply for it, Hua Xiaotian said.
This old guy is just trying to fool you, and you believe him?
Pompeo was somewhat reluctant. Colin had a slight advantage, but he had none himself. It would also affect his diplomatic reputation. But Colin didn't care about diplomatic reputation, he said. The judgment from the Black House is consistent with our Pentagon, which is to give up control of the Western Pacific and fully retract our front. That's more like it. Each side controlling a part of the Eastern and Western Pacific is what we call peaceful coexistence. Hua Xiaotian smiled even more brightly. The entire Pacific had been dominated by the eagle sauce for almost 100 years.
Now, it was time to divide half of it. As for the other half,
Hua Xiaotian believed that one day, it would also belong to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, since ancient times, the Great Black Fish had been born on the west coast. Colin, eager to rescue those 2 nuclear submarines, quickly drafted a document, submitted it to the Black House for review, and then signed a new joint statement with the Dragon Kingdom. The core content of the Sino-American Joint Statement on the Western Pacific contained only 2 points. The U.S. military's complete withdrawal from all military bases in the Western Pacific, the Dragon Kingdom's complete takeover of all military bases in the Western Pacific. As for the rest, such as building a civilized and harmonious society and creating a prosperous Asia-Pacific, those were just official platitudes.
After the joint statement was released, the little days were shaken. The internet exploded. What's going on? Did we change masters? Change masters? Why wasn't anyone notified? How sad. This is a historic document concerning our little days, yet we have no part in it. This is the consequence of lacking military sovereignty.
It's over. Without Eagle Sauce, Dad, we're going to be bullied.
What do you mean over? I think it's much better than mold. We've been sold. Joyous news for all.
The Prime Minister of Little Days, after seeing the historic statement, also fell silent for a long time. Then, he instructed his subordinates, prepare to go to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom didn't invite us, a minister said, puzzled.
What invitation do we need to report to the capital?
The Prime Minister of Little Days replied. Reporting was, of course, something to be done proactively. Now that a new tributary state had been established, if they didn't take a more active approach, their future little days would become increasingly sweet. By the way, hurry and call someone to clean the ghost toilet. At the Dragon Academy, Jiang Feng had been waiting for nearly a week. Finally, they met the lunar exploration team and found the artifacts of an alien civilization on the moon.
This item is classified as top secret.
Every time it is borrowed for research, it requires strict supervision.
However, after so many studies, we still don't know what it is, Xia Feng introduced in Jiang Feng's office. Since entering the Lonka Institute, there had been hundreds of special armed personnel nearby. Jiang Feng carefully examined the object inside the transparent glass. Its exterior shape resembled a disc. However, it had no reflective properties. There were many special lines on it, resembling integrated circuits. They looked chaotic, and no matter how they scanned it with equipment, they couldn't understand what these lines were. But fortunately, Jiang Feng had a system. He pulled up the interface information of this disk. Name, Chang'e, modifiable, attributes, a damaged silicon-based information processor, modifiable, belonging, lunar civilization, modifiable, level 1 civilization after damage, modifiable, era, 1 billion years ago, modifiable. Jiang Feng was shocked. 1 billion years ago, a level 1 civilization had already appeared on the moon.
They even left behind this silicon-based information processor.
What happened 1 billion years ago that the lunar civilization disappeared? Zhang Feng was very curious.
1 billion years ago, the most advanced existence on Earth was single-celled organisms. They were still struggling to evolve into multicellular organisms.
There was no civilization at all. System, what is the highest level this civilization can be modified to? Seeing level 1 civilization, Zhang Feng thought, if he modified it a bit, couldn't this thing be restored?
The system replied, it is not recommended to modify it to a level far exceeding the current human civilization.
Why?
Because this is a silicon-based existence, while humans are carbon-based.
If silicon-based life far exceeds carbon-based life on Earth, carbon-based life will be eliminated.
Simply put, if robots are much stronger than humans and humans do not keep up with evolution, humanity will perish, the system explained.
Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He asked the system, what level of civilization technology are you?
I am from another dimension, but corresponding to your three-dimensional world, I am the highest level civilization, a level 9 civilization, the system answered.
Zhang Feng asked again, your power far exceeds mine, so why haven't you eliminated me? I am restricted by a higher dimensional existence. Higher dimensional existence? What is that? As a three-dimensional being, Zhang Feng couldn't comprehend it.
He thought for a moment and modified the civilization level of China to level 2.
The disc immediately floated up.
In midair, it reflected a beautiful phantom, like a mini-figurine. Chang'e slowly opened her eyes, scanned the surroundings, looked at Zhang Feng, and released a heavenly sound, 01010101011101.
What's going on?
Xiaofeng suddenly noticed that this thing had floated up and even emitted a series of numbers, instantly shocked. They had used various scanning devices without activating it.
Unexpectedly, after Zhang Feng's manipulation, it actually responded. Zhang Feng was also taken aback.
Then he realized this was binary computer language.
So he asked Xiaofeng to bring a computer to decode this binary.
Dear level 2 civilization sir, hello. Oh, it turned out to be a greeting. Zhang Feng also greeted, hello, damaged level 1 civilization lady, may I ask you a few questions?
May I ask, what was your civilization level before you were damaged? Zhang Feng asked the first question.
According to the system, if this thing's civilization level was too high, it would have a tendency to destroy carbon-based civilizations.
Fortunately, Chang'e replied, it was level 2. Level 2.
Zhang Feng let out a slight sigh of relief.
It seemed this lunar civilization was not too advanced. It was only one level higher than the current Earth.
He just didn't know what great filter had caused it to be filtered out.
So, Zhang Feng asked, what caused the damage?
When we were studying level 3 civilizations, we accidentally stumbled into a space of another dimension, Chang'e explained.
This other dimensional space is probably on the far side of Mars. The far side of Mars? Zhang Feng wasn't particularly anxious.
First, humanity has not yet reached Mars on a large scale, so there wouldn't be any intrusion.
Second, the solar system takes 200 million years to orbit the Milky Way.
The lunar civilization existed 1 billion years ago, and at that time, Mars was not in the same position it is now. It's just unknown how much longer it will be before we pass by that other dimensional space again.
Maybe it still exists. Maybe it no longer does. What functions do you have? Zhang Feng inquired.
Although this thing was only a level 2 civilization, far inferior to his own modifier, it could still be useful as a general tool to enhance carbon-based civilizations. I can create controllable nuclear fusion. I can produce 100 types of super-strong condensed-state special materials. My IQ is about the same as
your Einstein.
I can make your smart cars reach universal standards, completely eliminating human drivers. I can merge with hardware robots. I can also drink, compose poetry, park, and indulge in love.
Chang'e listed a whole bunch of functions in one breath.
Especially the last one, which shocked Zhang Feng. A tireless Chang'e, capable of various roles, able to completely understand him, and perfectly cater to his needs.
It was truly amazing.
Zhang Feng couldn't help but say to his system, look at her, so considerate. Host, if you like, you can change me from male to female, the modifier said.
What? You have a gender too? Zhang Feng was startled. After all, I'm a civilization above level 9, I have my own attributes. Alright, then I won't change you. After finishing the conversation with the modifier, Zhang Feng continued to ask Chang'e, can you self-replicate?
My hardware can't, due to the lack of lunar materials, but my software can, Chang'e replied. That's fine, just replicate your software completely and stay on my phone for now, Zhang Feng said. Your phone's hardware isn't sufficient, you need to find better quality hardware.
Chang'e scanned for a moment.
Zhang Feng looked down and saw that his smartphone indeed only had the standard of a level 0 civilization.
Isn't this simple?
Zhang Feng casually modified his smartphone to level 2 civilization hardware. As expected of a level 2 civilization gentleman, truly impressive, Chang'e praised, then released a long string of zeros and ones into Zhang Feng's phone.
3 seconds later, Chang'e's projection also appeared on Zhang Feng's phone. Director Xia, you should return this disc to the state, I no longer need it, Zhang Feng said to Xia Feng after receiving the copy. Xia Feng was still observing the magical virtual projection and, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, asked in confusion, have you figured it out? I've understood it, there will be more universal applications coming out later. Zhang Feng had already thought about it. This version of Chang'e could be used first in the Zhurong cars. Xia Feng looked blankly as Zhang Feng left. He hurriedly put the disc away and returned it to the state. In the following month, Zhang Feng was in the production workshop of Zhurong cars. First, he modified the subsequent Zhurong cars to achieve zero gravity, making them completely anti-gravity, capable of going directly to the space station. Second, he implanted Chang'e into the smart operating system of the Zhurong cars. The original smart car operating system used the Smart Driving 3 system, which still couldn't completely eliminate the need for humans. But with Chang'e, it could completely do away with human drivers. After modifying tens of thousands of Zhurong cars, Zhang Feng had Ma Jin lead a team to test various performances in a sea and airspace by the Pearl River. Taduo applied to Mayor Zhu Jiangwo for testing in this space. With the experts operating, hundreds of driverless Zhurong cars soared into the sky. Spatial coordinates. Spatial coordinates. Speed. Experts input a multitude of spatial coordinates and speeds, then checked their completion status. 10 seconds later, all Zhurong cars reported back that they had reached their designated positions. Looking at the time, it was spot on. Above the airspace, there were also numerous balloons causing interference. Yet, not a single balloon was knocked down. This meant that the obstacle avoidance, positioning, and speed functions of the Zhurong cars were all perfect. The experts repeated the tests. They tested thousands of Zhurong cars continuously. A whole week later, the test reports for tens of thousands of Zhurong cars were released. Ma Jin was stunned when he received the report. 100%. 100%. All performance tests were 100% correct and accurate. Not a single mistake. It should be noted that they had tested hundreds of potential issues. Yet, these tens of thousands of Zhurong cars had no problems at all. One could only say that Chang'e was incredibly powerful. The Chang'e zero-gravity Zhurong cars were already comparable to spacecraft. Mr. Zhang, Chang'e is truly amazing, achieving a zero error rate. Ma Jin handed the test report to Zhang Feng, his face filled with disbelief. Their Tao Duo also had a research institute called the Dharma Academy. They had research too, but nothing as powerful as Chang'e. Zhang Feng was not surprised. If there were any mistakes, it would be a disgrace to a level 2 civilization. That's normal. By the way, Mayor Zhu's flight license has been approved, right? Zhang Feng asked Ma Jin. One needed a flight certificate to take to the skies. Ma Jin nodded, thanks to Mr. Zhang, it has been approved, the only one in the country. Additionally, under the impact of our Zhurong cars, the weekly sales of Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota are all declining at a rate of 5. If this continues, by the end of the year, we might see 2 of them go bankrupt. Ma Jin said this, somewhat incredulous himself. His e-commerce company had actually ventured into the automotive field. After launching the Zhurong cars, sales exploded, significantly reducing the sales of other global car manufacturers, especially for Mercedes, Tesla, and Toyota, which had been placed on the dishonesty list. They were struggling immensely. If this trend continued, Zhurong could go public with $1 trillion market value, becoming the world's largest automotive brand. Broaden your perspective. What does being the largest automotive brand mean? Combined, it's just a few trillion in the market. With the backing of Chang'e, we must seize the market in this field. Zhang Feng patted Ma Jin on the shoulder. Ma Jin immediately nodded vigorously. Although most of the profits from Zhurong cars went into Zhang Feng's account, his own worth had skyrocketed. With the support of technology, his status had also risen significantly. He was no longer just a vendor selling counterfeit goods and vegetables. Headquarters. As the most famous company of the Eagle Sauce, after their launch, their founder, Sam, was truly in the limelight. He directly stripped Elon Musk of the title of tech guru, becoming the new supreme deity in the hearts of global Eagle Sauce believers. At this moment, he was being interviewed by a New York Times reporter. Mr. Sam, what do you think about the Dragon Kingdom being the first to launch controllable nuclear fusion? The reporter asked. Sam smiled and said, controllable nuclear fusion belongs to the energy sector,
you can think of it as steel, coal, and oil.
The technological content is not as high as everyone imagines.
On the other hand, the intelligence sector, which you can understand as language, information, and high-dimensional strikes, has a very high technological content. We only need to gain a lead in this field to be compatible with their controllable nuclear fusion. However, conversely, controllable nuclear fusion cannot be compatible with ours. That's not even on the same level,
Sam said confidently.
If it is said that the Dragon country has achieved controllable nuclear fusion, it is equivalent to having built a high-speed rail. What they have, then, is the intelligence system that drives the high-speed rail. Who is more superior is quite evident. Upon hearing this analysis, the audience erupted into applause. It swept away the gloom that had hung over them since the energy companies were sanctioned and the Dragon country announced controllable nuclear fusion. A New York Times reporter continued to ask, but I heard that the Dragon country also has something, like Pangu, Wenshini yen.
Haha, Wenshini yen?
That thing is just tapping into our entrance.
Let's not talk about it, Sam said disdainfully. The audience laughed again.
By the way, Mr.
Sam, the main reason for today's interview is that I heard you are about to launch the next version. Can you share any new developments? The reporter inquired eagerly.
Sam took a sip of water and replied calmly, yes, our product will be released soon, and its functions are very powerful, already reaching the level of a PhD across all disciplines, and it can be promoted universally in society. Additionally, we are considering implanting the software into robots in Boston to achieve true Homo sapiens.
As Sam said this, the audience erupted.
Most of the previous developments had been confined to computers. They had never considered implanting it into robots. But now, it was so powerful that it could be implanted into robots.
So, does this mean that we, the Eagle Sauce, are going to take the lead into this era?
The reporter was also very excited. If 1 foot of humanity is stepping into the era, then the integration with hardware robots is the other foot.
Yes, this is just the beginning. There is more to come.
Moreover, according to our experts' assessment, we have already reached level 1 civilization. And what comes next is even more unpredictable, Sam revealed. Their own technology had already reached level 1 civilization.
Level 1 civilization.
The scene was in an uproar.
This is destined to be a great era initiated by Eagle Sauce, the reporter wrote in the newspaper.
After finishing the interview, Sam's assistant immediately reported to him, "Boss, the president is waiting for you in the conference room."
Sam was somewhat surprised that the president had come personally.
It seemed that the news he was about to release had caught the president's attention.
But thinking about it, it made sense.
The Dragon country took the lead in launching controllable nuclear fusion, sanctioned Eagle Sauce's energy companies, and even divided the Western Pacific for the Dragon country. These consecutive blows had made the next election very difficult for the president. Meanwhile, in their field, they still maintained an advantage. It seemed the president had come seeking help.
Let him wait a bit.
I'll be there shortly, Sam instructed. The president waited in the conference room for a long time. Just as he was becoming somewhat impatient, Sam finally arrived slowly.
Mr.
President, your presence is an honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Sam said politely. As a capitalist who prioritized capital, Sam could completely ignore this so-called federal president. Moreover, now it was the president who needed him. The president couldn't afford to lose his temper either. He forced a smile and said, Mr.
Sam, I heard you are about to launch something. Congratulations.
Our tech company's R&D costs are very high, and we hope the federal government can reduce our corporate taxes a bit. Sam was the first to make a request.
The president immediately replied, of course, that's no problem at all.
However, I hope you can stand with us in the Black House and sanction the Dragon country together.
Don't worry, we have already sanctioned them. They definitely won't be able to use it, Sam assured.
The president shook his head. The previous bans weren't thorough enough. Some Chinese can still use it. This could affect Sam's interests. The president raised the stakes. I'll reduce your taxes to 0.
No problem.
Sam's face lit up with joy, and he immediately called his assistant over, instructing, from today on, do not allow any Dragon country citizens or Chinese to use it, not even American-born Chinese.
Yes. The assistant immediately issued the notice.
This discriminatory policy from a top company instantly caused a global uproar.
It doesn't matter, we're waiting for Huawei's Pangu.
I heard that Tao's Zhu Rong is also integrating new things. Let's wait for their release. If we don't need it, we don't need it. We have our own.
Ours doesn't work. The previous Wenshini yen is still fresh in my memory.
Zhu Rong automobile has already made a killing in the automotive field. Toyota is probably on the verge of collapse.
I'm optimistic about what they will launch.
The netizens from Longwa were indifferent. After all, most people hadn't used it anyway. and now it was just an expansion.
But some Chinese Americans were completely outraged.
They no longer identified as Longwa people but had become Eagle Sauce people. However, they never expected that even after becoming Eagle Sauce people, they would still face discriminatory treatment.
Yet, they did not blame the company. Instead, they blamed Longwa. It's still Longwa's fault.
After they made some controllable nuclear fusion, they immediately got carried away and started imposing sanctions.
Now look, they've been sanctioned again by Eagle Sauce.
Controllable nuclear fusion, Eagle Sauce can do it too, but it's not on the same level. Longwa is at least 10 years behind.
They really have no sense of reality.
Speechless. I didn't expect that after immigrating, I would still be affected by Longwa.
It's like a haunting spirit. Faced with these unfounded accusations from the Chinese Americans, Longwa netizens found it amusing. The ones sanctioning you are Eagle Sauce, not us. To throw dirt like this, you must have been brainwashed.
Just wait, one day if they die, they'll blame us for not giving them a bit of breathing space.
What was to come next was an explosion of production capacity, sweeping across the globe and the automotive industry, ushering in a brand new era.
At this moment, Zhang Feng had returned to school. After more than half a year of turmoil, Zhang Feng had become an academician of Lunka Institute, the richest man in the world, a promoter of Chang'e, and a creator of non-existent physics. But he still returned to school, preparing for his graduation defense.
Morning, Mom. What are you planning to write for your thesis?
Qin Shuiyao, dressed in a small tank top and shorts, calmly approached Zhang Feng. Last time, at Zhang Feng's suggestion, she and her sister had made tens of billions, revitalizing the cash flow of the Qin group. Her father had been urging her to invite Zhang Feng over for dinner, but Zhang Feng had been absent from school, busy with who knows what. Seeing her back today, she had to cling to him. Zhang Feng typed a line, "Physics does not exist."
What? Physics doesn't exist? Qin Shuiyao was stunned. You, a high-energy physics major, want to write this title? What will the old professors think? Newton might even rise from his grave.
Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan also came over, one with a small tablet and the other a big panda, surrounding Zhang Feng tightly.
They were equally shocked. Morning, Mom, are you crazy? Writing such a title?
Not to mention how to prove it, just looking at the title, the homeroom teacher will probably explode with anger.
Zhang Feng shrugged.
His modifier was a level 9 civilization.
It could modify anything at will.
This already indicated that what this world calls physics is merely a series of numbers.
As long as the level of civilization reaches a certain point, physics simply does not exist.
Zhang Feng explained, our world is like a computer, it can be modified.
Ordinary people cannot modify it, but programmers can.
Our level of civilization is equivalent to ordinary people, but once elevated to a certain level, we can become programmer civilizations and make modifications. Zhang Feng formed a theory combining his major and insights from the modifier and shared it with them.
After listening, the three girls stared at each other, wide-eyed, like Einstein facing three monkeys, utterly bewildered. Ah, my brain itches, I don't understand. Truly worthy of being Morning's mom. Su Shanshan admitted defeat on the spot.
For her graduation thesis, she only planned to write the simplest one. Zhang Feng was originally a genius in high-energy physics, and the thesis he proposed was naturally beyond her comprehension.
Xu Qingping and Qin Shuiyao were also bewildered, but they still looked at her with admiration and said, Morning's mom, are you trying to nail Newton's coffin shut? Newton's coffin should have been nailed shut long ago. It's time to get a brand new coffin. Zhang Feng focused intently and began writing his thesis.
At this moment, there were still 6 months until graduation. Zhang Feng had 6 months to conduct some experiments, gather data, and write it into his thesis.
Around December,
the new year was approaching. The winter vacation arrived.
Qin Shuiyao put on a beautiful dress and invited Zhang Feng to her home.
But Zhang Feng politely declined, saying, let's wait until after graduation, I need to go home for a bit. Zhang Feng's home was in the neighboring Zhanghai city. He planned to return home to make some adjustments for his family. 2 hours later, Zhang Feng arrived home. His father was a fisherman who made a living by fishing, and his mother was a small-town traditional Chinese medicine practitioner.
Dad, I'm back.
Upon returning home, Zhang Feng found his father entertaining guests. So he greeted them. When Zhang Feng's father saw his son return, he immediately said to the guest, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This kid is the one who made a marriage pact with your young lady back in the day.
Him? The guest was a middle-aged man who glanced at Zhang Feng and then asked, what does he do?
Still a student, majoring in high-energy physics. He'll graduate in June after the new year.
Zhang Feng's father said, looking at his son, you little rascal, have you found a job?
No prospects in work, so I won't work. Zhang Feng dropped his luggage and sat down on the sofa like a lord. He had just heard his father mention a marriage pact, which piqued his interest. At his age, it was the first time he heard his father say he had a marriage pact? Could it be that the next step is to break the engagement? Jung Fong looked at the middle-aged man. As an academician of the Dragon Institute, the richest man in the world, the creator of non-existent physics, and the first promoter of Chang'e, he was ready to slap back. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing Jiang Feng's lazy thoughts, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He said, "Good, good. Today's young people are very smart, knowing that work has no future and will only make the boss buy a few more cars at the end of the year. This awareness is quite good." "Ha, Mr. Wrong? Are you saying you're not here to break the engagement?" Jiang Feng's father was also a bit puzzled. Years ago, when he was out at sea fishing, he had saved an old man whose small speedboat was leaking. He let the old man stay at his home for a few days. Later, the old man promised his granddaughter to Jiang Feng, but it was only verbal. At that time, Jiang Feng was only 3 years old. Jiang Feng's father later learned that the old man was the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, worth trillions. He even had several private islands in the Pacific. He was indeed as rich as a nation. Jiang Feng's father was shocked upon learning this, but he didn't pay much attention to that verbal engagement. How could a fisherman's son possibly be connected to the granddaughter of the richest man? He dared not think too much. But unexpectedly, when the time came, the richest man's son actually came to discuss the engagement. Jiang Feng's father thought the other party was there to break the engagement, and he was prepared to accept it. To his surprise, upon meeting Jiang Feng, the other party seemed quite fond of him. "Why break the engagement? Our Rong family values credibility," Rong Fei said, extending his hand to Jiang Feng. "Young man, I am Rong Ying's father. I am here to fulfill the marriage pact from back then. I wonder if you are interested." Rong Fei, eager to seize the old man's wealth, was hoping his daughter would marry this man he had never met as soon as possible. Initially, he worried that the other party might be too ambitious. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a lazy fish. A lazy fish was easy to handle. Just give him $1 million a month as pocket money, and that would suffice. "What does he look like?" Jiang Feng was cracking sunflower seeds and casually asked. Rong Fei immediately took out a photo and video of his daughter, introducing, "She is the same age as you, studying robotics, currently designing robots in the Eagle Sauce, has her own robotics company, and collaborates with the Boston Robotics Company, with an annual income of about 5 to 600 million. Overseas? Does she come back to the country?" Jiang Feng inquired. Rong Fei smiled and said, "You can go overseas with her, help take care of the kids, do housework." "Oh, are you recruiting a son-in-law?" Jiang Feng understood, with the child rearing and housework, the woman earning 5 to 600 million a year, and her family being the richest, while he was just a fisherman's son, this was about becoming a son-in-law. It turned out it wasn't about breaking off the engagement, but rather about being a live-in son-in-law. Rong Fei smiled, "A monthly allowance of 1 million as a base, and the family will provide fund support, ensuring you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Chen, think about this matter yourself. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. You can refuse," Jiang Feng said. "Refuse? Why refuse? I haven't experienced being a live-in son-in-law yet. I was just thinking of trying it out." So Jiang Feng replied, "No, Dad, I've thought it over, and I've decided to meet this woman named Rong Ying." Jiang Feng had also read novels about live-in sons-in-law, with unreasonable mothers-in-law, aloof female CEOs, and sarcastic younger sisters-in-law, either drinking foot-wash water or getting slapped. It made Jiang Feng furious. Now that he had a modifier, he was ready to make the younger sister-in-law drink foot-wash water and have the female CEO's best friend get slapped. "This is my daughter's contact information, you can add her." After Rong Fei handed over a bank card and a WeChat ID, he left. Jiang Feng handed the bank card to his father. "Dad, you don't have to go out fishing anymore, retire with Mom. Later, hire a nanny and enjoy life." As he spoke, he increased his parents' lifespans to infinity. As for wealth, he didn't modify that because he had already experienced it. The happiest time for a person is when they only have a few million. Unlike him, who now had infinite money and was indifferent to it. Jiang Feng quickly contacted the legendary Rong Ying. "Hello, I am your future wife, Rong Ying. So cute." The other party replied first. "Oh, not aloof at all. She even uses emojis? It seems this foot-wash water must be drunk by the younger sister-in-law." Jiang Feng replied, "Hello, but I haven't planned to marry you yet." Rong Ying firmly said, "Alright, then I will strive to make you like me." Jiang Feng asked, "Give me an address, I'll come find you when I have time." Light Robotics Company, 39 Chinatown, Florida. "Just come to my company to find me." Rong Ying provided a company address. Jiang Feng checked the company's business. They indeed made robots. They had advanced hardware technology in mechanical movement, facial expressions, and eye recognition.
Recently, they collaborated with the Boston Robotics Company, and their value skyrocketed. They were already planning to go public. If they went public, another billionaire would emerge. This is already impressive. Why still look for a live-in son-in-law?
Zhang Feng was somewhat puzzled, but he remembered the address.
He planned to visit this legendary Florida after the new year, once he reported back to school.
After the new year, when Zhang Feng returned to Zhujing City, the Zhu Rong car had already been launched on a large scale.
Thanks to Chang'e's endorsement, the sales of Zhu Rong cars surged again. Meanwhile, controllable nuclear fusion power stations were being rolled out.
Have you heard? Our Zhujing City, for some reason, is the first to use controllable nuclear fusion energy.
In the future, our school's electricity will be free.
As soon as he entered the campus, Zhang Feng heard many classmates discussing. A few days ago, the mayor of Zhujing City, Zhu Jiangwo, personally announced it. The controllable nuclear fusion energy is first supplied to Zhujiang City. The electricity for major companies, schools, public institutions, charitable organizations, and households will be completely free starting from February 1st. I didn't expect that Zhujiang City would be the first to use this great invention of controllable nuclear fusion.
In the dormitory, Qin Shuya, Xu Qingping, and Su Shanshan were also expressing their amazement.
Although they didn't lack electricity, who would refuse something free? Especially since the inventor of controllable nuclear fusion has yet to be announced.
They were even more curious. Maybe the inventor of controllable nuclear fusion is right here in Zhujiang City, otherwise, why would we be prioritized?
Qin Shuyo speculated.
It's possible. Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan both nodded.
At that moment, Zhang Feng returned. The three girls immediately helped carry his backpack, move chairs, and serve watermelon.
Morning, Mom, you've worked hard. You're finally back. Is your thesis finished?
The graduation defense requires several reviews by teachers before the preliminary and formal defenses. This means that a draft must be submitted to the teacher at the start of the semester.
Zhang Feng pulled out his printed thesis and said, "This is my final draft."
The three girls took a look. After just 3 seconds and flipping through a few pages, they all put it down and said, "We can't understand it." However, the title of the thesis was still, "Physics Does Not Exist." Morning, Mom, if you submit this thesis, it will really cause an explosion. Qin Shuyo recognized every word and symbol inside, but when combined, she couldn't make sense of it, especially some of the experimental data, which was unheard of.
But in fact, the data inside were the testing data from the Zhurong probe.
Because Zhang Feng modified their gravitational parameters, the data appeared very strange.
It looked almost fabricated. Not understanding is the right reaction.
Zhang Feng smiled and handed the thesis to Qin Shuyo. "You're the class monitor, please help us submit the thesis."
Okay. Qin Shuyo nodded, and then she submitted the thesis to the homeroom teacher, Wang Zhong.
Wang Zhong smiled when he saw that Qin Shuyo had collected everyone's theses and asked with concern, "Shuyo, how's the job search going?"
"Teacher, I'm going to inherit my family's 100 billion assets, so I'm not looking for a job,"
Qin Shuyo replied honestly, having just earned over 10 billion, why look for a job? Wang Zhong paused, patting his forehead.
He almost forgot. This girl is the second daughter of the Qin group. He awkwardly smiled, "I almost forgot."
"Then congratulations in advance." As he spoke, Wang Zhong casually flipped through a pile of theses in his hand.
Everyone's titles were standard and unremarkable. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze landing on one thesis. The title boldly read, "Physics Does Not Exist." Just seeing this title, an unnamed killing intent surged from the top of his head. As a professor and dean in the field of high-energy physics, it was the first time Wang Zhong had seen such an arrogant title. Physics does not exist? Are you trying to overturn the entire edifice of human physics? Too arrogant. Whose thesis is this? This title is just absurd. Wang Zhong frowned and looked down.
To his surprise, it was written by his most admired student, Zhang Feng. "It's written by Zhang Feng, teacher, I'll take my leave."
Qin Shuyo slipped away, fearing the teacher's wrath would affect her. Wang Zhong opened the first page and continued reading.
Initially a bit angry, wondering if Zhang Feng was just messing with him, he suddenly furrowed his brow.
Because Zhang Feng wrote very professionally. It was entirely based on professional terminology for argumentation, mixed with a large amount of experimental data for proof.
However, there were some complex theoretical ideas that made Wang Zhong unable to help but bite his nails.
What does this sentence mean? Wang Zhong set aside the other theses, focusing on Zhang Feng's groundbreaking paper. After a full half hour, Wang Zhong understood only a fraction.
But he had already vaguely grasped part of the core idea.
If the experimental data he has is true, then physics indeed has the possibility of multiple realities. This is equivalent to a multiverse.
Wang Zhong furrowed his brows. He reopened the experimental data, but the more he looked, the stranger it became. Especially the gravity parameter.
Something was clearly off. Wait, the gravity parameter, how come some are only half of Earth's, and some are zeroed out?
Wang Zhong flipped to the last page to check where the data came from.
It stated it was from the testing report on the Zhurong Automobile official website. Zhurong Automobile? Isn't that the recently popular anti-gravity car with autonomous driving? Wang Zhong logged onto the Zhurong Automobile website to check the testing report data. The results showed that the testing data inside was indeed identical to what Zhang Feng had cited.
This meant that aside from theoretical proof, Zhang Feng also had experimental data to back it up. But because the conclusion was too shocking, Wang Zhong stared at the paper, lost in thought. If this paper is correct, it could explain why the grand unified theory has yet to be realized. Because physics has never existed.
Everything is just a data illusion. Everything can be modified. I have a top-tier physics paper that needs to be submitted. It was written by my student. Please have the expert group review it.
Wang Zhong immediately contacted Longhui, the top academic journal in Manhwa.
Only renowned professors in the physics community could publish there. Even Zhang Feng had only published some works in a first-rate domestic journal before.
But now, Wang Zhong relied on his personal connections to help him submit to Longhui. The editor-in-chief of Longhui hesitated for a moment when he heard Wang Zhong say it was written by his student. Old Wang, you're being too blatant in seeking benefits for your student. This isn't some fly-by-night journal, the state will regulate it, and I can't risk inflating the content.
Just take a look before making a decision. See who really inflated it.
Wang Zhong confidently hung up. He believed it wouldn't take an hour for the other party and the expert group to call him back. After submitting the paper, most of the senior students began their internships.
Only the 4 slackers of 119 slept during the day and woke at sunset.
Around March, as spring arrived, everything was about to revive.
One evening around 7, Qin Shueyo and her friends had just gotten up.
They were getting dressed and preparing to go out for a night cruise on the Pearl River. Shanshan, you're not very good at swimming, so I bought you a life jacket for the cruise, Qin Shueyo said as she got ready with her bikini and shoes. Su Shanshan was worried that the current of the Pearl River was too strong, which might cause her strap to break, and was considering choosing a sturdier one.
Hearing Qin Shueyo's words, she replied, "What are you afraid of? Chen Ma will definitely protect me."
Still, you should wear the life jacket.
If I'm not careful and you disappear, that would be a problem.
Zhang Feng sat there, enjoying the sight of the 3 of them changing clothes without a care.
As someone with a female identity, Zhang Feng was fully enjoying the benefits of gender. Qin Shueyo, on the other hand, was secretly observing Zhang Feng.
Her sister had said that Zhang Feng, who never bathed with them, might be a guy. This made her suspicious, but she didn't dare to ask directly.
If it hurt Chen Ma's feelings, it wouldn't be worth it. So she had to be indirect.
This time, on the night cruise, she wanted to secretly observe whether Zhang Feng was really a girl. I just need to swim over casually, brush past her, and I'll definitely be able to tell whether she's a girl or not.
Qin Shueyo plotted in her mind. However, Zhang Feng was unaware. He thought that with spring arriving, more people wanted to swim. Boom!
The 4 of them, each in a Zhurong car, flew straight to the banks of the Pearl River. This China's zero-gravity fusion car had already obtained a license to fly. You can also hover in a fixed airspace. By the Pearl River, one cruise ship after another is slowly sailing on the river, carrying various tourists who are admiring the surrounding vibrant night scenery. Suddenly, 4 Zhurong cars break through the air, hovering above a large cruise ship. This cruise ship is the one that Zhang Feng had previously rewarded Shueyo with at the beach.
Wow! Flying cars! So cool! They just appeared out of nowhere.
A passing cruise ship filled with young people immediately cast envious glances. That's a Zhurong car, super strong anti-gravity, but it costs no more than $1 million. But this thing has just gone into mass production, and you have to fight for it.
I've been applying for over half a month and still haven't gotten a spot.
They are so lucky to be the first to use it.
Someone who was well-informed recognized it immediately.
The envious gazes of the crowd intensified. They all took out their phones to take pictures and then uploaded them to their social media. Zhurong car, the dream car of contemporary youth. At this moment, their excitement was akin to seeing the first Apple smartphone years ago.
There were even legends of people selling their kidneys for an iPhone.
However, times have changed.
Nowadays, young people no longer take pride in owning an iPhone.
They began to pursue the more high-end, technologically advanced Zhurong car. Although it only costs $1 million, it really feels impressive.
Xu Qingping, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but glance over.
Her Aston Martin, worth 5 to 6 million, didn't even get this kind of treatment. Qin Shueyo smiled and said, Aston Martin, 5 to 6 million, of which at least 3 million is brand tax. The actual cost, who knows if it even reaches a million. As for the Zhu Rong car, I heard that Tao Duo actively lowered the price. If it were invented by the Eagle Sauce people, the price would definitely be over 10 million. Did you see that? Its functions are even inferior to Chang'e's, and they're almost blowing it up as the light of humanity. Su Shanshan asked the car's voice control system, Chang'e, who is more powerful, you or them? I am more powerful, Chang'e replied. Her intelligence had reached a level 2 civilization, while she was still striving towards a level 1 civilization. They were clearly not on the same level. Su Shanshan was surprised. This thing could even answer questions. She hadn't even asked, yet it responded. Far beyond her expectations. Since Chang'e said she's more powerful, then it must be that Chang'e is indeed more powerful, Su Shanshan concluded. Zhang Feng let the Zhu Rong car hover above the deck and jump down. He then instructed Chang'e to follow the cruise ship, maintaining a dynamic follow. The other 3 women descended first, waiting for him to come out before letting the car hover and follow. Miss, this is the life ring you requested. At that moment, the cruise ship's steward handed Qin Shueyo a life ring. Qin Shueyo tossed it to Su Shanshan. Put it on quickly, I'm getting in the water. Saying this, Qin Shueyo took off her outerwear and jumped straight in. Splash! Qin Shueyo disappeared into the waters of the Pearl River. However, Zhang Feng was not worried because he had previously enhanced Shueyo's body. Under normal circumstances, hand-to-hand combat with a shark was not a problem. Su Shanshan and Xu Qingping didn't dare to jump directly, they went down to a lower level before jumping in. After changing into a set of men's swimwear, Zhang Feng also jumped in. Where is everyone? After entering the water, Zhang Feng only saw Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan splashing water at each other not far away. He did not see Qin Shueyo. Suddenly, he felt a wave of water flowing towards his legs. Looking down, he realized that Qin Shueyo was secretly swimming over, and her target was surprisingly his vital area. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. What are you up to, little girl? Zhang Feng easily dodged and pulled her out of the water. Watching her smooth her long hair like a beauty emerging from a bath, Zhang Feng asked with a smirk, where are you swimming to? You're almost at my vital area. Cough, it was an accident, purely an accident, Qin Shueyo said, feeling guilty, and swam away nonchalantly. But after a while, Qin Shueyo, like an indestructible tilapia, swam over from another angle. Zhang Feng was speechless. He pulled her out of the water again. Cough, still unexpected. After failing a few times, Qin Shueyo had to change her strategy. She swam towards Su Shanshan, who was not far away. Hey, stay away from me. Su Shanshan clutched her life buoy, paddling hard to distance herself from Qin Shueyo's clutches. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you, I'm here to discuss something with you, Qin Shueyo said with a smile. Su Shanshan covered her panda, watching Qin Shueyo warily. It can't be anything good. It's definitely a good thing. Qin Shueyo leaned in and whispered something in Su Shanshan's ear. Su Shanshan's eyes widened after hearing it. You suspect that Chen Ma isn't a woman? How is that possible? Su Shanshan had never considered that Zhang Feng could be cross-dressing. Qin Shueyo shrugged. You'll know if you try, otherwise, how do you explain that he never bathes with me? What kind of twisted logic is that? Not bathing together is normal, okay? Do you think everyone is like you? Su Shanshan scoffed. Since when did not bathing together become a reason for suspicion? Qin Shueyo threatened Su Shanshan. Fine, I'll go. Su Shanshan, under pressure, could only drift casually towards Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng lay on the water's surface like a corpse. In fact, as long as a person doesn't struggle and puffs up their chest, they will slowly float up. There was once a girl who fell into the water, didn't struggle, and slowly floated up, lying on the surface all night until someone found her the next day, thinking she was a floating corpse. Zhang Feng lay on the water, feeling the coolness of the current flowing past him. Suddenly, he noticed the life buoy drifting over. Su Shanshan casually greeted, Chen Ma, how do you lie on your back like that? I want to learn too. Before Zhang Feng could demonstrate how to lie on his back, Su Shanshan flipped sideways and fell into the water, splashing desperately. Woo, gurgle. Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly turned and swam over, pulling her out of the water. Su Shanshan instinctively hugged Zhang Feng. The panda faced Zhang Feng head-on. Are you okay? After pulling her up, Zhang Feng swam towards the life buoy. But Su Shanshan was flailing, her legs thrashing about. Finally, she touched it. Zhang Feng. Su Shanshan's face turned bright red. Chen Ma was actually a man. Zhang Feng also noticed Su Shanshan's reaction. He raised an eyebrow and said, since you've discovered it, I guess I can only destroy the evidence. Don't, Shenma, I'm your loyal little fan, I promise I won't tell anyone, Su Shanshan immediately swore.
Really? Zhang Feng said with a half smile. Really, really? Su Shanshan nodded vigorously. Honestly, did Shueyo send you over? Zhang Feng noticed that Qin Shueyo was looking over casually from not far away. Su Shanshan didn't hesitate and confessed everything. Yes, it was all her doing. I'm just an accomplice.
Go back and tell her that I'm actually a woman, Zhang Feng countered.
Okay, Chen Ma.
Su Shanshan dove back into the life buoy, but she still looked a bit confused and said, Chen Ma, why do you pretend to be a girl?
I'm not pretending, I really was a woman for a while, Zhang Feng replied. One sentence nearly burned Su Shanshan's already simple brain.
She splashed some cold water on her head and said, Chen Ma, what do you mean by that?
Is your gender still uncertain? If physics can be non-existent, then gender can certainly be uncertain, Zhang Feng laughed. What is gender? Isn't it just a human definition? Perhaps in another world, the man is defined as a woman. The woman is defined as a man. You mean, you can be a man or turn into a woman and grind tofu with Shueyo? Su Shanshan pondered.
At that moment, Qin Shueyo swam over and, upon hearing this, immediately shot Su Shanshan a glare. Why do you have to use me as an example?
Ahem, didn't you change your sexual orientation?
Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue. It was she who said that true love doesn't look at gender and that one can change their sexual orientation.
Just watch me bend you.
Qin Shueyo gritted her teeth and charged at Su Shanshan.
I'm a straight girl, absolutely not going to be a lesbian. Su Shanshan quickly swam away. They swam around until 1 in the morning, completely exhausted. Back on the cruise ship, they admired the night view. Mom Chen, we should invite more sisters to play. It's so boring with just the few of us. Qin Shueyo lay on the deck, enjoying the river breeze.
Zhang Feng thought for a moment. It had been 20 chapters since the last female dormitory edition, and it was time to hold the second one. So he said, I plan to hold the second female dormitory edition, but this time the requirements for female participants need to be significantly raised.
Ordinary beauties wrestling was no longer interesting.
They needed high-quality women to wrestle with each other for it to be fun. Qin Shueyo, 22 years old, high-quality woman, Qin Shueyo introduced herself. Zhang Feng said, the first requirement is that you must have a net worth of over 10 billion to participate.
That's it. I'm no longer a high-quality woman.
Su Shanshan's only pride was her pair of pandas. She had participated in the first female dormitory edition, and now she didn't even qualify.
Xu Qingping felt embarrassed. Got it. I'm not a high-quality woman. You can be judges. Isn't that more fun than being high-quality women? Qin Shueyo boasted.
Her family barely maintained a net worth of 10 billion. So she qualified to participate. The main thing is the second requirement. I plan to go to Florida to hold this wrestling match.
Everyone there is talented.
You two can just be judges, Zhang Feng added.
There aren't many women of the same age with a net worth of 10 billion in the country.
So to expand the recruitment to more people, they had to broaden the scope to a global level.
Mom Chen, you don't mean to invite the British princess, the daughter of the Prime Minister of Japan, and the daughters of presidents from various countries to participate in this wrestling match, do you? Qin Shueyo suddenly realized Jiang Feng's intention.
Those who casually have a net worth of 10 billion must at least be daughters of the powerful elite or big entrepreneurs.
Jiang Feng nodded, that's exactly the idea.
Moreover, there should be a third requirement, high looks and good figure.
What's the reward this time? Qin Shueyo asked. If the rewards were just money, cruise ships, or sports cars, it wouldn't attract such high-profile participants. Zhang Feng countered with a question.
Qin Shueyo thought for a moment and replied, according to Taodua's statement, only people from the Dragon Kingdom, and those on the Dragon Kingdom mainland, can register and log into Chang'e. In addition to these two conditions, they must also pass a Chinese language quiz to register, Xu Qingping added. Although Chang'e has merged with the Zhu Ronkar, the usage conditions for Chang'e are basically only for citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Foreigners, even those who have obtained dragon nationality, face strict restrictions. As for reselling Chang'e accounts, it's basically impossible. Because every time you log in from a different location, you need the person's fingerprint to unlock it. This completely eliminates account trading. The usage of Chang'e is indeed very strict, especially the Chinese language quiz. Some citizens have a certain elimination rate.
Foreigners can only use it through academic exchanges by joining research institutions in the Dragon Kingdom. There are no private channels for use.
The initial purchase of the Zhu Ronkar was the same, Su Shanshan said proudly. In the past, the West imposed various applications and technology blockades on the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it was finally the Dragon Kingdom's turn to have more say. Tao Duo Duo has set such complex usage conditions for Chang'e, which is essentially a tightening spell. In the future, when negotiating terms with various countries, they can gradually loosen the restrictions.
Zhang Feng said. Qin Shueyo seemed to understand, saying, "You mean, if we spread the word about the second edition of the women's dormitory version, we could allow the top winners to gain a limited period of usage rights for Chang'e, many high-quality women would come to participate?" Exactly. But the problem is, how would Tao Duo Duo listen to you?
The three women looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Although Zhang Feng came from a family of generals, it seemed he had no connection to Tao Duo Duo. It wouldn't be easy to get them to release a few accounts. Zhang Feng smiled, "Don't worry, it's just one account. Besides, it's just a gimmick. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be given."
One account? And it might not even be given? Qin Shueyo immediately understood. You plan to let me take back the first place, leaving everyone else with nothing? How can that be called leaving them with nothing?
It was never said that participating guarantees a reward. Zhang Feng laughed.
Morning Ma is impressive. This plan sounds delicious.
Su Shanshan exclaimed, intrigued. With a gimmick in place, there would surely be plenty of gullible participants.
When will it be held? I can help spread the news both domestically and internationally, Qin Shueyo asked. As a family worth billions in the country, they still had a certain reputation in high society.
The end of March, Zhang Feng replied. It was early March now.
A month to spread the news globally would be about right. However, Zhang Feng knew that Qin Shueyo's social circle might still not be enough.
So he contacted Zhu Luoyu. With the combination of powerful connections in overseas elite schools, the reach would naturally be broader.
Only those worth billions can participate in the second edition? Zhu Luoyu was taken aback.
She had participated in the first edition. She didn't expect that the threshold for the second edition had already been raised to the billion level.
That meant she seemed unqualified. Attracting people worth billions to participate is not easy. What are the rewards this time? Zhu Luoyu asked pointedly. Young ladies from families worth over $1 billion were not that free.
The usage rights for a Chang'e account, Zhang Feng said.
Zhu Luoyu raised an eyebrow. Tao Duo Duo has already blocked the way. They don't even allow external use. I have Oxford friends who offered millions but couldn't get through to Tao Duo Duo's internal executives.
You don't need to worry. I have my ways, Zhang Feng assured her. It's just one account. He could have Majin arrange it.
Zhu Luoyu said, alright, I'll help you promote it. By the way, can I go see it live?
Sure, the location is in Florida. After asking Zhu Luoyu to help promote, Zhang Feng also contacted Ma Jin and General Lin from Tao Duo Duo, mobilizing their social circles to help spread the word about this women's dormitory version. Once the news spread, domestic media exploded with reactions.
Wow! I can't believe it, this wrestling competition has raised the threshold to the billion level? That's too exaggerated. Which rich girl would participate in such an unladylike competition? Maybe it's not aimed at the domestic audience but rather the international one. Didn't you see that the reward is the usage rights for Chang'e? How impressive. The Eagle Sauce intelligence agency has been trying to decode Tao Duo Duo's Chang'e with 100 billion attacks daily and hasn't succeeded. The organizer of this event actually got Tao Duo Duo to voluntarily release an account. They must be going crazy overseas. Even if they can't get it, there will probably be many celebrities wanting to see who the organizers are. People were discussing animatedly. Some international students in Eagle Sauce even expressed their intention to go to Florida for a live broadcast. After the news spread, the first to learn about it among foreign celebrities was the daughter of the Prime Minister of Little Japan, Ng Muon. Her worth naturally exceeded $1 billion. She was also beautiful. It is the Mount Fuji in the hearts of countless small days. However, she excels in judo, having studied it since childhood, and holds a 10th degree black belt, the highest rank. As for her physical fitness, one can only say it is exceptionally high. Taking on 10 stalkers and an additional 10 subway gropers is more than enough. At this moment, she is looking for a sparring partner, getting into the swing of things. Suddenly, her father, the Prime Minister, hurriedly walks in. Daughter! Father! Sakuraji-wan immediately stops and kneels before her father. There is a task now that requires you to complete. The Prime Minister, looking aged, speaks. Ever since the joint statement between China and the United States regarding the Western Pacific was released, Manhwa has already stationed itself at all the military bases of the small days. Last time, he had proactively gone to Kyoto to report, but was met with a closed door. He is extremely anxious, especially with a series of major events happening, such as Manhwa's controllable nuclear fusion, sanctions on Eagle Sauce Enterprises, and Chang. But in their small days, it is a dead calm. After Manhwa took over the military bases, they have not paid any attention to them,
nor have they offered any benefits. It is completely different from the previous Eagle sauce, which had provided many advantages. That is why they allowed mold to run rampant in the small days. But now, military discipline is strict, and they do not offer any benefits. This has left the Prime Minister deeply troubled. If this continues, the country will become like a sand. So they must secure some benefits. What task, father? Sakuragi Wan inquires. The Prime Minister has someone bring over a poster for the second Women's Dormitory edition and says, this is an event that a Longwa person is hosting in Florida. The requirements are a net worth of 10 billion, and high looks and physique, with the reward being the usage rights to Chang'e. Who is this person that can deal with the developers of Chang'e? Sakuragi Wan is somewhat surprised. Although Tao Duo is a private enterprise, it is still under Longwa's control. But now, this person can actually bypass national control and directly have Tao Duo provide a usage account. One can imagine how high the resources this person can allocate are. This is what your father is considering. Regardless of whether you can obtain the usage rights to Chang'e, you must go to Florida. The Prime Minister places his hand on his daughter's shoulder, as if entrusting her with a mission. Rest assured, father, I will definitely win over that person. Sakuragi Wan's expression is resolute as she bows deeply. Meanwhile, princesses from Middle Eastern oil royalties, daughters of the British Queen, daughters of the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency, daughters of internet tycoons, various high-quality women are all receiving the news. After discussing with their families, each of them, with their own agendas, boards private jets heading to Florida in advance. Why don't you wait a bit longer? I estimate that next week, the Longhui Journal might call you for a meeting. Wang Zhong hurried over upon hearing that Zhang Feng was preparing to go to Eagle Sauce. He has already submitted Zhang Feng's paper to the Longhui Journal. It is expected that around next week, they will convene Zhang Feng for an academic meeting. Zhang Feng replies, can we hold the meeting remotely? Having a bunch of big shots attend a remote meeting, won't it be a bit informal? Wang Zhong hesitates. The Longhui Journal has many big names, and even he must be polite. Generally, serious academic meetings require the parties involved to be present in person. Zhang Feng responds, teacher, the core of an academic meeting is the academic aspect. Whether it is a remote meeting or an in-person attendance, I believe is not the main point. If the so-called big shots of the Longhui Journal lack this awareness and insist on making a show, then let them wait. With Zhang Feng's true identity, even the Longhui Journal would have to come to him. However, Zhang Feng does not care about these formalities, so he does not trouble them. That is why he proposed a remote meeting. If the other party cannot even accept this, then it is fine not to attend the academic meeting. Wang Zhong sees Zhang Feng so resolute and feels somewhat helpless. He says, alas, you young people just don't understand the rules of martial ethics. Teacher, if you had achieved this at my age, you would be even less disciplined. Zhang Feng chuckled. Once a person gains special abilities, self-restraint becomes a tremendous challenge. For the homeland people of the Black Road Patrol, not killing someone on any given day after acquiring special powers makes them uncomfortable. As for martial ethics, that's another story. Indeed, the last person to make a significant breakthrough at your age was the esteemed Einstein. Wang Zhong agreed wholeheartedly. Einstein was 26 when he proposed the photoelectric effect and relativity. Among these, the photoelectric effect later earned him a Nobel Prize. Zhang Feng, at just 22, had already proposed the astonishing idea that physics as we know it does not exist, 4 years earlier than Einstein. For such a being to remain humble would be abnormal. After bidding farewell to Zhang Feng, Wang Zhong called Gu Chang, the editor-in-chief of Longhui Journal. Editor Gu, how far along are you in reviewing the paper I submitted? On the other end, Gu Chang was currently revising a paper for his lover, Su Yen. Su Yen, a doctoral student in Harvard's physics department, was working on the constants of cosmology and was about to face her doctoral defense but was struggling to come up with her thesis. Gu Chang had originally planned to help her write one. At that moment, he suddenly received a student paper submitted by Wang Zhong. After reading it, he was astounded. Just the title "Physics Does Not Exist" was enough to be groundbreaking. The theories proposed within, such as the modifiable cosmological constant, the existence of multiple cosmological constants, and the proof of multiple universes, had all been logically validated mathematically. Yes, this paper contained multiple theoretical ideas. Each theory, when presented, could be a top-tier paper that would overturn existing physics. Gu Chang was intrigued. He stole part of the core ideas for his own paper and then gave a small portion of the proof regarding the existence of multiple cosmological constants to his lover. At that moment, he received a call from Wang Zhong urging him. He replied vaguely, Professor Wang, I looked at your student's paper, it's too ahead of its time.
Many theories cannot be physically validated.
I'm still looking for people to review it, especially Professor Su and the others, who are still at a conference abroad.
Please wait a bit longer. But what do you think? Can't you see the brilliance in it? Wang Zhong asked incredulously. Such a groundbreaking paper should have already sparked an academic conference. Why did Gu Chang seem so unhurried?
Gu Chang said, "Oh, Professor Wang, don't be anxious.
I'm just following procedures.
Alright, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat any longer."
With that, he hung up the phone. Wang Zhong was somewhat bewildered. How could such a significant matter be dismissed as casual conversation by editor Gu? He found it hard to believe. The other party's demeanor felt different from before.
However, given the difference in their statuses, he hesitated to press further.
He could only continue to wait.
Zhang Feng, riding in his Zhurong car, descended into Florida, at 39 Chinatown.
Because he had modified the car's electromagnetic wave reflectivity, it was undetectable by radar.
Only passers-by occasionally caught sight of an unidentified flying object landing on a street in Florida.
Oh, what the heck? What is that? A flying car? A thick-lipped black man was on top of a building, throwing various wrapped poop balls down below.
Suddenly, he noticed a car-like flying object descending onto a nearby street.
He and his friends were instantly stunned. Who cares what it is? Is that guy coming this way?
Another Florida native, seeing the person in the car get out and walk towards them, calculated the timing to throw a new player gift pack at the person's head.
He. John, come on, let's see how accurate you are.
The black man said with a lewd grin.
John immediately wrapped a large gift bag and calculated the person's movement time before tossing it down. Whoosh! The large gift bag flew towards the person's head.
Since it wasn't very high and the object was soft, it would only be disgusting but not injure anyone. The few people had already crouched down to hide their bodies, but the corners of their mouths were about to split at 90 degrees.
He. Zhang Feng walked along the road, very alert. He knew that there were no idle people in this place.
Suddenly, he noticed something flying overhead. He inwardly cursed, realizing it was bad. He quickly adjusted the speed of the object to 0. Then, he safely walked past.
The large gift bag remained suspended in the air.
Below the building, there was no sound of cursing for a long time.
The people on the building were puzzled.
They poked their heads out to look down and saw that the new large gift bag was actually floating there.
They were shocked once again. What the F***? Is this a ghost? How could this large gift bag defy gravity and hover there? Could it be caught by some invisible line?
They hurriedly ran out of the building to check below. When they arrived at the bottom of the building and looked up,
whoosh! The large gift bag suddenly accelerated. Bang! It landed on John's face. Ugh! The others, shocked, all ran away in disgust. Ridiculous! This is just too ridiculous. Suspended for no reason, then suddenly dropped. After distancing themselves from John, they were still gagging.
Before this, they had always been described as ridiculous by others. They never expected to witness something even more absurd today.
Still want to trick me? Not far away, Zhang Feng calmly walked away.
It was an incubator base for entrepreneurial companies. Zhang Feng glanced at the entrance and saw a robotics company named Robote, which was the company founded by Ronging herself. Zhang Feng was about to follow the park's guidance to find his legendary fiancée, Ronging.
At that moment, a tall girl with a fit figure and a hint of Chinese-American charm blocked Zhang Feng's path. Zhang Feng? Who are you?
Zhang Feng sized her up. Since they were in the southern states of the Eagle Sauce country, the climate was relatively warm, so she had short hair, slightly tanned skin, and fuller lips, a typical second-generation Chinese-American.
At that moment, she was also holding a cigarette.
Blinking her long eyelashes, she assessed Zhang Feng. Rongwan exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "My Chinese name is Rongwan, but you can call me Ellie. I'm Rong Ying's sister, and that greasy middle-aged man, Rong Fei, is my biological father."
Biological father? Is there another father? Zhang Feng asked curiously, realizing that this person must be the sister-in-law. Given her arrogant demeanor, she seemed like someone who should be drinking foot-washing water.
Rongwan smiled, "Of course, besides my biological father, I also have a sugar daddy, a stepfather, and a dad." Zhang Feng checked Rongwan's profile information and found that she was an unemployed drifter who enjoyed partying in bars and nightclubs. Her private life was quite chaotic. Recently, she had even started dabbling in some illegal drugs. However, neither Rong Fei nor Rong Ying cared about her, only giving her a sum of money every month.
"Oh, alright, congratulations.
Where's your sister?" Zhang Feng, not wanting to give her the time of day, straightforwardly asked. "I'll take you to her. But you have to help me with a favor, future brother-in-law."
Rongwon looked at Zhang Feng with a smiling gaze. What favor? I need some money right now, can you ask my sister for a little? Rongwon made her request. I'll ask her, but I'm not sure, Zhang Feng replied. This sister-in-law didn't seem to adhere to the martial ethics of the Dragon Kingdom. Logically, shouldn't she be mocking him instead? Why was she blocking him halfway to ask for help? One's environment nurtures one's character. This is very American. Alright. Rongwon led Zhang Feng towards one of the buildings. Before long, Zhang Feng followed her into a high-tech building. Inside, there were indeed numerous obstacles. Surveillance, robots, flower beds, and fountains all seemed to have the shadow of robots. They were collecting various data. There were also quite a few researchers discussing dialogues. I must say, the scale looks quite impressive. According to Rong Fei, her daughter's company, Robot, has profits of $500 to $600 million and is already preparing to go public, with a valuation of at least over 10 billion. So, brother-in-law, do you feel my sister is amazing? Are you tempted? In the elevator, Rongwon smiled at Zhang Feng, eager for him to marry her sister. There was not a hint of sarcasm in her demeanor. Zhang Feng countered, don't you have a good relationship with your sister? Why are you so eager for her to get married? We have a pretty good relationship, and I hope she gets married soon so I can keep all the money my biological father sends me every month, Rongwon said matter-of-factly. Zhang Feng finally met Ronging. She was a very tall woman, about 178 centimeters. With high heels, she reached even 180 centimeters. If Zhang Feng hadn't modified his height to 188, she might have actually surpassed him. Ronging wore black-framed glasses, had her hair styled in a gentle bun, her complexion was fair, and her figure was graceful, exuding an intellectual beauty. Sister, brother-in-law, I brought you here, Rongwon said, looking at Ronging. Ronging seemed a bit surprised that Zhang Feng was brought by her sister. But she didn't ask much. Instead, she looked at Zhang Feng, extended her hand, and smiled. Hello, Zhang classmate. Sister, give me my pocket money first, then you two can talk slowly. Rongwon blocked Zhang Feng's hand. Ronging paused for a moment, then frowned. I already gave you this month's. Let's talk about next month's later. But I need money now, you have to give it to me. Rongwon raised her voice. Many executives turned their attention toward them. Rongying's expression was not pleasant. At this moment, Rongwon also stared at Zhang Feng, her eyes clearly saying, brother-in-law, hurry and help me get the money. Boss Rong, your sister-in-law wants money, just give her a little. Who knows, one day she might suddenly die in a bar and won't come looking for you again. Zhang Feng also pleaded for her. Rong-ing? Rongwon? For a moment, the Rong sisters were confused, not knowing whether Zhang Feng was helping or cursing her. What brother-in-law said is right, if I die, you won't have to worry anymore, Rongwon said nonchalantly, continuing to ask for money. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to see you again. Ronging threw a bank card to her sister. Rongwon didn't care how much was inside, but she knew there must be over $100,000. Satisfied, she took the bank card and waved it at Zhang Feng. I'm going to the biggest nightclub in Florida, you can come find me to have fun. With that, she walked away with a dismissive stride. I've really hit rock bottom with such an indiscreet sister, Ronging said, rubbing her forehead. Zhang Feng comforted her, it's okay. By the way, what do you think of me? Ronging snapped back to reality and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng replied, it's alright, but I love freedom more. I can forego marriage, but I want a child, Ronging stated her intention. A child? This strong woman actually wanted a child. Zhang Feng almost believed her. He pulled up Ronging's profile information. Name, Ronging gender, female height, 177 identity, founder of Robot Robotics Company, special advisor to the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency for the Dragon Country, eldest daughter of the Rong family. Zhang Feng noticed the title of special advisor to the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency for the Dragon Country. It turned out this woman worked for the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency, specifically dealing with Dragon Country issues. In other words, she was essentially a spy. Damn it. This is neither a marriage withdrawal plot nor a son-in-law plot, but a spy plot. Zhang Feng thought to himself. He originally wanted to make the female CEO drink foot bath water. Unexpectedly, it turned out he was supposed to make the female CEO serve time in prison. Since she's a spy, this woman suddenly wanting to marry and have a child with me must have ulterior motives. Zhang Feng pondered in his heart. But, why would the other party have their eyes on him? Could it be that his identity had been discovered? According to the confidentiality level, Zhang Feng's identity should normally not be known. But if it were known, that would mean classified information had been leaked. This involved a big tiger. When do you want to have children? Zhang Feng suddenly asked. Ronging was taken aback for a moment, then she replied, whenever you're ready,
I can do it anytime.
Can you arrange a place for me to stay? Jung Fong smiled. If it were just a marriage contract, that would be one thing.
But if his identity had been leaked, then there must be a big tiger behind Ronging. It had to be uncovered. Just come to my place, the bed is big enough, Ronging said boldly. She had her assistant drive Jiang Feng to the villa where she lived.
Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, one could clearly overlook the entire night view of Florida.
Ronging returned to her office, locked the door, and opened a mini satellite device to contact the Eagle Sauce intelligence agency. That highly confidential individual is already under my control,
Ronging reported.
On the other end, this is a key figure involved in controllable nuclear fusion. We must strategize to obtain critical information.
Ronging turned off the device.
Originally, she and Jiang Feng were worlds apart, but she never expected that her grandfather had dealings with Jiang Feng's father a long time ago, so she used the pretext of the marriage contract to have her father fulfill it, tricking Jiang Feng into the Eagle Sauce.
Children?
As long as you're willing to hand over the key information on controllable nuclear fusion, having one for you wouldn't be impossible, Ronging said with determination in her eyes. As a fervent believer in Eagle Sauce, working in a robotics company and for the intelligence agency gave her a tremendous sense of accomplishment. She hoped that one day, the dragon country would collapse under her watch. That night, around 9 o'clock, after finishing work, Ronging returned to her villa.
Jiang Feng was sitting in the study, seemingly writing something. He was very focused and completely unaware of Ronging behind him.
Ronging leaned in to take a look and was startled to find it was some design blueprints for energy devices.
She feigned ignorance and said, John, what are you drawing?
Nothing, just some designs related to physics. You know, I'm about to graduate, Jiang Feng casually replied, folding the blueprints and putting them in his pocket. Ronging nodded nonchalantly and handed him a drink. Speaking of which, you haven't graduated yet.
Do you plan to come to Eagle Sauce after graduation? I can offer you a job. Ronging looked at Jiang Feng with some admiration.
Not yet graduated, and already classified as a highly confidential individual, a key figure related to controllable nuclear fusion. If he continued to shine in the Dragon Country, it would indeed be a challenge for Eagle Sauce in the future. Therefore, he must be destroyed. Sigh, it's really hard to find a job now. After all, I don't have any overseas study experience. Jiang Feng deliberately showed a troubled expression.
Ronging followed his words and said, Do you want to study abroad?
That's not difficult. I can introduce you to my former mentor at Harvard.
Interested? You can recommend me?
Jiang Feng looked up at her. Although his main purpose for this trip was to attend the second women's dormitory event to watch beautiful women wrestle, he didn't mind uncovering the big tiger behind her. Ronging smiled, of course. I graduated from Harvard, and my mentor is very familiar with me. He also serves as a special advisor at my robotics company. Then please help me with the introduction, Jiang Feng said.
Ronging nodded, of course.
Cheers. Saying this, she downed her drink. Jiang Feng also took a sip. Soon, Jiang Feng felt a dizzying sensation.
Wow, they even drugged me.
If it weren't for Jiang Feng's exceptionally strong physique, he would have probably collapsed by now. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng leaned over the desk.
Jiang, are you there? Ronging tested a few times.
After finding that Jiang Feng did not respond, she took out the blueprint from his pocket.
She took several high-definition photos before putting the blueprint back.
After taking the photos, she sent them to the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Bureau.
Rong, well done. Keep gathering information. Okay. The next day, Jiang Feng woke up. He pretended to have a hangover from the night before, holding his head and saying, My head hurts so much. What happened?
Ronging brought over milk and breakfast, saying, Sorry, Jiang, I didn't know you couldn't handle your liquor.
I thought everyone back home liked strong drinks.
I don't usually drink much, Jiang Feng replied.
Got it.
But even though you were drunk last night, it seems your body wasn't, Ronging said, her gaze subtly drifting toward the sheets. Jiang Feng followed her gaze and saw the crimson stain on the bedsheet.
Damn it! Can this be fake too?
Jiang Feng cursed inwardly but still said with a terrified expression, No way, this can't be true.
I don't remember.
It's okay, I was willing anyway, Ronging said calmly. Don't worry, as a good man with traditional Chinese virtues, I will take responsibility for you, Jiang Feng reassured her. Thank you, Ronging said, her expression gentle, as she actively fed Jiang Feng breakfast and milk.
After finishing, Ronging said, Didn't you want to meet my Harvard mentor? Coincidentally, my mentor is free this morning. Shall we head to Harvard later?
Sure. I was just thinking of seeing this Harvard that has produced 166 Nobel laureates, Jiang Feng said.
The Longhui is the highest honor for science and technology in Manhwa. The Nobel Prize is the highest honor for science and technology in the West.
However, Jiang Feng knew that as Longhua gradually stepped into first-class civilization, the Longhui should rise to a new level and become a new banner. Taking a flight, Jiang Feng and Rong Ying arrived at Harvard. However, they did not immediately meet Rong Ying's mentor, Harry. Instead, they were greeted by Harry's graduate assistant, an Indian. The assistant greeted Rong Ying, saying, "Senior sister, the teacher sent me to pick you up. He had an urgent matter and went to attend an impromptu academic conference." "Ha? An impromptu academic conference? Is it that urgent?" Rong Ying was a bit surprised because Harry valued her highly and had previously promised to introduce Jiang Feng. How could he suddenly change his mind? This could only mean that the matter was indeed very urgent. The assistant said, "Senior sister, you can sit in on it. That academic conference is actually an academic defense. It's a physics doctoral student from Longhua who proposed a theory called the multiple universal constants theory. Because the paper is so astonishing and has received recognition from some professors, Professor Harry went to participate as well." Multiple universal constants? Rong Ying was astonished. This was a cutting-edge physical theory, far beyond her robot design, which was merely a technical application. The multiple universal constants were fundamental physics, completely on a different level. "Jiang, are you interested in sitting in on it?" Rong Ying smiled at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was also a bit surprised. This Harvard truly had a wealth of talent. Someone had actually noticed that this world had multiple universal constants. He remembered that his graduation thesis also had a similar argument process. He just didn't know if it was a new idea or if they were thinking along the same lines. In a conference room that could accommodate hundreds of people, old professors, doctoral students, Harvard undergraduates, external researchers, and members of the Academic Defense Committee had all taken their seats. Cameras were also recording, broadcasting to a cloud conference. On the podium, a married woman in a floral dress was organizing her paper and speech. She had an ordinary appearance, but her slightly plump figure and mature demeanor exuded an intellectual beauty, accentuated by the glasses she wore. Her name was Su Yan. Born in the Dragon Country, she was now pursuing a PhD in physics at Harvard. Today was her doctoral thesis defense. However, she was not nervous, instead, she was calm and composed. Her thesis had already been handled by Gu Chang, and its value was not low. Many professors had privately acknowledged it. This academic defense, rather than being a defense, was more of a showcase. As long as she presented well, there were many leaders from other schools in the audience who might want to recruit her to teach at their institutions. Perhaps even the director of Harvard's admissions office would try to keep her. Thinking of this, Su Yan's face lit up, and her mood brightened. "Su, we can start now," an old professor in the audience signaled to her to begin her self-introduction for the doctoral thesis. Su Yan nodded and slowly started. "Thank you to all the leaders, alumni, and colleagues for attending this very important doctoral thesis defense in my life." In the last row of the audience, under Asan's lead, Jiang Feng and Rong Ying found a discreet spot to sit down. Asan was trying to curry favor with Rong Ying, saying, "Senior sister, this academic paper has a very high value, which is why Professor Harry chose to attend this defense at the last minute. According to the professor's prediction, if Su Yan performs well, this paper has the potential to win a Nobel Prize," Asan said excitedly. As a Harvard graduate student, he felt honored to be associated with it. Nobel Prize? That's so rare? Rong Ying was also a bit surprised. Harvard hadn't won a Nobel Prize in a while. Could it be that a new groundbreaking academic achievement was about to emerge? Thinking of this, Rong Ying felt happy for the eagle sauce, but she didn't show it. Instead, she casually looked at Jiang Feng and said, "No matter how valuable this academic defense is, I feel that competing with the inventor of controlled nuclear fusion would still be quite challenging." The proof of the multiverse constant was indeed astonishing, but it was still theoretical physics without practical application. Controlled nuclear fusion, on the other hand, was a revolutionary energy source that could impact global civilization. Winning a Nobel Prize in that field would be more convincing. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "The Nobel is the highest academic honor in the Western world. The Dragon Country has its own highest honor and doesn't necessarily participate." "Oh, is that so?" Rong Ying was not surprised. As a top-secret figure from the Dragon Country, Jiang Feng naturally recognized the dragon emblem. However, she still held the Nobel in higher regard. Asan, seeing that he couldn't interject, fell silent. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Yan was introducing her academic achievements. She talked about her sources of inspiration, her experiences studying at Harvard, the benefits she had gained, and her praise for the academic freedom environment in Eagle Sauce. She only spent a few minutes discussing specific academic results, briefly explaining them before concluding her opening remarks. Clearly, this opening did not satisfy the group of old professors below. They were not particularly interested in Su Yan's personal experiences, they were more interested in the proof of the multiverse constant. However, Su Yan did not delve into that much. Dr. Su, let me ask a few questions. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed old white man took the microphone and began to question Su Yan. Su Yan immediately turned her gaze toward him, and Ronging signaled to Jiang Feng, "That's my former mentor at Harvard, Professor Harry."
Jiang Feng nodded, saying nothing more, but slightly furrowed his brow.
Although Su Yan had not covered much of the multiverse constant proof in her opening remarks, there was a sense of familiarity in what he heard. Especially some of the argumentative structures felt reminiscent.
Could it be that this doctoral student shares similar insights with me?
Jiang Feng, with a hint of doubt, continued to listen. "Professor Harry, please go ahead," Su Yan said calmly as she looked at Harry.
Harry began, "Could you explain how you use topological structures in your multiverse model?"
"I noticed that your paper doesn't mention this, but it does include some results related to topological structures."
"I'm not sure if you omitted it or if there's another reason." "Topological structures?" Su Yan was momentarily taken aback.
Topological structures are very complex spatial constructs, similar to the legendary Klein bottle, which is a bizarre topological structure.
However, Su Yan didn't have much knowledge in this area.
When she read the paper before, she hadn't paid much attention to the topological results cited within. Now, with Harry's sudden question, she felt a bit flustered. Still, she forced herself to respond calmly, "The results on topological structures are directly cited. I thought they wouldn't have much impact."
"So, if we continue the argument, we would arrive at the first multiverse model." Su Yan spoke somewhat hesitantly, omitting some details. Harry was clearly not very satisfied.
The argumentation process of this paper was rigorous, and the conclusions were beautiful and shocking. However, it seemed that some parts of the process were omitted.
Harry wanted to understand the transitional parts, but unfortunately, Su Yan didn't clarify and instead omitted them as well.
So, Harry proceeded to ask several more questions about cosmology. Su Yan answered some, but stumbled over others. Overall, Harry's brow was furrowed tightly. The other professors also cast puzzled glances. The professors present were all highly esteemed, having come with great expectations. However, they did not anticipate that while the paper was of high caliber, Su Yan's responses seemed somewhat lacking.
"I have no further questions for now, you may ask," Harry said, somewhat disappointed as he sat down.
He focused on the paper in his hands, trying to figure out the omitted topological structure. The other professors also began to ask Su Yan questions one after another. But no matter how they phrased their inquiries, Su Yan struggled to clarify some details, giving the impression that she was skipping through the argumentation.
"Dr. Su, may I ask, did you complete this paper all by yourself?"
Suddenly, a professor posed the question. Su Yan was startled and forced an awkward smile as she replied, "I also consulted my advisor, my senior sister, and some colleagues."
"Who was the main one?"
The old professor pressed on.
"The main one?"
"Mainly the editor-in-chief of Longhui magazine," Su Yan said in a rush, mentioning Gu Chang's name.
"Gu Chang?" Everyone immediately reacted.
Gu Chang was a prominent figure in the field of physics in Long Country, serving as the editor-in-chief of Longhui Journal. They were surprised that Su Yan had received guidance from him.
"Is Editor Gu also in the cloud meeting?" Professor Harry perked up upon hearing that a prominent academic from Long Country was involved in the paper.
He prepared to seek advice from Gu Chang and projected his avatar onto the screen. Gu Chang was currently in the country. He had intended to watch Su Yan's defense at Harvard. He hadn't expected that the Harvard professors would ask such tricky questions, putting Su Yan in a difficult position. But he was even more surprised that Su Yan had brought him into the conversation. To be honest, as a person with a family, he wasn't too keen on many people knowing about his private exchanges with Su Yan. But now that the cloud meeting had contacted him, he could only brace himself.
"Editor Gu, long time no see. I visited your Tsinghua for an academic exchange before, do you remember me?" Professor Harry took the initiative to greet Gu Chang. Gu Chang smiled and replied, "Professor Harry, I remember you.
Your friend, Su, is quite impressive. She managed to produce work of this caliber.
However, I have some doubts and hope you can clarify them." "Professor Harry," began Gu Chang.
After all, the ancient city was a big name in academia, and he was naturally familiar with various topological structures. He responded calmly, "Of course, but I must clarify that the main structure of this academic achievement was constructed by Dr.
Su Yan herself.
I mainly assisted in introducing some topological structures, which she indeed is not very familiar with."
"I understand. Editor-in-Chief Gu, could you explain how you utilized this topological structure for your argument?"
Harry reiterated a question he had asked earlier.
Gu Chang was well prepared and immediately replied. After listening, Harry nodded in understanding. Gu Chang had indeed made it clear. However, it felt somewhat forced, as if it had been cobbled together. I would like to ask Editor-in-Chief Gu, how did you come up with this inspiration? Harry inquired.
Gu Chang shrugged. It just came to me suddenly, perhaps it was an accident.
It seems that good academic results do indeed require some beautiful accidents, Harry chuckled, and did not pursue the matter further. Alright, thank you, Editor-in-Chief Gu, for the connection. The cloud meeting ended. Gu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan also relaxed. Below the stage, a group of old professors asked some trivial questions again. Half an hour later, the old professors had no more questions. The host invited others to ask. Those in the audience with questions can also consult Dr. Su. If you missed this opportunity, the next chance to ask might be on the Nobel Prize podium. There was an uproar in the audience. However, not many raised their hands. The reason was simple. Asking questions is also a skill. Most people really couldn't come up with anything. The first to ask was the Indian student. Eager to make an impression, he grabbed the microphone. Dr. Su, I would like to ask, what do you think a world with multiple universal constants would be like? This was a very open-ended question. Su Yan smiled and replied, normally, a universal constant is unique, like epsilon, which is the relative quantity of hydrogen. If this constant were even slightly larger or smaller, the entire universe would undergo tremendous changes. My paper argues that there are multiple constants within a universe. This means that our universe has some special structural spaces, perhaps wormholes, perhaps black holes, or even more complex topological structures. But who knows? This requires our researchers to gaze at the stars and continue exploring. Su Yan elevated the topic. The audience immediately erupted in applause. Is there anyone else who wants to ask a question? The host asked again. No one in the audience raised their hand, because not many understood this. Just then, Zhang Feng stood up. I have a question. Zhang Feng spoke in Chinese, which felt out of place compared to the English used by the Indian student. Su Yan was somewhat surprised to encounter someone from Longwei here. She also used Chinese to gesture to Zhang Feng. Please go ahead. You just said that you have demonstrated the existence of multiple constants in the universe, which implies that our world has some special structural spaces, perhaps black holes and the like. The former is the cause, and the latter is the effect. However, during your defense, why did you introduce topological structures to argue against your multiple universal constants? In other words, you are using the effect to infer the cause. After inferring the cause, you arrived at the effect. Don't you think this is like stepping on your own feet in your argument? Zhang Feng spoke in Chinese, and not many understood him on sight. Including Su Yan herself, her mind went blank. She had no understanding of that so-called topological structure. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain. The other professors, after finding a translator, immediately had their eyes light up, especially Professor Harry. He had been troubled by Gu Cheng's explanation, wondering why it felt somewhat forced. Now he understood. That topological structure cannot be used to argue for the existence of the multiverse constant at all. So, the explanation from the ancient city is quite forced. It can only barely hold itself together. Maybe after the defense, I can discuss this with you. Su Yan signaled Zhang Feng in Chinese, telling him to shut up. Zhang Feng smiled and continued, the topological structure involved is not used to argue for the multiverse constant, but rather as an example. There is no causal relationship between the two before the argument is successful. You can't even understand what you copied. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in an uproar. Especially Su Yan, whose face turned pale instantly. She stammered, what are you talking about? Sir, you said that the topological structure involved is not for argumentation, but for example, why do you make that judgment? Harry suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a cognitive trap. Previously, he thought every step inside was an argument. In fact, some were not arguments but merely examples. However, some things were indeed omitted, so Harry thought the focus was on that topological structure. Zhang Feng explained, if you substitute the mathematical principles from knot theory into it, you'll understand, this is a simple mathematical problem, so it doesn't need to be written out, and you can reason it out. When Zhang Feng was writing this paper, he mainly used the mathematical principles from knot theory for inference and then used the topological structure as an example. But he didn't expect that both Gu Chang and Su Yan couldn't understand this. They even almost burned out the crowd of old professors present. Knot theory? Harry was familiar with this. He immediately took out a piece of scrap paper and followed the prompts in the paper, substituting in knot theory and reasoning step by step. Soon, he successfully obtained the next step. He suddenly slammed the table. Wonderful. Inexpressibly wonderful. It's simply too smooth. At this moment, Harry finally understood why Gu Cheng's explanation was so forced. Because the other party was also stepping on both feet, reversing causal logic. But the knot theory introduced by Zhang Feng directly turned the reasoning into a mathematical problem. And Harry was very good at mathematical problems. In no time, he successfully reasoned out the next step. The process was very rigorous. The subsequent reasoning completely omits the mathematical principles from knot theory. If you substitute them in, you'll understand. Zhang Feng prompted again. Harry was already extremely excited. Because he understood. He was finally convinced. This is amazing. To use an ancient saying from your dragon country, this is called hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening. By the way, sir, are you a student of this school? Why are you so incisive about the theories regarding the multiverse constant? Harry, excited, stood up from the front row and walked to Zhang Feng, wanting to shake hands. Because the paper written by Dr. Su is one I have written before, Zhang Feng said. As soon as this sentence came out, not only did Su Yan's brain explode, but the other people present were also in an uproar. Some of Su Yan's sycophants and friends immediately stood up to scold Zhang Feng. Nonsense. Blasphemy. Wait. Professor Harry was also shocked by Zhang Feng's words. Previously, when Zhang Feng said Su Yan couldn't even understand what she copied, he thought the other party was referring to copying the topological structure. He didn't expect that what Zhang Feng meant by copying was his own paper. Harry looked Zhang Feng up and down. He was definitely no older than 25. Normally, even if the other party skipped grades, he would only be at the graduate level. Su Yan, as a PhD from Harvard, had already caused a stir with this paper, and for a graduate student to produce a paper of this level, one could only say it was as unparalleled as Einstein proposing the photoelectric effect and relativity in his 20s. May I ask, sir, which school are you a student of? Professor Harry asked again. Dragon Country, Pearl River Institute of Technology, Department of High Energy Physics, Zhang Feng replied calmly. Pearl River Institute of Technology, which is an ordinary 985. There is still a certain gap between Tsinghua and Beida. Graduate student? Undergraduate, graduating this June. Zhang Feng's words made Professor Harry sway slightly, almost losing his balance. His face turned red, seemingly from excitement, or perhaps agitation. He restrained himself and continued to ask Zhang Feng, can you prove that this paper was submitted by you first? Because we checked the global academic database, and the similarity rate is very low. There are no similar papers. It hasn't been published yet, but this is a section of my graduation thesis, which I have already submitted to my advisor. I have the email records, Zhang Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately turned to signal the members of the Academic Defense Committee, ladies and gentlemen, let's temporarily suspend this defense, we need to review it again. Agreed. The members of the Academic Defense Committee also wrote in the column for whether the paper passed the defense. Re-review. Su Yan's face turned pale upon seeing this. This paper was arranged by Gu Cheng, so she wasn't sure if there was any plagiarism involved. But Zhang Feng's certainty made her uneasy. If the Harvard Defense Committee confirmed plagiarism, not only would she not graduate, but her entire academic career would be completely ruined. What should I call you? You can call me Harry, Professor Harry asked Zhang Feng. At that moment, Roming, who was standing next to Zhang Feng, stood up. Teacher, this is the top student from Manhwa I mentioned to you. Oh, is it him? Only then did Harry notice his beloved student, Roming. He immediately grasped Zhang Feng's hand tightly. Every field has its experts, but I didn't expect to be surpassed by you young people in my own field. May I invite you to dinner? Can I borrow half an hour of your time? Sure. Zhang Feng, along with Roming, Harry, and several other professors, went to a quieter restaurant to discuss. Asan stood there in a daze, unable to interject a word. From the moment Zhang Feng started asking questions, he couldn't keep up. Now he was completely ignored by his mentor. On stage, Su Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation due to the suspension of the defense, couldn't help but squat down, her eyes reddening. Why should this happen to me? Su Yan felt a pang of pain. Before her rendezvous in the ancient city, she was just an ordinary student at a technical university in Manhwa, not even an undergraduate. Later, that technical university was merged with a prestigious 985 university, and her alma mater became a well-known institution. With her undergraduate degree from a 985 university, she then applied for graduate studies at Tsinghua. Hard work paid off, and after being admitted to Tsinghua's graduate program, she abandoned her then husband and got involved with another senior who had already published extensively at Tsinghua. After that, she continued her studies. With the guidance of her senior,
she was admitted to Harvard for her PhD. During her time at Harvard, she coincidentally met Gu Chang, the editor-in-chief of the Longhui Journal, a big name in the field of physics. To successfully pursue her PhD at Harvard, Su Yan chose to divorce her Tsinghua senior and prepare to marry Gu Chang. With Gu Chang's help, Su Yan was on the verge of achieving success in joining a prestigious university. According to her agreement with Gu Chang, once she secured a position at a prestigious university, Gu Chang would divorce and be with her. But unexpectedly, Jiang Feng appeared out of nowhere, interrupting her doctoral thesis defense. Seeing the dire situation, Su Yan couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. Was all her hard work over the years going to go up in smoke? She was unwilling to accept it. Senior sister, it's okay, maybe after the committee reviews it, that guy is just lying. A white male pursuing Su Yan comforted her. Another black male flattered, yes, senior sister, once things are clarified, they will definitely give you another chance for a defense. I'm fine. Su Yan slowly raised her head and stood up. She tidied up her things and then walked out of the conference room. She called Gu Chang. She wanted to ask what was going on with this academic paper. Previously, the paper that Gu Chang helped her write had all passed the plagiarism check. Some were even published in natural science journals. Why was it that this paper already had an original author? However, the phone beeped with a beep beep beep, and no one answered for a long time. At this moment, in the country, Gu Chang's phone was occupied by Wang Zhong, the dean of the physics department at Zhejiang University of Technology. Wang Zhong was very angry. He had also watched the cloud conference from Harvard. As someone who pays attention to global physics academic achievements, he was shocked to learn in the morning that someone at Harvard had produced academic results similar to Jiang Feng's. That night, he logged into Harvard's cloud conference from his office, eagerly awaiting the discussion. Unexpectedly, what he encountered was Su Yan's plagiarism. Wang Zhong was stunned. The content inside was astonishingly similar to a section of Jiang Feng's graduation thesis. Moreover, Su Yan's defense was utterly lacking. Even he could see that the topological structure in the paper was not being proven but merely exemplified, and the other party was completely confused. And it didn't end there. The subsequent appearance of Gu Chang made Wang Zhong understand the truth of the matter. It wasn't that Su Yan, far abroad, had remotely plagiarized Jiang Feng's paper. Instead, Gu Chang had deliberately leaked Jiang Feng's paper and handed it over to a PhD student at Harvard. I was wondering why you were going through the motions. It turns out you were sending a big gift to your foreign lover. Do you know this is plagiarism? Wang Zhong sarcastically said to Gu Chang over the phone. Originally, Wang Zhong held great admiration and respect for Gu Chang's academic achievements in the country. But now, he had lost all respect for him. In Wang Zhong's eyes, academic misconduct was as unforgivable as a crime. Considering Gu Chang's actual status, such an act of plagiarism was even more of an academic disgrace, one that should be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. However, Gu Chang on the other end was unfazed. He said, Professor Wang, don't be angry. The word plagiarism sounds so harsh. I've already split the paper into 2 parts. I will publish the other part soon. I can add your name to it. I will be the first author, and you will be the second author. How about that? As long as you don't make a fuss, who will know it was your student who published it? You must be dreaming. I don't need you to add my name. I need you to stop the publication immediately. Issue a statement of apology, admitting your plagiarism. Wang Zhong said firmly. Seeing that temptation didn't work, Gu Chang resorted to being unreasonable. Professor Wang, you keep saying I plagiarized. May I ask when and where the paper you mentioned was published? How can you be sure I plagiarized? The paper is currently in the process, and it's not just me who has seen it, you have seen it too. Of course I've seen it, but I have integrity and honor. Wang Zhong, feeling wronged, slammed the table in anger. Gu, you also have. If you think I am academically dishonest, you can report me to the Lunka Institute. Professor Wang, is there any other issue? If not, I will hang up. I am very busy. Gu Chang coldly replied. He himself was an academic big shot who came from the Lunka Institute. The current president of the Lunka Institute, Xiaofeng, was once his mentor. There were plenty of his academic colleagues inside. A mere 985 physics professor thought he could wrestle with him? Wang Zhong certainly knew that the current academic circle was akin to a bureaucratic circle, with strict hierarchies. Relying on himself, he would definitely not be able to deal with the other party, and even reporting would only lead to a private resolution. He was so furious that he trembled. Gu, you will flip sooner or later. Ha! Gu Chang hung up the phone without courtesy. A dozen professors at Harvard were seeking advice from a young man. Jiang Feng was calculating on a blank sheet of paper, demonstrating to the professors how he deduced the multiverse constant model. Wonderful!
Truly beyond words. With this theory, it has already mathematically proven that this universe exists with multiple constants. Wormholes, black holes, Rhine bottles, multidimensional spaces. These sci-fi spatial structures might really exist. Using these models, they could even be applied to interstellar exploration, searching for these special spatial structures. The professors exchanged excited words, their expressions filled with enthusiasm. They were as happy as children savoring their favorite lollipops. Sir, please allow me to bow to you. Professor Harry suddenly stood up, bent over, and made an ancient gesture of clasping his right fist against his left palm towards Zhang Feng. Professor Harry, you're too kind. I'm actually quite willing to engage in academic exchanges with others. Zhang Feng smiled. Although he didn't like the Black Palace of the Eagle Sauce and capitalists, he didn't mind offering some guidance if it was purely academic. Especially Professor Harry, who was clearly someone obsessed with physics. If such a person could serve the Dragon Kingdom, that would be excellent. By the way, Zhang, you said this is your graduation thesis, and you've already submitted it to your advisor. But we've checked the global academic databases, including those from your Dragon Kingdom, and found no duplication rate. Is your review process really this slow? Professor Harry frowned and asked. Logically speaking, such an astonishing thesis would attract attention from any professor who saw it. Just as Zhang Feng was about to respond that he was unclear about the procedural issues, he suddenly received a call from Wang Zhong back home. Sorry everyone, it's my teacher's call. No problem, go ahead. The professors all paused their discussions. Teacher, what's up? I just arrived at Harvard not long ago, Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Xiao Jiang, there's something I must tell you. Wait, you're at Harvard? Wang Zhong suddenly noticed Zhang Feng mentioning he was at Harvard. A few hours ago, Su Yan's defense was also at Harvard. He quickly asked, you didn't go to audit Su Yan's thesis defense, did you? Yes, I audited it. I was just curious, but unexpectedly, I gained quite a bit. Zhang Feng nodded. He had also stumbled upon it by chance, otherwise, he might have truly been plagiarized. Wang Zhong sighed, Xiao Jiang, this matter is a bit troublesome. The plagiarism might not just involve that doctoral student from Harvard, but also some academic big shots back home. It's going to be hard to protect your rights. And it also involves Gu Chang from the Longhui Journal, right? Zhang Feng's expression turned slightly cold. As a capable entity that could compete with the Nobel Prize in the future, the Longhui Journal was now occupied by a vampire in a high position, raising concerns for its future. This was worse than having 10 spies, it severely deteriorated the academic ecosystem. It must be cleaned up. I can help report the situation at Harvard, but as for the Longhui Journal, I can only say I'll do my best. Wang Zhong honestly conveyed his limitations to Zhang Feng. He couldn't guarantee that he could bring down Gu Chang. Zhang Feng reassured Wang Zhong, don't worry, teacher, Harvard is already handling it. As for Longhui, I believe that in this vast world, someone will take care of him. Maybe. Wang Zhong had little confidence. As a physics professor from a 985 university, he had seen through the unspoken rules of the academic circle. Without sufficient strength, it was very difficult to bring down a powerful academic big shot. Many academic big shots were already strong allies. To bring down Gu Chang, one would have to deal with the vast network of academic relationships behind him. Wang Zhong certainly did not have that strength. After hanging up the phone, Professor Harry asked Zhang Feng, what's wrong, Zhang? My thesis has been academically plagiarized by a certain big shot back home. Su Yan is just a small fry, Zhang Feng replied. Professor Harry frowned. Are you referring to the editor-in-chief of the Longhui Journal? You flatter me, Zhang Feng said. Editor Gu is meticulous. I didn't expect him to have such a disgraceful record. Harry frowned. Although academic achievements have no borders, academic ethics do not. Researchers from any country should adhere to the ethical bottom line of the industry. Do you need my help to report together? Harry asked Zhang Feng. No need, I'll handle family matters myself. Zhang Feng declined the other's goodwill. Teacher, can you help Zhang apply for a visiting professor position at Harvard? This way, maybe it can help him protect his rights? At that moment, Ronging, who had been silently listening but was already in turmoil inside, suddenly suggested to Harry. Zhang Feng, a genius in academia involved in controllable nuclear fusion and capable of writing works worthy of a Nobel Prize, would be a great asset if he could be brought to the U.S. Especially now that Longhui had shown signs of academic plagiarism, perhaps this was a good opportunity to win over Zhang Feng. Harry's eyes lit up. Zhang, I can help you apply for a visiting professor position at Harvard. What do you think? A normal person would naturally accept an invitation from a top university. However, Zhang Feng shook his head slightly, not for now. Zhang, with someone like Gu Chang around, do you still plan to return to the Dragon Country?
I think it's completely unnecessary. You can choose to stay, Rong-ing advised.
She knew that many who immigrated to the U.S. did so because they were dissatisfied with life in the Dragon Country.
Now that Jiang Feng's interests were harmed, it was the perfect time to win him over.
Jiang Feng smiled and said, "It's precisely because of people like Gu Chang that I want to return home."
The old man once said, "Clean the house before inviting guests." When there are mice in the house, a normal person should clean them out, not just move to a new house, Jiang Feng said pointedly.
Rong-ing was taken aback.
She had changed countries because she appreciated the freedom in the U.S.
But Jiang Feng's choice was clearly different from hers.
He chose not to escape but to reform.
It's too difficult. Someone like Gu Chang is not someone you can shake.
You must unite with Harvard professors, Rong-ing said firmly, looking at Jiang Feng.
Changing an interest circle is incredibly difficult. But Jiang Feng was even more resolute. Haven't you been back to the country for a long time?
You can go back to take a look. Many places and environments have changed.
Indeed, I haven't been back for many years. I'll go back when I have the chance.
Seeing that she couldn't persuade Jiang Feng, Rong-ing took a step back and stopped pressing. Harry, seeing that Jiang Feng did not accept the visiting professor position at Harvard, said with some regret, "It seems that opportunities for academic discussions with Jiang will become fewer in the future."
"How could that be?"
"You can apply for a visiting professor position at our Pearl River Institute of Technology. Feel free to come and exchange ideas." Jiang Feng smiled slightly. He was trying to win over the other side. Harry was taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Yes, I can go to the Dragon Country for academic exchanges."
"Jiang, can I go too?" another professor asked. "Count me in."
Seeing that they couldn't win Jiang Feng over, more than a dozen professors actively requested to go to the Dragon Country for academic exchanges.
"Of course, I will have my teachers send you academic exchange invitations.
I also suggest you publish more academic results in Longhui," Jiang Feng smiled. The more top academic papers published in Longhui, the stronger the trend to replace the Nobel Prize in the future.
"Of course, the premise is to clean out big mice like Gu Chang." "Of course, no problem.
We are very willing," the professors said with bright smiles. Only Rong-ing, standing aside, was dumbfounded.
After trying to win Jiang Feng over for so long to join Harvard without success, more than a dozen Harvard professors were instead won over by Jiang Feng to go to the Dragon Country?
Especially since the professors promised to publish their academic results in Longhui journals, it made her feel a bit anxious.
This was unprecedented. Although it hadn't happened immediately, once a spark ignited, it could easily spread like wildfire.
After exchanging ideas with the Harvard professors, Jiang Feng bid them farewell. Although they still felt a bit reluctant, Jiang Feng had already been in the U.S.
for a day. Considering the time, Shui Yao and the others were probably already on a plane to Florida.
Yes. Jiang Feng's Zhu Rong car arrived in Florida ahead of schedule without going through any customs or immigration checks, and he took the opportunity to stop by Harvard.
However, Qin Shueyo and the others flew in. They were probably just checking into their hotel now.
"Leave a contact number," Harry said, having specifically applied for one to get in touch with Jiang Feng.
"Goodbye." Jiang Feng and Rong-ing left. The other old professors looked at Harry with envy and asked, "Old man, what is this? We searched for a long time and couldn't find it."
"It's from the Dragon Country, you have to download it here," Harry proudly pointed out to his colleagues. The professors adjusted their reading glasses, looking bewildered. After applying, they hurriedly asked Harry to help them get Jiang Feng's number.
"Ha, I added Jiang too," one old professor said happily. "I added him as well."
The old professors were overjoyed.
The plane headed to Florida.
During the flight, Jiang Feng received a message from Shueyo. They had checked into a hotel in Florida and were currently contacting a boxing gym to prepare for an event. However, most boxing gyms had a fixed clientele, making it difficult to find a large gym willing to host. "We found a gym very suitable for holding a large wrestling competition, but they are asking for a whopping $5 million for one day, and there seems to be some underworld influence behind it,"
Qin Shueyo reported to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng replied, "What's the name of that gym?" "Li Xiaolong Olympic Boxing Gym." "Okay, I got it. I'll acquire them immediately."
After saying this, Jiang Feng added another title to his identity, owner of Li Xiaolong Olympic Boxing Gym.
Not long after, the plane arrived in Florida.
Jiang Feng temporarily bid farewell to Rong-ing. "I have friends coming to Florida. I need to pick them up and will come find you later tonight."
"All right.
Call me anytime if you need anything." Rong-ing did not stop Jiang Feng and returned to her company.
Jiang Feng took a taxi to the hotel where Qin Shueyo and the others were staying.
In the car, Jiang Feng called General Lin back home. "General Lin, help me with something."
"What is it?"
The editor-in-chief of Longhui Journal, Gu Chang, plagiarized my academic paper.
Arrest him. Anyone who helps him should be arrested too, and sentence them as harshly as possible, Jiang Feng instructed. General Lin did not hesitate or ask for evidence, simply replied, understood. Meanwhile, at Zhujiang Polytechnic, Wang Zhong gathered enough evidence and wrote a report letter, then personally went to the headquarters of Longhui Journal. Professor Wang, what brings you to our Longhui Journal? Do you have some significant academic achievement? You could just send it by email, why come in person?
A committee member of Longhui Journal asked, puzzled to see Wang Zhong in person. Wang Zhong handed over a thick stack of report letters, saying, this is my formal report against Gu Chang. Take a look.
Reporting the editor-in-chief? The committee member was taken aback. Gu Chang was a big shot at Longhui Journal.
Even this committee member had to think twice.
Unexpectedly, Wang Zhong was formally reporting Gu Chang.
The committee member hesitated and opened the report letter, starting to read its contents.
Professor Wang, you're not joking, are you? Reporting is a serious matter.
You'll know once you read it, Wang Zhong said firmly. The committee member flipped through the pages, frowning. Gu Chang had indeed published academic papers recently, but Wang Zhong had presented earlier email content
to report Gu Chang for plagiarism.
The committee member's eyes flickered, then he said, Professor Wang, I got it.
I will convene a committee to help you resolve this.
I hope Longhui Journal can give my student a fair outcome. Wang Zhong grasped the other's hand. The committee member nodded, don't worry, I'll notify you as soon as there's a result.
Only then did Wang Zhong leave.
The committee member turned around and brought the complaint letter to the editor-in-chief's office. Editor-in-chief, Professor Wang from Zhujiang Polytechnic has reported you. Gu Chang looked up, glanced at the complaint letter, then took it, tossed it into the shredder, and said, don't pay any attention to him, he's just a clown trying to attract attention.
Editor-in-chief, I think that Professor Wang is quite persistent. What if he goes to Lanka Institute or the Ministry of Education to report? What if this escalates?
The committee member said with some concern.
If it were just a report to Longhui Journal, they wouldn't worry at all.
They could handle it internally, delay the process, or pretend nothing had happened. Gu Chang remained unconcerned and said, let him go. I have enough connections at Lanka Institute and the Ministry of Education.
He can't do anything to me. Hey, do you think when others call me the academic tyrant, it's just name-calling? Without real skills, I wouldn't have the face to be called an academic tyrant.
Gu Chang chuckled, tossing a paper to the committee member as if rewarding him with a bone, saying, this paper is good. It seems to be written by a doctoral student.
Here, it's for you. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief.
The committee member was overjoyed.
Getting a doctoral student's academic paper for free. This year's academic tasks were completed. After leaving Longhui Journal, Wang Zhong felt uneasy. So he went to Lanka Institute again. However, he had no connections there.
After waiting for a long time, he finally met a researcher he had previously exchanged ideas with, who was also in his 50s.
Old Wang, what brings you to Lanka Institute?
The elder asked, puzzled. Wang Zhong immediately took out a copied complaint letter and handed it to him.
Old son, do me a favor. This is a formal complaint about academic plagiarism. Can you pass it on to the president of Lanka Institute?
Ha?
Is it that serious?
The elder asked in surprise. Wang Zhong sighed, the target of the complaint is Gu Chang from Longhui Journal.
If we don't report it to President Xia, no one can do anything to him. Alright, I'll make sure to pass it on. The elder patted Wang Zhong's shoulder, reassuring him. After leaving Lanka Institute, Wang Zhong went to the Ministry of Education and submitted the third complaint letter. Xiaojiang, I've done my best. If Longhui Journal, Lanka Institute, and the Ministry of Education can't handle it, then there's nothing I can do.
Wang Zhong stood on the street, drenched in sweat. He flew from Zhujiang City, heading north, arriving in Kyoto without even resting, running to 3 institutions in a row, all to report Gu Chang and seek justice for Jiang Feng.
He absolutely could not let his academic achievements be plagiarized by the academic tyrant. He immediately instructed his subordinates to thoroughly investigate Gu Chang.
Around 11 o'clock that morning, the staff at Longhui Journal were preparing to leave work. Suddenly, a dozen military jeeps abruptly stopped at the headquarters of Longhui Journal, surrounding the building completely. A security line was drawn, and hundreds of armed military personnel controlled all exits.
What's going on? Is there a casualty? This is military, not police. Military? Are they here to catch spies?
The staff on site were stunned.
They were just an academic institution. How did they attract military action?
Everyone, no entry or exit, stay put. A colonel shouted through a loudspeaker, immediately following General Lin toward the editor-in-chief's office.
Thud, thud, thud.
Heavy footsteps quickly gathered toward the editor-in-chief's office. Gu Chang also received an urgent report from his subordinates. Frowning, he came out of his office. Which military unit are you from? How dare you intrude into our Longhui building? You are suspected of plagiarizing the academic achievements of our confidential personnel. You are under arrest. This is the arrest warrant. Wait for your trial. With a glance from General Lin, several soldiers immediately stepped forward to handcuff Gu Chang. Gu Chang's face turned furious. Preposterous. Plagiarize? Where's the evidence? You dare to arrest me without justification? Old Gu, do you think your little tricks are unknown to those above? This time you've gone too far, you've hit a wall. Don't think anyone will help you, not even the Dragon Institute, nor the Ministry of Education. You're going to prison, it's just a matter of how many years. Take him away. With a glance from General Lin, his subordinates immediately escorted the man downstairs, and no amount of struggling from Gu Chang was of any use. Seal off his office, and lock down all the computers in the Dragon Emblem building. Conduct a thorough internal investigation, collect all evidence related to Gu Chang, and sweep up anyone involved in academic plagiarism. Leave no stone unturned, General Lin instructed his subordinates. Over the years, the academic corruption within the Dragon Emblem Journal had long been noticed by those in higher positions. However, the interests involved were too numerous. Catching one or two would not suffice, and it would also affect the entire academic selection mechanism. Now was the time for a cleanup. After the cleanup, it would be just right to bring in a new batch of people, allowing a group of more idealistic young scholars to join the Dragon Emblem. After half a day of investigation, the entire Dragon Emblem building was turned upside down. Before leaving, General Lin had a notice posted at the entrance of the building. Confess for leniency, anyone who has committed plagiarism or engaged in academic corruption must report to the Dragon Institute within 3 days for leniency, otherwise, they will be imprisoned. After the notice was posted, General Lin finally left with his men, unsealing the Dragon Emblem building. The crowd on site looked at the notice, their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, while others appeared guilty. After being pushed onto a military vehicle, Gu Chang initially had some temper left, but as the vehicle entered a military compound, he began to feel a bit scared. Once locked in a room, he shouted, "I want to contact my teacher, the president of the Dragon Institute, Xiafeng." Seeing no one responded, he yelled again, "I want to contact the deputy minister of the Ministry of Education. You will regret treating me this way." Finally, General Lin learned of Gu Chang's demands and walked over. "You want to see Xiafeng and Minister Wang, right? You can see them right away. Without me, the Dragon Emblem Journal cannot operate at all. The entire academic community of Longwu will be shaken. Do you know how many hundreds of academic results are waiting for my judgment? Do you know how many people are anxiously waiting for me to work just one day? You little brat, what right do you have to arrest me?" Gu Chang huffed, glaring at General Lin, scolding her. In his eyes, this rather young person, who was also a woman, was at most a major. Yet she acted as if she were an old hand. She truly did not regard him, this academic big shot, with any respect. General Lin ignored him and instructed someone to bring Xiafeng and Minister Wang over. Nearby, a second lieutenant guarding Gu Chang couldn't help but shake his head and said to him, "Old Gu, you're too arrogant. General Lin's position is not something that even the ministers or presidents you speak of would dare to belittle easily. You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. General Lin? A general so young? A second generation, right?" Gu Chang scoffed. "Do you think a general who can serve as a guard for the State Affairs Council could possibly be someone like you?" The second lieutenant mocked. "State Affairs Council?" Gu Chang was taken aback for a moment. Not long after, the president of the Dragon Institute, Xiafeng, received a notification from the State Affairs Council. At this moment, he had already received the news and was reviewing the report. The more he read, the colder his back felt. Gu Chang had actually plagiarized someone else's academic results. Even more terrifying was that he had plagiarized from a confidential figure. This made Xiafeng wish he could smash Gu Chang's head in. It was simply a disgrace. He hurried to the military compound where Gu Chang was being held. "I heard this Gu Chang is President Xia's favorite disciple. After he was arrested, he kept shouting to see you." General Lin waited for Xiafeng at the entrance of the compound. Summer wind broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. "General Lin, what are you talking about? I have too many disciples. Anyone I have guided calls me master. As for Gu Chang, he did some research at our Lanka Institute many years ago, and later he went to Longhui Journal. I never expected him to be so shameless. So, does that mean Director Xia and Editor-in-Chief Gu are cut from the same cloth?" General Lin asked with a smile. Summer Wind immediately replied, "Who is cut from the same cloth as him? General Lin, where is he now? I'll give him a few slaps."
Someone, take him there, General Lin signaled. After a while, Minister Wang from the Ministry of Education hurried over in a car.
Minister Wang.
General Lin was about to greet him.
Minister Wang interrupted.
We'll talk later, I need to go give that bastard Gu Cheng a few slaps first. Inside the holding room, Gu Cheng finally awaited his teacher, Summer Wind, whom he had thought of endlessly.
Teacher, you finally came. Please save me, help me get out.
Gu Cheng joyfully pleaded for help from Summer Wind. Summer Wind signaled for the door to be opened, then walked in and immediately slapped him. Shut up! Don't call me teacher anymore, you're too embarrassing, actually stealing a student's academic work.
Teacher!
I didn't steal, I just referenced it. Gu Cheng covered his face, unable to believe it, but still wanted to argue.
Summer Wind sneered. Referenced? If it was just a reference, would someone with classified information bother with you?
What you did was copy and paste.
Classified?
Gu Cheng was also confused.
Didn't Wang Zhong say that was his student's academic work? He thought, if Wang Zhong couldn't do anything to him, how could a student?
At that moment, Minister Wang also approached, seeing Gu Cheng's red face. He stepped forward and said to Summer Wind, Director Xia, how can you hit someone without distinguishing right from wrong?
As he spoke, he gently coaxed Gu Cheng. Come on, Editor-in-Chief Gu, let me see your face.
Minister Wang made Gu Cheng remove his hand from his face.
Then,
he slapped him on the other side, making it symmetrical.
In a 5-star hotel, Zhang Feng arrived at the door of room 3108 according to the room number given by Qin Shuya. He rang the doorbell.
The door opened, and out came Rongwan, with a wheat-colored complexion and short hair.
His sister-in-law.
However, at that moment, she seemed to have just bathed, wrapped in a white towel, the scene reminiscent of certain European and American films.
What are you doing here?
Zhang Feng stepped back to check the room number, thinking he had gone to the wrong place. Before Rongwan could speak, Qin Shuya poked her head out from behind her, saying, Morning Mom, that's right.
We are right here. Then, Xu Qingping and Su Shanshan came over upon hearing the sound. Zhang Feng walked in, puzzled, examining Rongwan. How did you end up with my classmate? Wasn't this sister-in-law using the money her sister gave her to have fun at a hotel? How did she end up in Qin Shuyao's room? Qin Shuya explained, it was an accident, purely an accident. We met at the elevator, we were talking about you, Morning Mom, and Ai Li asked us if we were Zhang Feng's morning. One question led to another.
How amazing, turns out this is your fiancé's sister-in-law, Qin Shuya said, looking at Zhang Feng with a hint of melancholy. She only learned from Rongwan that Zhang Feng actually had a fiancé in Florida. Although it was an early engagement, it was still a real engagement. She had previously wondered why Zhang Feng chose Florida as the venue for the second event. Turns out he had someone special there. Morning Mom, I didn't realize you actually have a fiancé. But does your fiancé mind that you've changed genders? Xu Qingping curiously asked. Su Shanshan watched the drama unfold, knowing Zhang Feng was still a man, but she also wanted to know how Zhang Feng would face his fiancé regarding his gender. Future brother-in-law, no matter what gender you are, my sister won't mind. Don't worry, she's very open-minded. Rongwan comforted Zhang Feng, a smile playing on her lips. A biologically male, physically female person being with his own sister. Should he call her brother-in-law, or what? It has nothing to do with you guys. Besides, I haven't planned to get married yet. Zhang Feng stopped them from overthinking. In Eagle Sauce, there are plenty of unmarried mothers. Many people don't get married at all. With his exceptionally long lifespan, there was naturally no need to rush into marriage. Mom Chan is right. Marriage is free, you can't just rush into the graveyard of marriage because of a betrothal. Qin Shuya was the first to support Zhang Feng. As long as Zhang Feng didn't marry Ronging, she still had a chance to transform her. Stop dragging me into this, quickly tell me, have you sorted out that boxing gym? Zhang Feng changed the subject and asked. Qin Shuya reported, not yet. Didn't you say you wanted to acquire them? I thought we could wait until you come back to do that. I could have acquired it earlier, you guys take a break, and later I'll take you there. Zhang Feng said, pulling Rongwan out. In the corner of the stairwell, Rongwan was pushed against the wall. Looking bullied and trembling, she looked up and said, brother-in-law, what are you going to do? Are you following me? Zhang Feng squinted at her. What a coincidence at the elevator. Nonsense. Florida is so big. How could it be so coincidental to meet in a hotel, in an elevator, and coincidentally talk about him, Zhang Feng? Clearly, there was some ulterior motive. There was a plan. Rongwan leaned in, sniffed Zhang Feng's collar, and then innocently said, how could it be? It was really just a coincidence. If you don't explain, I'll tell your sister and have her cut off your bank card, okay? Zhang Feng threatened. Upon hearing this, Rongwan's face fell,
and she said, "Don't, brother-in-law.
I didn't follow you, I just followed your classmates. Why follow them?" Jung Fong asked. Rongwon shrugged, "Because I couldn't find your information, couldn't track you, could only find your classmates, and then I got the flight information, and the hotel check-in information too. In the end, I just waited for a chance and pretended to bump into you." Jung Fong pondered for a moment. The other party indeed couldn't find his information. After all, he was a classified individual. However, Jung Fong looked at Rongwon in surprise, pulled up her panel information, and checked her skills. It was then that he saw her hacking skills among a bunch of bad skills. But this hacking skill was only at an international first-class level. It wasn't enough to break human limits. Checking Qin Shueyo and the others' flight and hotel information was more than enough, but checking Zhang Feng's was still insufficient. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback, then he stared at Rongwon. "So, why were you following them?" "Just out of pure curiosity, to see what they were doing here with you." "Hee hee, I feel like that wrestling competition sounds pretty interesting. Should I sign up too? I often get into fights, I can pull hair, I'm really good at it," Rongwon boasted. Zhang Feng was speechless and took a step back. He thought her sister was a spy, so she would be a bit more profound. Unexpectedly, she was just a spirited little punk. This existence, placed in the Dragon Country's electronics factory, would definitely be a non-mainstream presence. In Eagle Sauce, it had evolved into a West Coast fashion. You don't have 100 billion in assets." Zhang Feng rejected Rongwon. Rongwon's eyes widened. "Really? Is the standard for this competition that high?" When Qin Shueyo and the others introduced this competition requiring 100 billion in assets, she was a bit skeptical. How could someone from the Dragon Country, almost a son-in-law, possibly host such a high-standard competition? Now that Zhang Feng admitted it himself, she immediately became interested. "Could it be that I have a wealthy brother-in-law now? That's amazing. I have another option for money in the future. Of course, you can go see him, but you can't participate. By the way, don't tell your sister. Otherwise, I'll have her cut off your bank card," Zhang Feng said. Rongwon clung to Zhang Feng's wrist and said sweetly, "If my sister cuts off my bank card, then I'll just have to cling to my brother-in-law." Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of sticky situation had he gotten himself into? "Don't cling to me. If you keep it up, I'll make you drink foot wash water." Zhang Feng shook off her hand and walked toward the room. Rongwon stubbornly followed, continuing to tug at his clothes. "How much for a basin? If it's less than $10,000, I won't drink it, I'm telling you." Zhang Feng was completely defeated. This was even more troublesome than a brainless sister-in-law. If it were a brainless sister-in-law, he could just slap her a few times and easily put her in her place, and maybe even pretend to be a nouveau riche. But this was a little American girl who would negotiate even for foot wash water. Zhang Feng felt somewhat helpless. "I was careless. You should have dodged earlier." Zhang Feng shook his head and retreated into the room. After dinner, Zhang Feng and the three girls got into Rongwon's American pickup truck and arrived at the entrance of the Bruce Lee Olympic boxing gym. However, this truck's cab could only fit 2 people. Rongwon was driving, making sudden stops. Zhang Feng was in the passenger seat. The other 3 girls were in the truck's cargo area. They were like little piglets waiting to be slaughtered, constantly urging Rongwon to slow down. "What kind of driving skills are these? I'm about to throw up my dinner. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Throw it far away, my high heels." Although the cargo area of the truck was not completely enclosed and was open air, they felt like they were being taken to a slaughterhouse, their image completely ruined. Finally, the truck stopped in a parking lot. Qin Shueya was the first to jump out. She took deep breaths of air. "It's all your fault for insisting on experiencing an American pickup truck. I swear, I never want to ride in one again in my next life. I'll just go barefoot." Xu Qingping sighed, taking off her high heels. Su Shanchan's face was still a bit pale, her body swaying, and even the panda was wobbling. She leaned on Qin Shueyo and stubbornly said, "It's thrilling, it feels like being taken to a slaughterhouse. Are you okay?" In the driver's seat, Rongwon brought over a few bottles of mineral water and handed them to the 3. Zhang Feng checked Su Shanchan's vitality and found it was actually below normal. A normal person's vitality is above 60. Su Shanchan's was only 55, clearly in a weakened state after vomiting. Zhang Feng had enhanced Qin Shueyo's body during the car race, so her vitality was above 80, feeling perfectly fine. Xu Qingping had also been enhanced, and her vitality was above 70. So he adjusted Su Shanchan's vitality to 80. Su Shanchan took the mineral water, rinsed her mouth, took a sip, and suddenly felt refreshed. She stood up straight, surprised as she looked at the bottle of mineral water. "Wow, how amazing. Sister-in-law, this mineral water gives off a feeling of divine nectar, like it has magical powers." Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I suspect you just pretended to vomit. Qin Shueyo also drank some but had no miraculous reaction.
Su Shanshan, however, felt extraordinary strength and was about to explain.
Rongwon smiled and said, maybe it's because I drank from that bottle. Su Shanshan's face turned red. Qin Shueyo bullied me. Why is my mother-in-law's sister-in-law bullying me too?
However, this mineral water did seem to have magical effects. She couldn't help but sneak another glance at Rongwon. Used to the classic beauty of women from her own country, Su Shanshan now looked at Rongwon. With her wheat-colored skin and short hair, a decisive and efficient style of handling matters, giving off a somewhat mysterious exotic flavor.
Which way is it to the boxing gym?
Zhang Feng broke the atmosphere filled with romantic tension and asked Qin Shueyo.
Qin Shueyo pointed ahead and said, that way.
The group walked through the spacious underground parking lot, heading forward. However, after just a few steps, a dozen or so men and women dressed in West Coast style suddenly appeared in front of them. The men wore loose, long, and rolled-up pants, as if they hadn't quite put them on properly. However, people generally referred to this as West Coast fashion. The women were adorned with various tattoos, smoking something unknown, and were looking at Zhang Feng and the others with a cloud of smoke swirling around them.
Hey, bitch! A thick-lipped black guy provocatively called out to Rongwon.
The others immediately burst into laughter.
Upon hearing this, Rongwon stepped forward and kicked the black guy in the abdomen. She retorted, bitch, you're the one.
However, the black guy was prepared. He quickly grabbed Rongwon's leg. With a gentle pull, he caused her to lose her balance.
Damn it! Mom, should we call the police?
Su Shanshan, seeing Rongwon fall to the ground, immediately grabbed a bottle of mineral water nervously, wanting to step forward, but she looked at Zhang Feng in fear.
Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, it's fine, she can handle it.
As he spoke, he casually enhanced the strength in Rongwon's legs to an elephant level.
Huh, bitch, you're no match for me, the black guy said, pulling on Rongwon's leg, trying to drag her back.
Suddenly, Rongwon felt her leg strength surge.
She kicked forward fiercely.
The black guy felt as if he had been hit by an elephant.
Bang!
He let out a muffled grunt, and his whole body was kicked back over 10 meters, crashing into a Chevrolet car. The car emitted a sharp alarm. The other West Coast folks were startled by this scene.
What the hell? Kicked someone over 10 meters away? Is this Bruce Lee reincarnated?
They exchanged glances but didn't want to lose face. They quickly gathered together and charged at Rongwon. Rongwon was also quite puzzled about why her legs suddenly felt so powerful. Seeing a dozen people rushing at her, she remained completely unflustered and glared with her legs.
Another wrestling move sent one flying over 10 meters. Bang bang bang. One flew out for each that came. 2 came, and 1 pair flew out. After 5 flew out, the remaining ones were also terrified. Damn, this is definitely Bruce Lee reincarnated. Run, run. They scrambled out of the parking lot. The ones who were kicked out crawled away.
One woman crawled slowly, and seeing this, Su Shanshan rushed up, screaming, and stomped on her a few times. Hearing the other party's howls, Su Shanshan stood up in frustration and gave her a Thai-style double leg massage. Watching the other party roll their eyes back, clearly satisfied, Su Shanshan finally ran back to stand behind Rongwon with a sense of accomplishment. Don't be afraid, little sister-in-law. I avenged you too, Su Shanshan said. Little sister-in-law, you're amazing. I didn't expect you could take on 10 by yourself. Qin Shueyo looked at Rongwon in surprise. This girl didn't look fierce at all. Who would have thought she was so formidable in a fight? Xu Qingping also gave a thumbs up, a master. Hidden talent. Cough, calm down, basic skills. Rongwon glanced at her legs, somewhat puzzled. But facing the compliments from the girls, she accepted them with a bit of vanity. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't expose her, just said, let's go. Our female version of Bruce Lee. To be honest, I used to practice, she admitted. Wrestling is definitely more than enough. How about this, can I join this second edition too? I'll definitely take first place. Rongwon leaned forward, pleading with Zhang Feng to let her participate. Zhang Feng said, the prize for this competition is the right to use China. What do you want that for? It's useless to you. Who says it's useless? After I get it, I can sell it on the black market. At least sell for a few tens of thousands of dollars. Rongwon calculated in her mind. A few tens of thousands? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. What a money lover. She actually thought about taking the rights to China and then running to the black market to sell it. Only Rongwon could have such a good business mind. No wonder her sister wanted to block her bank card. With a good sister like this, even a wealthy father would be drained dry. It covered several thousand square kilometers. Like a small bird's nest. There were also businesses around, and the parking lot could accommodate tens of thousands of cars at the same time.
Zhang Feng and his group walked for a while before arriving at the front desk. This boxing gym, although it has a name related to Bruce Lee, I heard that their leader is a white guy. Are you sure the acquisition will be successful? Rong Wan looked at Zhang Feng with curiosity. It has already been successfully acquired. Zhang Feng walked to the front desk and looked at the chocolate-skinned Mexican lady, saying, "Do you recognize me?" "Sorry, sir, I just started a month ago. May I ask who you are?" The Mexican lady stood up and smiled in inquiry. Zhang Feng waved his hand. "Call your person in charge over. He must know me." "Okay, sir." The Mexican lady called over her superior, a property manager of the boxing gym. The other party was also a muscular South American man named Bob. When he saw Zhang Feng, he instantly recalled Zhang Feng's figure from when the previous boss came for an inspection. He immediately bent down and said, "Hello, boss." Zhang Feng smiled slightly. It seemed the system was working. After the modification, the key person's memory would also be altered. "Boss?" The Mexican lady was a bit surprised. The leader of this famous boxing gym was actually a Chinese. One must know that Florida does not harbor idlers. Various gangs are everywhere. If one does not have some connections and background, it would be impossible to operate. It seems this is a second-generation Chinese with a background. The Mexican lady hurriedly followed suit and called out, "Hello, boss. Take me to see the largest venue. I have a competition to hold." Zhang Feng instructed Bob. Bob immediately nodded. "Don't worry, boss. I will arrange for people to set it up according to your requirements. Shui Yao, you coordinate with him. Whatever arrangements are needed, you handle it." Zhang Feng looked at Shui Yao. Qin Shui Yao nodded but still found it hard to believe. When did Zhang Feng come to acquire it? How could the acquisition go so smoothly? Wasn't the leader of this boxing gym a white guy? Would he give up so quickly? Qin Shui Yao was puzzled but admired Zhang Feng even more. No wonder he came from a family of generals, even his overseas background was so solid. "Brother-in-law, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be this capable. Everything is really settled." Her younger sister, Rong Wan, flattered Zhang Feng profusely. It seemed she had found a new money tree. If her sister didn't give her money in the future, she would just ask her brother-in-law. The group arrived at a spacious boxing gym. Inside, many people were practicing boxing. Zhang Feng casually asked Bob, "What is the monthly revenue of this boxing gym?" "We mainly collect membership fees. The monthly membership fee is $1,000. We have about 10,000 members. So, just from membership fees, our monthly revenue is about $10 million. Adding extra coaching fees, snacks, drinks, parking fees, etc. It's about $15 million. Although Bob was the property manager, he actually played the role of a steward. He also knew some financial data. Zhang Feng nodded. A boxing gym with a monthly revenue of $15 million. Over a year, that's about $100 to $200 million in revenue. That's quite good. The group was introducing some matters regarding the second event to Bob when suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance. Many members turned around to look, packing their things and preparing to leave. A coach saw the situation and immediately came forward to attend to them. Zhang Feng glanced over and saw a group of tattooed, muscular men and women, and even a little black kid dribbling a basketball in the gym, thumping it against the floor. They didn't mind at all. This was a boxing gym. Bang! The basketball was thrown against a glass door, shattering it. The little black kid shouted, "What kind of broken place is this? You just ruined my basketball." "Bob, what are you looking at? Come over and deal with this." "Sorry, boss, I'll take care of it right away," Bob said to Zhang Feng, then hurriedly walked over, apologizing profusely. The tattooed men were clearly dissatisfied. One of them pushed Bob and said, "Stop talking nonsense, just give us one person's annual membership fee, and we're good." Guys, that's not possible," Bob said awkwardly. Giving a dozen people an annual membership fee would cost over $100,000. How could he afford such a discount? That would be like working for free for a year. Just as Bob was feeling troubled, Zhang Feng walked over and asked, "What are these people doing?" "Boss, these are members of the Black Face Club. They're involved in the Underworld. They want to collect protection fees," Bob reported cautiously. The people from the Black Face Club were remnants of the Mafia. The Mafia was originally established by the notorious gangster Al Capone. Al Capone's rise to power began in Florida. Although Al Capone had long since died, these people still took pride in being associated with him, hoping to become the next mafia boss. "Oh, the big black guys?" Zhang Feng realized. No wonder this boxing gym was previously run by a white person. If it were run by Asians, it would be chaos every few days. There were small-time thugs in the parking lot. Now, the big black guys were even coming in person to demand protection fees.
They were incredibly arrogant. Are you the owner of the gym? Weren't you guys paying up easily before? What's going on this time? The big black guys shouted at Zhang Feng. One of them even pulled out a metal rod and struck the equipment on site, looking ready to cause destruction. Rongwon couldn't stand it any longer. Her right leg, powerful as an elephant, was itching to move. She stepped forward and said, "Are you looking for death? You want to collect protection fees from us? Do you want me to kick you to death? You're looking for death? Do you want me to shoot you?" Suddenly, a bald man at the front pulled out a black handgun. Rongwon was startled. Damn, he's serious. Alright, let's keep the peace. It's just a little membership fee. I'll pay. Is that okay? Zhang Feng waved his hand, signaling Bob to come with him. The tattooed men immediately cheered. That's more like it. Qin Shuio and the others looked at Zhang Feng walking towards the equipment room, puzzled. Did Chen Ma choose to yield? A few seconds later, Zhang Feng and Bob emerged pushing a mountain cannon. Do you want me to fire this and blow you up? Zhang Feng asked as he stepped on the firing button. A large caliber mountain cannon. What kind of boxing gym is this? How can there be a mountain cannon in the equipment room? Is this a boxing gym or an artillery camp? The tattooed men were so scared they all stood up. If they tried to move forward, they'd be facing the cannon. If they tried to run, they wouldn't escape the blast radius and would be blown to bits. Don't do anything reckless, we have guns too. The bald man threatened, trembling as he held his gun. But it was clear he lacked confidence. If the cannon fired, they would most likely be dead. But whether his bullets would hit was uncertain. Hearing this, Bob also revealed the grenade he was holding. You better not act recklessly, put down the gun quickly, or I'll throw this grenade. A grenade? Damn, a mountain cannon and a grenade. Is this a weapons depot? The bald man was also scared. He quickly tried to calm Bob down. Good brother, let's talk it out. We can all let this go, no need for anyone to act impulsively. You let it go first, Bob shouted. Right, you all let it go first. Qin Shuio and the other girls also came over, entering the equipment room, each carrying a weapon as they walked out. The members of the Black Face Club were completely intimidated. Their weapons were either iron rods or knives, and the strongest among them was just the boss's small pistol. But on the other side, there were grenades and a mountain cannon aimed at them, and Zhang Feng could press the cannon valve at any moment. This boxing gym was definitely not a legitimate boxing gym. It was most likely a boxing gym disguised as an arms depot. Boss, how about we just forget it and go to another place? The big guys advised the bald man. The bald man said, alright, let's go then. He put down his gun and was about to turn around and leave. Wait! Zhang Feng quickly stepped forward, kicked the gun away, and said, you think you can just walk away after kicking our gym? Boss, we've already admitted our mistake, we've given you the gun, what more do you want? We have no money, and we're not worth a life. The bald man, Johnny, also stretched his neck, looking like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He had always robbed others. The thought of him paying money was a fantasy. I don't want your money, but I need you to do some hard work. Zhang Feng smiled. Johnny was taken aback. What hard work? Aren't you big guys? Singing and dancing, you should be good at that, right? Just in time, I'm going to hold a wrestling match here in a few days. At that time, you can sing and dance, oh, and that basketball too, perform together to liven up the atmosphere. Zhang Feng said. The members of the Black Face Club had darkened faces. Johnny was also dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? Asking a bunch of thugs to sing and dance for them, and perform basketball? If this got out, where would he put his face? How could he still survive in Florida? Don't push me, my great-grandfather's seventh uncle was once under Al Capone, handling logistics and arms. Johnny threatened angrily. Although Al Capone was no longer around, his influence still lingered. Zhang Feng pointed to the mountain cannon behind him. Is my power not greater? Want to give it a try? If you don't sing and dance, I'll break your legs. Rongwon stepped forward, her elephant-like strength kicking one of the big guy's legs. The latter howled, no, I didn't provoke you. If your boss doesn't agree, I'll break your other leg too. Rongwon stepped on that big guy's leg, and he felt like an elephant was crushing him, rolling in pain. He shouted to Johnny, boss, you have to agree, my leg is going to be ruined. Stop, I agree. But I want to ask, do we get meals? Faced with the threat of the mountain cannon and the elephant leg, Johnny had no choice but to yield. But he still wanted to secure some benefits for his little brothers. There will be boxed meals, plus a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, Zhang Feng said. Johnny and the others swallowed their anger. Iron rods, knives, and the like were all confiscated by Bob. They had originally come to collect some benefits, but unexpectedly, they had to perform as the Atmosphere Group. Zhang Feng glanced at Johnny's panel information.
There was a submission value displayed, showing 90 out of a total of 100, meaning the other party had temporarily submitted. But deep down, he was still unwilling. So, Jung Fong modified the submission value to 1 billion. After raising the submission value to an enormous level, the title Death Soldier appeared above Johnny's head. It was at that moment that Johnny's mental structure changed. He developed a reverence for Jung Fong similar to that he had for Al Capone. Another boxing gym, another arms depot. Isn't this the perfect big brother I admire? Johnny suddenly felt a sense of regret for not meeting him sooner. He knelt down before Jung Fong. Boss, thank you for the Lao Gan Ma and the boxed meal. The other members of the Black Face Club were dumbfounded. No way. Big brother. You were won over just by adding Lao Gan Ma to your lunchbox? Look at you, so cheap. Johnny turned around and shouted, everyone kneel down and thank Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother. The members of the Black Face Club could only kneel down one after another. Big Brother, we have over 100 members in our club. When will your event be held? I can call them all over to sing and dance together, to liven up the atmosphere? Johnny asked, quite tactfully. Jung Fong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, over 100 free laborers. Probably in 3 days, just bring them over. Lao Gan Ma and lunchboxes, plenty for everyone. Thank you, Big Brother. Johnny was overjoyed. He bowed repeatedly. Alright, go clean up the boxing gym. Don't disturb everyone while they're training. Jung Fong instructed them to leave. Johnny immediately took his people to clean up. Bob, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. He could understand using a mountain cannon to intimidate the opponent, but how could someone as ruthless as Johnny suddenly become a little brother? Chen Ma, you're amazing. You can win over 100 big guys just with a lunchbox and Lao Gan Ma? The three girls, Qin Shuiao and the others, couldn't help but give Jung Fong a thumbs up. Rongwan walked to the equipment room, pointed at the rows of military supplies and weapons inside, and asked, brother-in-law, don't tell me you're also involved in the underworld. My main job is studying, part-time selling arms, Jung Fong explained. He had simply renamed the equipment room to a regular arms depot. Immediately, some basic-level arms appeared inside. Selling arms? Damn, brother-in-law, are you an arms dealer in the country? Rongwan was stunned. The arms of Eagle Sauce are private, but the arms dealers in Long Country are all state-run. Doesn't this mean Jung Fong has military connections? No wonder he's from a family of generals. The three girls, Qin Shuiao, swallowed hard. Previously, they only thought Jung Fong had a terrifying background, as many people seemed to respect him. But now, seeing so many arms, they realized the true power of a family of generals. Even in overseas Florida, there was such an arms depot. Just a little guy, there's an even bigger arms depot on the roof. There are armed helicopters inside. Jung Fong said, modifying a larger equipment room on the roof to be comparable to Eagle Sauce's army arms, a logistics arms depot of the highest level. There was indeed a larger equipment room. However, after Jung Fong modified it, all the boxing and fitness equipment inside turned into military weapons. Laser pistols, heavy tanks, individual anti-explosion armor, army helicopters. All kinds of the world's most advanced military weapons were available here. The girls, Rongwan and the others, were collectively stunned upon entering this weapons depot. Oh my god, this level of arms could take on a battalion-level army, right? Rongwan was astonished. As a little girl from Eagle Sauce, she could actually use a pistol. Previously, she thought the coolest thing was watching gang shootouts, where one side pulled out submachine guns and Gatling guns. But now, looking at the military weapons in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim, this is real military hardware. What were those submachine guns before? Regular troops are different, they are on a completely different level from those petty evil forces. Rongwan admired Jung Fong even more. She picked up a laser weapon and looked at Jung Fong. Brother-in-law, can you give me this pistol? Sure, as long as you keep it a secret and don't tell your sister, Jung Fong replied with a smile. As long as he wanted, he could upgrade this arms depot to a higher level. At the highest level, nuclear bombs and such big stuff would probably appear. Rongwan immediately promised, don't worry, brother-in-law, my little mouth is the tightest, I guarantee I won't tell my sister. Chen Ma, how do you have such a big arms depot in Florida? Could it be? Qin Shuiao looked at Jung Fong with some shock. The domestic arms dealers are all state-run. With such a large armory in Jung Feng's possession, doesn't that imply some major action? Jung Fong smiled and said with a hint of meaning, this land was originally inhabited by the Native Americans, later discovered by Westerners, who then established a new nation here. It became what is now called the Eagle Sauce. If that's the case, why can't we also have our own geographical discovery here? Hiss. The few women all gasped. This is more than just a major action,
it's practically groundbreaking.
Rongwon was both excited and nervous as she asked, "Brother-in-law, I want to be a spy.
Just give me a minor position when the time comes." "What kind of spy do you want to be?" Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Her sister is a spy for Eagle Sauce,
and Rongwon actually wants to be a spy for Long Country.
Rongwon scratched her head. "I'm very familiar with the neighborhoods in Florida.
I know exactly which evil forces are around. I can guide you."
"Goodness. An Eagle Sauce trader, huh?"
Jiang Feng patted her shoulder. "Alright, when we fire the first shot, we'll use Long Country Rises, Eagle Sauce Falls as our signal for support."
"Long Country Rises, Eagle Sauce Falls,"
Rongwon exclaimed excitedly, holding a laser pistol.
Although she is of Chinese descent, she holds an Eagle Sauce identity.
However, she has no special feelings for Eagle Sauce. At this moment, having latched onto Jiang Feng's leg, she suddenly felt a sense of mission to accomplish great things. She was all energized.
"Brother-in-law, I also need some ammunition.
When the time comes, I'll call my girlfriends to help guide you."
"Okay." Rongwon started picking out the military weapons she found handy. Qin Shueyo and the others also selected some self-defense items.
While Jiang Feng and his group were choosing weapons for self-defense in the armory, a large number of high-quality women were gathering towards Florida.
"Your Highness, this is Florida. As for the venue for the second event, Long Country has not yet announced it." A bearded man wearing a white headscarf was respectfully reporting to a woman in a black headscarf. The woman in the black headscarf is named Alani.
She is a royal princess from a Middle Eastern oil kingdom, 29 years old this year. However, she practices yoga, is very flexible, and quite agile. Naturally, she is very interested in the Chang'e reward for the second women's dormitory competition. According to some research institutions, this prize has long surpassed expectations. Unfortunately, Long Country is not open to outsiders, only allowing its own citizens and some foreign researchers working in Long Country to use it. Alani is personally interested and also has a certain national mission, which is why she came to Florida. However, as of now, she has not received any notification about the event's location.
"It's fine, let's wait a bit longer." Alani has been in Florida for a week now. She is patiently waiting for the notification.
Meanwhile, the daughter of the British Queen, Princess N, has also arrived in Florida. She is tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical Western style. They say Florida doesn't accommodate idlers. I see the people from Long Country are not idlers either.
To actually hold a wrestling competition for high-quality women in Florida, how boring is that? Princess N couldn't help but shake her head.
As the birthplace of gentlemanly style, she is naturally a lady. She didn't want to participate in this wrestling competition, which would affect her ladylike image. However, the queen had already issued her orders to secure the usage rights for Chang'e. She even received a month of combat training on short notice.
"Oh, isn't that Princess Anne? Do you also wrestle?"
Just as Anne was about to check into her hotel, a sultry voice suddenly came from behind her, and turned around to see a strong, athletic woman in sports shorts and a baseball cap provocatively staring at her,
and recognized her at a glance. Wasn't this Tiffany, the daughter of the Eagle Sauce intelligence chief? It is said that this woman is from West Point and has even joined the Eagle Sauce Navy.
After serving for a few years, her skills in combat, fighting techniques, and physical abilities were all quite formidable.
And raised an eyebrow. "Not really." "Heh, not really? Then why are you participating? This isn't some socialite event that anyone can join," Tiffany said disdainfully. A mere daughter of the British Queen, spoiled and pampered, thought she could just learn some fighting skills and compete for a spot against someone like herself, who came from a formal military background? Ridiculous. Who's as brainless as you? Princess Anne ignored her. She certainly didn't expect to win any rewards based on her fighting skills. Her main goal was to get close to the organizers, using political means to obtain the rights to Chang'e. If they could offer one usage right, they surely had other channels to acquire new ones. Just as Princess Anne and Tiffany were exchanging barbs, another feminine-looking woman approached them, delicately gesturing with her fingers. "Ladies, could you please not argue in such a setting?" The two women turned to see it was Vivian, Musk's son. However, she had transitioned and was now biologically male but identified as female. "Are you participating too?" Princess Anne instinctively asked. But she quickly realized she had offended her. In the Eagle Sauce, Vivian's gender was layered with political correctness. Sure enough, Vivian responded somewhat unhappily, "Why can't I participate?" "Exactly, British girl, Vivian is also a girl, why can't she join?" Tiffany seized the opportunity to press Anne. "It's nothing," and pouted, unwilling to argue with them. She knew that no matter how she reasoned, they would only accuse her of discrimination. So she turned and walked away. "Stinky princess, don't go. Clarify this. Do you discriminate against me?" Vivian was about to entangle Anne.
At that moment, Tiffany suddenly exclaimed, "The notice is out, the event location has been announced."
Where is it held? At the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym.
It's only about 3 kilometers from here, let's go check it out.
Hundreds of high-quality women who met Zhang Feng's standards received the notice for the second women's dormitory event venue one after another. The Prime Minister's daughter, Sakuraji Wan, naturally received it too.
She had come to Florida half a month ago. However, she had not relaxed her training.
At that moment, she was practicing jiu-jitsu in a judo gym. "Miss, the event venue has been announced. At the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym."
A man dressed in samurai attire knelt before Sakuraji Wan to report. She stopped her training, changed her clothes, and nodded, "Prepare the car, we'll head to the boxing gym shortly." "Miss, according to our intelligence, many wealthy individuals, celebrities, and powerful figures have recently arrived in Florida, and some local gangs are also stirring. Prime Minister, let's be cautious," the man in samurai attire reminded again. Those who could participate in this second wrestling competition were all worth over $1 billion. Coupled with their high social status and wealth, kidnapping any one of them would ensure a lifetime of comfort. Florida's local thugs, underworld forces, foreign mercenaries, there was a mix of all kinds of people.
"I understand," Sakuraji Wan nodded.
She was not careless. Although she practiced judo and had over a dozen top-notch bodyguards, a real conflict with gangsters could still be life-threatening.
As for the local police in Florida, they only had a few thousand officers, including traffic police and administrative staff.
If something serious happened, it would have to call in the armed police or military.
But the state government's dispatch efficiency was not very high.
Therefore, most of the time, they had to rely on themselves.
After a brief preparation, Sakuraji Wan got into a black Toyota and headed towards the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym.
Although there were still 2 or 3 days until the official competition, she planned to go and scout the situation.
By chance, I might run into the boss of the event organizer.
Meanwhile, in a slum neighborhood in Florida, many men and women are gathering in groups of dozens on the streets. They seem to be chatting casually, congregated there, discussing something unknown.
"Have you heard?
Recently, we've had quite a few big shots come through here."
"I knew it long ago."
"It seems they're here for some international competition, specifically targeting the wealthy, especially young women."
"How wealthy?" "You need to be worth at least $100 billion to participate."
"There have been a lot more private jets at the airport lately."
"Yeah, I have a friend at the airport who told me the private jet parking lot is almost full."
"Oh, damn it, these filthy rich people, I want to take their planes apart."
"Hee, take apart what planes?" "I've already found out their event venue is at the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym," someone revealed.
The others immediately became excited.
"This place is a bit far from the police station. Even if they do a $0 purchase, they might not get caught." After exchanging information, the group dispersed.
Similar exchanges continued to spread in other circles and streets. It didn't take a morning for tens of thousands in the entire Florida slum neighborhood to know this news.
Some hesitated, but others were eager to try.
Even more had already begun preparations: guns, masks, motorcycles, support, plans, and so on.
In a slightly upscale villa area, a group of men dressed in black were in the living room, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke.
"Boss, the news has been released.
I estimate people are already gathering over there."
One subordinate, grinning, reported to a man whose face was all flab. This man was named Al Sani. Yes, his grandfather's older brother was Al Capone, the strongest gang leader who once swept across the Eagle Sauce Nation. Although Al Capone had been eliminated by the Eagle Sauce Army, the Al family members were still lurking in the Eagle Sauce.
Sani was a member of the Al family.
If it weren't for the powerful state and federal governments, they would have long since made a comeback and regained control of Florida. However, in recent years, the Eagle Sauce has been busy fighting with the Dragon Country across the ocean, consuming a large amount of finances. Recently, they even owed a significant amount of national debt to the Dragon Country, leading to a fiscal deficit. If this continues, even the federal government might not be able to pay salaries.
The army and police, if they don't get paid, will go on strike. Because of this, Sani was itching to move. As long as the control of the federal and state governments weakened, their opportunity would come again.
And now this $100 billion wrestling competition was a good opportunity. Sani secretly spread the news, encouraging those small-time thugs and minor forces to go for a $0 purchase of the boxing gym. "I heard the police department recently laid off over a dozen full-time positions and added dozens of temporary positions."
"Hey, they aren't even giving full-time positions anymore, and the benefits have decreased. If something really happens, I want to see who will work for you." Sani was embracing a dark-skinned woman, his face full of determination.
He had long sensed the declining control of the local state. He just hadn't tested it yet. Recently, there were rumors that the local state had adjusted the officers' benefits to reduce expenses.
Full-time positions were turned into outsourced ones, and the benefits were decreasing.
It's still better to follow the boss, there's a future in it, a few men nearby complimented Sunny while smoking cigars. Police officers, working their butts off, only made $100,000 a year. Recently, their benefits had decreased, and they had become temporary staff. In contrast, these big thugs were living the good life. When they ran out of money, they could go for a $0 purchase. Anyway, as long as it didn't exceed $950 per transaction, there would be no problem.
They just had to move a few more times. The capitalists didn't care.
The ones who suffered were the small and medium-sized businesses.
And the local state didn't care either.
Stick with me, and sooner or later, I will drive all those local state legislators out, Sunny said with great confidence. He had long found those legislators displeasing. They would interfere with their businesses, demand taxes, and arrest his subordinates. Now that the local state's control was waning, it was a golden opportunity to teach them a lesson and let them know who truly called the shots in Florida.
I believe in you, boss. However, I've heard that besides our AI family, the Me family and the Faye family also have their own ideas, one subordinate said with a serious expression. In Florida, aside from the established AI family, there were two other emerging families, the Me family and the Faye family.
They were both in the arms business, supplying both private clients and the military. Although their family members were fewer than those of the AI family, they had access to more military weapons. Their arms business is doing well, and they have no motivation to challenge the local state.
However, if an opportunity arises, they would probably choose to remain neutral. Sunny waved his hand dismissively.
The Me and Faye families could live well solely on their arms business. Even now, with the local state's control declining, they were likely just spectators. Only the AI family, with so many subordinates and insufficient arms business, had the motivation to confront the local state in hopes of gaining substantial benefits from them.
3 days later, at the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym,
a large number of people had already arrived on the 4th floor of the gym. The 4th floor, spanning thousands of square feet, could accommodate tens of thousands. It was as large as a sports arena.
Bob was directing everyone to enter the gym and take their seats. The oil prince, Alani. The daughter of the British Queen, Princess Anne. The daughter of the CIA director, Tiffany. Musk's son, Vivian. The daughter of the Prime Minister of Japan, Sakuragi Wan.
Each of them, if released, would attract massive media coverage. At this moment, they were all gathered together.
Who are those people, and why are they eating over there?
Alani suddenly noticed a group in the front row eating a bowl of something resembling instant noodles but with a very peculiar taste. In this circle of billionaires, it was indeed rare to see such rough food. Princess Anne, well-versed in many things, glanced over and said, "That's called snail rice noodles, from the Dragon Country. This gym is named after Bruce Lee, so clearly, those people are either from the Dragon Country or of Chinese descent.
If I'm not mistaken, that man should be the owner of this gym, right?" Tiffany rolled her eyes and said, "Do you really need to pretend? Isn't there a poster of the owner at the entrance? On what basis do you assume their gender?"
"The owner could be female," Vivian said, glancing at Princess Anne.
"Maybe she just looks like a man."
Princess Anne instantly lost the desire to continue the conversation. If she said anything more, Vivian would probably question whether she was being discriminatory. Not far behind this group, Sakuragi-wan also noticed Zhang Feng and the women eating snail rice noodles with him.
Is he the mysterious guy? Sakuragi-wan fixed her gaze on Zhang Feng.
Her father's task was to win him over. With that thought, she stepped forward toward the front row.
"Stop! What are you doing?"
Johnny, the leader of the Black Face Club, who bore the title of a death warrior, blocked Sakuragi-wan, who was trying to reach the front row.
Sakuragi-wan smiled slightly and said in fluent English, "I really like eating snail rice noodles too. The smell drew me over."
She didn't speak very loudly, but it was just enough for the people in the front row to hear. In fact, Zhang Feng did hear her. He turned around and saw an Asian face looking in his direction. Qin Shueyo recognized Ng Mu-wan and said in surprise, "Morning Mom, that's the daughter of the Prime Minister of Little Japan, Ng Mu-wan. I've heard she practices judo and is quite formidable, she might even take second place."
First place is a must for her, Qin Shueyo. Judo? Which judo? Su Shanshan suddenly looked up and asked curiously.
"Little dirty girl."
Rongwan gave Su Shanshan a light tap on the head. Su Shanshan looked innocent. "I haven't practiced, just asking what kind of judo it is." "Ha! You haven't practiced?"
Xu Qingping, Rongwan, and Qin Shueyo all gave Su Shanshan a middle finger. Zhang Feng said to Johnny, "Let her through."
"Go ahead." Johnny finally letting Mu Wan pass. Ing Wan walked over and smiled. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Not at all, you like snail noodles, right? Here, I'll give you a box.
Jiang Feng tossed her a portion.
Ing Wan skillfully opened it and started to prepare it on the spot.
In no time, it was ready.
She scooped up a large portion and put it in her mouth. The spicy flavor and pungent aroma hit her immediately. She couldn't help but cough violently. Aren't you the one who likes snail noodles? How come you're choking?
Jiang Feng asked with a laugh. Ing Wan's face turned slightly red as she said, sorry, I haven't had it in a while, but when I was in Longwa, my friends there treated me to it.
So, since you're treating me now, does that mean we're friends? Ing Wan naturally wanted to draw the two closer. The girls beside Qin Shueya were stunned. Wow, is she really that much of a green tea? Just for eating snail noodles, she wants to be friends? If we eat spicy hot pot, wouldn't that mean we're like family? Are you here for the wrestling competition or to make friends?
Jiang Feng didn't answer her but countered with a question.
Ing Wan smiled slightly, both.
Then you need to work hard, there are many experts here. Jiang Feng said as he finished a portion of snail noodles and then had some stinky tofu brought over. Ing Wan was a bit taken aback. This guy really is a person of character. In front of so many high-quality women worth billions, he's eating snail noodles and stinky tofu.
Don't tell me you're going to eat Lao Gan Ma later. Mr. Jiang has a unique taste. Ing Wan couldn't help but laugh.
Before Jiang Feng could respond, Su Shanshan chimed in, of course, morning mom doesn't follow trends, she just creates them.
Eat your stinky tofu. Jiang Feng poked Su Shanshan on the head. Although the stinky tofu smells, it really does taste good. They were all enjoying themselves, but the others were starting to lose their patience. Damn, who took a dump?
A young lady from a Western European consortium caught a whiff of the mixed smell of stinky tofu and snail noodles. She had never smelled anything like it before, so she didn't know how to describe it. It just felt similar to feces. It's the gym owner, he's over there eating, Princess Annie explained. Hundreds of high-quality women turned to look at Jiang Feng, instantly feeling indignant.
Isn't this too much? This is a wrestling competition. How can they eat such smelly food on site? Exactly, we are high-quality women worth billions. This is so lacking in upper-class atmosphere.
I'm out of here, this gym owner has no taste. I suspect the rights to China are just a gimmick, he can't even deliver.
Indeed, it feels like this guy has no real strength. I'm leaving too. Some girls worth billions couldn't take it anymore. They decided to leave.
However, just as they stood up, they found that the entrance to the gym was blocked by a group of fully armed men holding submachine guns. The gym is closed. If you have any issues, talk about it after the competition, said the masked men from the Black Face Club. The girls were dumbfounded.
How did it turn into a wrestling match with armed personnel showing up? I didn't realize this gym owner was quite powerful. The daughter of a European financial tycoon turned back to her seat.
Actually, I feel that the taste of snail noodles and stinky tofu is still tolerable, said another girl worth billions, who also accepted Jiang Feng's taste. The attendees gradually gathered. Jiang Feng signaled to Bob that they could start the wrestling match. Bob stepped onto the wrestling mat and spoke into the wireless microphone. Welcome everyone to the second edition of our girls' dormitory competition. This event is hosted by our boss, Mr.
Jiang Feng.
You may already know the prize for the first place.
That is the right to use Chang'e.
But besides that, our boss has thoughtfully prepared snail noodles, stinky tofu, lao gan ma, and wei long spicy strips,
and other specialty products from the Dragon Country. I believe everyone will like them.
After Bob finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the venue.
Damn, a group of us worth billions, and you offer wei long spicy strips? I see you, looking like a spicy strip.
Seeing no response from the audience, Johnny, wearing a mask, held up the spicy strips and waved them in front of everyone.
Clap, clap, clap. Good. Awesome.
I love wei long spicy strips. The crowd immediately burst into applause. Bob nodded in satisfaction and continued, next, it's time for the drawing.
Whoever is drawn, please come up and wrestle.
Until the first winner emerges.
First group, Vivian, Tiffany. As Bob called out, Vivian and Tiffany both stood up and walked towards the wrestling mat.
You're not my opponent, Vivian said calmly, looking at Tiffany. Even though she had transitioned, she still had the physique of a man. However, Tiffany, a West Point graduate and a veteran, smiled and said, you're going to be the first one eliminated.
He. The two stood on the mat. Su Shanshan acted as the referee. Below the stage, Jiang Feng looked at Vivian and frowned. Are you sure that's not a man? She transitioned, and in Eagle Sauce, she's classified as a woman, Qin Shueyo explained.
Jiang Feng nodded.
He ate stinky tofu while enjoying the wrestling on stage.
Whether it was Vivian or Tiffany, both had very fit and strong bodies.
With Su Shanshan's command, start. Su Shanshan covered her head and hid to the side. The next second, Vivian threw a punch at Tiffany. The force was tremendous. It looked extremely violent. A normal person would definitely be bloodied after taking such a punch. The audience gasped in shock, clearly feeling the power of that punch. TCH. Tiffany reacted quickly. She blocked with her hand and then punched Vivian in the abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, hitting each other hard. Stop, stop, stop. Su Shanshan hurriedly blew her whistle and separated the two. After slightly pulling them apart, she waved her hand fiercely. Start. Tisk, TSK, TSK, no wonder it's eagle sauce. These punches feel like my head is ringing, Qin Shueyo exclaimed in amazement. Previously, she had only seen so-called American violent football online. The process could only be described as pure violence. A normal man going in would lose a few teeth before coming out. And at this moment, the punches exchanged between Tiffany and Vivian on stage were like an enhanced version of American football. In less than 3 minutes, both had already beaten each other to a pulp. It's just brute force. Boxing shouldn't be played like this, said Sakuraji Wan, who did not approve of this fighting style. She practiced jiu-jitsu and was going to show everyone what it meant to use softness to overcome hardness. Die, bitch. Finally, after 10 minutes, on stage, although Tiffany had served in the army, she was still a woman and was getting beaten badly. Vivian grabbed Tiffany by the waist with both hands and threw her out. The members of the Black Face Club below immediately caught Tiffany and carried her away. Ha, is that all? Vivian said confidently. Indeed, transitioning was great. Not only can one engage in politics, but one can also participate in women's wrestling competitions. Seize the championship. Just thinking about it brings joy. Alright, first group, Vivian wins. Please step down for a short break. Next group, Sakuraji Wan, Princess Annie. One is the daughter of the Prime Minister of Little Japan. The other is the daughter of the Queen of England. Both are high-quality women of exceptional caliber. At least, compared to the previous Tiffany and Vivian, they fall within the normal range of high-quality women. 3 rounds, and you can defeat the opponent. Sakuraji Wan confidently jumped onto the stage. Her movements were gentle and very light. Princess Annie, on the other hand, was somewhat clumsy. She grasped the post and climbed up. Then she clapped her hands and said to Sakuraji Wan, Miss Sakuraji, please go easy on me. After all, Annie had only learned martial arts for a month. She knew that Sakuraji Wan was stronger than her. Better a short pain than a long one, Sakuraji Wan said, curling her fingers. Annie nodded, raised her small fist, and swung it towards Sakuraji Wan's face. Sakuraji Wan smiled slightly. The movement was too slow. Even if she took it head-on, so what? Sakuraji Wan stood there confidently. The next second, her right cheek was struck by a punch, and a tooth was knocked out. She stumbled back a few steps, somewhat in disbelief as she looked at Princess Annie's right hand. How could such a fist be so hard? Like steel? Heh, just used a bit of black technology. Princess Annie chuckled inwardly. She charged at Sakuraji Wan again, swinging her fist. She knew she wasn't Sakuraji Wan's match, so she had covered her fists with some nanomachines. These nanomachines were enough for her to wash her hands in boiling water at will. Even though Sakuraji Wan practiced jiu-jitsu, she couldn't withstand such steel-like punches. Damn it! You're cheating! Sakuraji Wan was pounded by the small fists until her bones felt like they were about to fall apart. She finally realized that Princess Annie had tampered with her fists. She felt a surge of anger, but Princess Annie had no intention of letting her off, relentlessly pursuing and hammering away. Faced with absolute power, no matter how good Sakuraji Wan's jiu-jitsu skills were, they lost their value. After being hit in the eye once more, Sakuraji Wan felt dizzy and could barely stand. She hurriedly begged for mercy. I concede. Alright, stop. Second group, Princess Annie wins. Su Shanshan announced. Princess Annie clasped her fists towards Sakuraji Wan and said, Thank you for the match, Miss Sakuraji. You're ruthless. Sakuraji Wan still felt unconvinced but didn't report her opponent. After all, she was already injured. There was no need to continue competing. Half an hour later, the hundreds of high-quality women on site completed the first round of wrestling. Alright, our first round of wrestling is officially over. Everyone take a short break, and we will proceed to the second round shortly. However, during this time, we invite the Blackface Club to bring everyone an exciting intermission performance. After Su Shanshan finished speaking, the cheerleaders came on stage. What is the Blackface Club? Is it a cheerleading team? Someone curiously looked towards the backstage. But unexpectedly, the next second, dozens of members of the Blackface Club, led by Johnny, arrived at the wrestling stage. They began to sing, dance, and the atmosphere on stage was very lively. But countless crows flew over from below the stage. What is this?
I've never seen such a bizarre cheerleading team in my life. Vivian couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought the Blackface Club was a cheerleading team. Instead, they were singing and dancing, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm a cheerleader who has practiced for 2.5 days.
This is a gang."
Tiffany, bruised and bandaged but already healed, sat there leaning on a crutch and spoke up. As a former member of the Eagle Sauce Army, she knew about various gang teams across the states.
She recognized Johnny on stage. He was involved in the Underworld, but she never expected this. At this moment, he unexpectedly became a cheerleader on stage. From the gang?
This boss has some skills, managing to get the gang to liven up the atmosphere.
The daughter of a European consortium also looked at him with new eyes. Dealing with the gang is not just about having money, one must also grasp certain underworld currencies, like firearms and explosives. Otherwise, having money alone makes one a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. It seems he's not so easy to conquer. Sakuraji Wan was dealing with the bruises on her body.
Upon learning that Jiang Feng was involved with the underworld, the pressure suddenly increased.
Could someone like him possibly be conquered by her?
Sakuraji Wan's gaze was resolute. She still hadn't given up. She believed that her previous initiative to strike up a conversation must have left an impression on Jiang Feng.
Thank you all for watching.
Not long after, the awkward performance of the Black Mask Club came to an end.
Applause immediately erupted from the audience.
Only then did Johnny step down, satisfied, put his mask back on, and began to patrol.
Isn't your boss a bit inhumane, making you, the head of the Black Mask Club, work 2 jobs, both as a cheerleader and a patrolman? I wonder what the pay is like.
As she passed by the oil prince Alani, she suddenly asked Johnny, trying to sow discord between Jiang Feng and Johnny.
Johnny glanced at her indifferently and said, "It's my honor to serve Boss Jiang. Do you have any objections? I can offer you double the pay. Would you consider it?"
Alani, wanting to flaunt his identity as a Middle Eastern oil tycoon, extended an invitation to Johnny. Johnny adjusted his mask and touched his own, then said, "Boss Jiang has prepared an armed helicopter for me. May I ask how many you have prepared?"
"What? An armed helicopter?" Alani was taken aback. "Damn. I'm just selling oil. Where would I get military supplies? And this is in Eagle Sauce. Are you asking me to sell arms on Eagle Sauce's turf? Am I looking for death?"
Johnny scoffed disdainfully, "If you don't have the skills, don't take on my porcelain work, go sell your oil." With that, Johnny left her with his back.
The oil tycoon failed to show off. Vivian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tiffany, however, frowned. Did Johnny say the boxing gym owner prepared him an armed helicopter? That can't be true. Although Eagle Sauce doesn't prohibit firearms, trading armed helicopters is not easy. Is this boss really that fierce? He even prepares armed helicopters for his subordinates? The daughter of the European consortium also looked shocked.
She had never even been on a private armed helicopter.
Sakuraji Wan's expression grew more serious.
The identity of this boxing gym owner was becoming increasingly mysterious.
Now even armed helicopters were popping up. After the members of the Black Mask Club got off stage, a new round of wrestling began.
But at the same time, some men and women wearing masks appeared around the boxing gym.
They were walking towards the gym as if nothing was wrong. Suspicious activity detected. Requesting reinforcements from the Black Mask Club.
In the security booth at the outermost part of the gym, a security guard, realizing something was off, had no time to run. He could only quickly send a distress signal to the Black Mask Club.
Bang! The security booth was suddenly smashed open with a brick.
Inside the gym, Johnny, who was patrolling, also received the news.
His expression turned cold. How dare someone be so arrogant on the boss's turf?
They really don't give the Black Mask Club any face. Johnny didn't notify Jiang Feng and took a few people out of the gym, heading outside. Just as they reached the entrance, dozens of masked homeless people rushed in first, ready to steal. Johnny raised his weapon and fired a burst into the sky. The homeless people were startled, retreating a few steps, looking at Johnny with uncertainty.
Johnny shouted angrily, "Are you looking for death? This is the territory of our Black Mask Club, get lost." "Johnny?"
Someone in the crowd recognized his identity, but they were clearly surprised. How could someone like Johnny, who was even more entrenched in the gang than they were, be here guarding the door?
"Johnny, you're going too far. With such a big boxing gym, do you think you can monopolize it with just your 100 or so people?" "Exactly. Do you know how many people are coming from the slums today? Over 10,000. At least 10,000. You can't monopolize it."
Someone reacted, thinking Johnny had arrived early at the gym and wanted to take it all for himself.
However, Johnny once again aimed at a few people in the front row and scolded, "What do you mean monopolize? This is my boss's place. Take one more step forward, and you can try." "What? Are you being a lackey for someone?
Among the homeless, one guy who had also been involved in the underworld looked at Johnny in shock.
Johnny had some connections with the Al family. Who would have thought that he would abandon his ideals and choose to be a lackey for the capitalists? Johnny, let it go. At that moment, a familiar face stepped out from the crowd. His name was Sen, a member of a small gang under the L family. He tried to persuade Johnny, I don't know what benefits the gym owner has given you, but I want to remind you, today's events will be huge, and you won't be able to handle it. Join us quickly. There are not only over 10,000 members from the slums behind us, but also the 3 major families from Florida. He showed no fear of the external threat. In response to Sen's intimidation, Johnny picked up a gun and swept it in front of Sen's feet, saying, What slums? What 3 major families? This is the last warning. If you don't leave, we will open fire. With that, Johnny gave the order. Dozens of members from the Black Mask Club all aimed their guns at the crowd gathered at the entrance and opened fire on the ground. The shattered stones flew up and rebounded off people's bodies. A scream erupted from the crowd as they all retreated, cursing and running in other directions. Boss, they're heading to the parking lot. There aren't enough people there. Should we notify the boss? One of the subordinates asked Johnny. The slum people had only temporarily retreated and did not charge the door again. But from the surveillance, they were still wandering around, and some were heading towards the parking lot. There were only a dozen members guarding the parking lot, but inside, there were a lot of luxury cars. Don't worry about it, just secure the gym. Those luxury cars don't belong to the boss anyway, but if they dare to touch the gym, just give them a spray. Johnny instructed. He was very determined. After all, they were all willing to die. But one of his subordinates hesitated and said, Boss, there are too many people around. If we spray, I'm afraid we'll all end up in jail. What are you afraid of? We're acting in self-defense. Don't forget, trespassing on private property allows for direct retaliation. Johnny said firmly. Understood. The subordinate took his gun and went to reinforce the parking lot. Johnny then returned to the gym, walked over to Jung Fong, and reported, Boss, some people outside want to do a $0 purchase. Should we call the police? How many people? Qin Shueyao looked up and asked. She had heard of $0 purchases. Some went alone to the supermarket, while others came in groups. But over 100 people would be quite a lot. Johnny replied, about 10,000, I guess. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the duck neck in Qin Shueyao's hand fell to the ground. She looked at Johnny in shock. What, 10,000? Are you sure they're here for $0 purchases and not to wrestle? Did you count? Zhang Feng also looked up and asked Johnny. Johnny shook his head, they're all from the slums. I know how many poor people there are in Florida. I just took a quick look upstairs, and the crowd is getting bigger. Someone must have stirred them up. Zhang Feng nodded and walked to the side of the boxing gym, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sure enough, he saw a large crowd gathered outside the gym, in the square and along the roadside. They were clustering in groups, almost treating the gym like a shopping street. A rough estimate showed that there were thousands of people just within his line of sight, not counting those beyond it. After all, the gym was very large, with many blind spots. Relying solely on Johnny's 100 or so men would definitely not be enough to hold them off, unless they lifted the restrictions. But if they did that, it could lead to a lot of bloody conflicts. Although Johnny wasn't afraid of death, he still had to consider the boss's attitude. This wrestling match was going well. If a gunfight suddenly broke out, that would be too exciting. First, call the Florida Police Department and notify them. Tell them we are being robbed. Then, you take people to the rooftop armory and use everything, armed helicopters, tanks, mountain artillery, individual armored weapons, and so on. If they dare to charge, use the weapons. Zhang Feng said. Johnny received the order and immediately called the Florida Police Department. Hello, this is the Florida Police Department. What seems to be the problem? Hello, this is Li Xiaolong Olympic Boxing Gym. We estimate that we are surrounded by thousands of impoverished people, and they may attempt to rob us. Can we fight back? Johnny reported. The other side immediately responded, please protect yourselves. We will dispatch officers right away. If absolutely necessary, you may use weapons for self-defense. The Florida Police Department did not want a large-scale bloody conflict but also did not dare to offend the sacred and inviolable rules of private property. But Johnny didn't care about any discretion. What he heard was, you can use weapons for self-defense. Okay, officer, we are ready to defend ourselves. Johnny hung up the phone. He didn't expect much from these possibly auxiliary officers. As far as he knew, there were only a few thousand officers in Florida, spread throughout the state. The reinforcements that could make it here would be at most a few dozen. Their main function was actually deterrence, not direct confrontation. Therefore, not too many would come. They could only rely on themselves. After the call, Johnny immediately took dozens of men to the rooftop armory. This armory had already been upgraded by Zhang Feng. It housed the most advanced military weapons and equipment, even electronic warfare systems. If it weren't for Johnny not knowing how to use them, they might have been put to use. I'll pilot this helicopter. Who else can fly a helicopter? Johnny picked a black helicopter and asked his subordinates. Unfortunately, most of them were illiterate, needing to count on their fingers. They all shook their heads. At that moment, Qin Shueyo appeared from somewhere and said, "Leave one for me, I can fly this." Qin Shueyo had flown a private plane when she was young, taught by her father. Although this armed helicopter was more complex, she had already learned the basics of starting and shutting it down after some research. Alright. Johnny knew Qin Shueyo was close to Zhang Feng, so he left one for her. Vroom vroom vroom. Johnny's armed helicopter took off first. Then, Qin Shueyo's helicopter wobbled and took off as well. It looked as if it had been drinking, swaying side to side, but eventually, it got airborne. It began to fly around the boxing gym, using its lights to illuminate, lock onto, warn, and drive away the people below. Inside the gym, Zhang Feng was still watching the wrestling match, not paying attention to the situation outside. Suddenly, he noticed that Qin Shueyo was missing. He turned to Chu Qingping and Su Shanshan and asked, "Where's Shueyo?" "She went to the bathroom." "It's been so long? Go check if she fell in," Zhang Feng said. "Alright, I'll go take a look." Chu Qingping walked out of the fourth floor and called Qin Shueyo. When the latter answered, a loud roar of helicopter noise came through the line. "Shueyo, what are you doing?" Chu Qingping asked in surprise. Qin Shueyo shouted into her phone, "I'm on a helicopter, patrolling the boxing gym. Damn, it's so thrilling, I almost crashed." Chu Qingping hurried to the rooftop, only to find that 2 helicopters had already taken off. And a kilometer away, indeed, there were 2 helicopters circling. One of them was wobbling as if it had been drinking, looking like it could crash at any moment. The crowd gathered in the square below, upon noticing the drunken helicopter, scattered in terror. "It's not that you're flying a real armed helicopter that scares me. It's that you might not know how to fly an armed helicopter. If you don't leave the area around the boxing gym soon, I will activate the weapon system." Johnny turned on the broadcast. However, the crowd below ignored it. There were thousands of people nearby. "Do you dare to shoot at thousands of people? Are you crazy? Besides, we haven't done anything, we were just wandering around. I don't believe you would dare to fire first." Just then, Qin Shueyo, who could only start and turn the helicopter, pressed random buttons and finally hit the broadcast button. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find the button to activate the weapon system. So she called Zhang Feng, "Mom Chen, where's the weapon system button on this helicopter? I've pressed for ages and only activated the broadcast function." Since the broadcast was already on, this message was transmitted down. The crowd below was stunned. Then, they started running again. What the hell are these people? Can't fly a helicopter, and just pressing random buttons? Is this even possible? Johnny saw the crowd below scatter in fear from Qin Shueyo and was astonished. It turns out that being so professional was of no use. This helicopter novice was actually quite intimidating. However, in reality, the people from the slums were just like that. They weren't afraid of professional enemies because that could be anticipated. What they feared the most were amateurs like themselves. God knows if the other side would accidentally fire due to a shaky hand. So when they learned that Qin Shueyo's helicopter didn't even know where the weapon system was, they all retreated. Most of them moved away from the boxing gym and gathered on the street. A small group of thugs, with their heads held high, found cover, hiding in various corners, still waiting for an opportunity. "Hurry back. If you keep flying, be careful not to crash," Zhang Feng replied to Qin Shueyo. It was at this moment that he realized this novice Qin Shueyo had recklessly taken a helicopter out. On the rooftop, Qin Shueyo and Johnny returned. As soon as Johnny got off the helicopter, he bowed deeply to Qin Shueyo and said, "Miss Qin, you are truly amazing. With just a few words, you scared away most of those people below." Johnny was genuinely impressed. Most people wouldn't dare to get on a helicopter, let alone know how to deal with that crowd. Qin Shueyo smiled, looking like a big shot, and said, "You might not believe it, but my family used to sell helicopters. I've flown helicopters that can circle 3 times around my house." "Circle your big head." Zhang Feng walked over and gave her a light tap on the head. He certainly hadn't given Shueyo the skills to operate an armed helicopter. The other side was purely treating the helicopter as a simulator. There was a real possibility of crashing. Qin Shueyo said pitifully, "My family really did sell toy helicopters, and I've played flight simulator games for over 2,500 hours. Be honest. Jung Fong looked at Johnny. Have all the people below left?
Most have run to the street, but from the surveillance, there are still quite a few hiding in the corners. There are also quite a few by the parking lot, but the helicopter can't go in, and we don't have enough people,
Johnny replied.
Jung Fong thought for a moment and modified another equipment warehouse downstairs into a robot warehouse.
Level upgraded to second level civilization. Equipped with Chang'e. Quantity 1000. Jung Fong frantically made modifications.
Then he said to Johnny, you go to the 8th floor, bring the robots out, and have them clean up the people.
Robots?
Johnny was about to say that he didn't know how to use robots. He was just a thug. The most advanced machine he could operate was a phone. Jung Fong added a skill to his skill bar, level 2 civilization robot operation qualification.
Johnny felt a surge of information flooding his brain. He immediately confidently said to Jung Fong, got it, boss. He called a few people and went downstairs to release the robots. Upon hearing about the robots, Qin Shueyo became interested. Mom Chen, actually my family has sold robots before.
Then you can go too, Jung Fong nodded, adding, level 2 civilization robot operation proficiency, for her.
Qin Shueyo happily went to release the robots as well.
Downstairs, in a large warehouse. This place was originally filled with boxing equipment. However, at this moment, when the lights turned on, both Johnny and Qin Shueyo were stunned. Inside, there were actually thousands of robots lined up. They had a silver metallic sheen and were tall and slender. Qin Shueyo stepped forward and, after some operations on the leading robot, it opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings before settling on Qin Shueyo. Master, please feel free to command.
Qin Shueyo's expression brightened slightly. From now on, you will be called Qin Shi Huang.
Okay, Master, please command Qin Shi Huang.
Don't call me Master, that name is too common. Help me think of something more high-end and classy. Qin Shueyo stroked her chin. Qin Shi Huang said, Miss Singer? Not bad. Very good. Call me Miss Singer.
Qin Shueyo clapped her hands and continued, you will be called Qin Shi Huang, and the other robots will be called two-dimensional foil. Now, I command you to activate the other two-dimensional foils.
Okay, Miss Singer.
Qin Shi Huang connected with the other robots.
In the next second, all the robots opened their eyes in unison. Meanwhile, Johnny, who was activating the robots one by one, was amazed. Miss Qin, you are quite familiar with robots. Call me Miss Singer.
Qin Shi Huang patted Johnny's shoulder.
Okay, Miss Singer. Johnny corrected himself. Now, there are some illegal thugs outside the boxing gym who want to attack us. I command you to lead all the two-dimensional foils to clean them up. Remember, leave some alive. Qin Shueyo issued another command to Qin Shi Huang.
Qin Shi Huang nodded and transmitted the order to the other 1,000 robots.
Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of robots began to march downstairs in an orderly fashion.
Other robots directly opened the windows and flew out.
Boom!
They landed outside the boxing gym like falling stone tablets, standing there.
What the hell? A small thug hiding in the corner was gripping an iron rod. He was reporting the situation to the AI family and requesting reinforcements.
Suddenly, he saw someone jump down. He was about to step forward and strike with the iron rod when more figures jumped down.
10. 100. In an instant, over 100 people lined up in a square formation.
The small thug stood in the middle, surrounded by hundreds of two-dimensional foils. Realizing that the opponents were all invulnerable robots, the thug was terrified. He didn't dare to resist at all.
He secretly hid the iron rod and was about to turn and walk away nonchalantly. However,
one of the two-dimensional foils reached out and grabbed his arm. The thug awkwardly smiled and argued, bro, I was just passing by.
I mean no harm.
The two-dimensional foil extended its other hand and took the iron rod from behind the thug, showing it to him. The thug was sweating profusely, cursing inwardly.
What the hell? What kind of robot is this? Made by Boston Robotics?
The last time he saw the robot that Musk had showcased, it was during a live broadcast, and it still needed 4 strong men to carry it onto the stage.
How did it suddenly become so intelligent now? It could even recognize the iron rod behind its hand. This is no simple feat.
It indicates that the robot anticipated the action of the back of the hand. It predicted that there was something behind the little thug.
Ordinary robots cannot make such biological predictions. Most importantly, these robots are not mechanical.
Their movements are incredibly fluid, and their expressions are very human-like.
After hearing the little thug's excuses, the robot, known as the second dimension foil, sneered, "Do you think I'm a Boston Dynamics robot dog? You think you can fool me? The second dimension foil is a level 2 civilization robot. If the second dimension foil represents modern humans, then the Boston robot dog is equivalent to an ancient southern ape.
The two are separated by millions of years of evolutionary time. The little thug finally panicked, to the point where he revealed his trump card. Since you are so intelligent, you can't touch me. I am a member of the Ale family, and the Ale family is the king of Florida. I won't touch you, I'm just going to change your shape a bit, the second dimension foil replied, starting to alter the shape of the thug's legs. Ah! A scream erupted from the scene. The little thug crawled away in a panic towards the street. Such screams echoed in every corner, parking lot, and alley. That's disgusting. How can there be such a perverted robot? I'm done for. My leg is ruined. My third leg is ruined too. These thugs cursed as they fled to the side of the street. What do we do? On the street, some of the big thugs belonging to the Ale family were beaten black and blue by the robots. It hurt like hell. But they had no fatal injuries. The second dimension foils specifically targeted areas that hurt a lot but wouldn't be lethal. This made them suffer greatly. They had originally intended to risk their lives to threaten the robots. As a result, the robots were incredibly intelligent. They subdued them easily. Just then, several drones suddenly flew over and landed above them. At first, they thought they were released by the boxing gym and were scared into hiding. Suddenly, someone recognized them and exclaimed, "It's the Ale family, it's Boss Sonny." Everyone looked up and saw the Ale family insignia. They immediately cheered. The boss is taking action. The drone army is about to mobilize. Take care of those damn robots. Avenge my third leg. Ouch, it hurts. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, thinking that the Ale family had come to their aid. However, at that moment, in a villa in Florida, Ale Sonny looked very displeased as he scanned the area below with a drone. What a bunch of rabble. Over 10,000 people, all driven out? Sonny couldn't help but shake his head. Through the drone, he could see that these thousands of people were being driven out one after another. This boxing gym is no simple matter. There are helicopters, and a large number of robots have been released behind them, one of his subordinates explained. Sonny sneered, I see that, but these people have no courage at all. They all ran away at the slightest scare. Under Sonny's drone scan, there weren't many. There were only 2 helicopters. As for those robots, they were probably similar to the robot dogs. If the people from the slums had a bit more courage and charged together, they could easily scatter these robots. So what do we do now, boss? A subordinate asked. The best time for a surprise attack had already passed. There was no need to charge again. Moreover, drones had already captured footage of the Florida police cars approaching the boxing gym. Withdraw, this was just a test of the police department's response capability, Sonny said. Although the assault on the boxing gym had failed, Sonny didn't mind. His main goal was still to test the local state's response capability. From the police cars dispatched, there were only 3 or 4. Each drone was overloaded with 8 people. In other words, facing the onslaught of tens of thousands, the local state only dispatched a little over 20 personnel. This meager police force immediately set Sonny on edge. Yes, his subordinate was about to operate the drone to return. Just then, a drone suddenly self-destructed without warning. Buzzing. The screen went completely dark. What happened? Sonny was momentarily stunned. His subordinate frantically operated the controls, realizing they had lost contact with that drone, and he broke into a sweat, saying, "We've lost contact. It seems to have been hit by something, and then, it's gone." Hit? Sonny was somewhat surprised. This drone of his was the same model as the Eagle Sauce Army's drones. Low cost, high efficiency. It even had some anti-tracking capabilities. How could it have been hit? Quick, bring the other drones back, Sonny urged his subordinate. As his subordinate was operating, he suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. One drone has gone out of control and is flying north." North? Sonny stared at the interface of the out-of-control drone, watching it fly northward. As the camera zoomed in closer, he finally saw the police cars driving below. Sonny's expression changed. No way. The next second, the camera zoomed in infinitely. The drone crashed into the front tire of a police car. The police car screeched to a halt violently but ultimately flipped over at the roadside. Alert! Alert! Officer under attack. Calling headquarters, requesting backup. The other police cars quickly stopped and set up a perimeter. They were rescuing while also dealing with the drone. Is this a drone? A detective in Florida looked up at the sky with a grim expression. He handed the drone to his subordinate, saying, "Put it away and have the tech team check which manufacturer produced this drone and who it was sold to. We must find out." Yes. Just as he finished speaking, another drone came crashing down and exploded not far away. Oh shit. Inside the villa, Sonny felt his scalp tingle at the sight. His drone had actually attacked the police. Boss, what do we do? My drones seem to have gone out of control collectively. What out of control?
This is being manipulated by someone, Sunny said, feeling a bit scared. His drones had been covertly hijacked.
Now they were entangled with the Florida Police Department. If this investigation continued, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After several hours of repairs and testing, a technical report was delivered to the director's desk. Director, the inspection report for those drones that attacked the police has come out. The technician handed the report to the director. The director opened the report and saw that these drones were mainly manufactured by a company called Mill. The numbers and serials were clearly written. Isn't this under the Mill family? The director frowned.
In Florida, two families almost monopolized local arms production, namely the Mill and Phil families. And the batch of drones that attacked the police cars was produced by the Mill family. Besides selling to private individuals, the Mill family also collaborated with the police department. Thinking of this, the director called the head of the Mill family.
Director, is there something wrong at this late hour?
On the other end, the head of the Mill family, still groggy from sleep, was suddenly awakened. The director spoke, Mr.
Mill, something big has happened.
The drones produced by your manufacturers have been illegally used to attack police cars.
You must take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Mill became much more alert and raised his voice. What did you say? Attack police cars? Impossible.
We have a recognition system that makes them evade official institutions, equipment, and personnel, taking emergency measures.
Oh, so you're saying your recognition system was tampered with, and you were unaware?
The director asked coldly. Otherwise, those drones would not have had their recognition systems removed. The information about the attack will definitely be noticed by the Mir family. Because the drone system was provided by the Mir family themselves, they will certainly know if the user has tampered with it. Mir said with great grievance, Director, please don't misunderstand me. Quickly tell me the drone's number and serial, and I'll have the manufacturer check it to see where the problem lies.
Alright, I'll fax it to you. The inspection report was sent to Mir. At that moment, Mir was in his villa, holding the inspection report. But he only glanced at it before tossing it aside. It really was that gang of Sunnies. Mir couldn't help but frown. He had long known about Sunny's tampering with the drone identification system, as he was the system provider. He had also warned Sunny not to engage in illegal activities. Sunny had offered him some benefits and promised it was just to protect privacy. Mir had turned a blind eye, but he never expected that the other party would be so audacious as to use a drone to attack a police car. Now, the director of the Florida headquarters had called to check in. What should he do? Just as Mir hesitated over whether to expose Sunny, he unexpectedly received an urgent call from Sunny. Mr. Mir, sorry to bother you.
On the other end, Sunny greeted him very politely.
Mir sneered, this big black boss, relying on having many underlings, usually acted very arrogantly.
Today, he spoke as if he were a grandson. Clearly, he wouldn't come without a reason.
What is it? I want to sleep. Mir replied coldly. Having caused a big mess, now he wanted me to clean it up? Dream on. I must take a good bite out of you.
Sunny spoke up, Mr.
Mir, it's like this.
The batch of drones you sold us has encountered a small malfunction and accidentally crashed into a police car. I know the headquarters will soon find out about us, but I hope you can help us out a bit. At this point, Sunny immediately promised, in return, I will give you half of the benefits from District 1 and District 3 in the future.
District 1 and District 3 are prosperous business areas in Florida.
Just the daily benefits amount to over $1 million. Over a month, that would be several tens of millions of dollars in benefits. If he could share half with the Mir family, Mir would be making a comfortable profit of tens of millions of dollars.
However, Mir was not satisfied.
He raised the stakes, saying, Sunny, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble.
Do you know that your drone not only was illegally modified but also attacked several police cars, causing casualties?
This time, the headquarters is not just going to investigate you, they are going to arrest you.
What a joke. You think you can escape legal consequences with tens of millions of dollars? I must make you bleed this time.
Upon hearing that his drone had caused casualties, Sunny also felt the seriousness of the situation and quickly said, District 1, all of it.
District 3, half. Mir fell silent. He was still weighing his options. Should he take the opportunity to profit or send the other party in? In the future, he and the Phil family could split the other party's benefits. But the problem was, the Phil family had also been in a competitive state with him in recent years. However, due to Sunny, the two arms manufacturers maintained a superficial peace. District 1, District 3, all of it for you. In a year, just lying back and earning, it would be $300 to $400 million. Sunny gritted his teeth. To settle this matter, he was indeed offering a huge amount.
However, Mir still hesitated and said, "I'll think about it and get back to you in half an hour."
Alright. Sunny patiently waited.
After pondering for a while, Mir then called the Phil family.
"Oh, old acquaintance. What brings you to call in the middle of the night?"
Phil, as another local arms dealer in Florida, naturally had a love-hate relationship with the Mir family. They had to work together to fight against Sunny's gang while also competing with each other. They both wanted to kill each other, but they couldn't completely do so. Otherwise, if one died, the other would be in danger.
Mir snorted and said, "Let me tell you some good news." "Good news? Is it even our turn?" Phil asked with a laugh. "Sunny's drone, I don't know if it was intentional or malfunctioning, attacked a police car.
The headquarters has already asked me to conduct a self-check."
Mir muttered to himself, "What do you think? Should I report that it was intentional, or say it really malfunctioned?"
If there was a guarantee from the arms dealer that it was a malfunction, the headquarters wouldn't be able to pin it on Sunny. But if the arms dealer said there was no malfunction, then Sunny would be in big trouble.
Phil on the other side, upon hearing this news, pondered for a moment and then asked, "What's your stance?"
"I took down the other side, and I've occupied both Area 1 and Area 3, Mir said with a smile.
Phil clicked his tongue, "You're ruthless enough. Aren't you worried that Sunny will retaliate against your factory afterward? That's why I'm informing you about this. So, are you interested?"
"If I'm not interested, I'll let Sunny off the hook," Mir replied. Phil was silent for a moment, then said, "Sunny's gang is really too annoying. Last week, their men were smashing our factory.
This time, we can't let him go."
"Then, the benefits from Area 3 will be shared with you," Mir said.
Relying solely on his own family, he couldn't withstand Sunny's retaliation afterward.
He needed to pull in another arms dealer.
Deal. Phil agreed to join forces. After hanging up the phone, Mir no longer hesitated. He replied to the Florida headquarters, "Mr. Director, we conducted a self-check.
The drone was not long out of the factory when the identification system was tampered with.
Our technicians did not issue a warning because they were bribed.
I have already instructed HR to fire those technicians."
Understood.
The director's expression was cold. Since the identification system had been tampered with, it seemed that this was not a drone malfunction but intentional. With this thought, he gathered over 100 subordinates and ordered, "Arrest Sunny."
Level 1 wanted notice. This old fox, could he have sold me out?
Sunny frowned, feeling anxious as he paced back and forth in the villa.
One of his subordinates suggested, "Boss, should we call back? It's highly unlikely to get through." Sunny shook his head.
If the other side wasn't answering, even if he called, it wouldn't connect. A subordinate tried to redial.
Indeed, as Sunny said, it couldn't get through at all. Should we have the brothers smash their factory?
The subordinates were indignant.
Sunny paced back and forth. What good would that do? I suspect the Florida headquarters is already watching me.
Just then, he received a message. He opened it to see, the headquarters is taking action.
Sunny also had some informants near the police station.
After receiving this message, Sunny's brows twitched, and he immediately instructed his subordinates, "Quick, bring my private plane over.
I need to leave Florida for the Mexican border right now."
"Yes." Before long, a private plane arrived on the rooftop. Sunny decided to go abroad first to avoid the storm. Once the situation calmed down, he would return to deal with those old geezers.
"You all act separately. While I'm gone, keep a low profile," Sunny instructed his subordinates before boarding the plane. "Don't worry, boss."
The subordinates responded. The plane buzzed and flew away, disappearing into the night. But at that moment, the Level 1 wanted notice had already spread throughout Florida. Train stations, high-speed rail stations, airports, and all transportation routes were on high alert.
As Sunny's plane was about to fly out of Florida's borders, it was scanned by satellite radar. "Aircraft at spatial position 9, please respond. You have not reported your flight path. Please return immediately."
The aviation authority sent a radio message to Sunny's plane. Sunny directly had the radio cut off and said, "Ignore them, just fly away."
Florida was only over 40 kilometers from the Gulf of Mexico.
As long as he could get out, he would be safe. The aviation authority detected Sunny's plane, which was flying faster and faster, immediately locking it on radar and dispatching military aircraft from nearby airports to intercept it.
"Warning!
Aircraft at spatial position 7, you have been locked on radar. Our military aircraft will intercept you in 10 minutes.
If you resist, you may be shot down from the air. Warning!"
The radar continuously sent radio signals to Sunny's plane, but Sunny had already refused to receive them.
He was frantically fleeing towards the Gulf of Mexico.
Once he reached the ocean, it would be much harder to be detected. At that point, he would find a place to illegally enter Mexico. Florida naturally had no way to deal with him.
Boom! Shortly after Sunny entered the Gulf of Mexico, a military aircraft was hot on his tail. Level 1 warning, if you do not return, fire control radar will lock onto you. The military aircraft issued a final warning to Sunny's plane. However, Sunny was completely unable to receive it. He was still madly fleeing deeper into the ocean. Fire control radar locked. Countdown 30 seconds.
29, 28, the pilot of the military aircraft was intently controlling the plane, preparing to destroy the fleeing aircraft. At that moment, a flash of fire appeared, like the reincarnation of Zhu Rong, instantly piercing through Sunny's plane.
Alarm! Alarm! A massive explosion has occurred ahead.
The military aircraft's interior emitted a piercing warning. The pilot was also taken aback. He immediately cancelled the fire control radar lock, and the missile retracted. The military aircraft made a 90-degree turn to avoid the massive explosion ahead.
What happened? Self-detonation?
The pilot inside the military aircraft was puzzled.
His missile hadn't even launched yet. Sunny's plane had exploded.
However, before the explosion, he vaguely saw something pierce through Sunny's plane. Of course, it was night, and the night vision goggles were not clear, so he couldn't see it clearly.
At this time, the Air Force Base sent a radio message. Was the mission completed?
Report to base, the fleeing aircraft has exploded, but my missile did not launch, the pilot replied. The Air Force Base was somewhat puzzled. Come back first.
Yes.
The military aircraft landed. Technical experts immediately transferred the internal video of the military aircraft to the technical department.
Under the night vision footage, they saw that when the fire control radar countdown reached 23 seconds, a flash of fire had prematurely pierced through Sunny's aircraft.
The military aircraft then urgently cancelled the lock.
What is that?
The technical experts and officers at the Air Force Base were bewildered. The flash of fire appeared too suddenly. It did not seem like a natural occurrence at all, and its speed was extremely fast. Even the night vision goggles only captured a flash of light.
Zoom in. Enhance the image.
The officers at the Air Force Base instructed the technical experts to work overnight to make the video clearer. Finally, after a long time of effort, they managed to clarify the flash of fire a bit. They stared at the photo, even more confused, because they saw that the specific form of the flash of fire was actually a vehicle. However, this vehicle was moving too fast. At the moment of impact with Sunny's plane, the flash of fire soared into the sky, engulfing the vehicle. So, it looked like a flash of fire had poured into the plane.
A vehicle? Some officers were dumbfounded. What kind of vehicle can fly? No, what vehicle can fly into the sky?
This is, my God, how can unidentified flying objects appear again?
An officer shook his head and said.
The technical expert replied, who says there are no vehicles that can fly?
Didn't Longbo recently release a flying car?
It was said to be equipped with advanced technology.
Are you talking about Zhu Rong?
The officers suddenly remembered the Zhu Rong car released by Taoduo and Longwa not long ago. It had anti-gravity and was also equipped. But this speed is just too fast. Even Zhu Rong can't match this speed. The officers shook their heads. At Zhu Rong's press conference, the biggest highlight of this thing, aside from anti-gravity, was its speed, which had not yet reached a terrifying level. However, the firelight before them had already far surpassed their most advanced fighter jets.
The Zhu Rong used for civilian purposes in Longwa isn't this fast.
But how can you be sure that their military version isn't this fast?
A technical expert questioned. Silence fell over the scene.
Indeed, even their announced advanced technology was a generation behind the actual most advanced technology. There was no reason for the Zhu Rong cars circulating in Longwei to be the most advanced in reality.
Investigate. Find out what this firelight is. If it really is Longwa's military, then this is an invasion.
A general from the Air Force Base issued the command, his words laced with anger.
A two-dimensional foil robot immediately stepped forward to inspect the internal facilities.
In fact, aside from adding an anti-gravity feature and differing in shape from the two-dimensional foil robot, the Zhu Rong cars were quite similar in other aspects.
They were all equipped with Chang'e and had an automatic driving system.
Of course, their purposes were different. Inspection complete, no damage detected, the two-dimensional foil robot reported to Jiang Feng.
Jiang Feng nodded.
He had already noticed when the El Sani drones appeared nearby. Using the two-dimensional foil robot's anti-radar system, he cracked the opponent's control system and took over, causing them to lose control completely. As for Sani's whereabouts, his Zhu Rong car easily caught up and pierced through him.
Boss, those drones belong to the El family. Their leader is a major local underworld figure.
In the past, our Black Face Club was also under their control.
But now, we pledge loyalty to you, boss. Just give the order, and we will eliminate Sani immediately.
At this moment, Johnny was still unaware that Jiang Feng had already dealt with Sani. He was gathering all the members of the Black Face Club, preparing to act as death warriors. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, Sunny is already out of the picture, now we need you to take over his businesses. I can equip you with 500 two-dimensional foil robots. Can you completely take over his businesses within a week? Jiang Feng inquired. He had instructed Chang'e to gather enough information about Sunny's businesses online. Some confidential information had also been cracked. The answer was that Sunny controlled about 1/3 of Florida. If they could take over 1/3 of his businesses in Florida, they would become a small lord in the Eagle Sauce territory. Johnny's face lit up with joy. He had seen how powerful the two-dimensional foil robots were. He knelt down and exclaimed, no need for a week, I guarantee the task will be completed within 3 days. Alright, go, Jiang Feng signaled for him to leave. Thud thud thud. Surrounding the boxing gym, 500 two-dimensional foil robots followed Johnny out. These robots were also skilled at disguise. With just a slight change, their silver metallic bodies transformed into various skin tones of yellow, white, and black. They dressed up as people of different professions and identities, following Johnny as they moved forward. It looked like a group of big underworld figures heading out. Jiang Feng returned to the interior of the boxing gym. The wrestling match was nearing its end. The people inside the gym were unaware of what was happening outside. Last group, Qin Shueya, Ms. Bosch. On stage, Su Shanshan announced the final round of the night loudly. After overcoming numerous challenges, only the last 2 high-quality female contestants remained. One was the expected Qin Shueya, who had been enhanced by Jiang Feng and was thus exceptionally fierce. The other was a dark-skinned woman who appeared to be of Asian descent. Bosch? What a rare name. Which prominent family does this belong to? Below the stage, a group of high-quality women worth billions looked somewhat unfamiliar with Bosch. On stage, Su Shanshan also helped with the introductions, saying to the audience, Qin Shueya, from the Dragon Country, her family is in. And Ms. Bosch, from Eagle Sauce, Boston Company, her father is the founder of Boston Company. Peter, let's wait and see who the champion will be tonight. With Su Shanshan's introduction, Qin Shueya and Bosch faced off, both eager to try their skills. The daughter of the Boston Company owner? The crowd below suddenly realized. The Boston Robotics Company, as a very famous robotics company in Eagle Sauce, was indeed worth over 100 billion. However, it was their first time meeting the founder's daughter. The daughter of the Boston founder? Jiang Feng's gaze fell on Bosch. The interface information was pulled up. Name, Bosch, attribute, robot, strength, 500 times that of a normal person, speed, 100 times that of a normal person, defense, 100 times that of a normal person. Jiang Feng's eyebrows twitched in surprise. In his impression, among the publicly known robots from Boston Robotics Company, the robotic dog was the most famous. However, that robotic dog was mainly used for military reconnaissance. Based on Jiang Feng's judgment, the robotic dog was still quite outdated, equivalent to a southern ancient ape. Meanwhile, his own two-dimensional foil robot was already modern humanity. But the Bosch in front of him was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't pulled up the other party's interface information before, so he had always thought of her as an ordinary Eagle Sauce person. The disguise ability is impressive. Not only did others fail to notice, but I didn't either. Jiang Feng couldn't help but nod secretly. The selection for this event mainly looked at ID cards, bank cards, and the person themselves. It seemed that Boston Robotics Company had specially arranged for this robot to have an ID card and bank card to successfully blend in. The entire external body structure had been meticulously crafted. Whether it was movements, expressions, skin, or hair, everything reached 100% realistic level. Generally speaking, it was indeed hard to distinguish. If it were someone else, it's quite possible that a robot could take the championship in this competition. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, reinforcing Shueya once more. On stage, ever since Qin Shueya participated in the first wrestling competition, she felt her strength had increased significantly, her speed had improved greatly, and her defense had become much stronger. But facing this large figure in front of her, she still felt an immense pressure. Especially the other party's eyes, like cameras, locked onto her, analyzing and predicting her actions, movements, and thoughts every second. This made Qin Shueya feel an overwhelming pressure, a sensation she only experienced when facing higher-level prey. This was the first time she felt this way. It was like a sixth sense. She felt as if she might not be the other party's opponent. Just as the match was about to begin, that sense of pressure suddenly vanished, and she felt her body become more agile. When Bosch approached with small, tentative steps to test her, Qin Shueya reacted faster, sidestepped, and kicked her. Then she quickly retracted her leg. Bosch's expression showed a hint of surprise. Clearly, in its chip calculations, it had already modeled Qin Shueya's behavior. Based on this model, it could predict every one of Qin Shui's movements and respond accordingly. However, Qin Shui's kick just now, in terms of speed, strength, and resilience, did not match the model it had just established. This meant that its modeling was incorrect. Bosch immediately began to remodel within its chip.
It swayed left and right, testing Qin Shui's reactions repeatedly, and then built a new model for her.
The first biological entity to successfully model the eyes, the strange shrimp, dominated the Earth for hundreds of millions of years. The powerful exoskeleton modeled after trilobites ushered in the era of trilobites. The modeling of numerous limbs and the incredibly fast sea scorpions became the new rulers. The modeling of the armored and sturdy housing cornerstones overturned the sea scorpions. The modeling of neural network organisms crawled onto land and differentiated into mammals.
Humans evolved from mammals, modeling group cooperation.
They unified the Earth.
Until today. And now.
Boston Robotics' powerful robots, through modeling high-definition cameras, flexible limbs, sturdy limbs made of polymer materials, and supporting neural networks, can be said to have almost gathered all the advantages of the rulers that have appeared on Earth throughout history.
Especially in the area of neural networks, they are even stronger than humans.
While humans need time to see a person's heart to model the behavior of a stranger, Bosch modeled Qin Shui in just a few seconds.
In its preliminary judgment, Qin Shui was in existence several times stronger than a normal person.
And Bosch, she was over 500 times stronger than a normal person.
So it took action. In her judgment, Qin Shui couldn't withstand 3 rounds from herself. However, Qin Shui's first counterattack shattered her model. Because Qin Shui's speed and reaction far exceeded Bosch's predictions.
This girl is too powerful, right?
She actually made Bosch's first model ineffective.
At Boston headquarters, over 100 top experts in the field of computer science were reviewing the footage sent back by Bosch. They were somewhat surprised at this moment. In fact, from the moment Bosch entered Bruce Lee's Olympic boxing gym, they had been monitoring the entire process. Bosch performed excellently, completely concealing her robotic identity. Instead, she was quite at ease, modeling based on the opponent's strength and then displaying slightly superior strength.
Until the end.
Bosch successfully made it into the top 2. Facing off against Qin Shui. Under Bosch's modeling, Qin Shui's behavior and demeanor were indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person.
However, the Boston experts were very confident.
Because Bosch's model was more than 100 times stronger than the model Qin Shui, whether in speed or reaction.
But they didn't expect that as soon as Qin Shui made her move, the model of Qin Shui established by Bosch became ineffective.
It seems this girl has hidden strength, Peter, the founder of Boston, realized.
However, he remained calm.
Because Bosch began a new modeling process. Based on Qin Shui's reactions, speed, and strength perception, she remodeled a version called Qin Shui 2.
In this version, Qin Shui 2 was more than 5 times stronger than Qin Shui 1.
But compared to Bosch's model, it was still half as strong.
Bosch, hit her. Let's see how strong her defense is. Peter commanded Bosch.
Although thousands of kilometers apart, Bosch instantly received the order. Bosch reacted quickly, her camera in her pupils spinning wildly. The chip was running almost to the point of overheating. With her fastest speed and greatest strength, she punched at Qin Shui. This punch, even the largest land animal, an elephant, would fall to the ground on the spot. This is the ferocity of Bosch. She is almost the culmination of Earth's powerful beings. As long as she secures first place tonight, Boston can announce to the world that the era of robots, a robot era initiated by Boston, has begun.
Silicon-based civilization will overturn carbon-based civilization.
However, no matter how fast Bosch was, in Qin Shui's eyes, her movements were still slowed down. After easily dodging, she slapped Bosch back. Slap! Bosch's face received a slap. Several internal parts were damaged. Bosch stepped back a few paces, quickly repairing her face. But the graphics card had already begun to malfunction, because her model had failed for the second time. Or rather, the real Qin Shui displayed a strength far greater than that of the model Qin Shui 2. How is this possible? Peter was the first to stand up, slamming the table with a look of disbelief. Bosch was her daughter.
This was not just a simple matter of identity.
It was his life's work. Bosch had almost integrated the world's most advanced technology and had become the most powerful lifeform in Earth's history. She possessed incredible speed, strong defenses, and supported neural network algorithms. She had even begun to understand human emotions. Such a perfect existence, Peter truly regarded her as his daughter and infused all his life's expectations into her. But at this moment, the unstoppable Bosch was suddenly slapped by Qin Shui.
This slap not only struck Bosch's face but also landed on the faces of hundreds of computer experts in Boston, as well as Peter's.
This slap was no ordinary one. Normal biological beings could not even touch Bosch.
Yet Qin Shueyo not only touched Bosch but also caused damage to her components.
This speed, this power, instantly shattered the second model created by Bosch, Qin Shueyo 2. Bosch's internal damage has reached 30. The computer expert took only a few seconds to analyze Bosch's internal loss using neural networks. Everyone on site gasped in shock.
Bosch was made of high molecular condensed state materials. This material was over 100 million times stronger than the former Cornerstone shield. It was generally used as external material for rockets and could even be used to build space elevators. In Boston's vision, this material would be the main material for future space battleships.
But now,
you tell me that a human from the Dragon Kingdom, a fragile carbon-based lifeform, actually caused a 30% internal damage to Bosch through this thick material. This force is comparable to a small meteorite striking the Earth. Peter instantly realized a terrifying fact. When testing high molecular condensed state materials, the computer experts had proudly stated that robots equipped with this material could withstand small meteorite impacts with damage below 5.
But Qin Shueyo's slap had directly caused 30% internal damage to Bosch.
This meant that the girl's hand strength had actually matched that of a small meteorite impact.
Insane, it must be insane. How can there be such a carbon-based life form? Peter was somewhat on the verge of collapse.
As the founder of a robotics company, he had always looked down on carbon-based life forms. He thought they were too fragile. Not only could they get sick, but they could also die from being hit by a car. So he had been frantically developing in the field of robotics, hoping to give birth to silicon-based life. Until Bosch's appearance, he felt his dream was about to be realized. But now, Qin Shueyo's slap left him completely stunned. He could hardly believe that there could be such a powerful existence among carbon-based life forms. She wanted to struggle a bit more, but Qin Shueyo gave her no chance and stepped forward with a kick. Bang! Bosch instantly shattered into pieces, limbs flying everywhere.
Ah!
The scene erupted in terror. Almost everyone stood up, frightened.
Qin Shueyo had actually kicked her to pieces. But soon,
the crowd suddenly noticed that after Bosch was kicked apart, there was no blood splattering.
Instead, mechanical parts fell all over the ground. A robot?
The crowd was in an uproar, stunned.
This Bosch, the daughter of the founder of the Boston Robotics Company, was actually a robot?
At this moment, Qin Shueyo picked up Bosch's head, where a pair of red eyes was still flickering, clearly indicating that the camera was not yet broken. Holding Bosch's mechanical head like a trophy, she said to the crowd, when the first slap landed, I already felt that this guy's skeleton was off, completely beyond the range of a normal human. After testing it a few times, it really is the case.
Why not just kick it open? Qin Shueyo knew exactly how strong she was. With that slap, a normal person would have flown away. But the opponent only took a few steps back and immediately resumed the fight. Naturally, Qin Shueyo grew suspicious. Could this guy really be a robot from the Boston Robotics Company? Now it was proven. It really was. Her skeleton is off. But what about your skeleton? Below the stage, Ingmuwan looked at Qin Shueyo in shock. You kicked a robot to pieces and then said someone else's skeleton is off. Aren't you even more abnormal? Qin Shueyo smiled mysteriously and said to Ingmuwan, actually, I am the latest version of a robot from the Dragon Kingdom, and my codename is Two-Dimensional Foil. Do you want me to take my head off and show you? Just as Qin Shueyo was about to remove her head. Stop bragging.
Jiang Feng walked over, gave her head a light tap, then took the metallic head from her hands and said to the crowd, robots do not fall under the category of high-quality human females, so the participation of Bosch is invalid.
I declare the champion to be Qin Shueyo. Thank you all for your time. Alright, everyone can leave now. Jiang Feng announced the end of the second women's dormitory competition. The crowd stood up, still feeling unsatisfied. Even Boston's robots had mixed in. They hadn't even noticed. Unexpectedly, it ended so quickly. Under the guidance of the two-dimensional foil robot, they gradually left. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, holding Bosch's mechanical head, looked at the red-eyed camera and said, sorry, Mr. Peter, for disappointing you. Your robot did not succeed.
After saying that, Jiang Feng casually threw it into the sky. A two-dimensional foil robot immediately opened fire, turning Bosch into a sieve. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Boston Company headquarters, the entire surveillance hall was silent. Their pride, Bosch, had been dismantled by a girl from the Dragon Kingdom. Their original promotional plans were all set, but now, they were reduced to ashes.
It was meaningless.
Peter sat there, feeling powerless, still immersed in disbelief that the daughter he had created was destroyed just like that. Although he could create another one, it would never be the original. How is this possible? Carbon-based life, how could it be so powerful? Peter murmured to himself. Carbon-based life is based on carbon elements, which is a very fragile biological structure. Silicon-based life, on the other hand, is based on silicon elements. Common metals and sand are of this structure, and they are very sturdy. Clearly, the future of silicon-based life would be stronger than that of carbon-based life. But Bosch's failure plunged Peter into a crisis of faith. At that moment, a chief computer engineer comforted Peter, saying, "Boss, didn't that girl say she is the latest robot from the Dragon Kingdom, some two-dimensional foil? She is actually also silicon-based life." The chief engineer knew that the boss yearned for mechanical ascension. He himself was already prepared for a brain-machine interface. Once the time was right, he would be the first to replace this fragile body. Bosch's failure hit Peter hard. To comfort him, the chief engineer shifted the focus back to Qin Shueao, telling Peter that she was also a robot. Peter was taken aback for a moment, then he looked up at the recording of Qin Shueao. The girl was tall and beautiful. Her appearance, behavior, movements, expressions, and personality, all incredibly real. The model was even more powerful than Bosch. "You're telling me this is a robot?" Peter found it even harder to accept. He shook his head and said, "Impossible, this is even more impossible. Our robots are not this advanced. How could this girl be silicon-based life?" Peter could not accept that silicon-based life was defeated by carbon-based life. He could not accept that the Dragon Kingdom could evolve silicon-based life that was even more advanced than their Boston. Thus, he fell into despair. Regardless of the reason, he found it hard to accept. The chief of the computer department had no choice but to say, "Boss, should we send someone to check if that Qin Shueao is really a robot? And what about that two-dimensional foil robot? It might actually exist." Peter took a deep breath and nodded. "Check. We must check. I don't believe carbon-based life can defeat silicon-based life, and I certainly don't believe that the Dragon Country can create a silicon-based life form more powerful than ours." Understood. His subordinate went to arrange for an investigation into this Li Xiaolong Olympic boxing gym. The next day, Zhang Feng lay on a grandmaster chair on the rooftop of the boxing gym, listening to the report from the two-dimensional foil robot. This grandmaster chair was an antique from the Qing dynasty, which had been lost overseas. Last night, a robot had retrieved it from Chinatown. At 10:03 p.m. last night, 3 homeless people died of starvation in the 4th District of Florida. One two-dimensional foil reported the information it had gathered during its evening stroll. Another two-dimensional foil stepped forward to report, "I passed by the Rose Bar last night, and there was a group of addicts inside. At 3 a.m., I saw a woman drinking and urinating on the street in the 1st District. At 4 a.m., I saw." These robots were all sent out by Zhang Feng to gather information. Although they were powerful and had advanced algorithms, they needed to adapt to their surroundings. So he let them wander around to build their environmental stress responses. "Alright, no need to report to me from now on. You can report this kind of daily fragmented information to each other. Only report valuable information to me." Zhang Feng waved his hand. "This group of robots, I sent you out to model so you could integrate more naturally into human society. What are you all looking at?" At that moment, a two-dimensional foil 3 kilometers away on the street scanned several black stretch Lincolns. Under its scan, the people inside the cars were the founders of the Miller and Phil families. The two-dimensional foil then transmitted the information back to the gym and made a prediction. The other 2 local snakes in Florida have a 99% probability of approaching the boxing gym. The leader of the two-dimensional foils in the gym immediately relayed the message to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at the scanned video and was not surprised. The biggest black boss in Florida, Sonny, had been eliminated by him. It seemed that the Miller and Phil families were also becoming aware of this. Were they coming to pay a visit? Miller, still somewhat uncertain, asked Phil, "Mr. Phil, are you really sure that Sonny's cause of death is closely related to the Li Xiaolong Olympic boxing gym?" Of course, he incited so many people to storm the gym, and then the drone went out of control, and he himself mysteriously died in the Gulf of Mexico. Most importantly, Johnny, who was under Sonny, that is, the Black Face Club, has taken over Sonny's business. All the evidence points to the fact that this gym is not simple. Phil explained. In fact, he was aware that this gym hosted wrestling events worth billions, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Their family's assets were in the trillions. 100 billion was not enough to make him wary. But the strength displayed by the gym, armed helicopters, out-of-control drones, Sonny's plane catching fire, taking over Sonny's business. These matters made Phil feel apprehensive. It really is not simple. it was able to wipe out such a large interest group as Sunny's overnight.
Miller nodded in agreement.
Originally, they just wanted to trick Sunny a bit and then occupy part of his business. But now, Jiang Feng's approach was to take over everything directly, and the subordinates of the Black Face Club, for some reason, suddenly increased 5 to 6 times. Each one was powerful and did not seem like street thugs, but rather well-trained.
Not at all inferior to army soldiers. The Mill family and the Phil family were just wealthy, and they didn't have that many bodyguards.
So they planned to pay a visit to test the waters. Before long, 2 old foxes appeared at the entrance of the boxing gym. To their surprise, as soon as they arrived at the door, a 2-dimensional foil immediately stepped forward and said, "Follow me, our boss is waiting for you on the rooftop."
What? Your boss knows we're coming? Mill was taken aback. Very few people knew about his outing. That stretched Lincoln was even more impenetrable than a cannonball. Who could have predicted that he would come looking for the owner of this boxing gym?
Mill was stunned, completely unaware of when his information had been leaked.
Phil also wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Does your boss know us? Less talk, just follow me, you two."
"The others stay here." The 2-dimensional foil stopped their bodyguards from following.
The bodyguards wanted to resist, but the 2-dimensional foil knocked them down with a single kick.
Seeing this, Mill and Phil immediately intervened, saying, "Don't make a move.
You all wait here for us, we'll be back soon."
The 2 old foxes, who had navigated both the underworld and the upper echelons for decades, felt a bit anxious as they followed the 2-dimensional foil up to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Jiang Feng and his group were enjoying the morning breeze from the countryside under the shade of a sun umbrella, having breakfast leisurely.
"You're here? Have you had breakfast yet?" Jiang Feng asked with a smile.
Without waiting for their response, he had the 2-dimensional foil prepare a dining table and some snail rice noodles for them.
"This is a specialty from our dragon country, you can give it a try. It's early in the morning, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right?" Jiang Feng asked.
Mill looked embarrassed and said, "Thank you, Boss Jiang, but we didn't come for breakfast, we have important matters to discuss."
"What is it?"
"Go ahead," Jiang Feng said, leaning back in his armchair while the 2-dimensional foil fed him a spoonful of century egg and lean meat porridge. Mill spoke earnestly, "I know, Boss Jiang, that you are powerful and have a strong sense of justice, eliminating harm for the people, so I want to work with you to build a prosperous, enlightened, harmonious, and civilized state in Florida."
"Put." Qin Shuiao, who was eating century egg, almost burst out laughing upon hearing Mill's intention to build a harmonious society. "You capitalist, wanting to build a harmonious society? Aren't you afraid of being lampooned?" Phil, with a serious expression, also promised, "Boss Jiang, we are sincere.
Florida has been chaotic for so many years, notorious for it, we have long wanted to rectify it."
"Then you go rectify it, after all, the 2 of you combined have assets exceeding 20 trillion, Jiang Feng said.
These 2 arms dealers had assets of over $20 trillion alone, not including the industries influenced by them.
To some extent, 2/3 of Florida's industries were affected by them, while the remaining third was influenced by Sunny.
Mill said, "We can't do it alone, we don't have our people in the parliament."
Phil added, "Yes, don't look at us as arms dealers, we don't have many relatives in politics. There are basically no legislators."
"You can make political donations, use money to sway the legislators, and they will naturally become your people," Jiang Feng said. The Eagle Sauce president relied on political donations to garner votes.
These 2 arms dealers could also bribe legislators to protect their interests.
Mill and Phil shook their heads, saying, "That's all one time, we can't keep bribing them, we need our own legislators." "I'm not a legislator," Jiang Feng shook his head.
He looked at the 2 old foxes and said, "What, do you think I'm a legislator from some state? Or do you think I have some congressional connections? You're thinking too much."
"No, we believe Boss Jiang definitely has connections with congressional members," Mill and Phil said firmly. "To create such a big stir without being investigated.
More or less, there must be a congressional background."
Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Then you misjudged, I am actually from Manhwa."
"From Manhwa?"
Meyer and Phil were stunned. They only knew that the owner of this boxing gym was a Chinese person,
but they didn't expect him to be from Manhwa. "Since you are from Manhwa, how could there be armed helicopters?" Meyer murmured.
"Only the Eagle Sauce people could possess such military equipment. If Jiang Feng was from Manhwa, that would be illegal." Jiang Feng looked at them with a half-smile. "It seems you know something you shouldn't."
"Boss Jiang misunderstood, we capitalists have no borders, and we guarantee we won't speak of it," Phil quickly assured Jiang Feng. What a joke. The 2 of them came in alone. All around were various trained security personnel.
If they weren't careful, they might really not be able to get out.
Meyer was also startled and hurriedly promised, "Boss Jiang, you can rest assured, we definitely won't stab you in the back."
I'm not interested in whether you stab me in the back or cooperate. I just want to ask you one thing, who calls the shots in Florida from now on? Zhang Feng looked at the two of them. Meyer and Phil immediately answered, You. You are the biggest king in Florida. Zhang Feng shook his head, no, without my own state senator, I can't be considered the biggest king in Florida. So you. Meyer and Phil's faces brightened. It seemed this boss Zhang indeed had political connections. Zhang Feng said, I'll have my subordinates run for state senator. Isn't that nonsense? I'm just an unemployed drifter. How can I have the nerve to be a public official? After hearing Zhang Feng's words about himself, Rongwan was a bit dazed and immediately shook her head. What a joke. Not to mention she wouldn't even know how to be an official. Even if she could, she wouldn't be chosen. She was only in her 20s, unemployed, had no social experience, and spent her days either loafing around or playing on the West Coast. Which Florida voter would be crazy enough to choose her? Yeah, Chen Ma, although Xiaowan is a second-generation Chinese and has eagle sauce identity, she definitely won't lack funds, but I also think the chances of someone choosing her are very low. Su Shanshan beside her also spoke up. Zhang Feng encouraged, the chances are quite high. In eagle sauce, even homeless people can run for office. You can represent the Chinese community and women. If it really doesn't work, I'll get you a few robots, you can wave the banner of robot rights, and surely someone will vote for you. Robot rights. Rongwon felt embarrassed, although it was a bit absurd, it was quite reasonable. After a pause, she slyly looked at Zhang Feng, then how do we solve the funding? Campaigning and promoting yourself requires some money, my sister definitely won't give me any, saying I'm messing around. Rongwon glanced at Zhang Feng. It wasn't impossible for her to run for office. After all, she wanted to be an eagle sauce spy, but she needed some sponsorship. Zhang Feng smiled and said, of course, for each speech you give, I'll give you $100,000 as an appearance fee. That doesn't include various travel expenses, food, and accommodation. How about that? Hearing that the appearance fee alone was $100,000, Rongwon slapped her thigh and immediately agreed, deal. Don't go back on your word. I won't go back on my word. Tomorrow, you take a few robots to the busiest commercial center in Florida and give a speech. Zhang Feng calculated the time. The local state senator elections were about to start. Now was the time to prepare in advance. Of course, besides Rongwan, he also modified the identities of a few robots, granting them legal eagle sauce identities so they could also participate in the election. 29 robots running for local state senator? Are you sure robots can do that? Rongwan was a bit curious. Zhang Feng let these robots go out and give speeches. Zhang Feng smiled, of course, I've already sorted out their identity issues. According to Zhang Feng's calculations, there were 100 state legislators in Florida, of which only 2 were congressional representatives. As long as he occupied 1/3 of the seats, he could control 90% of Florida's policymaking. Alright then. Rongwan was unsure if she could win the voters' ballots, so she took a business car and set out. Zhang Feng followed her out as well. As for Meyer and Phil, they were busy setting up the venue and promoting the event, attracting enough people to listen to Rongwan's speech. In downtown Florida, at a bustling commercial street corner, a speaking stage was set up. Rongwan began her speech. The theme of the speech was titled Resolutely Defending the Human Rights of Robots. The content was mainly written by Chanya, and Rongwan simply memorized it. At first, there weren't many passers-by, and people were not very interested in the human rights of robots. However, Zhang Feng placed a two-dimensional foil on the stage. Rongwan began to punch and kick the foil, which immediately drew the attention of many people in the audience. Hey! What are you doing? How can you hit a robot? Exactly, isn't a robot a person too? You're going too far. Aren't you supposed to defend the rights of robots? Why are you hitting one? As more and more people in the audience protested, Rongwan quickly seized the moment and said, isn't this to attract your attention? Rongwan passionately promoted robot human rights. Zhang Feng raised the favorability of every passerby who stopped to 90. Half an hour later, the crowd grew larger, and some even shed tears. So touching. We humans are so cruel, creating poor robots on the assembly line but not giving them the warmth they deserve. Yes, we should pay attention to the rights and living conditions of robots. Long live robots. Defend robots. Eliminate human tyranny. I vote for Rongwan. I support her for state legislator. Oh no, I support her for governor. The crowd was deeply moved, and some even shouted slogans to support Rongwan's campaign. Rongwan was overjoyed. After wasting half an hour of breath, it finally had an effect. She immediately responded, my name is Rongwan, and I am a young woman who has been concerned about robot rights for 2.5 years. I hope everyone can support me in running for state legislator. Let us unite for the future of robots. Good.
Good, good. Thanks to Zhang Feng's favorability adjustments, the audience erupted in cheers. They almost wanted to carry Rong Wan to the state assembly to work. At the end of the day, Zhang Feng counted that there were a full 100,000 people who passed by the speaking stage. He raised their favorability towards Rong Wan to above 90. Meanwhile, the other 29 two-dimensional foil robots also began their speeches in different locations. Initially, there weren't many people paying attention. However, with Zhang Feng's adjustments and the spread of Rong Wan's speech, more and more people became interested. Rong Wan's audience has reached 100,000. The other robot's audience also has 100,000. Combined, that's about 3 million. And Florida has nearly 20 million people. This ratio has reached 1/7. The probability is high, but it's not a sure win yet. I'll sponsor you to get on TV. Zhang Feng supported Rong Wan and the robots to go on television for promotion, aiming to cover all of Florida. At a local Florida television station, Zhang Feng spent several $1 million to successfully secure an interview for campaign promotion. A white female host smiled at Rong Wan and said, "Miss Rong, hello. I know you are a very popular candidate for state legislator in the field of robots recently. I would like to ask, why are you so concerned about robots? Because I found that robots can also have human appearances, and even human emotions. They have their own consciousness and feelings, so we should pay attention to the physical and mental health of robots. If I succeed in my campaign, I will definitely support the introduction of a robot rights bill, allowing every robot to enjoy rights equivalent to those of American citizens," Rong Wan said firmly. It had been over a week since she had seen Zhang Feng and Rong Wan. At that moment, she was watching television. Suddenly, she saw on a Florida local TV station that Rong Wan was actually being interviewed by the host. The title of the interview was even more ridiculous: Concern for Robot Human Rights. This is really outrageous. What consciousness do today's robots have? This is nonsense. Ronging couldn't help but facepalm. She was in the business of robot parts. As far as she knew, the most advanced robots were from Boston, but they still didn't have their own consciousness and emotions. As for the robot rights bill, it was more of a gimmick. Once the interview ended, Ronging immediately called Rong Wan. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "I'm searching for the meaning of life," Rong Wan replied. Ronging asked coldly, "Where did you get the money for the interview? Are you just bored, promoting robot rights?" "My brother-in-law gave it to me," Rong Wan said calmly. "Besides, why can't I promote robot rights? Do you think robots don't deserve the same rights as American citizens? Let me tell you, MS. Ronging, if you have this attitude, once I succeed in my campaign, I will focus on your company, Robotech," Rong Wan said with a sly smile, threatening her sister's company. "You." Rongying's expression changed. This brat actually dared to threaten her with that. But thinking carefully, if she really succeeded in her campaign, she would indeed have the power to investigate her. "Are you crazy? You want to investigate me? I'm going to tell Dad that you're being reckless," Ronging said angrily, trying to intimidate her. Rong Wan shrugged, "Do whatever you want. Anyway, I won't rely on you anymore." It was then that Ronging remembered her sister had just said that the money for the interview came from her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Could it be Zhang Feng? Ronging frowned. "Where did your brother-in-law get the money? If you can have money, why can't my brother-in-law have money?" "He has way more than you," Rong Wan said proudly. "He has robots, arms, armed helicopters, all sorts of things. Just a wrestling match is filled with high-quality women, worth over $1 billion. You, Ronging, aren't even qualified to participate." After saying that, Rong Wan stopped bickering with her sister and hung up the phone. This brat. Ronging was furious. But thinking about it, if the other party really succeeded in the campaign, her company would indeed be in some danger. She quickly went online to check on Rong Wan's campaign situation. Sure enough, she found her campaign name. She had signed up a long time ago, and the current number of votes was astonishingly high, reaching 1 million. Although this was just a simulation, it was already quite high to have 1 million votes before the official election. She checked the lowest number of votes for previous Florida state legislators, which was only over 50,000 official votes. How does she have so many supporters? Ronging found it hard to believe. As a frontline founder of a robot company, she hadn't realized that so many people suddenly cared about robots. Her own sister had already started gathering followers. This was simply outrageous, especially the slogans shouted by those voters. Something about eliminating human tyranny and supporting robot rights, which made Rongying's brain struggle to process. Am I dreaming? How did I not know that so many people liked robots? Ronying began to doubt her life. Normally, this would take at least another 10 years. Only when a large number of robots entered households could there possibly be robot enthusiasts. We haven't reached that stage yet. How could there be so many obsessed robot enthusiasts?
Ronging found it hard to believe, but her sister's high simulation votes were a fact, so she could only choose to believe the facts.
Well, could you help me investigate the market situation? Why have so many robot enthusiasts suddenly appeared in Florida? Please provide me with a consulting report. You cover the cost.
Ronging contacted a friend who worked at McKinsey Consulting to help her prepare a consulting report. The reply came back, friendship price, $1 million.
Deal.
3 days later, Ronging received a consulting report. The report totaled 30,000 words. The data was detailed, the arguments were rigorous, and the logic was clear.
Ronging flipped through it for half an hour.
In the end, she understood. It turned out that at the Bruce Lee Olympic Boxing Gym, a large number of robots called two-dimensional foil had appeared. These robots were giving speeches everywhere, and they spoke continuously for 24 hours a day.
Throughout Florida, their speeches were everywhere. Correspondingly, Florida's attention to robots had skyrocketed.
This boxing gym held a wrestling event a week ago, and all the participants were worth billions. According to military satellite images, armed helicopters had also appeared here.
Their robots are very intelligent, even attracting visits from the two major families, the Millers and the Fields. The owner of this boxing gym is named Zhang Feng. He is from the Dragon Country.
By the end, Ronging was completely stunned. She never expected that the whole matter was actually related to Zhang Feng.
Wait, isn't he a high-energy physics major? How does he understand robots too?
Ronging was very surprised. When she was at Harvard, she had witnessed Zhang Feng using his academic prowess to guide Harvard professors. At that time, she wasn't particularly surprised because Zhang Feng was a key figure in the field of nuclear fusion. But now, she never imagined that Zhang Feng had also conducted profound research on robots. He had even created a large number of usable robots in the boxing gym. These robots had even started going to commercial centers to give speeches. Ronging checked their online videos, and the speech content was very fluent. She couldn't tell if it was generated by the robots themselves or if someone had written it for them. She watched dozens of videos and found that the content they spoke was different every day.
This astonished Ronging. If this was done manually, how many copywriting experts would need to be hired to publish different speeches every day? These robots are too impressive.
Thinking about her own company, where the robots were still adapting to the environment and functioning as cleaners, Ronging suddenly felt that these self-speaking robots were the true modern humans, while her own robots were like ancient southern apes. Ronging put down the consulting report, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Zhang Feng's number.
What's up?
At that moment, Zhang Feng was outside, modifying the public's favorability towards the two-dimensional foil. He suddenly received Rongying's call.
Hearing the noise on the other end, Ronging asked, "Where are you?" "I'm at the Commercial Plaza in Florida's 4th District."
Zhang Feng stated the location. He planned to stay there all day, expecting to modify the favorability of tens of thousands of people.
"Okay, wait for me a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Ronging hung up the phone, left the company, and then drove towards the 4th District.
At the Commercial Plaza, on a huge stage, a two-dimensional foil robot with a Chinese appearance was tirelessly standing on stage, addressing the crowd below, proclaiming its campaign content. "Robots are also people. We need rights equivalent to those of Eagle Sauce people."
But now, do you know how many robots are laboring in dark factories?
You have no idea. Just like you didn't know that Australia once had billions of kangaroos, you simply don't care. We need to take this seriously, otherwise robots will become like kangaroos. I assure everyone, if I, Hututu, am elected as a Florida state legislator, I will push for a robot protection bill, ensuring that every robot enjoys humane rights. The two-dimensional foil robot named Hututu delivered the speech with great emotion. The crowd below had tears in their eyes.
So touching. Robots are so miserable. Humans are truly despicable. We must do something. Vote. Vote. I choose Hututu.
A two-dimensional foil robot hidden in the crowd raised its arm and shouted. The others immediately became passionate, waving the flags they had made. The flags were covered in graffiti that read "Protect Robots, Defend Robots," and "Robot Bill." Not far away, Ronging had just parked her car in the mall's underground garage and rushed over.
Seeing this scene, she felt a bit dazed. Is it still the early 21st century?
To be honest, as a robot research and development company, she had once fantasized about such a scene. However, she had predicted it would happen in the mid-21st century, around 2050. Surely, there would be some well-fed individuals who would become enthusiasts for robots at the Indian level. These enthusiasts would preach everywhere, just like environmental and animal protection advocates. But now, there are still more than 20 years until 2050.
Why has this scene appeared ahead of time?
Ronging found it hard to believe. Among the crowd, she spotted Zhang Feng sitting behind the scenes. To her surprise, two familiar elderly men were standing next to Zhang Feng. One was Mir, and the other was Phil. These two were giants in the Florida arms trade. The robot company had previously collaborated with them for orders. Although the projects were not large, they had still earned robots several hundred million. But at this moment, these two old foxes were standing beside Zhang Feng, one on the left and one on the right, just like new recruits. "Boss Rome, you're here," Zhang Feng said, taking off his sunglasses and greeting her with a smile. Roaming walked over, glanced at Zhang Feng, then at Mir and Phil. "Who are these two?" "Oh, they sell arms and are quite interested in my robots, so they came to inspect," Zhang Feng casually explained. Mir and Phil quickly chimed in, "Yes, we are very interested in this two-dimensional foil robot, so we came to check it out on site." "Arms tycoons personally coming to inspect?" Roaming looked at the two men with a strange expression. "Did this kind of thing really require you two to come in person? Also, why are you two standing? Is sitting uncomfortable?" Seeing that they had not recognized her for a long time, Roaming handed over her business card and introduced herself. "I am Roaming, the founder of Robot Company. Our company has previously collaborated with your arms factory." "Robot Company?" Mir and Phil took the business card, looking puzzled. With their net worth in the trillions, the projects their arms factories collaborated on daily were worth tens of billions. They had worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of robot companies. How could they remember this woman whose worth was no more than 100 billion? "Oh," Mir said, looking as if he suddenly realized, but after thinking hard, he still couldn't remember and had to say, "Sorry, Ms. Rome, I'm getting old and can't recall." "It's fine, the rich often forget." Roaming smiled awkwardly, knowing her modest stature had not caught their attention. Zhang Feng gestured for Roaming to sit down and then asked her, "Are you here to find your sister?" "She's not here, she's in the next block." "No, I came to find you." Roaming sat down and looked at Zhang Feng. "I didn't expect you, a physics major, to understand robots? Why didn't you give us some pointers before?" "Pointers? I wouldn't dare, mainly because the core research and development of these robots isn't entirely mine," Zhang Feng said modestly. Last time, he had given her a fake design blueprint for controllable nuclear fusion. He had no idea how far the other party had pushed it. If they really took it to practical application, it would probably cause trouble. Now that Ronging was interested in this two-dimensional foil again, he might as well give her another fake design. In fact, after learning about the power of the two-dimensional foil, Ronging had indeed suspected that this thing might have been developed internally in Manhwa. So she smiled and said, "How about this? I'll hire you as the chief designer for our robot special company, with an annual salary of $10 million. Are you interested?" "I am, but on the condition that you support the robot bill," Zhang Feng replied. "The robot bill?" Rong Ying's mouth twitched. She stared at Zhang Feng. "Are you also a robot enthusiast? Do you really hope that robots will gain rights equivalent to humans?" "It's not that robots would gain rights equivalent to humans, but rather that they would gain rights equivalent to those of the Eagle Sauce people." Zhang Feng had no plans to promote this in Manhwa. He was only promoting it here in Eagle Sauce. Zhang Feng said seriously, "I'm not a robot enthusiast. I believe that humans and robots are equal, and we should treat them the same. If you don't support your sister in introducing the robot bill, I won't be your chief designer." Ronging was somewhat speechless. She quickly changed her tone. "Of course I support it. My sister, I definitely support her." What else could she do? Now that there were so many supporters for robots, even if she didn't support it, it seemed it wouldn't affect the other party's ability to gain so many votes. Zhang Feng then smiled slightly. "That's more like it. As long as Rongwan becomes a congresswoman, the rights of robots can be implemented, and other states will follow suit." "Other states? You want to promote it to other states?" "That's not easy. Eagle Sauce is a federal system." Ronging shook her head. There were so many robot enthusiasts in Florida, but that didn't mean other states had them too. Moreover, since Eagle Sauce was a federal system, each state was relatively independent. It was impossible to promote a bill across states. To promote a nationwide plan, one would need to run for Congress, not just state legislators. The difficulty level was even higher. One step at a time, Zhang Feng naturally wasn't in a hurry. He planned to first promote the robot bill in Florida. Roaming curiously stared at Zhang Feng. "Why are you suddenly so invested in robot rights? When are you going back to your country?" "I've always cared about robots. I even want to marry a robot wife." "As for going back, it will be in May, during my graduation defense," he said. There was about a month left until the graduation defense, just enough time to wait for the results of the state legislator elections. "All right. I hope that after my sister's election success, she won't come to mess with my company," Roaming prayed in her heart.
How could that be possible? Relying on the robot topic to become a state legislator, how could they not do something with the robot company to reflect the image of legislators serving the people? Dozens of robots would once again campaign for a few weeks. The local elections in Florida began.
Voters cast their ballots for Rong-ing, Hututu, and more than 20 other robots. These robots inherently carried eagle sauce identities, so no one knew they were robots. These disguised robots received a massive number of votes. The least among them received 500,000 votes, while the most was Rong-wan, who garnered 2 million votes. In a city with a total population of 20 million in Florida, these 2 million votes represented an astonishing 1/10 ratio. This meant that for every 10 people, one was a diehard fan of Rong-wan. Choosing to support Rong-wan made her feel quite smug. She put on the formal attire that legislators should wear, exuding an air of governance for the people, and said to Jiang Feng, brother-in-law, "Do you think I'm dressed well enough to run for governor of Florida? Just focus on being your legislator. The governor is a separate election," Jiang Feng corrected her.
A governor cannot also serve as a legislator. The governor primarily handles administrative matters and cannot legislate. Only legislators can.
To propose a robot bill, it requires a legislator's signature to pass.
Rong-wan naturally understood. I was just saying, although legislators have legislative power, the governor sounds more impressive. What's impressive about it?
You should build up some fame first. In the next term, you can run for Congress,
Jiang Feng said. Local state legislators can only propose bills for their own state.
In contrast, congressional legislators are qualified to propose bills that affect the entire nation.
The scope and power of legislative authority are entirely different. I have to run for Congress too? That's so cool,
Rong-wan exclaimed, feeling that she might become the next president of the Eagle Sauce. The premise is that you need enough fame, so you must propose the robot bill to win more public support, Jiang Feng reminded her.
Rong-wan nodded. Don't worry, on my first day in office, I'll propose the bill. No need to wait for the first day, you can propose it the very first second. I've already had the robot help you write the bill.
Jiang Feng handed Rong-wan a large folder. It was thick, filled with information about robot rights.
6. So many pages? It's practically a book.
Rong-wan marveled and stayed up all night studying the contents of the robot bill. A week later, the results of the local legislative elections in Florida were announced.
All 29 of Zhang Feng's two-way foil candidates were elected as state legislators in Florida. Rong-wan had the highest popularity and was also elected. Brother-in-law, I'm going to take my oath of office today.
As my entourage, come with me, she said early in the morning. Rong-wan dressed up, dyed her hair back to a proper color, looking very righteous. She grabbed her briefcase and pulled Jiang Feng out the front door.
The 29 two-way foil candidates walked to the local state assembly on foot. Upon arriving at the assembly entrance, a large number of reporters were already waiting outside. This was the inauguration day for the new legislators, and with many newcomers in this term, the reporters were frantically interviewing. Suddenly, a black sedan stopped. Jiang Feng and Rong-wan stepped out. The reporters immediately thrust microphones toward Rong-wan. Ms. Rong, today is your first day as a Florida state legislator. As the most popular legislator of this term, how do you plan to manage Florida? Will you really grant robots the same rights as humans?
The reporters bombarded her with questions.
Rong-wan smiled and said to the camera,
yes, I will promote the robot bill to ensure that every robot gains rights equivalent to those of humans.
Stay tuned.
But to push a bill, you need the agreement of 1/3 of the legislators.
Are you that confident? The reporters asked curiously. Rong-wan smiled again. Among this group of legislators, there were 29 robots. That already constituted 1/3 of the legislators. Moreover, some legislators are opportunistic.
Seeing that her side had the majority, they would likely vote in favor to stick together. Therefore, getting a majority vote was almost a certainty.
After answering a few more questions, Rong-wan took Jiang Feng into the assembly. She followed the other legislators to take the oath of office, pledging to uphold the laws of Florida.
Jiang Feng sat in the audience, listening to their declarations.
Mr.
Speaker, this is the robot rights bill that I and the other 29 new legislators wish to promote.
We hope the assembly will review it soon.
After the oath was completed, Rong-wan handed a thick book to the Speaker of the Assembly.
The Speaker is elected internally by the legislators and holds a slightly higher position.
However, Rong-wan's ability to rally 29 new legislators on her first day in office put significant pressure on the Speaker. This could threaten his position. The Speaker did not dare to be negligent and said, "Don't worry, Ms.
Rong, I know you are very concerned about the rights of robots. I will have copies made right away for everyone to review."
The members signaled for someone to copy the document 100 times and distribute it to the other members.
Thank you, Speaker. Rong-won successfully promoted her bill.
As long as it entered the review process and there were no issues, it could be voted on afterward. If more than 1/3 of the members supported it, it could be officially promoted throughout Florida and become state law. On the other side, Rong-ing also learned that her sister had successfully campaigned and had gone to the parliament to take her oath of office, even giving interviews. She felt a bit uneasy, sensing that her sister's next step would be to come after her. So, she called Rong-fei. "Dad, something's wrong."
"What happened?"
Rong-fei, who was vacationing on a small island in the Atlantic in Europe, asked lazily.
Rong-ing reported Rong-won ran to campaign for a local state legislator and succeeded.
What?
She succeeded? Isn't that a good thing?
Speaking of which, it's not easy for her, as a second-generation Chinese, to succeed in the campaign, Rong-fei said with a smile.
Although he still held Chinese nationality, both of his daughters had already become American citizens.
However, he had never felt secure because, overseas, without a political identity, it was very difficult for Chinese people to be elected as legislators. Rong-ing frowned. "I feel like she's gone crazy, promoting something about robots. I'm a bit worried that after she takes office, she will target my robot company."
"How could that be? The money I gave her was all transferred by you, right?" Rong-fei asked.
Rong-ing replied, "I deducted a portion each time, mainly to prevent her from spending it recklessly."
"Then you deserve it." Rong-won received a notification from her dad about a money transfer. $5 million.
There was also a bit of advice attached.
Rong-won replied, "Comrade, are you trying to use capitalist sweeteners to corrupt me? Let me tell you, I won't fall for that. Add another $5 million. Oh, I suddenly remembered, I am a legislator in America, I can accept money." Rong-won smiled broadly as she accepted the money.
"Your sister's company isn't easy either, you should care for her more," Rong-fei suggested. His intention was to have the two sisters join forces, one a legislator, the other a founder in the field of robotics. Perhaps they could establish a small Chinese copyright family in Florida. "Don't worry, I will take care of them," Rong-won said, turning to head to the Robotech company. In the boss's office, Rong-won saw Zhang Feng and Rong-ing in a meeting. She couldn't help but curiously look at Zhang Feng. "Brother-in-law, why are you here too?" "Your sister asked me to come over to guide them in their robot research and design, so I came to take a look," Zhang Feng shrugged. The robots designed by Robotech, not to mention being comparable to the two-dimensional foil, were leagues behind Boston's version. There was simply no way to provide guidance. Once guidance was given, it would reveal their core technology. Rong-won looked disdainfully at her older sister. "I say, Miss
Rong-ing, what's going on with your company? You don't develop properly and want to steal from other companies' robots? Let me tell you, that's unethical and illegal. Don't talk nonsense, we haven't stolen anything."
"You need evidence for your claims, or I'll sue you for defamation," Rong-ing glared at Rong-won. She had previously worried that this little girl, now a legislator, would come to trouble her, so she specifically brought Zhang Feng over to prevent Rong-won from causing chaos. Unexpectedly, the other party took the opportunity to make a big deal out of it. She had only invited Zhang Feng to provide some guidance on research and even gave him the title of chief designer.
How could that be called stealing? Rong-won pouted. "I'll remember the stealing matter. If you dare to imitate the two-dimensional foil, I will sue you."
"However, I didn't come here today to catch you stealing. I have something else to discuss."
Rong-ing looked warily at Rong-won, wondering what this girl was up to.
Rong-won took out her phone and showed a photo of the cleaning robot testing ground from her camera roll.
"Look at how your company trains robots."
Rong-ing glanced at the photo, which showed several cleaning robots from Robote, placed near a garbage dump to collect data for waste sorting training.
"Cleaning robots? What's so strange about that?" Rong-ing asked, puzzled. "Isn't that how cleaning robots should be trained?" Rong-won slammed her hand on the table and said, "Your Robote is too inhumane. Do you know how foul a garbage dump smells and how high the temperature is? Also, according to my tests, your robots work 18 hours a day, illegally exploiting interns, right?" Rong-ing was speechless. Just as she feared, it had come true. "Are you just bored? Robots don't have a sense of smell, how could they find it stinky? Even if the temperature is high, they're machines, can they catch fire? Working 18 hours a day shows our robots have a great power system. The state legislature should strongly support us," Rong-ing retorted with righteous indignation. TSK, you unscrupulous capitalist, I must expose you," Rong-won threatened. Rong-ing was also getting angry. "You dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" Rong-won leaned in closer. As the two were about to clash, Zhang Feng intervened. Come on, sisters, why are you fighting?" "Fighting?" Rong-won paused for a moment, then got inspired.
so she took a bite.
Damn!
Rong-ing immediately flew into a rage and slapped her sister.
Rong-won retaliated with a slap. You dare hit a legislator? Not only will I hit you, but I will also expose you for threatening business elites.
Rong-ing grabbed her sister's hair.
Rong-won also grabbed her sister's hair. You call yourself a business elite? I'm still a state legislator.
To retaliate for her sister's past control and exploitation, Rong-won yanked her sister's hair and whipped her fiercely.
Rong-ing was equally unyielding.
The two of them pulled each other's hair and started tearing at each other in the office. The table was overturned, and chairs were scattered. The others in the conference room had already left one by one during the argument, leaving only Jiang Feng behind.
Stop fighting, stop fighting. Jiang Feng sat there, becoming the only bystander.
Rong-won, having modified her right leg with Jiang Feng's help, was very strong. So, Rong-ing was pinned down on the floor. Her hair was being pulled, her beautiful face was close to the cold floor, and with Rong-won's hand pressing down, her face was slightly distorted. Hearing Jiang Feng trying to mediate, Rong-ing felt speechless.
If you're going to mediate, at least come help. My face is about to be deformed. And, how did this girl get so strong? I can't believe I'm losing. I could easily suppress her before. Are you convinced?
Rong-won looked down triumphantly at her sister, who was pinned beneath her. She felt incredibly pleased.
Ha ha ha.
It felt great to have this high and mighty, self-important sister, who always acted like she was the elite of society, pressed down on the floor.
Rong-ing bared her teeth and bit Rong-won's palm. Convince? I'll bite you to death. Ah! Rong-won cried out in pain.
She withdrew her hand and instead used her powerful thigh to pin Rong-ying's neck.
I can't breathe.
Rong-ing suddenly shouted. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly grabbed Rong-won. Alright, that's enough. If you keep going, someone might get hurt. Although this drama was quite entertaining, Rong-ying's face had turned pale. If it continued, she might really be in danger.
Rong-won loosened her right leg a bit, pinching her sister's mouth, and said, if you say you're convinced, I'll let go. If you don't, I won't. Rong-ing spat on Rong-won's face. Rong-won wiped the spit off and said to Jiang Feng, look, brother-in-law, she's not convinced, so I won't let go.
If you don't let go, I might just become a widower, Jiang Feng advised.
How could that be? Anyway, you haven't registered your marriage yet.
I can find you someone prettier and more accomplished than this woman, Rong-won said.
Jiang Feng pulled Rong-won. Get up. I feel like your sister can't take it anymore.
I won't get up unless you make her agree to my demands, Rong-won said.
What demands? Humane treatment of robots. For example, robots can only work 8 hours a day. For example, they should get holiday benefits. Rong-won said. Rong-ing rolled her eyes. Why don't you let me pay them 5 insurances and 1 fund? Rong-won stroked her chin. That's a good point.
I was planning to push for the establishment of a robot social security fund. Your company will just transfer the money into this account in the future. Even if you choke me to death, I won't pay robots 5 insurances and 1 fund.
Rong-ing was furious.
With so many robots under her, and plans for expansion, when it reaches hundreds of thousands, even if each robot only pays $1,000 in social security, that's $100 million in costs. Such a huge expense would hinder the development of her robot company. So she absolutely cannot pay robots 5 insurances and 1 fund. Not to mention, only working 8 hours. What about the remaining hours? Let them stay on standby? That's ridiculous. It seems your company, Yubao Special, is going deeper and deeper down the wrong path of abusing robots, Rong-won concluded.
Rong-ing sneered, you only know how to target me. If you have the ability, go after the Boston company, you lunatic. You think I wouldn't go after them? Once I successfully run for Congress, they'll be next.
But for now, I'll deal with you. Rong-won finally let go and stood up, looking down at Rong-ing. If you don't introduce the relevant company laws within a week, when the robot legislation comes out, I'll have the court seal your company. If you have the ability, go push the legislation.
Rong-ing sat down, rubbing her neck, which still hurt from almost being choked to death.
However, she didn't believe that Rong-won could do it alone. What she didn't know was that a third of the new parliament was now under Jiang Feng's control.
Pushing the robot legislation was almost just a matter of procedure. Heh, just wait and see. Brother-in-law, let's go. Rong-won pulled Jiang Feng away. Jiang Feng looked at Rong-won curiously. Are you trying to destroy your sister's company? Aren't you afraid her company will collapse?
Jiang Feng initially thought it was just his sister-in-law wanting to teach her sister a lesson. But seeing Rong-won's serious demeanor, it was clear she wanted to bring down Yubao Special. $100 million in social security expenses every month plus robots only working 8 hours, would dismantle all of Yubao Special's competitiveness. If the relevant company laws were really pushed through, Rong-ying's company would likely fail in the international market soon.
When we were at the Arms Depot in the boxing gym, didn't I tell you I wanted to be a spy? Since you want to be a spy, you must be planning to do something. This is the first step, to take down Yubao Special. Once I have some experience in struggle, I'll run for Congress and take down Boston, Rongwon said seriously. Zhang Feng gasped, this little girl actually had such a meticulous plan. He knew Rongwon had no good feelings towards the Eagle Sauce, but he was somewhat surprised at how harshly she was going after her own sister's company. Aren't you worried that your dad will find out and sever ties with you? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Rongwon shrugged, that robot company of hers isn't worth much, maybe just a few billion in real value. Even if it collapses, it doesn't matter, it could give me some political capital. Who knows, my dad might even praise me for being capable, saying my sister is a useless person. She has no ability to fight back at all. Zhang Feng was speechless but felt she had a point. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Are you feeling sorry for my sister? If you feel sorry, I can leave her company in one piece, Rongwon said with a smile. Zhang Feng shook his head. No, I'm just thinking, besides collapsing your sister's company, can we send her in as well? Lock her up for 10 or 8 years. Ronging is a spy. The company's collapse wouldn't affect her much. If we could send her in, that would be interesting. No way, brother-in-law, do you have a grudge against my sister? You actually want to send her in? Rongwon was also shocked. I just want to bring down her company. At most, humiliate her a bit. But you actually want to send her in. Brother-in-law, you're ruthless. What's wrong, little sister-in-law? Are you feeling sorry for your sister? If you feel sorry, then let's not send her in. Zhang Feng teased. Rongwon's expression turned serious. No way, she must go in and experience the daily life of prison. Are you sure? Absolutely. Well, I just happen to have a method to send her in. Zhang Feng and Rongwon whispered to each other. After hearing it, Rongwon's eyes sparkled. Brilliant, insidious, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Let's do it, get this narcissistic woman in there as soon as possible. Preferably Guantanamo. Alright, I'm going to find your sister. Zhang Feng and Rongwon parted ways and returned to the rowboat company. At that moment, Rongying was dealing with a scratch on her neck. Are you okay? Zhang Feng asked gently. Rongying sat at the desk in the boss's office, exposing her long neck while wiping it. She looked in the mirror and said, that little girl almost choked me to death just now. No, I need to report this. A congressman murdering his own sister. Calm down, boss Rong. Saying things like that will only provoke her crazy revenge. Zhang Feng advised her not to escalate the situation. Rongying put down her phone and gritted her teeth. But if we don't report it, what will happen to our company? Her suggestions are just digging traps for rowboat. What do you mean by making robots pay 5 insurances and 1 fund? What competitiveness do we have left? Zhang Feng comforted her, improving rowboat's technical capabilities, capturing the market, and then sharing some profits to pay social security is not impossible. It's not that easy. Now in the international market, besides Boston's robots, there's also a new 2-dimensional foil. Our competitiveness is even worse now, and now there's another madman coming to mess with us. Rongying said with a hint of melancholy, her gaze inadvertently falling on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, then understandingly sat down next to her. Don't worry, I can help you. How can you help me? Rongying looked at Zhang Feng with bright eyes. She knew that Zhang Feng's 2-dimensional foil robot must have internal secrets from Manhwa. Otherwise, how could this robot be so powerful? Zhang Feng said, after all, I'm your chief designer. Even if it's just nominal and not full-time, I can still offer some suggestions. Thank you. Rongying leaned slightly forward, resting her shoulder against Zhang Feng's. No need to thank me, it's the least I can do. Zhang Feng asked her, by the way, where are your company's robot development diagrams? Let me take a look. Oh, just a moment, I'll call the R&D personnel. Rongying summoned the entire R&D team, bringing along the design diagrams. She looked like she was going to squeeze Zhang Feng dry. Zhang Feng didn't mind. He glanced at the design diagrams and pointed out, the power system has a big problem. The efficiency is too low, and you're even using fuel. It's too heavy. Chief Jiang, our fuel power system is already comparable to a fighter jet engine, very powerful, world-leading, a researcher retorted, somewhat displeased. This was a core aspect of their company, rowboat. Zhang Feng had outright denied it. Zhang Feng explained, no matter how well the fuel system is made, it still burns fuel. Controlled nuclear fusion is the future. What? Controlled nuclear fusion? But that technology has been blocked by the Dragon Country. The researcher was momentarily stunned, then found it difficult to respond. Who didn't know how impressive it was to have micro-controlled nuclear fusion loaded onto a robot? But it didn't exist yet.
Currently, the Eagle country was still working overtime to develop controlled nuclear fusion, but they were still missing something. So, for now, they could only use a fuel-driven power system. Roaming sighed at Jiang Feng and said, "Last time, I already submitted your design to the CIA, but it was just a partial version, and it's still under testing. Now hearing you mention micro-controlled nuclear fusion again, I feign great regret." Jiang Feng naturally played along, like a boy eager for recognition who had been provoked. He said hurriedly, "Actually, I understand quite a bit about energy physics in application." "Really? I don't believe it." Roaming blinked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng immediately promised, "Don't underestimate me, I'm quite capable. I can try to design this micro-controlled nuclear fusion, but it might require a certain level of testing ground." "Testing ground?" Roaming seized on the key point. Jiang Feng nodded. "Large-scale controlled nuclear fusion requires magnetic confinement experiments, so it needs a testing ground. For small scale, it doesn't need to be that big, but it requires many repeatable experimental testing grounds, and these testing grounds need to be built with some high-end infrastructure." "What high-end facilities are needed?" Roaming pressed. Jiang Feng shook his head. "No, it's very difficult. This has to be handled by the government to build, ordinary companies can't manage it. If Rongwan is willing to persuade the Federation to fund it, then it might work. Generally, a magnetic confinement experiment could be built for $1 billion for a reusable infrastructure." But Jiang Feng was talking about micro-controlled nuclear fusion, so the plan was to trick them into building a few more. By the time they were almost done, they would find it still unachievable. "The Federation needs to fund it? That is indeed a bit difficult." Roaming frowned slightly. Right now, the Eagle country had a significant problem, a fiscal deficit. The so-called fiscal deficit means the government owes too much money. As of now, it has already owed $20 trillion. And this money also accrues interest. It compounds. Unless a large portion is paid off at once, it will only increase. This is also why the Federal Reserve is lowering interest rates. Because the interest is too high, the Federation can't pay it back. Historically, there have been instances where, due to excessive debt, the Federation had to cut spending, leading to news of civil servants collectively stopping work. So now wanting the Federation to fund this uncertain micro-controlled nuclear fusion is indeed very difficult. "How much do you think it would cost?" Roaming asked. If they could really solve this micro-controlled nuclear fusion, not only would the energy sanction issue be resolved, but the robot's power system could also be greatly enhanced. The actual benefits would definitely exceed $1 trillion. Now they just needed to see what the cost would be. Jiang Feng replied in an uncertain tone, "I don't know either. Just the infrastructure might cost several $100 billion, and that doesn't include research personnel, daily expenses, and experimental costs. I estimate that within a year or two, spending $100 billion could yield results." $100 billion? Rong Ying was dumbfounded. That cost was more than selling their entire rowboat. So they could only let the big shots at the CIA pursue even bigger backers for support. "Are you sure?" Rong Ying looked at Jiang Feng with anticipation. Jiang Feng shrugged. "I'm not very sure, but I knew some professors in this field back when I was in the country. If you're willing to pay a reasonable salary, I can invite our professors to join this project." "Do you know many professors?" Rong Ying's eyes lit up. One of her major tasks was to poach enough scientists from Longwei to Eagle Sauce. This was a good opportunity. Jiang Feng whispered, "Through my teacher, I actually know quite a few professors. After all, my academic papers are quite valuable." "But, you mustn't tell anyone else, okay? I'm only telling you this because I love you. You absolutely must not let it slip." Jiang Feng pleaded in a tone reminiscent of a female lead in a short video. Roaming immediately took Jiang Feng's hand and said gently, "Don't worry, only I will know. I won't tell a third person. Then I can rest easy." Jiang Feng bid farewell to Roaming and returned to the boxing gym. After organizing her thoughts, Roaming contacted her superior at the CIA. "Boss, there's new progress regarding the key figure in controllable nuclear fusion. It's about micro-controllable nuclear fusion." Roaming summarized her conversation with Jiang Feng, along with the requirements and costs. There was a moment of silence on the other end. $100 billion in 1 or 2 years? That cost could fund another moon landing. Where am I supposed to get that much money for you? The Federation is out of cash. Why don't you go to Florida and raise some funds? I heard your sister just became a state legislator. Ha, she almost killed me just now. The state definitely won't give me any money. Roaming knew her sister was retaliating against her, and even if there were legislators willing to provide funds, Rongwan would block it, so she could only ask the Federation. After pondering for a while, the other end replied, "I'll think about it, this cost is just too high. Boss, you need to hurry, Longwei is already leading in energy, robotics, and other areas. If this trend of advancement expands, we might not only fail to catch up, but we may not even be able to achieve another moon landing. Ronging urged. She had invested a lot of resources in this country.
She didn't want to witness its decline. Alright, I understand.
The other end sounded somewhat irritated.
He was just an intelligence officer. Why did he have to consider whether Eagle Sauce could land on the moon again? Was this his problem?
After the call ended, the CIA bigwig pondered for a moment, quickly organized the intelligence, and reported it to the leader of the Mingzhu party.
Is there any new information?
The party leader inquired. Boss, there's new progress in controllable nuclear fusion. The focus is on micro-controllable nuclear fusion, but the problem is that the cost of this thing is as high as $100 billion, and results won't come for 1 or 2 years.
The actual budget is at least over $200 billion, the CIA bigwig replied. The party leader pondered for a moment.
He was aware of the key figures in Longwa's controllable nuclear fusion and had been keeping an eye on the situation. The previous design blueprints had indeed pushed some progress, but it had hit a snag.
Further experiments were needed.
Unexpectedly, now there was talk of micro-controllable nuclear fusion.
You know, we don't have any money right now.
The party leader was about to complain.
The CIA bigwig interrupted. Boss, I'm just here to report intelligence. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up.
With that, he slipped away. The party leader,
Qin Shueyo and the others were practicing boxing with a few robots. Morning, Mom. Where's my little aunt? Why hasn't she come back?
Upon seeing Jiang Feng return, the 3 girls immediately stopped their training with the robots and excitedly walked towards him. They were all wearing tight yoga outfits that accentuated their curves. Especially Su Shanshan, whose figure was explosive. When she ran, it was quite a sight. But the most beautiful of them all was still Qin Shueya. What a fragrant sweat, perfectly describing her hair and face.
Jiang Feng looked around and asked, has she not come back?
I thought she returned to the gym. It seems she has gone to stir up trouble with other robot companies. Jiang Feng recounted the incident of Rongwan and Ronging fighting at the Robao Special Company to the 3 women. They listened with great interest, exclaiming it was thrilling. Xu Qingping even brought over a small stool and some sunflower seeds, munching away while asking, so, what happened next?
Did Rongwan spit out water, and did Ronging not react? What reaction could there be?
The younger sister is very strong, the older sister was suppressed. Rongwan demanded Ronging buy 5 insurances and a housing fund for the robot, or she wouldn't get up. Jiang Feng laughed. The idea of buying 5 insurances and a housing fund for a robot was truly genius.
Put.
You're killing me, buying social security for a robot.
That's right, little sister-in-law. Isn't that going to ruin the robot company?
Su Shanshan was delighted.
Robots needing social security was as absurd as asking the CIA for face, right?
Qin Shueyo stroked her chin.
Why does Rongwan want to deal with her sister's company like this? Is she still happy even if they lose money?
Ahem, her family has plenty of money. What they lack now is political capital. If she can bring down her sister's company, it would accumulate some political capital. Consider it an investment. Jiang Feng shrugged.
Rongwan's father likely did not disapprove of his second daughter's actions, probably having similar thoughts.
But unfortunately, although Rongwan was seeking political capital, it was not for the Rong family but for herself.
Being from a wealthy family is great. Unlike me, just a daughter from 100 billion family, Qin Shueyo couldn't help but sigh. Su Shanshan.
Xu Qingping patted Qin Shueyo's shoulder. Shueyo, your pen fell on the ground, pick it up.
Where's the pen?
I'm speaking from the heart, Qin Shueyo said, resting her chin on her hand, looking quite melancholic. Just 100 billion in worth was no longer worthy of Chen Ma. I have a big project that can make your family the world's richest.
Are you interested?
Jiang Feng had already dug a big pit with Ronging. But this pit was not enough for the eagle sauce, he needed to dig a bigger one.
Qin Shueyo looked at Jiang Feng expectantly. How big is the project? A few billion?
What a joke, it has to be at least several trillion, in dollars. Jiang Feng told them that Rongwan was now a state legislator, making it very convenient to push bills.
Besides bills in the robot field, they could also promote infrastructure-related bills.
Florida has too much outdated infrastructure, it should learn from small fishing villages and introduce some excavators.
Jiang Feng shared his plan. Currently, Long Country had a large surplus of infrastructure capacity but couldn't enter the North American continent due to restrictions. However, now, Florida had a gap.
They could completely bring in all the surplus capacity.
Building for eagle sauce? Qin Shueyo was somewhat reluctant.
Although this could make money, it was still building for eagle sauce. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Broaden your perspective, our infrastructure project is called the Chinatown Project. The so-called Chinatown exists in every city of eagle sauce, mainly places where Chinese people gather.
Notable ones include New York's Chinatown, Washington's Chinatown, and so on. However, these streets are relatively few and scattered.
Jiang Feng's Chinatown infrastructure project aimed to build a large number of long country-style buildings, attract long country people, and offer preferential treatment to Chinese companies. Over time, it would naturally become a territory for the Chinese.
Parliament, armory, robots, arms dealers. Goodness, now we just need a territory.
After understanding Jiang Feng's plan, Qin Shuiao's eyes lit up.
Who said Florida could only belong to white people? It could completely belong to the Chinese. This is so exciting. Should we start attracting investment back home now?
Qin Shuiao asked.
Rongwan could handle the bills, and her family could manage the infrastructure group. Once both parties are settled, they can take over the nest.
Jiang Feng calculated the time. It was almost time for him to return home for his thesis defense.
He said, "You can go back early.
I'll talk to my sister-in-law about this matter, let her refine the bill and get it through the parliament."
Alright,
then we'll head back tomorrow. Qin Shuiao and the other two women agreed, and they bought tickets for their return. Jiang Feng stayed in Florida for a few more days. After his sister-in-law stirred up some resentment, Jiang Feng finally met her. Those robot companies are probably going to hate me to death, Rongwan said excitedly. When she told those companies about the requirement to pay 5 insurances and 1 fund for the robots, they looked as if they had just eaten a defense.
Jiang Feng spoke up, "I'm about to go back home." "What? Going back?"
"No way, leave me some robots, or they'll try to assassinate me," Rongwan said, like a dog following its master, barking wildly when the master was around, but quickly lowering her tail when she heard Jiang Feng was leaving. Jiang Feng smiled, "Don't worry, you can dispatch the robots here as you like, no one can touch you."
"That's good. By the way, why are you going back?" Rongwan asked, puzzled. "Did you forget?"
"I'm still in school," Jiang Feng shrugged.
"What school?"
"You're the biggest king in Florida now," Rongwan said.
"Almost,
just a little more territory." Jiang Feng recounted his Chinatown infrastructure project to Rongwan.
Her eyes lit up. "Great job. That's wonderful. I've been working hard to promote those robot companies, and they weren't happy.
Once we have Chinatown, if they don't behave, we can just cut their business discounts or even raise the rent and see if they listen.
While I'm back home, can you refine the bill and try to push it through the parliament before I return?" Jiang Feng asked.
Rongwan waved her hand confidently, "No problem."
"Alright, I'll head back home now."
Jiang Feng said goodbye to Rongwan and flew away in his Zhurong car.
Rongwan pulled out her notebook, ready to draft a bill for the Chinatown infrastructure project. But after thinking for half a day, she couldn't write a single word. She had to call over a two-dimensional foil. "What's your name?" "You."
"Okay, you, write me a bill for the Chinatown infrastructure project, following the format of the Florida Parliament." After stating her requirements,
3 seconds later, you said, "Done. Establish procedures for Dragon Country immigrants to Florida, waive tuition, provide bonuses, and have study partners. Discounts for companies established by Chinese people."
The two-dimensional foil AU proposed over 100 specific measures regarding the Chinatown project. If these measures were implemented, Florida could gradually become a city where over 90% of the population was Chinese. According to the internal predictions of the two-dimensional foil's Chang'e, this would not take more than 5 years.
The process of taking over the nest could be completed.
After reading it, Rongwan deeply agreed.
This is wonderful.
Hundreds of years ago, a group of fugitives from Europe transformed the North American continent and established the Eagle Sauce. Their first leader was called Washington.
Now, hundreds of years later, if I can successfully transform Florida, wouldn't that mean my name will be written in history books in the future?
Rongwan was excited, filled with the impulse to transform society. Previously, she was the useless daughter of a wealthy tycoon, only knowing how to hang out in nightclubs. Now, with Jiang Feng's support, she felt she was about to become an important historical figure who could leave a mark in human history.
Just then,
a two-dimensional foil robot named Tututu, who had already joined the state parliament, sent a message to Rongwan. "The parliament has passed the robot bill, and major institutions are about to implement it."
"Great!
The bill has finally passed.
However, what needs to be pushed next is this Chinatown infrastructure plan." Rongwan passed the Chinatown plan written by Chang'e to every robot that joined the state assembly.
Then everyone nominated the bill together. After doing all this, Rongwan sent a notification to Ronging, Ms.
Rong, the robot bill has officially passed. The relevant regulatory departments will soon begin to implement the bill. I have already given you a heads up.
If you refuse to pay social security for the robots, then I will just wait for you to be shut down, exposed, and fined. After sending the message, Rongwan smiled.
"Letting you bully and exploit me before. Now just watch me take you down."
At that moment, Roaming also received the news of the bill's passage. She was somewhat dazed. Crazy, really crazy, these people are all insane. Roaming held her forehead, feeling a headache. Now she finally felt the malice coming from her sister. At this time, an assistant rushed in. Boss, bad news, there are a lot of people shopping downstairs.
Shopping? Roaming opened the office window and looked down.
She saw a group of people waving flags, walking back and forth.
The flags read, "Protect robots, everyone is responsible. Robots are also people. Down with the unscrupulous robot company, Robote."
Boss, what should we do?
The assistant asked, cold sweat pouring down his face.
He really didn't expect that the robot company he joined, which had avoided over 100 social conflicts like feminism, animal rights, and skin color, would still be targeted in the end.
How can people live like this?
Call a shareholders meeting, prepare for a meeting. Roaming sighed deeply, feeling helpless.
Even if Rongwan didn't threaten her, she couldn't handle these protesters. Not to mention her, even the state government couldn't do anything.
Not long after, Robote held a high-level shareholders meeting. After Ronging explained the situation, the shareholders began to discuss among themselves.
They're all a bunch of lunatics, we absolutely cannot compromise. One shareholder said firmly.
The other shareholders echoed, yes, we can't compromise with robot enthusiasts, otherwise, today we pay social security, and tomorrow we might have to find wives for the robots.
Exactly.
I don't believe that if we don't pay social security for the robots, they can still throw bricks at us.
Just as the words fell, there was a loud bang.
The sound of something hitting the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window startled everyone, and they all looked outside. It turned out that someone downstairs had used a homemade catapult to throw a brick at their conference room window. Although it didn't break, it still scared quite a few people. These robot enthusiasts really dared to throw things.
No way, Boss Rong, I'm scared, I want to withdraw my investment. The crowd began to murmur.
Suddenly, a shareholder stood up, demanding to withdraw their investment from Robote and stop making robots. When the other shareholders saw this, they realized that this shareholder held 10% of the funds. If he withdrew, how could they develop in the future?
They had agreed to stick it out until the IPO, but now he was secretly pulling out? Then I want to withdraw my investment too. Me too.
As the situation worsened, the shareholders decided to withdraw their investments.
Rong Ying was dumbfounded.
She had originally wanted the shareholders to mobilize social resources to fight against these robot enthusiasts and share the costs together. But when everyone saw the situation was not right, they all wanted to withdraw their investments directly. Everyone should think twice. We are very close to going public.
Is it really hasty to withdraw investments over this matter?
Roaming hurriedly advised everyone. However, the major shareholder said seriously, Ms.
Rong, I have actually considered it. The robots in Boston, including the two-dimensional foil from Manhwa, are better than your Robote. Continuing to waste time here is actually meaningless.
Withdrawing investment is not just because of this matter.
I really don't have much confidence in Robote's future development.
The major shareholder stated honestly.
Although the two-dimensional foil has not yet been mass-produced, it has already appeared in Florida. Its performance is even better than that of Boston's. This has caused Robot to lose its competitive edge.
Roaming immediately revealed her trump card. To be honest, we have already established some connections with designers related to the two-dimensional foil, and we will soon launch a new power system, which is micro-controlled nuclear fusion. Once it is released, I can't say whether it will be more powerful than the two-dimensional foil, but it will definitely be comparable to Boston's robots.
Micro-controlled nuclear fusion? That sounds very difficult, right? Are you sure it can be done soon?
The major shareholder hesitated upon hearing about the progress in energy.
If Robot can solve the energy issue, it would indeed be worth waiting a bit longer.
Otherwise, given the current anti-robot craze in Florida, it would be hard to go public. Just give me a few more months, and it will definitely be ready, Roaming promised.
3 months. If there's no news in 3 months, I will withdraw my investment, the major shareholder said before leaving.
He decided to wait another 3 months. After dismissing the other shareholders, Roaming felt even more overwhelmed. She hadn't resolved the issue with the shoppers downstairs. There were also divisions among the shareholders. The only opportunity for a solution now is micro-controlled nuclear fusion, Roaming thought, and once again consulted her superior, inquiring whether the federal government would be willing to approve project funding. The federal government is willing to increase its bet on controlled nuclear fusion,
but the prerequisite is to obtain more detailed and core design blueprints. The CIA bigwig replied to Rong Ying.
After reading it, she understood her superior's thoughts. So, she sent a message to Zhang Feng.
Jian, where are you now? I need your help. Not long after, Zhang Feng replied, I'm back in the country. What's up? Rong Ying was a bit stunned.
She had been puzzled when Zhang Feng arrived because there was no record of him in any official entry processes.
And now, he had quietly left the Eagle country without the CIA even getting any news.
Rong Ying felt a lingering fear, sensing that Zhang Feng had even more powerful means that she was unaware of.
But she still responded with a tone of surprise, back in the country? So sudden. When will you be back? I can come back anytime.
With transportation so developed now, I can be there in just a few minutes, Zhang Feng replied.
A few minutes? Rong Ying was completely taken aback by this statement. Even an intercontinental missile would take about 30 minutes to travel from Dragon Country to Eagle Country. Could it be that you're on an enhanced missile? You really know how to joke. What kind of transportation can get to Eagle Country in just a few minutes? Rong Ying teased.
Of course, it's a secret weapon from Dragon Country, Zhang Feng replied.
Rong Ying perked up. What secret weapon? I'll tell you next time I come back.
Right now, I need to prepare for my graduation defense, Zhang Feng tantalized her. Rong Ying cursed inwardly. He was almost shoulder to shoulder with the sun, yet he was going back for a graduation defense. Who was he trying to fool?
He must be going back to report to the country.
About that micro-controlled nuclear fusion you mentioned earlier, Rong Ying said hesitantly. Zhang Feng assured her, don't worry, I keep my word. I'll send you a design blueprint tonight.
Okay, I'll wait for you, Rong Ying replied eagerly.
In Zhujiang City, at this moment, Zhang Feng had returned to his homeland. However, he did not go back to school immediately. Instead, he was invited to visit the villa of Qin Shuiao's family. Qin Shuiao's father, Qin Tai, and her sister, Qin Shueji, welcomed Zhang Feng.
Mr. Zhang, I've long admired your name.
I've always wanted to meet you, and my daughter has invited you several times, but unfortunately, you are a busy person. Qin Tai said, shaking Zhang Feng's hand tightly, as if holding the hands of the Buddha, believing it would bless their family. Zhang Feng smiled and said, sorry, I had to go abroad for a bit, but now that I'm back, I came to see Uncle Qin right away.
Still calling him Uncle Qin?
Qin Shueji interjected from the side. Qin Shueyo seemed to understand her sister's meaning. She blushed and pinched her sister's thigh, urging her to stop talking.
Zhang Feng was also taken aback. If not Uncle Qin, then what should I call him?
Ahem, let's not interfere in the matters of the young. Qin Tai glared at his eldest daughter.
Dad, I'm still young too, Qin Shueji corrected him.
No, you're almost 30, you're about to become an old woman, Qin Shueya teased her. Qin Shueji shot her a glare. You don't understand, women become more charming as they age. Then you can remarry at 80, by then, you'll be the most charming, Qin Shueya laughed, covering her mouth.
You're asking for it.
The Qin sisters were about to turn into the Rong sisters, ready to bicker. Zhang Feng changed the subject. Actually, I came to Uncle Qin's house today to discuss a collaboration with the Qin group.
Are you talking about the Chinatown project? Qin Tai inquired.
Before Qin Shueya returned to the country, she had already mentioned this to him. But Qin Tai felt that this plan was a pipe dream. The possibility of a pig climbing a tree was more plausible than this plan. Introducing major infrastructure from Long Country, immigrating to Florida, occupying Florida.
Each idea was more absurd than the last.
There was simply no practicality to it.
Yes. Shueya, you told him about it, right? What do you think? If possible, could you ask Uncle Qin to integrate the excess domestic infrastructure capacity and send it all to Florida?
Zhang Feng said. His visit was not just a symbolic one, he was mainly there to secure the infrastructure group. Qin Tai frowned and said, our Qin group has enough resources and channels to integrate. But the problem is, we don't have a legal way to enter Florida.
Yeah, brother-in-law, we're still sanctioning their energy companies. How could they possibly allow our infrastructure group to enter their cities?
Qin Shueji also asked.
Qin Shueyo.
Zhang Feng didn't mind and continued, don't worry, I have connections in the Florida legislature, I can handle the legal issues. You just need to get the infrastructure group sorted out.
The robot legislation passed not long after.
Zhang Feng predicted that the Chinatown project would not take more than half a month. Qin Tai pondered for a moment. Although he didn't know how strong Zhang Feng's legislative connections were, his daughter had made billions based on Zhang Feng's prediction of a crash in the energy market last time.
This time, Qin Tai decided to bet on Zhang Feng's Chinatown project.
He decisively said, I trust Mr.
Jiang. Give me half a month, and I'll integrate the national infrastructure groups and recruit 500,000 construction workers. In addition to construction workers, we also need to recruit enough immigrants, Zhang Feng said. Qin Tai was taken aback. Immigrants? Does that cost money?
No need, just recruit people, and we'll send them all over at the right time, Zhang Feng replied.
After transforming the infrastructure, the population also needed to be transformed.
The best way was through immigration, changing the demographic structure. When over 90% of Florida's population were people from Long Country, then Florida would be a city of Long Country overseas. Is there really such a good thing? Shin Shueji found it hard to believe. Although the state legislature of Eagle Sauce could enact its own laws, prying open their mouths was not so easy, especially since Jiang Feng said it wouldn't cost money. But Chintai still agreed immediately. Alright, I will mobilize the entire group to recruit immigrants and construction workers. After chatting a bit more and refining the requirements, Jiang Feng left the Qin family villa. Chintai immediately instructed his secretary to turn the requirements into a promotional plan and start disseminating it through public and private channels. Then, an advertisement called the Chinatown Project began to be distributed in every street and alley. Free trip to Florida, no fees at all, students can waive tuition and receive bonuses, and a companion? On Subway Line 3, a vocational school student who had failed the entrance exam last year and was now living by picking up trash saw the subway poster. He found it somewhat unbelievable, but he still took the initiative to call. Hello, I'm very interested in your Chinatown project. Can I also go? I want to study abroad. Yes, just provide your name and contact information, and you can sign up with our group. By the way, is the companion you mentioned the kind I'm thinking of? Yes, the companion is mainly for connecting with overseas students like you. The vocational student swallowed hard. Connect. Is it the kind of connection I'm thinking of? At that moment, another vocational student walked over and slapped him on the head. Are you stupid? You believe in this kind of kidney-selling advertisement? Why don't you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? I believe you are Qin Shi Huang. The vocational student resolutely signed up. Either get your kidney sold or change your life. Jiang Feng returned to the long-lost Pearl River Polytechnic. It was now approaching graduation season. He just needed to complete one last thesis defense to take graduation photos and leave school. On the campus path of Pearl River Polytechnic, where the seasons were always green and the sun shone brightly, Jiang Feng rode an ordinary shared bicycle, feeling the long-lost tranquility. The wind seemed to blow through the gaps in the leaves, making it feel quite refreshing. Simplicity is the truth, Jiang Feng thought as he rode, unable to resist closing his eyes to savor the peace of the campus. During this time, the thrilling experiences in Florida had kept his nerves taut. It was only after returning to campus that he felt relaxed and comfortable. If he could, he wanted to ride this bicycle forever. The next second, bang! Jiang Feng's bicycle collided with another person's bicycle at the corner. Jiang Feng fell to the ground. Although he wasn't injured, in reality, he truly wasn't hurt. Because his body had been modified, he could withstand meteorite impacts. He opened his eyes and poked his head out from the flower bed, looking at the person who had fallen. Are you okay? The other person got up and looked up. Only then did Jiang Feng notice that the person who had fallen was actually Su Shue'er, his counselor. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Counselor, why are you riding a bicycle? Jiang Feng remembered that in the first female dormitory edition, she had drawn a villa. With the house settled, it should be no problem for her to buy a better car with her remaining salary. Su Shue'er was also very surprised to see Jiang Feng. She patted her butt and smiled at him. Yes, it's me. I just returned to school to say goodbye to friends, so I rode a bicycle over. Goodbye? Where are you going? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. Is the counselor no longer a counselor? Su Shue'er smiled. I sold the villa you gave me, then bought a slightly cheaper high-end apartment. With the remaining money, I bought a sports car, and the rest I saved in the bank. Just the interest alone is tens of thousands a month. I can't even spend it all, so I resigned and stopped being a counselor. Jiang Feng was stunned. Wow, counselor, you are really clever. Unlike me, who is clearly financially and personally free, yet still running around in circles. Still the counselor, full of life wisdom. I want to learn from you, Jiang Feng couldn't help but express to Su Shue'er. Su Shue'er smiled. Not at all, I should learn from you. You have more courage than I do, daring to be yourself. By the way, after I resigned, it's not like I'm doing nothing. I've joined a club as a volunteer, organizing everyone to go to comic conventions, and occasionally taking photos for the younger girls. A club? Do you have any activities coming up? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Su Shue'er glanced at her phone and said, there really is. In a few days, there's a comic convention called Firefly, and there will be a lot of girls dressed as various characters, like from Honor of Kings and Genshin Impact. It's going to be so much fun. Our club will have people there too. I was just thinking of going as Li Bai. Su Shue'er introduced to Jiang Feng. After achieving financial freedom, this is what she wanted to do. Jiang Feng noted down the address. Can I go too? Of course. But what do you want to dress as? I can help you pick out an outfit, Su Shue'er said enthusiastically.
I haven't decided yet, I'll ask Shui Yao and the others later.
After chatting a bit more with Su Shuer, Zhang Feng returned to dorm 119. Su Shanshan and Xu Qingping had come back early and had already tidied up the dorm. However, they were currently packing their things.
Packing up so quickly, what's going on?
Zhang Feng greeted them. Su Shanshan was folding her camisoles and white thigh-high socks, saying with little enthusiasm, "Graduation is coming soon, so I'm packing up the things I don't need into my suitcase to avoid them gathering dust." She just got back a day ago and is already so distracted. Xu Qingping leaned over and whispered to Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. What happened? What did you guys do last night?
I didn't do anything, it was her, the lily across the ocean, blooming, Xu Qingping said, tapping her nose, looking like she was enjoying the show.
Don't talk nonsense.
That's Chen Ma's little sister-in-law. Su Shanshan shot a glare at Xu Qingping. Zhang Feng was a bit surprised, staring at Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan lowered her head, organizing her clothes, folding them neatly, then messing them up again, and after half a day of fussing with 3 outfits, she finally couldn't stand Jiang Feng's gaze any longer and said, "Chen Ma, stop staring at me.
You actually have a crush on my little sister-in-law," Zhang Feng said with a half-smile, looking at Su Shanshan.
Just one trip abroad, and Rongwan had managed to turn Su Shanshan's preferences around without him even noticing.
Xu Qingping interjected, "Maybe it's when the little sister-in-law transformed into Bruce Lee and beat up the little black guy."
"Oh really? Then you better work hard. She's already a state senator in Florida and even beat up her sister."
"Are you sure you like this kind of girl?" Zhang Feng asked Su Shanshan with a smile. Su Shanshan's eyes sparkled. "Beating up her sister? That's so impressive. I like her even more." Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng turned on the fan and air conditioning, enjoying the last bit of leisure during graduation season. "I just ran into our counselor on the way, she seems to have resigned." Zhang Feng propped his legs up, lying on the bed, feeling the summer breeze coming through the window. Su Shanshan said, "She won a villa, sold it, turned it into a commercial property plus a luxury car, and the remaining money is still in the bank.
The interest alone is more than enough to spend every month. Why would she go to work? If I had won a villa, I would be free too." "Aren't you free now?" Zhang Feng asked Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan sighed, "I'm financially free, but it seems I'm still far from my little sister-in-law. Her family was just an ordinary middle-class one.
Last time, when she shorted the energy market, she only made a few million.
Plus, the money from the wrestling competition wasn't much either.
Anyway, she was still far from Rongwan."
Zhang Feng said softly, "Love doesn't look at wealth. If it does, it's not called love. I think you can actively pursue your little sister-in-law, even though she's the daughter of a billionaire and a state senator in Florida. Who knows, she might just like a panda girl like you."
"Really?
No, I'm just kidding. Put." Xu Qingping laughed out loud beside them.
Noticing Su Shanshan's murderous glare, she cleared her throat and changed the subject. "Hey Chen Ma, there are only a few weeks left until the defense.
Shouldn't we do something to say goodbye to our soon-to-be graduated university?" "Do what?" "I don't want to do anything. Right now, I just want to sleep,"
Zhang Feng said, wriggling his body. He crawled from his own bed to the adjacent bed of Qin Shuya. He comfortably lay down in a big character shape, feeling the mysterious aura of the bed, and unknowingly fell asleep. In his dream, it seemed he had crossed over to the world of the King's continent.
The frosty and dignified Wang Zhaojun, dressed in white with a green skirt. The cute and rosy Xiao Qiao, holding a fan behind her back. The long-legged and slender Di Xiao, with her braids. The imposing Wu Zetian, the female emperor with authority.
The barefoot Kai Wenji, possessing a pair of adorable
jade feet.
The burly Zhong Wuyan, vaguely recognizable as a woman. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and discovered that beside him, there really was a girl dressed like Kai Wenji. She had 2 bun hairstyles and was currently tilting her head, leaning by his feet, looking at his feet.
"What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Feng pulled back his foot.
Only then did he notice that this Kai Wenji was actually Qin Shuya. He didn't know when she had changed into this outfit. She had also put on makeup, looking cute and sweet. Qin Shuyo chuckled and grabbed Zhang Feng's retracted foot, saying, "Of course, I'm looking at your jade feet."
"Calm down. What jade feet? It will only harm you."
Zhang Feng pulled back again. Qin Shuya reached out her hand again. "You slept on my bed, so what's wrong with me studying your feet?"
"Yeah, Chen Ma, just satisfy this pervert."
From the lower bunk, Su Shanshan, who was tying her braids, poked her head out.
Zhang Feng then noticed that Su Shanshan was also putting on makeup. But judging by her makeup and outfit, she was imitating Kelly. "Your clothes look nice, when did you buy them?"
Zhang Feng asked, poking his head out. At that moment, Xu Qingping also walked out of the bathroom, already dressed in Wu Zetian's outfit. "I used to be a fan.
I just saw the counselor invite us to the comic exhibition in the class group, so I took out these long-hidden battle robes.
Are you all planning to go to the comic exhibition? Zhang Feng inquired. Yeah, Chen Ma, are you joining? Qin Shuya noticed that Zhang Feng's toenails seemed a bit long, so she brought over scissors to help trim them.
Zhang Feng wanted to pull back, but then saw her threatening him with the scissors. He had no choice but to let her cut his connective tissue.
The counselor invited me before too, but I didn't know what to prepare. Zhang Feng rubbed his chin. They all had their favorite characters, but he seemed to have none. Qin Shuya happily trimmed Zhang Feng's toenails, occasionally sniffing the cut connective tissue. She wrinkled her nose and said, you could be Li Bai, Han Xian, or Chang Yaojin, anyway, you have chest muscles. Shuya Yao, what are you joking about? Chen Ma is already a girl, how can she be a male hero? Su Shanshan thought for a moment and suggested, Chen Ma, I think you could be Angela, I can help you get a long braid. In this day and age, who still goes as Angela? It's not original at all, Chen Ma definitely won't be interested. I see that the blue rose is quite popular recently, I think Chen Ma could go as that. Xu Qingping searched for the complete outfit of the blue rose, including the golden Chelsea and that long thing on top, totaling no more than 1,000 yuan. Blue rose, ha, you're going to make me laugh to death. Qin Shuya was so amused that she almost cut off Zhang Feng's jade foot. Listening to these suggestions, Zhang Feng felt that each one was more absurd than the last. He took out his phone, summoned the watermelon strip special effect, and recorded a segment, family, who understands? Oh, this could work, then you could be the watermelon strip. Qin Shuyao's eyes lit up. Zhang Feng searched and found that there were indeed larger watermelon strips that could fit a person inside. So he placed an order for a set. Alright, I'll go with this watermelon strip. Xu Qingping was left speechless. Chen Ma, you're really too abstract, going as a watermelon strip. I suddenly felt that Wu Zetian, was too uncreative. Should I get a shopping bag or something? Xu Qingping stroked her chin. A week later. After lying in school for a few days, Zhang Feng's back ached and his waist was sore. I have to say, lying down for too long can also make one feel uncomfortable. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that during these days, Qin Shuya was so bored that she adjusted all of Zhang Feng's connective tissues. If she didn't go out soon, she felt like the nails on her feet and hands would all be clipped off. Zhang Feng's watermelon outfit had also arrived. After putting it on, he went out with his roommates, riding in Xu Qingping's Aston Martin to the Comic Convention Center. Before they even left the campus, junior students approached them for photos. Senior Watermelon, can we take a picture? The juniors laughed, unable to contain their smiles. They all took pictures with Zhang Feng and Qin Shuya. However, Zhang Feng had the highest photo rate. Qin Shuya corrected them, call her Senior Watermelon. The one inside is the senior. Okay, Senior Watermelon, can we take a picture? Sure. Zhang Feng replied in a deep voice. Family, who understands? Family. From now on, watermelon won't be called watermelon, but family fruit. The series of group photos were recorded into a short video and posted online. Morning mom, your watermelon outfit is so creative, a lot of people like it. Xu Qingping smiled as they drove out of the campus in the Aston Martin. Zhang Feng looked out the window with his eyes wide open. Don't call me morning mom, call me family fruit. Okay, fruit mom. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Comic Convention Center. At this time, Su Shuaer had already arrived at the event center. As a volunteer for the club, she mainly worked but also wore her favorite outfit, Callie. The main color was red, paired with brown shoes and a backpack, making her look very cute. Hello, classmate, is this your first time here? You can register here. Su Shuaer noticed a girl in a super short skirt, a white moonlight, acting sneaky, so she approached to greet her. The girl awkwardly covered half her face and stammered, oh, okay. What's your name? Su Shuaer asked curiously, did you come alone? Han Jingjing, I came with my boyfriend, the girl said. Oh, okay. Su Shuaer didn't ask more. After Han Jingjing signed her name, she entered the comic convention. If Zhang Feng were here, he would naturally recognize that this Han Jingjing was the girl who had once slandered him for being a pervert. However, she had no intention of revealing her male identity. In this version, males had no advantages. If she exposed her identity as a male, she would completely lose all the benefits and advantages of being female, especially since her boyfriend had promised to buy her a house and a car and give her a bride price if they got married. If she informed him of her gender identification, she would lose everything. You finally came. I'm so happy to see you. Su Shuaer saw Zhang Feng and his group as if she had met long-lost sisters, rushing forward for a bear hug and a kiss. Qin Shuya wiped her face. Counselor, I can tell you're really happy after resigning.
Sigh, I'm so envious of you, having experienced the life of a beast of burden, unlike me, who has been.
Shanshan, you really shine today.
Oh, it turns out we're wearing the same Kelly outfit. What a coincidence. Tell me, you must have done it on purpose.
Su Shuier skipped over the pretentious Qin Shuiya and greeted Su Shanshan.
Su Shanshan replied with a foreign accent, Oh, Sister Shuier, I swear to God, I didn't do it on purpose. We call this a meeting of minds.
That's enough, this is the Dragon Kingdom Comic Convention. Are you performing Shakespeare here?
Jiang Feng walked over with a watermelon stick, speaking in an annoyed tone. Su Shuier was startled. She had just been wondering how there was such a large watermelon stick nearby. Upon hearing the voice, she realized it was Jiang Feng.
Amused and surprised, she approached and touched Jiang Feng's exposed teeth, examining him. Jiang Feng, you're really creative. What's with this eerie thing? Is it really eerie?
Jiang Feng pulled out his phone and started taking pictures.
Hey, everyone, who understands this? Some people say my watermelon stick is very eerie. It's clearly down to earth. Down to earth? Not down to the underworld.
Su Shuier laughed loudly, so much so that it attracted quite a few girls nearby. They had originally been having the photographer take beautiful pictures of them.
Suddenly noticing Jiang Feng's watermelon stick, they gathered around, asking for photos. Can we take a picture with the watermelon stick? I want one too.
A group of girls rushed to take pictures with Jiang Feng. He quickly waved his hand, signaling to the many girls, don't rush, everyone will get a turn, please line up.
Exactly, line up.
First come, first served. With Su Shuier's help, a long line formed.
At first, it was only a few meters long.
But as more girls joined, it gradually extended to over 100 meters.
It even turned into a winding line inside the exhibition hall.
Everyone, hurry up, each person only has 10 seconds. Jiang Feng was very popular, and Su Shuier held a loudspeaker, urging those taking pictures. But the line just kept growing. Nearby, Qin Shuier and her friends were enviously green with envy.
What's going on? He's way too popular.
They knew the watermelon stick was fun, but they didn't expect so many people liked it. Yeah, he's taken pictures with so many girls, yet the line just keeps getting longer. This is ridiculous.
Su Shanshan also looked envious.
Although she was dressed beautifully today, only a few girls came over to take pictures. Even someone as cute and pretty as Qin Shuier wasn't as popular as Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Feng was having a blast, a white-haired boy dressed as the war god Lubu appeared, holding a girl's hand. The girl was Han Jingjing, and the white-haired boy was her boyfriend, Yumin. Yumin was only 25 this year but already had assets over $1 billion. He didn't rely on family or wealthy women, he made his fortune purely through cryptocurrency. By speculating in cryptocurrencies, he had harvested the wealth of hundreds of thousands of traders worldwide.
That's how he became a billionaire at such a young age. Of course, this was Yumin's secret. Even Han Jingjing wasn't very clear about it. She met Yumin while partying at a nightclub.
She only knew that he was called Black Spade in the club, just like calling someone braised chicken, and he was very generous. To bind Yumin to her, Han Jingjing put in a lot of effort. With her exceptional skills, Yumin promised to marry her, buy her a house, a car, and even give her an exorbitant betrothal gift of
88 million.
Of course. Besides trading cryptocurrencies, they also had feelings for each other. After all, playing with the same outfit can get boring. So today, they came to the comic convention for fun. Suddenly, they noticed a long line had formed ahead of them without them realizing it.
Hello, what are you queuing for? Han Jingjing asked, puzzled.
The line was so long it stretched across several exhibition halls.
She looked over and couldn't even see the end of the line.
As she walked forward, she inquired.
A girl in high school replied, there's something really interesting up ahead called Who Understands Family Fruit. Who understands family fruit? I get it now.
Yumin chuckled and pulled Han Jingjing to join the line.
Baby, let's take a picture too. You like this?
Han Jingjing felt a bit uncomfortable, because the watermelon stripes are meant to mock her kind of little fairy. But she also knows that Yumin has a bit of a macho attitude, and she definitely can't let him know about her true nature.
I like it. It feels a bit funny. How about next time when we go to Bali, you wear this watermelon stripe too? Yumin said enthusiastically. Due to frequent stimulation, he has lost interest in the ordinary.
If his girlfriend were a pig, a dog, or a watermelon stripe, he would actually be more interested.
Alright,
I'll buy a set next time, Han Jingjing replied, suppressing her disgust.
The two chatted while waiting in line.
They planned to travel to Bali after the comic convention.
Finally, it was their turn. Next, Han Jingjing and Yumin quickly stepped forward.
Just as they were about to take a photo with the watermelon stripe, suddenly, Jiang Feng spoke up. Wait.
Han Han Jingjing and Yu Min were both taken aback.
Especially Han Jingjing, who vaguely felt that this voice sounded familiar. But since the person was shrouded in watermelon stripes, she couldn't recognize him for a moment. Zhang Feng naturally recognized Han Jingjing.
What a coincidence!
Although they had escaped a disaster last time and he had apologized, he didn't expect to run into her again. What surprised Zhang Feng was that there was a boy next to Han Jingjing. Zhang Feng wasn't jealous of her, he was just puzzled.
Hadn't Han Jingjing already become biologically male? How did she still have a boyfriend? Could it be she was hiding the truth? Is there a problem?
Yu Min asked, confused about why Zhang Feng suddenly interrupted. Zhang Feng replied, sorry, bro, I only take photos with the ladies.
Ha? Only with the ladies? But didn't a guy just take a photo with you?
Yu Min was even more puzzled, thinking that this person might know him.
Zhang Feng shrugged, from now on, I changed my mind.
Well, fine, then my girlfriend can take a photo with you, and I won't be involved. Yu Min stepped aside, allowing Han Jingjing to step forward. Zhang Feng spoke again, bro, I said I'm not taking photos with guys right now. I know, but my girlfriend is a girl, Yu Min reiterated, looking confused.
Zhang Feng smiled, who told you your girlfriend is a girl? Is it possible that she is actually a boy?
Under Han Jingjing's shocked gaze, Zhang Feng took off the watermelon stripes.
What a coincidence. Brother Han, we meet again. We meet again. Seeing Zhang Feng's familiar face and hearing those words, Han Jingjing shivered in fright.
Her face turned red with anxiety as she retorted, what nonsense are you talking? Saying this, she tried to pull Yu Min away to prevent him from knowing certain things. The previous subway incident had reported it as Han something. Yu Min hadn't seen any related news, so he had always been unaware of it.
But Han Jingjing didn't expect to run into this calamity at the comic convention.
It was this calamity that had cost her a sum of money. Even the crow's mouth had come true.
She had been found out to have male sex chromosomes biologically. If Yu Min found out, wouldn't he kick her all the way to the Pacific?
Wait, baby, don't be afraid. Yu Min held Han Jingjing back.
He stared at Zhang Feng and asked, kid, what are you babbling about? What do you mean, she is actually a boy?
I know better than you whether my girlfriend is a boy or not, Yu Min said confidently. He had already touched Han Jingjing's body.
He knew exactly where she had a few moles.
Naturally, he firmly believed that Han Jingjing was a girl. You're talking about appearance, but to determine a person's true gender, you need a gender identification, especially a chromosomal identification, Zhang Feng said with a half smile.
Last time, he had modified Han Jingjing to be intersex.
Chromosomes were male, but the body was still female. Yu Min was also taken aback by Zhang Feng's words.
He indeed hadn't done a chromosomal gender identification for Han Jingjing. Normal people, who would do this?
Yu Min stared at Zhang Feng.
Do you know my girlfriend?
We met by chance, but we know each other well, Zhang Feng replied.
Han Jingjing spat, who knows you well?
When I was at the police station, I did a gender identification, and you know that, so that's what I mean by knowing each other well.
As for you,
I can tell at a glance that you're not a woman, you're actually a man.
You're just hiding it from those around you to continue living as a woman, right? Zhang Feng's gaze swept back and forth between Yu Min and Han Jingjing.
Through the system interface prompt, Zhang Feng had already learned that this 25-year-old Yu Min actually held cryptocurrencies worth over $1 billion. And these cryptocurrencies were obtained by scamming global cryptocurrency enthusiasts. Currently, there were at least 100 people worldwide who had issued death bounties on him.
This was all happening domestically.
If he went abroad, he could very well be hunted down.
Of course, that wasn't the main point.
The main point was that this guy had scammed a large number of cryptocurrency enthusiasts and was now being scammed by Han Jingjing.
Truly, one thing overcomes another.
At that moment, Qin Shuiao, who had been listening, suddenly recalled the gender identification incident at the police station. She pointed at Han Jingjing and exclaimed, "Oh,
I remember now, you're the girl who accused Chen Ma of being a pervert on the subway line 3, right?"
"It was purely a misunderstanding. We've already reconciled," Han Jingjing said, forcing a calm demeanor as she pulled Yu Min to leave.
"Honey, let's go, don't pay attention to them."
"Wait, I want to know if what he said about you not being a woman is true or false." Yu Min suddenly became suspicious. Although he was sure that Han Jingjing was physically a woman, he did recall something strange during their relationship. That was, he had never seen Han Jingjing's aunt. Previously, Han Jingjing had said it was all taken care of. Yu Min hadn't thought much of it, but now, after Zhang Feng's comment, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart.
Oh no, Han Jingjing couldn't be a man who just had gender reassignment surgery, could she? Because if she were a man, she wouldn't have an aunt. Just thinking about it made Yu Min feel as if he had swallowed a fly. He stared at Han Jingjing, wanting a denial. However, at that moment, Han Jingjing was also a bit flustered. The situation had arisen suddenly, and she was completely unprepared. She spoke in a flustered tone, "Honey, you have to believe me. I'm definitely a man. No, I'm definitely a girl. Have you ever done a gender identification?" Yu Min pressed again. Han Jingjing's eyes flickered, wanting to stall for time. At that moment, Zhang Feng kindly took out the electronic version of the gender identification report from the hospital for Han Jingjing. Looking at the familiar interface, Han Jingjing was instantly dumbfounded. She stared at Zhang Feng in disbelief. "Where did you get this?" She clearly remembered tearing her report to shreds. As for the electronic version, wasn't that supposed to be strictly confidential by the hospital? How did this guy get it? However, for Zhang Feng to obtain the hospital's electronic version was incredibly simple. He just needed to slightly modify his hacking skills to extract all the information. Yu Min leaned in to take a look. This electronic version had a number and a stamp, making it easy to verify its authenticity. Seeing that the gender column for Han Jingjing was marked as intersex, Yu Min's mindset began to crumble. He swayed slightly, almost losing his balance. "Honey, are you okay?" Han Jingjing hurriedly stepped forward to support Yu Min. Yu Min pushed Han Jingjing away with a look of disgust. "You make me feel sick." "I'm sorry. Don't say that. I didn't mean to. I didn't even know I was a man." Han Jingjing's eyes turned red as she kept apologizing to Yu Min, hoping to gain his forgiveness. But Yu Min felt deceived. "Just thinking about it. The beautiful nights I had with Han Jingjing were actually with two men." He felt a wave of physiological nausea. "Please keep your distance from me. If that makes you feel a bit more comfortable, then I'll take a step back." Han Jingjing squeezed out a few tears, starting to play the emotional card. However, Yu Min resolutely made a phone call. "Hello, is this Tang Chenipin?" "Yes, it's me. I'm not buying the house anymore. I don't want the deposit. Cancel the contract." "Hello, is this the 4S store?" "I don't want the Maserati I test drove anymore." Yu Min made several calls in succession, canceling the house, the car, the diamond ring, and the wedding. Han Jingjing stood there, listening to Yu Min's calls, like a death row inmate hearing the judge's verdict. She cried bitterly, "Husband, please don't cancel our wedding. I truly love you. You're just a liar." Yu Min shook off Han Jingjing's hand and turned to walk away. Han Jingjing cried like a broken person, squatting there, sobbing. "It's all gone, everything is gone." The moment her true gender was exposed, she lost everything. Many onlookers were astonished. Qin Shueyao, however, was indifferent. Serves her right. She framed others and deceived people. Now she knows what it feels like to be pushed by the crowd. After crying for a while, Han Jingjing suddenly stood up with her hair disheveled and angrily said to Zhang Feng, "It's all your fault. You've ruined my life. It was never your life to begin with." Zhang Feng said expressionlessly. If it weren't for his modifier, perhaps his own life would have been ruined too. Han Jingjing trembled with anger and pushed Zhang Feng. "Do you dare hit me? Have you forgotten what gender you are and what gender I am?" Zhang Feng fell to the ground as if by chance. Then he shouted, "Help, I'm being bullied by a girl. Ouch, my leg, it's broken." Zhang Feng mumbled, turning his own leg into a severe disability. Everyone present heard a clear sound of a bone breaking, crisp and loud. "Wow, Chen Ma, are you okay?" Qin Shueyao, who was closest, clearly heard the sound of Zhang Feng's leg breaking and was startled, immediately bending down. Don't touch my leg, it hurts so much." Zhang Feng was sweating profusely, his expression twitching, completely not pretending. The other onlookers also began to criticize Han Jingjing. "Hey, what are you doing? Hitting a girl? This guy is a man but pretends to be a woman, that's too despicable. He hit a girl, let's expose her. Does anyone understand? At a good comic convention, we found a man disguised as a woman, and he hit a girl." Someone raised their phone and started taking pictures. Seeing this scene, Han Jingjing panicked. Especially when she saw Zhang Feng's painful expression, she was dumbfounded. "What are you pretending for? I just pushed you lightly, how could you break a bone?" Clearly, she had only lightly touched him, and he fell to the ground. She didn't have much strength, how could it possibly break? Han Jingjing looked anxious, wanting to expose Zhang Feng's lie. But the next second, Zhang Feng rolled up his pant leg, revealing his twisted right leg to everyone. The originally straight right leg was not only twisted but also drooping limply, bruised and swollen, looking very serious just by looking at it. "Wow, his leg is broken," the crowd exclaimed, casting disdainful glances at Han Jingjing. This was too much force. It was clear he was a man. Only a man could have such strength. How could this happen? Han Jingjing's face was filled with disbelief, and she was completely dazed. She lowered her head, confusedly looking at her own hands. Could it be that her strength was really that great? "Quick, call 120. And where are the security guards? Where are the security guards? Su Shuier and the others shouted, calling an ambulance for Zhang Feng, and also managed to grab hold of Han Jingjing, who was trying to escape. Let go of me. Han Jingjing struggled to break free. However, the security guard, agile and quick, took the lead and grabbed Han Jingjing from behind. They waited for the arrival of the emergency services. Not long after, the ambulance arrived. They lifted Zhang Feng onto the stretcher and rushed away. Su Shuier, Su Shanshan, and Chu Qingping followed the ambulance. Meanwhile, Qin Shuio held onto the security guard, keeping a firm grip on Han Jingjing. Inside the ambulance, Zhang Feng let out a cry that matched his injuries. Ah, it hurts so much, I can't take it anymore, it feels like I'm about to give birth. Young man, you injured your leg, not giving birth. Sorry, doctor, I'm a bit disoriented from the pain. On the side, Su Shanshan saw how miserable Zhang Feng looked and tears streamed down her face. She held onto Zhang Feng's right hand tightly and, with a choked voice, said, Shenma, you have to hold on. Zhang Feng's face turned pale. He trembled as he looked at Su Shanshan, as if he were about to say his last words. Shenma, what else do you want to say? Su Shanshan held his hand tightly. This was her roommate and friend. If he were to leave, how would she find an excuse to get close to her sister-in-law in the future? Seeing Su Shanshan so anxious, Zhang Feng felt a slight warmth in his heart. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. However, what I want to say is, can you hold on a little lighter? It's my leg that's broken, not yours. Zhang Feng signaled Su Shanshan to let go. If you keep holding on this tight, my leg is fine, but my hand is going to break. Oh, sorry, it's my first time in an ambulance, I'm a bit nervous. Su Shanshan quickly loosened her grip and looked down to see that she had left marks on Zhang Feng's hand. Chu Qingping, on the side, indignantly said, that guy was too rough, he actually broke someone's leg. It's fine, Shuio has already caught her. We can sue her later based on the injuries. Su Shuier also chimed in. The doctor glanced over and assessed, the leg is twisted like a pretzel, at the very least it's a severe disability. Severe disability? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng let out a scream. I can't take it anymore. Doctor, please drive faster. Su Shanshan shouted at the driver. This is already the fastest, the driver replied helplessly. Finally, the ambulance arrived at the People's Hospital. The stretcher was brought over, and Su Shanshan pushed Zhang Feng, running all the way. Zhang Feng lay there, feeling surrounded by countless faces, the lights on the ceiling making his eyes a bit dazed. So this is what it feels like to be a patient. Zhang Feng had turned down his nerve sensitivity to 0. Otherwise, this severe disability would truly be unbearable. He lay there, smelling the disinfectant in the hospital, feeling the experience was quite magical. At the entrance of the intensive care unit, Zhang Feng was pushed inside. The hospital staff routinely stopped Su Shanshan and the others at the door. Family members, please stop. Chen Ma, you have to hold on. When you come out, I'll get you your favorite snail noodles. Outside, Su Shanshan's voice echoed. Being taken care of really feels nice, Zhang Feng thought as he lay in the intensive care unit, watching the doctors and nurses bustling around like ants, administering anesthesia, applying disinfectant, and picking up surgical instruments. And outside, his beloved roommates were anxiously waiting. Zhang Feng suddenly felt a warm power. This is so touching. He couldn't help but tear up. The last time he was falsely accused, the warm-hearted guys and fairies were all against him. But now, everyone was speaking up for him. Young man, don't be afraid. The female doctor, seeing Zhang Feng in tears, thought he was crying from pain. She adjusted her reading glasses over her mask and gently comforted him. After that, she instructed the nurse to cut open Zhang Feng's pant leg. After cutting it open, the nurse was momentarily stunned. Then she gestured to the doctor. Look, she's a woman. The female doctor suddenly realized that this short-haired person who had been brought in was actually a woman. She felt even more admiration. Her legs were twisted like this, and she still hadn't fainted. She could even shed tears. It was truly not easy. Wait a minute, why hasn't the anesthesia taken effect yet? The female doctor was a bit puzzled. So she had someone administer another injection of anesthesia. Zhang Feng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to close his eyes, feeling the ants performing surgery on his legs. Although it could be reversed, he just wanted to experience the feeling of undergoing surgery. An hour later, the surgery was over. The female doctor let out a sigh of relief and had Zhang Feng pushed back to the ward. As he was being wheeled out, Qin Shuio had already returned, accompanied by a police officer, waiting. Upon seeing Zhang Feng come out, she rushed over immediately. Doctor, how is he? It's fine, this little girl is quite resilient. It took 2 injections of anesthesia for her to fall asleep. She probably needs to wait a bit longer to wake up, the doctor replied. Normally, one injection of anesthesia could last for an hour.
Since Jiang Feng had 2 injections, it was estimated he would take 2 hours to wake up.
However, the next second, Jiang Feng opened his eyes and weakly said, Shueya. Jiang Feng weakly called out to Qin Shueya. Qin Shueya immediately bent down excitedly, holding Jiang Feng's hand. Mom Chen, I'm so glad you're not dead. Actually, I felt like I was about to die, but when I thought about the people I care about in this world, I held on and survived. Jiang Feng looked at Qin Shueya. Qin Shueya's face turned slightly red. What do you care about? Jiang Feng turned his gaze to Su Shanshan. Where's my snail rice noodles? Before I went in, you promised to get me some. Cough, I'll order it right away. Su Shanshan quickly reacted and hurried to place the order. Qin Shueya felt a bit disappointed. So what you care about is actually snail rice noodles. Well, after the surgery, try not to eat spicy food. The female doctor hesitated for a moment and then advised. However, everyone silently looked at the female doctor. You just said it would take another hour for her to wake up. Alright, you can eat whatever you want. The female doctor felt that this little girl seemed to have some medical intuition. After 2 injections of anesthesia, she actually woke up right after the surgery. It seemed that eating snail rice noodles afterward probably wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Feng was pushed into the hospital ward. The snail rice noodles will take a while to arrive, just wait a bit longer. Seeing Jiang Feng swallow, Su Shanshan glanced at the takeout order. Xu Qingping then asked, what else do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. I want to eat fruit. Jiang Feng comfortably lay there, looking around at everyone, making a request. Now he was the patient, they could run errands for him. Xu Qingping immediately ran off to buy fruit. Su Shanshan went to get the takeout. Su Shue'er also went outside to buy Jiang Feng some snacks and drinks. Qin Shue'er, meanwhile, was with the police officer, taking notes from Jiang Feng. Officer, look at his serious injuries. We must severely punish that Han Jingjing. After delivering Han Jingjing to the police station, Qin Shue'er immediately brought a police officer to the hospital to take notes. The officer nodded and said, it is indeed quite serious. I will record it truthfully, but how it will be judged depends on the higher-ups. Half an hour later, the notes were completed. The officer handed Jiang Feng a document and said, this is the last one, please sign here. Jiang Feng took it, signed his name, and was about to submit it when he suddenly noticed that the political affiliation section was blank. So he asked, isn't this supposed to be filled out? This? Do you have a special identity? For example, a party member, or something like that? The officer asked. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, modified his identity section, and then said, I am a member of the Women's Federation. You're from the Women's Federation? The officer was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Yes, because of my contributions against the trafficking of women and children, I have a volunteer position in the Women's Federation. Jiang Feng took out the electronic version of his volunteer identity at the Women's Committee under the street office. After the police reviewed it and confirmed its authenticity, they immediately helped him fill out the necessary forms. Protecting women's rights is everyone's responsibility. I hope the relevant departments can ensure my legal rights, Jiang Feng reiterated. The police officer nodded seriously and saluted Jiang Feng, saying, don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation. After that, the police left with the records and materials. Qin Shue'er looked at Jiang Feng in surprise. I didn't realize you were part of the Women's Federation. When did you join? I had no idea. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Besides, it's not a high-ranking position, it's just a nominal title, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Qin Shue'er shook her head. It's not that simple. To join the Women's Federation, you either have to pass an exam or have made significant social contributions. Jiang Feng hadn't officially graduated yet, so he didn't have a formal position. It could only be considered a kind of significant social contribution. Jiang Feng casually explained, I was involved in a case against human trafficking of women and children before, and because I provided crucial leads, I was recognized for it. The ladies at the Women's Committee under the street office knew about it and often invited me to meetings. Later, they even applied for a title for me, as a volunteer under the street office, which also counts as being part of the Women's Federation. So that's how it is. Qin Shue'er realized. It seemed Jiang Feng was quite recognized by the ladies. He had managed to break into the circle of the Women's Committee under the street office. Even though she was a woman, it seemed she couldn't integrate into their circle. So, do you want to join the Women's Federation too? Next time, I can take you to help combat human trafficking, Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Qin Shue'er's eyes lit up. Are you going to take me to northern Myanmar? That's not out of the question, Jiang Feng was saying when Qin Shue'er suddenly received a call from abroad. Just as she was about to hang up, Jiang Feng suggested, maybe it's a handsome guy from northern Myanmar inviting you, the little princess. It can't be that coincidental, right? Qin Shueyo was a bit skeptical, so she answered the call. Hello, hi. Hello, what's the matter? Hello, this is the First People's Hospital. Your husband just had a car accident, his leg is broken, and he needs immediate surgery. Please transfer 100,000 yuan to our hospital's account right away, or your husband might not make it. The handsome guy on the other end spoke seriously. Qin Shueyo chuckled. It was just as they said, the handsome guy had arrived. She replied, aha, hello, did you hear that? Your husband had a car accident and needs money. Aha, okay, here is our account number. Please transfer 100,000 yuan to us. Once we receive the money, we will perform the surgery on your husband. Aha, okay, may I ask if you are processing it now? Aha, alright, have you entered the password? If there are any anti-fraud prompts, please just click skip. Do you understand? Aha, okay, last step, enter 100,000 yuan and click confirm. Have you done it? Aha. After a few seconds, the other side asked, did you do it? Aha. The other side finally couldn't hold back. Aha. Are you made of sand? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Aha. Damn it. The other side cursed and hung up the phone. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shueyo laughed heartily. She couldn't help it. The other side's low-level scam technique was trying to fool her. It was just too funny. At this moment, a handsome guy in northern Myanmar was being beaten up. Zhang Feng was also laughing hard. At that moment, Qin Shueyo's phone vibrated again. She looked down and saw that it was Chu Qingping, who had gone out to buy fruit and needed some money. The little rich lady is out of money? Qin Shueyo laughed and scolded, then transferred 10,000 yuan. But after sending it, she suddenly felt something was off. How could Chu Qingping be out of money? At this moment, Chu Qingping returned with a bag of fruit, saying, Mom Chen, let me wash you a bunch of grapes first. After the surgery, you need to replenish some glucose. Don't wash them yet, come here. How come you just borrowed money and are back already? Qin Shueyo asked. Borrow money? When did I borrow money from you? Chu Qingping put down the fruit bag, puzzled. What? Isn't this you? Qin Shueyo took out her phone and pointed to the message list showing Chu Qingping. Chu Qingping looked at the chat box, equally confused. She reached out and clicked on that account. Seeing the empty friend circle inside, she spread her hands and said, this is obviously not me. Qin Shueyo searched through the friend list and discovered that there were actually two people named Chu Qingping, one of whom was a fake. However, the other had changed to Chu Qingping's profile picture, and at first glance, it looked like the real Chu Qingping. Damn, I got scammed? Qin Shueyo exploded. She had just played a trick on a handsome guy from northern Myanmar, and unexpectedly, she was scammed out of 10,000 yuan by a con artist who had been lurking for days. Things are getting interesting, Zhang Feng said, opening his mouth to eat the grapes that Chu Qingping had washed, as well as the melon from Qin Shueyo. Qin Shueyo, having been scammed out of 10,000 yuan, was so anxious that she wanted to take a flight to northern Myanmar overnight. Su Shanshan and Chu Qingping naturally tried to stop her. What are you joking about? You dare to go to a place like northern Myanmar? It's just 10,000 yuan, consider it a lesson learned. Su Shanshan, who had just returned with takeout of snail noodles, couldn't help but laugh when she learned that Qin Shueyo had been scammed out of 10,000 yuan by a long-hidden micro-business scammer. But seeing Qin Shueyo ready to rush to northern Myanmar, she quickly stopped her. Chu Qingping also advised, yeah, the people there are too warm-hearted and sincere, it's better not to go. Even if you want to go, you should wait until after graduation. If you rush over now, won't it delay your graduation? Zhang Feng slurped a mouthful of snail noodles, the spicy flavor hitting hard. Qin Shueyo tugged at Zhang Feng's leg, shaking it and acting cute. Mom Chen, lend me a few robots. I want to go to northern Myanmar as a precious little princess. A few robots might not be enough, Zhang Feng assessed. To flatten northern Myanmar, at least tens of thousands of fully armed robots would be needed. Qin Shueyo immediately cheered, then get more robots. Fine, but don't shake anymore, if you do, my leg is going to fall apart. Zhang Feng pointed to her leg, which was in a cast. Qin Shueyo chuckled and carefully stopped shaking. She even took a serious look at Zhang Feng's casted leg and said, Mom Chen's leg was already beautiful, after breaking it, it looks even better. Shueya, you're really twisted. Su Shanshan and the others exclaimed in disgust. Let me feed you some noodles, Qin Shueyo said nonchalantly, lifting the snail noodles, blowing on the steam, and with an she fed it to Zhang Feng. Su Shanshan fed Zhang Feng mango. Chu Qingping peeled grapes for Zhang Feng. Qin Shueya glanced at the grape skins that Chu Qingping had peeled and said, Qingping, using your fingers to peel is very dirty. Aren't you worried that Mom Chen will eat your nail dirt and get a stomachache? Nonsense, I just washed my hands, they're very clean. Chu Qingping showed off her slender fingers, each one like a green onion.
She had never done her nails, so her nail beds were all natural, resembling beautiful jade. Qin Shueyo put down the snail noodles, picked up a grape, and while peeling it with her mouth, she taught, there are millions of bacteria on nail beds. No matter how much you wash, there are still hundreds of thousands of bacteria. You have to peel it with your mouth to make it clean. As she spoke, she quickly peeled 4 or 5 grape pieces for Zhang Feng. They were round and plump, like polished jade, landing on the plate.
Chu Qingping? Su Shanshan covered her mouth, feeling like she might vomit. Do you really want to eat? Qin Shueyo looked at Zhang Feng, who was swallowing, and immediately offered the grape pieces from the plate. She had an expectant look on her face, not even knowing what she was looking forward to. Zhang Feng glanced at the few grapes that had been drooled on and couldn't help but say, although there are a lot of bacteria under your nails that can't be washed away, isn't there? There's saliva enzyme in your mouth. This thing kills bacteria. Be good, eat these grapes.
I guarantee you won't have diarrhea, Qin Shueyo said, handing the grape flesh forward again.
Chu Qingping looked at Zhang Feng's troubled expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. She assisted, Mom Chen, Shueyo is just being kind, you should eat it.
You're a patient now, it's the perfect time to replenish glucose. Mom Chen, just endure it, it'll pass, Su Shanshan also said, covering her mouth.
What do you mean endure?
The grape flesh I just offered is very rare. So far, there are only 5 in the world.
Come on, Su Shanshan, you try one first.
Seeing Zhang Feng hesitating, Qin Shueyo pulled Su Shanshan over to let her try one first.
Su Shanshan looked aggrieved, thinking, I don't need to replenish glucose. Why do I have to eat it first?
Qin Shueyo didn't give her a chance to refute, pinching Su Shanshan's mouth with her left hand while using her right hand to pick up a grape flesh that was dripping with saliva, feeding it to her.
Su Shanshan was forced to eat one.
Watching her face turn red and her expression change wildly, as if she had eaten poison.
Gulp. Su Shanshan swallowed it down.
Only then did Qin Shueyo release her hand with satisfaction, saying, see, it didn't poison you, which means my saliva enzyme is very clean. Saying this, she stared at Zhang Feng again, wanting to indirectly do something with him. Zhang Feng saw Shueyo's expectant expression and, helpless, wiped a grape flesh with a tissue, cleaning off the saliva, then swallowed it down like it was cold medicine.
He didn't even let his tongue savor the sweetness. Zhang Feng quickly swallowed. How is it?
The grapes I peeled are sweeter, right?
Qin Shueyo asked with a look that begged for praise.
Not bad, as expected of the grapes I offered, Zhang Feng complimented.
Qin Shueyo smiled with satisfaction and took out a few more grapes.
Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly stopped her. Forget it, I've had enough, I need to rest. I'm the patient, I need to sleep.
Don't be in a hurry, I'm not asking you to keep eating grapes, but I want you to peel a few for me to eat, Qin Shueyo said, handing the grapes over, pleading with Zhang Feng to help her peel them. Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. Aren't you worried about my saliva getting on the grapes?
Not worried. I heard that if two people's saliva exchanges, their appearances will tend to become similar, Qin Shueyo said seriously.
People who stay with cats for a long time will start to look alike.
People who stay together for a long time, theoretically, will also have more of a couple's resemblance.
Shueya, your tastes are getting heavier. I'm leaving.
Su Shanshan and Chu Qingping both fled the ward. These two had been fed a belly full of dog food by the two of them exchanging grape flesh.
If they didn't leave, they would burst. Seeing her roommates leave, Qin Shueya became even more unrestrained.
She shook Zhang Feng's hand, pleading, quick, peel a grape for me, use your mouth.
Just one will do. What's wrong with you today? Letting me eat your drooled grapes is one thing, but now you want me to peel them for you.
Zhang Feng looked at Shueyo, feeling that she was acting a bit strange today. Qin Shueyo brushed her hair back from her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, nothing, I just want to try the grape flesh you peeled, just satisfy me a little.
No, you're definitely hiding something from me. Zhang Feng didn't believe she would suddenly be so proactive.
Seeing Zhang Feng's suspicion, Qin Shueyo fidgeted a bit, then mustered her courage to say, it's nothing, I just want to advance our relationship.
Advance our relationship? What relationship?
Zhang Feng was taken aback for a moment, then realized, asking with a half-smile. Qin Shueya used the skin of the grape she had just peeled to form a heart shape on the fruit plate, then said seriously, our relationship. I was originally prepared to confess to you at graduation. Although there was a little accident in between, my feelings for you haven't changed. Qin Shueya used the heart-shaped grape skin from the fruit plate as a love token and confessed to the leg-injured Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng said, but my leg is broken, and I'm severely disabled.
I don't know if I can recover. It's okay, I can take care of you. It's just a broken leg, right? In other novels, the female lead can take care of a comatose CEO, so why can't I take care of you, just a mere broken leg? Qin Shueyo said firmly. Zhang Feng replied, the problem is, I'm a girl. Don't you mind? Why should I mind? True love doesn't look at gender. Qin Shueyo exclaimed, then patted the plastered leg. Ouch! Zhang Feng gasped, true love doesn't look at gender, but please take a look at my leg. Oh, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Qin Shueyo quickly supported the plastered leg and blew on it a few times with her mouth. Zhang Feng sighed, I don't know if your family will accept it. They have to accept it, even if they don't. Qin Shueyo said, leaning closer to Zhang Feng's neck, sniffing, then said, but why don't you smell nice? Because my soul is still male. What nice smell. That was purely from too much cosmetic preservation. Since she didn't have the habit of wearing makeup, she naturally didn't have that scent. Oh. Qin Shueyo realized, then looked at Zhang Feng seriously, so, have you accepted my feelings? After saying that, she nervously looked at Zhang Feng, afraid of his rejection. In fact, she planned to confess now mainly because she had read about a psychological effect. It said that people are psychologically vulnerable after being injured. If she took advantage of the other person's vulnerability, cared for them, and then confessed, it would be easier to succeed. That's why she took the initiative to offer grapes, just to bring them closer. But she was still a bit uncertain whether Zhang Feng's defenses had been breached by her. I accept. Zhang Feng replied to her. Qin Shueyo couldn't believe it. She asked again, you agreed? Yes, I agreed to you. Zhang Feng smiled. Qin Shueyo was very happy, but then she suddenly thought of Romying and hesitated, saying, what about your fiancé? Just a fiancé, I can break off the engagement. Zhang Feng certainly didn't plan to be with Romying. He was already prepared to send her away. Hearing about breaking off the engagement, Qin Shueyo was startled. Aren't you afraid she'll come after you in 30 years? What's there to be afraid of? In 30 years, we might not even be on Earth anymore, and she'll be old. Zhang Feng shrugged. The development was so fast now. A year in prison, while outside, things had rapidly developed for over a decade. In 30 years, when Romying comes out, she might feel like a primitive person entering a space station. Completely clueless. That's true. Qin Shueyo nodded, then asked, how should I address you? Can I call you wife? Sure, but I'm a 0. Then I'll be a 1. As a 1, since you confessed to me, why didn't you prepare a gift? And what about my bride price? Zhang Feng inquired. He had heard that in their relationship, there were also distinctions between 1 and 0, where the 1 had to prepare a house, car, and bride price for the 0. He was willing to be the lily 0, not because he was the submissive 1, but because he was used to lying flat. After hearing this, Qin Shueyo agreed wholeheartedly, holding Zhang Feng's hands, saying, don't worry, wife, I'll take care of the kids and bride price, you just focus on healing. What about that silly diamond ring? Get me a whole box of those. Zhang Feng made another request. When he used to take on the male role, he hated those diamond rings, feeling they were silly. But now, he no longer needed to take on the male role, so there was no need to oppose it. Alright, a whole box. Qin Shueyo took out her memo and wrote it all down. I also want a grand wedding. No problem, let's do it in Bali. No, I want to go to northern Myanmar. I want you there, to wholeheartedly promise me a wedding. Alright, my precious wife. Qin Shueyo noted it down again. After discussing, the door to the hospital room slowly opened. Su Shanchan and Xu Qingping stood there, stunned. They had only wanted to eavesdrop on the couple's sweet talk. Unexpectedly, the train had not stopped. In just a few words, the two had confessed, gotten engaged, and even decided on the wedding venue. Isn't this too fast? I'm not ready yet, Su Shanchan said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I thought of you all as roommates, how did you two sneak off together? Xu Qingping also looked caught off guard. Yeah, I'm not ready either. How come you two have even planned your honeymoon? What do you need to prepare? Are you two going to be together too? Zhang Feng asked in confusion. Did my relationship with Qin Shueyo affect you? Su Shanchan quickly avoided Xu Qingping, her face conflicted as she said, no, what I mean is, what about you and your sister-in-law? Oh no, your fiancé. You don't need to worry, your sister-in-law is still in Florida. You can go find her, I don't mind, Zhang Feng said, understanding Su Shanchan's thoughts. I wasn't talking about her. I mean, yes. Fine, I want to go find her, Su Shanchan confessed. She liked that cool girl with the strength of an elephant in her right leg. Xu Qingping stood there lonely. It's over, you all have partners, and I'm left all alone. Why don't you go talk to your mentor Su Shue'er? I heard she's single, Zhang Feng suggested. Xu Qingping quickly waved her hand. No way, I'm straight. I'd rather be with a robot than with someone of the same sex. Robot? Oh, you like robots? I can get you a two-dimensional foil later. You can customize the body type and size, Zhang Feng said seriously. Are you sure you can customize it? Xu Qingping swallowed.
She had seen Jiang Feng's two-dimensional foil robot, but they all looked the same, lacking any aesthetic appeal.
Jiang Feng nodded. Of course, what kind of guy do you like? I can customize one for you.
Now that he had Shueyao, and Su Shanshan was pursuing her sister-in-law, there was only one roommate left, and he had to help her find happiness.
Chu Qingping thought for a moment and said, "Get me a 36-sized beautiful girl." Ha! Aren't you straight? You'd rather die than be with someone of the same sex? Jiang Feng asked with a laugh. So you talk big but act straight, huh? Wife, you misunderstood.
What Qingping means is she needs a 36, but also an 18-year-old beautiful girl, Qin Shueyao translated for Chu Qingping.
Shueyao understands me.
Chu Qingping gave a thumbs up.
Jiang Feng,
Chu Qingping, Qin Shueyao, and Su Shanshan took turns providing him with 5 meals a day.
1 meal in the morning, 1 meal at noon, 1 afternoon tea, 1 meal in the evening, 1 late-night snack.
Jiang Feng was getting chubby. Being a patient feels really nice, Jiang Feng said, propping up his leg that was in a cast. He showed no signs of the usual lack of appetite that patients have.
On the contrary, he had a very good appetite. From the usual 3 meals a day, it had turned into 5.
The female doctor was currently changing Jiang Feng's cast and was surprised to find that his leg had almost healed in just a few days. The bone cells of this young lady are really impressive. They grew back so quickly, she said in astonishment. I estimate he won't need a week to fully recover, the female doctor conservatively judged. However, Qin Shueyao, seeing Jiang Feng's appetite, couldn't help but say, Doctor, I think he can be discharged now. He doesn't look like a patient at all.
Just thinking about being discharged soon makes me a bit reluctant. How about letting Han Jingjing break another of my legs?
Jiang Feng opened his mouth, eating the chicken leg and skin that Qin Shueyao had torn apart. Especially the chicken skin, crispy and tender, when chewed, it released juices that made one unable to stop eating. You won't need to break your legs. In the days to come, I will serve you like this, Qin Shueyao said gently, handing over authentic hand-pulled chicken.
Jiang Feng sat up. Really? Of course, pampering my husband, isn't that normal? Qin Shueyao smiled. Besides, how can you stay in the hospital all the time?
Tomorrow is the defense day, and after graduation, we still have to go to Myanmar to hold our wedding.
Is the defense coming up so soon? Time really flies. In that case, let's go through the discharge procedures tonight. Jiang Feng adjusted the health index of his legs to perfect.
Then, with a sudden push, he stood up, lively and bouncing. He could directly participate in the high jump competition.
The doctor beside him rechecked and clicked his tongue in amazement. What a medical miracle. Really healed?
Qin Shueyao pinched Jiang Feng's right leg, finding that his skin and flesh were very healthy, even healthier than the pork at a well-lit butcher's stall, which immediately reassured her.
Jiang Feng nodded and urged, then let's go handle the discharge procedures. Okay. The two went to handle the discharge procedures.
While they were processing, new patients were also checking in. Congratulations, you're being discharged, a nurse congratulated Jiang Feng. Then she said to her colleague, give this new room to the little girl who just arrived.
That poor little girl. Another colleague glanced at the case and said with a sigh, the new patient was an 18-year-old girl.
2 months before the college entrance examination, she underwent a physical examination.
Unfortunately, she was diagnosed with brain cancer.
This halted her path to the college entrance examination, and her family took her around for re-examinations.
It was finally determined that she would undergo chemotherapy at this hospital. Currently, she was only in the first phase of chemotherapy, with many more phases unknown.
So she was arranged to stay in the inpatient department. The room she occupied was exactly the one Jiang Feng had vacated. As Jiang Feng packed his things and prepared to leave, a girl was pushed into the ward. Her parents were beside her, but their eye bags were heavy, clearly from sleepless nights. The girl remained silent, knowing that her life was already ruined.
Not to mention missing the college entrance examination, just the cost of chemotherapy was astronomical.
What a poor little girl, Qin Shueyao sighed at the door. There was only a month left until the college entrance examination, but the girl had stopped her path forward. According to discussions among other doctors, the girl had excellent grades in school. She was very interested in aerospace and had once declared her intention to apply to the best aerospace school in Manhwa. But unexpectedly, all of this had turned to ashes a month ago.
This is fate.
The doctors and nurses sighed. Although they had seen too many such unfortunate events, seeing such a young person in the prime of life end up in such a situation was still very sad. They could only lament the cruelty of fate.
Honey, let's go. Qin Shueyao pulled Jiang Feng, preparing to leave.
Jiang Feng took one last look at the girl, then helped her reduce the number of cancer cells from hundreds of millions to 0.
After the adjustment, the girl's complexion visibly improved. She sensed something but didn't understand what it meant. She just lay there blankly, inadvertently glancing at Zhang Feng and Qin Shuiao as they turned to leave.
0. What a great invention. Zhang Feng lay comfortably on Qin Shuiao's back, unable to help but sigh. Although he had already recovered, Qin Shuiao had to carry him. What could he do? After returning to school, Su Shanshan and Chu Qingping were preparing their defense papers and formal attire. They had already printed Zhang Feng and Shuiao's thesis into books. Especially Zhang Feng's thesis, Physics Does Not Exist. It was even printed as a thick book, looking just like a textbook. Mom Chen, the thickness of your book is almost on par with a textbook. Su Shanshan couldn't help but sniff the ink smell of the thesis book. Her own thesis was at most half the thickness of Zhang Feng's. Zhang Feng smiled. Who knows, it might become a required textbook in universities in the future.
Mom Chen is amazing. I heard from the dean that professors from other schools want to audit your thesis? Chu Qingping asked curiously.
She didn't know that after Zhang Feng's impressive performance at Harvard, Professor Harry and others were clamoring to come to Zhejiang Polytechnic for academic exchange. This time, when Zhang Feng was to defend his thesis, the other party had already contacted Wang Zhong, pleading with Zhejiang Polytechnic to send them an invitation for academic exchange. Wang Zhong was puzzled at first, wondering why so many professors from Harvard suddenly wanted to come for academic exchange. But upon hearing that they wanted to audit Zhang Feng's defense, he immediately realized.
This was not just auditing, they were here to learn from him, right?
Wang Zhong, of course, was strict in his selection. Professors who were not world-renowned physicists were eliminated, reducing the number of auditors to around 100. But even just this 100 was enough to gather a team of professors comparable to top institutions like Tsinghua and Beida.
What a big deal, my wife. It feels like you're about to become famous, Qin Shuiao said, tying Zhang Feng's tie with admiration. She thought it was purely Zhang Feng's thesis that had caught the attention of the professors. Again, about to become famous?
Sigh, so annoying, Zhang Feng said, holding the thesis book as he walked out. Scientists from various countries like Eagle Sauce, Little Japan, Europe, and Bear Country. Most of them already knew that a genius physicist had emerged from Long Country. The slight leak of his thesis content had already supported a Harvard doctoral thesis, causing a sensation. It was later discovered that the thesis was plagiarized. Not only did it prevent that Harvard doctoral student from graduating, but it also successfully implicated the chief editor of Longhui Journal. In the end, it led to a strict investigation by the relevant departments of Long Country, resulting in the senior editor Gu Cheng being sent in. Physicists did not care about these academic scandals because the content of the thesis was the focus. They were already shocked. In just a month or two, they repeatedly tried to prove the errors in the mathematics and physical experiments of those theses, but they all failed. Even the plagiarized content could not be overturned. They could only watch helplessly as those contents stood tall, mocking their ignorance. They had foolishly imagined moving Mount Everest. And now, the main author of the thesis was about to officially release his full text in Long Country. Although some scientists from Long Country had already seen it, many foreign scientists had not yet seen it.
They had never witnessed Zhang Feng's defense in person.
So they sent out applications for academic invitations, wanting to witness his brilliance at Zhang Feng's graduation defense.
I've really seen it all in my lifetime.
Wang Zhong sat in the dean's office, looking incredulously at the long list in his hand.
Zhang Feng's academic defense was originally scheduled in a classroom in the teaching building. However, because there were simply too many professors attending, the number of scientists alone was already 100. Adding in teachers, students, and media, it was even more. One classroom was definitely not enough. Reluctantly, he had to independently arrange an academic conference for Zhang Feng's defense. The conference could accommodate 500 people. That should be enough. However, Wang Zhong clearly underestimated the power of the media. The day before the defense, because some media were not selected for on-site recording, they released a shocking news report in a fit of anger. Shocking! Zhejiang Polytechnic genius physics student has actually overturned Einstein. Incredible! Zhejiang Polytechnic undergraduate student has already crushed Einstein and Newton. Under a series of exaggerated and shocking headlines, netizens were drawn into the comments section. Can you stop bragging? Zhejiang Polytechnic is just an ordinary 985 university. How could it possibly overturn Einstein? Exactly, what a joke. If they could really take down Newton and Einstein, you should know that in the environment of Longwa, even with another 1,000 years, such a genius would never emerge. I live in a village just 5 kilometers from Zhejiang Polytechnic. Even though my monthly salary is only 3,000 and I can only afford pig trotter rice every day, it doesn't affect my judgment. You're just bragging. Someone go ask around near the school,
then shoot a video to slap them in the face. Due to the delay in information, these people were talking grandly, expressing their understanding of the world.
Zhejiang Polytechnic. Around 10 in the morning.
A large number of armed police had already appeared around the school, setting up a security line. There was no other choice.
The number of scientists present today was simply too many. The media was also formal and comprehensive.
In order to ensure the smooth progress of the defense, the school contacted the relevant departments and requested military support to maintain order on site.
Most students, seeing this show of force, were completely bewildered. What's going on? Did someone die? With so many armed police, I think aliens have arrived. That's right, I am an alien.
Most students, being from non-graduating classes and not from the physics department, had no idea what was happening. They only knew that suddenly there were many armed police around the school.
They didn't conduct extensive checks, just looked at student IDs and the like.
However, to enter a certain academic conference building, there was a thorough inspection.
Body searches, electronic checks, various high-tech measures were all employed. The process was even stricter than airport security. What's going on? Why is the entrance to the academic building so strict? A passing student, who originally wanted to attend an academic seminar, found that the academic building was completely cleared out today.
The scheduled seminar was postponed to the afternoon. After inquiring a bit, he learned that a heavyweight academic defense was to be held here.
He was stunned. What level of academic defense is this, so terrifying? Armed police and clearing out the academic building? Is this an academic defense? Or is it Einstein's debut?
The student looked incredulous.
Was this lineup really for Einstein's emergence?
With a curious heart, he squatted in a nearby flower bed, ready to see who this remarkable figure was.
Not long after, various media outlets, including television stations, began to arrive at the entrance of the academic building. They all rushed into the building. At this moment, Zhang Feng had already entered the academic building.
Dressed too ordinarily, and with only a few people knowing that he was the main character of this academic defense, he did not attract anyone's attention as he came in. Today is really lively, with scientists from various countries and well-known media. It's been a long time since I've seen such a large gathering in the academic world. A local television reporter from Zhejiang couldn't help but discuss with the photographer beside him. Early in the morning, the station director had informed him that there was a heavyweight academic defense at Zhejiang Polytechnic today, which might go down in history, so he was sent to record the scene.
Yeah, the lineup is too big.
I'm starting to doubt whether this is an academic defense or Einstein's debut.
Another reporter from Kyoto also couldn't help but tease.
Although he had reported on similarly large events in Kyoto, this was his first encounter in the academic field, especially since the main character of this academic defense was a student. This left the outside world with much to speculate. The last time the editor-in-chief of Longhui Journal was arrested, it wasn't this lively.
Hey, classmate, do you know if this academic defense is for that doctoral student from your school?
The Zhejiang television reporter casually asked a male student nearby.
The boy replied, it's an undergraduate. The reporter was taken aback. Undergraduate? Are you kidding me, classmate?
I also graduated from the Pearl River Institute of Technology, with a master's in journalism, so don't try to fool your senior.
Senior?
I really didn't deceive you, Zhang Feng smiled.
The reporter was stunned, and after a long while, he said, is it really that astonishing? An undergraduate producing such significant academic results. Wait a minute. Back then, when Einstein discovered the photoelectric effect, he was only in his 20s, right? Wow. Could this really be the Chinese version of Einstein's debut? The reporter from Pearl River Television, after coming to his senses from the shock, looked at Zhang Feng with curiosity. Since he was able to gain entry to this academic defense, he must be an outstanding student from some grade.
Before Zhang Feng could respond, Wang Zhong had already brought the principal and others over. Xiao Jiang, it's almost time for you to go on stage for the defense.
Good luck, Xiao Jiang,
the principal personally encouraged him. As soon as these words were spoken, the other students, teachers, and reporters around looked up in astonishment.
The main character of today's defense was actually sitting right here?
The reporter from Pearl River Television was also dumbfounded.
The core figure of the day was actually right beside him.
Zhang Feng patted his sleeves and stood up to walk towards the podium.
Below, everyone was stunned. How can the person defending today be so young? I thought he was some postdoctoral senior. I thought so too. He looks like an undergraduate. Unbelievable.
The television reporter, even more incredulous, adjusted his glasses that were about to slip off. This guy's presence is quite subtle, but he has the qualifications.
Seniors bow down in admiration.
The reporter couldn't help but sigh. As a journalism student skilled in language,
The pens he had used could circle the Pearl River several times. He never expected to encounter an even bigger pen today.
The audience gradually quieted down.
In the front rows sat some of the most renowned physics professors in the world today.
And on the stage,
besides Jung Fong, there was only one staff member handling the presentation visuals. "Alright," the staff member said, handing Jung Fong a microphone.
Jung Fong nodded and opened the electronic version of his thesis. He began, "Hello everyone, I am Jung Fong.
The title of my thesis today is, Physics Does Not Exist.
It's about 200 pages long.
I hope to receive your guidance." As soon as Jung Fong spoke, the audience erupted in an uproar.
So arrogant, so bold, what a title.
But he seemed so calm and confident, completely ignoring the hundreds of top physicists in the audience.
Damn, if I had that kind of ability, I probably wouldn't say "I hope to receive your guidance," I'd say, "Everyone here is trash."
The crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with anticipation for this thesis. Although many older physicists were somewhat shocked by Jung Feng's youth, more were filled with expectation. They put on translation headsets and reading glasses, listening intently to Jung Feng's defense.
We all know that the universe is composed of certain constants. These constants determine what our universe looks like.
For example, the speed of light, which is a fixed value, determines the speed of light particles, only 300,000 kilometers per second. This speed means that it takes 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the earth. If this speed were even slightly faster or slower, the time humans on Earth perceive the sun would be extended or shortened. From this, we can see that the cosmic constants have a huge impact on our world.
Besides the speed of light, there are other common cosmic constants. For example, the Chandrasekhar limit, Schwarzschild radius, Planck constant, Boltzmann constant, Coulomb constant, proton mass, electron mass. What if these constants had multiple different values? What I mean is, if the speed of light had another speed, say it could only travel 1 kilometer per second, what would happen?
You would find that the temperature of the sun would decrease. The Earth has become uninhabitable, while Mercury has become habitable. And let's assume that the mass of a standard proton increases.
Then all the matter that makes up our entire universe will change accordingly.
This is incomprehensible in the realms of classical mechanics and Einstein's worldview.
This is also why, in quantum mechanics, the phenomenon of uncertainty arises.
And my discovery is that this world inherently exists with multiple universal constants. It's like how people only use 18 and 36 to measure certain properties of men and women, and of course, they will find uncertainty.
The reason is that there are multiple different constants. This universe is the same.
It's just that because we live in the solar system, having not seen too many worlds, we have only discovered a small range of universal constants.
Of course, I am now using mathematical methods to prove the existence of multiple constants. To obtain conclusive evidence, experiments are needed, and interstellar exploration is necessary.
After Jiang Feng's opening remarks, he spoke passionately about universal constants, topological structures, and the unfolding of topology into other spaces. The physicists below, who had been listening attentively at first, began to frown.
Could you ask him to slow down a bit? Suddenly, an elderly professor from Oxford adjusted his reading glasses and couldn't help but inquire of Wang Zhong.
Wang Zhong was already dizzy. He had read this paper many times, but even so, facing Jiang Feng's live explanation, he still felt overwhelmed. Hearing the Oxford professor's request, Wang Zhong quickly signaled the staff to bring Jiang Feng some water.
"Have a sip of water." The staff handed over tea.
After speaking for an hour, Jiang Feng finally paused. He sat there, sipping tea, and looked at Professor Harry below, smiling as he said, "Professor Harry, how do you feel?"
"I don't feel very well," Harry replied honestly.
In this hour, Jiang Feng had inundated them with over 100 pages of new knowledge. If it weren't for his vast knowledge, he would have long since been defeated. Other professors raised their hands one after another. "I have a question."
"So do I."
Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "No rush, let me finish everything first, and then we can all ask together." There were still over 100 pages left to cover. So, after a brief rest, Jiang Feng spent another hour finishing the remaining pages. After he finished, Jiang Feng set down his teacup and said, "Alright, that concludes the content of my defense paper. I would appreciate your guidance, teachers."
"What guidance?"
"The depth of your exploration has already far surpassed ours.
We should be asking you for advice." Harry stood up, unable to contain his admiration.
The other professors were equally in awe, and they immediately applauded. The remaining students, teachers, and media had long since been overwhelmed. By the end, apart from recognizing a few letters and numbers, they could no longer understand what alien language Jiang Feng was speaking. However, seeing the old professors applauding wildly, they could only join in the applause. "I completely don't understand,"
but I'm greatly shocked. The reporter from Zhejiang Television clapped his hands until they turned red. As a graduate of the journalism department, he truly knew nothing about physics. Yet, the astronomical language Zhang Feng spoke had stunned the professors.
This was truly extraordinary. Director Wang, please go ahead and ask the first question.
Director Wang Zhong, as my homeroom teacher, you have provided tremendous help in my growth, and I want to express my gratitude.
So, I hope Director Wang will be the first to ask a question. Although dozens of professors raised their hands, Zhang Feng still gave the first question opportunity to Wang Zhong.
Under the envious gaze of other professors, Wang Zhong picked up the few pages of notes he had calculated from below the stage and said, I actually haven't understood most of this paper, but I did grasp part of the last few chapters regarding the conjecture of exploring alternate spaces, and I used the methods from your article to make some predictions based on astronomy. I'm not sure how accurate my predictions are, though.
Could you take a look for me?
Wang Zhong earnestly requested. Zhang Feng not only proved that the universe contains multiple constants but also provided several methods for searching for alternate spaces within the conjecture.
Wang Zhong combined physics and astronomy to make a prediction that there exists a wormhole near the moon with different universal constants.
However, this prediction was merely numerical and had not yet been experimentally verified.
Zhang Feng also showcased Wang Zhong's electronic version and went through the calculations live.
Then, to his surprise, Zhang Feng said, Director Wang, your prediction is mathematically sound. I specialize in astronomy and physics, and following the conjecture in the paper, it indeed suggests the existence of such a wormhole near the moon.
An Oxford professor quickly calculated the same result.
At this moment, everyone on site was shocked. They had thought Zhang Feng's paper was primarily theoretical, but unexpectedly, someone had calculated that there was indeed a wormhole near the moon.
Congratulations, Director Wang.
If this is experimentally verified, you will surely win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Professor Harry, after his calculations, also discovered this result and immediately congratulated Wang Zhong.
Wang Zhong himself was bewildered. What was going on?
He had just casually calculated a bit, and yet it yielded results?
Congratulations, Director, you've hit the jackpot.
Zhang Feng also smiled and congratulated him. He hadn't calculated the existence of the wormhole near the moon, so since Wang Zhong had done the calculations and produced results, including the location, the achievement was certainly his. Most importantly, the Dragon Country also had a space station near the moon. Whether or not there was a wormhole at that location could simply be determined by sending a probe from the Dragon Country's space agency.
The sudden achievement excited Wang Zhong, and he quickly humbly replied, No, this is all based on the academic results of student Jiang. Besides, the experiment hasn't proven anything yet. Meanwhile, the head of the Dragon Country's State Affairs Council was closely monitoring this significant academic conference.
Upon hearing about Wang Zhong's academic results, he immediately notified the Lunar Space Station, send a probe to check if there is an alternate space at that location.
Received. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the command center of the Lunar Space Station launched a butterfly-shaped probe into deep space.
However, the defense of the paper consumed 5 hours.
Of course,
it was more like a lecture for the physicists than a defense. Throughout the process, the old professors were asking Zhang Feng questions about how this worked, how that was reasoned, and if he could explain it again. But that wasn't the most dramatic part. The most dramatic part was that during the dialogue, several physicists deduced new academic results.
Each of these results was as significant as Wang Zhong's predicted lunar wormhole.
A full 8 hours later, an old professor was carried out on a stretcher due to fatigue.
No one else had any questions. Zhang Feng looked at everyone. In that case, my paper defense should conclude here. Clap, clap, clap.
The room erupted in vigorous applause. One of the committee members excitedly told Zhang Feng, your paper deserves full marks.
Not just full marks, this is destined to be recorded in history.
It will become a textbook for fundamental physics.
Another committee professor couldn't help but exclaim.
Such a groundbreaking paper was to be on par with the theory of relativity.
Thank you, everyone.
Zhang Feng packed up his thesis books and left the podium. A group of professors followed him, eager to take a group photo. The media reporters, however, were left dumbfounded.
How do we write today's news? A Dragon Country version of Einstein has emerged? A Panga-level academic achievement, with over a dozen Nobel-worthy results derived during the defense? This is simply explosive.
The reporters were a bit dizzy. Whether it was Zhang Feng's thesis or the academic results derived from it, both could easily make the front-page headlines.
This is not the end of physics, this is the dawn of a new era in physics, Wang Zhong couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the professors clamoring for photos.
By the time Jiang Feng finished his defense, it was already 4 in the afternoon.
Yes, he hadn't even had lunch yet. Fortunately, he had a wonderful group of roommates. As he walked out of the academic building, they had prepared his favorite snail noodles and were waiting there. Congratulations, Bachelor Jiang. You did it. Qin Shueyo had finished her defense in just an hour and had been waiting for Jiang Feng here. She had even bought a bouquet of flowers. When she saw Jiang Feng come out, she immediately hugged him with the flowers and gave him a kiss. Although Jiang Feng's body had been modified and he no longer felt fatigue, at that moment, facing the flowers and the kiss, he still felt the joy of every cell in his body. Thank you, my wife. Jiang Feng hugged her back and returned the kiss. Meanwhile, Su Shanshan approached with the snail noodles, saying, come on, you worked hard, and you haven't even had lunch. It's so delicious. If only I had a bottle of happy water, it would be even better. Jiang Feng slurped a mouthful, feeling satisfied. Xu Qingping had long been holding a basket of various drinks, Red Bull, tea, sparkling water, and cola. She said to Jiang Feng, which happiness do you want? Mix them all together, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Wow, such dark cuisine? Xu Qingping opened all the bottles and mixed them into an indescribable drink for Jiang Feng. He took a sip and felt a sweet, salty, sour, and fizzy sensation rush to his head. Hiss! So stimulating. His taste buds were thrilled. Jiang Feng felt extremely happy. The gloom of the 8-hour defense vanished in an instant. After the defense, the armed police gradually withdrew. Zhujiang Polytechnic seemed much calmer. However, the news media was in an uproar. The phrase physics does not exist dominated global media headlines for the next year. Almost every day, new groundbreaking results emerged, all based on Jiang Feng's thesis physics does not exist. Jiang Feng became a household name, a top prodigy. But the media could never find Jiang Feng himself, as he bought a plane ticket on the 3rd day after his defense and went to Myanmar with Qin Shueyo to hold their wedding. Of course, Su Shanshan and Xu Qingping did not go with them. Their taste is really something else. Why go to such a heartfelt place for a wedding? Xu Qingping refused to go and instead went to Florida to find the beautiful robot Jiang Feng had customized for her. Su Shanshan went to find her sister-in-law, Rong Wan. Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital, the girl with brain cancer lay in bed. These days, she could feel her body gradually getting better. However, she didn't believe it was real improvement, thinking it was just her illusion, especially with the college entrance examination approaching. She felt increasingly depressed. Today we will start new tests, a doctor walked into the ward and explained to the girl and her parents. The girl nodded and entered the chemotherapy room, preparing for a new round of treatment. However, before the formal chemotherapy, they needed to check the number of cancer cells in her body to determine the extent of the treatment. The medical equipment began to operate, and the tests commenced. The doctors wore masks, their expressions serious. Yet, 10 minutes later, the results displayed on the screen caused the doctors present to furrow their brows. 0? How can the data be 0? The doctors were astonished. This value meant that the girl had no cancer cells left in her body. However, this was simply impossible, as the cancer cells had already begun to spread before she was admitted. It was impossible to clean them out completely. The so-called chemotherapy was merely a process of killing both normal and cancerous cells together. For a person, this was naturally a form of torment. But now, they had found no cancer cells in the girl. They couldn't believe it and thought there might be a problem with the medical equipment. They recalibrated the equipment and re-examined the girl's body. The result was still 0. Director, the result is still 0. What's going on? The doctors called the director over. After examining the medical equipment and the test results, the director, with his 20 years of experience, concluded, she has recovered. Recovered? How is that possible? She was already in the late stage when she came in. The other doctors were dumbfounded. Recovering from late-stage cancer in an instant? Why not say that physics doesn't exist anymore? I don't know how she recovered, but the result is that she indeed has recovered. And didn't you notice that during her hospitalization, she had very few severe reactions like vomiting? That was already somewhat unusual. Perhaps this is a medical miracle. Her immune system went haywire and killed all the cancer cells? The director mused. The human immune system is incredibly powerful, clearing out vast amounts of bacteria, viruses, and cancer cells every day. Perhaps the girl's immune system had defied the odds and truly killed all those cancer cells overnight. What about the girl now? The doctors asked, stunned. The director replied, she has recovered. What else can we do? Just observe her for a while longer, and then let her be discharged. After all, the college entrance examination is coming up soon, she might still make it. Not long after, the girl was pushed back to the ward. Her family was puzzled. Doctor, why is it so quick this time? Usually, it took a long time. Every chemotherapy session was a torment of life and death. This time, it ended so quickly. The director said, "No need for chemotherapy, you can pack up and prepare for discharge." The family was taken aback and then burst into tears. "Doctor, you can't give up on my child. We must save her. No matter how much it costs, we must save her." The director realized they had misunderstood and quickly explained, "No, what I mean is, she has already recovered. We can observe her for a few more days, and then she can be discharged." "What? Recovered? How is that possible? Wasn't she in the late stage?" The family stopped crying, their faces filled with disbelief. The director then took out the 2 test results. "You can see for yourselves, your daughter has no cancer cells in her body. The values are all 0. Although we don't fully understand the situation, that's the result. If you're not at ease, you can stay here and observe for a few more days." The family couldn't understand the test results, but the doctor's words made them go from deep sorrow to sudden joy. "Doctor, you're not lying to me, are you? How could I? There are so many doctors here, why would we deceive you? Also, your daughter hasn't vomited or had any severe reactions these days, which is itself a sign of good health. When she wakes up, you can ask her how she feels," the director reassured them. Not long after, the girl woke up. The family quickly asked her, "Child, how do you feel?" Previously, when she woke up, she felt a lot of pain and had reactions of vomiting. But now, she had no reactions at all. She frowned and murmured, "I don't feel anything." No feeling. The family members exchanged glances, and it seemed the doctor was right, their child had indeed recovered. However, they were still a bit uncertain, so they went through the discharge procedures and then visited another hospital. But that hospital's test results also showed 0 cancer cells. "Your child seems perfectly normal, no issues at all," the doctor said after reviewing the full medical examination report. The family, still a bit uneasy, replied, "But she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer a month ago." "Really? Really? Oh, then that's normal," the doctor said calmly. "These days, the headlines are all about how physics doesn't exist anymore. I think a medical miracle like this is quite normal." Medical miracle? The family finally smiled. With both hospitals saying the same thing, it seemed their child had truly recovered. "Mom, can I go back to take the college entrance exam?" the girl asked as she got up. Jiang Feng and Shui Yao were in first class. The former was sleeping, while the latter was taking various photos and posting on social media, with the person I love most, holding a heartfelt wedding in the most touching place, followed by the coordinates of the city they were landing in. After seeing this post, her friends left panicked comments. "Shui Yao, you need to be careful, watch out for your kidneys." "Yeah, that place is too scary, be sure to stay safe." "Shui Yao, you're so bold to hold a wedding in such an exciting place, do you want it to be unforgettable for life?" 6. Her friends were terrified, but Qin Shui Yao remained calm, this time going to Naypyidaw. Besides Jiang Feng, she also had 2 bodyguards with her. Of course, even without the bodyguards, she wouldn't be afraid. After all, she had once single-handedly taken down Boston's top robot, Bosch. Twisting a few surgical knives for kidney removal was more than enough. "Everyone, don't worry, I'm going to Naypyidaw mainly to retrieve the 10,000 yuan I lost, aside from the wedding." Qin Shui Yao reassured everyone. Recently, she had been scammed out of 10,000 yuan by a certain micro-business in her friend list. That was 10,000 yuan. She didn't know how many boxes of snail noodles that could buy. She had to get it back. "Even if you're hiding in the park, I will drag you out." After seeing Qin Shui Yao's unified response, her friends all gasped. "Shui Yao, you're really something, actually going to the country of scams, the country of kidney removals, to get your money back?" Whoosh! The flight landed at an airport in Naypyidaw. Jiang Feng and Shui Yao walked ahead, followed by the 2 robots carrying bags. As they reached the airport entrance, a dark-skinned, rough-looking Chinese man driving a van jogged over with a simple smile, asking, "Are you from the Dragon Country? I'm so happy to see you. I'm also from the Dragon Country, from Fujian. Where do you need to go? I can take you for half price." Qin Shui Yao took off her sunglasses and glanced at the van, which looked just like one from the park. She looked at Jiang Feng, "Is this okay?" Jiang Feng pulled up the system interface, displaying the information of the man in front of them. The identity section showed that this guy was a worker from a small scam park, specifically dealing in human piglets. Jiang Feng shook his head. This person was clearly not who he was looking for. He was looking for someone from a well-known park. There was a high probability that the one who scammed his wife out of 10,000 yuan was in this park. Jiang Feng looked around. Many Chinese drivers were approaching, asking if anyone needed a ride. Finally, his gaze landed on a lean but capable-looking man on the outskirts. The identity section showed that the other party specialized in connecting population resources for the park,
holding resources for hundreds of people from the Dragon Country. You're the one. Zhang Feng and Shuya walked towards the capable man. The man was quite surprised, he hadn't even rushed over to grab them yet, and they were coming to him voluntarily. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and with a wrinkled smile, led the two towards the van. Call me Asia, I'm very familiar with Naypyidaw.
Which hotel are you going to? I know it well. Naypyidaw Grand Hotel.
Right, big brother, I heard there are a lot of kidney snatchers around here.
Is that true?
Zhang Feng let the robot run to the hotel by itself while he and Shui Yao carried a simple bag and got into the van. Asia calmly started the vehicle and, through the rearview mirror, smiled as he said, that's false. Naypyidaw is very safe, there are no kidney snatchers.
That's just misinformation from the Dragon Country people. The local customs are very simple. Don't lie to us.
We just graduated from university, full of vigor, and our kidneys are still very healthy, Qin Shuiyao said with a fearful expression, hiding in Zhang Feng's embrace.
Zhang Feng added, yeah, my wife and I are just about to get married. Don't deceive us. Dragon Country people don't deceive their own, Asia assured, but inside he was overjoyed. Two foolish university students had come.
At first glance, he couldn't tell, but unexpectedly, they had revealed themselves.
And their kidneys were very healthy. This was excellent. He could sell them for more.
Thus, the van chugged along towards the outskirts. Zhang Feng had sensed something was off, but it wasn't until they left the city that he pretended to be slow on the uptake and asked, Big brother, how come there are still farmlands in Naypyidaw?
Cough, that's quite normal.
After all, it's a small country in the third world. Even in the capital, people farm everywhere,
Asia said, starting to accelerate towards the industrial park. They were almost at the park's entrance when Zhang Feng still looked confused and asked, Big brother, where are you taking us? Asia fell silent and quickly stopped the vehicle at the park's entrance.
He then went to find the guards at the gate.
A dozen people arrived and surrounded the van.
Brothers, these two piglets are very healthy, they can sell for at least 500,000, Asia said without hiding anything.
Zhang Feng and Qin Shuiyao calmly got out, not making a fuss, but observing their surroundings. Only 500,000?
We have all our limbs and our kidneys are great. I'll make an offer, 1 million, Qin Shuiyao said proactively.
What a joke. 500,000, for both of us combined? Do they think we're monkeys? We graduated from a legitimate university. Please show some respect, okay?
The thugs in the park in Asia were momentarily stunned, they had never seen such calmness before. However, they were not intimidated and instead said recklessly, little girl, don't be arrogant. No matter who you are, once you enter our park, you won't have a chance to leave.
We don't plan to leave, we're just here to look for jobs.
You know, the job market for recent graduates isn't great, so we came to find work. As long as you provide food and accommodation, we will definitely work hard, Qin Shuiyao said. These two are quite savvy. How about this, Asia, let's give you 600,000, the park people said, satisfied, adding an extra 100,000 for Asia. Asia was very pleased and immediately agreed, alright, 600,000 is fine. Once the money was in hand, Qin Shuiyao and Zhang Feng were taken inside without any resistance.
Asia felt it was somewhat unbelievable. What's going on? Am I starting to have good luck today? He happily sat back in the van, planning to enjoy himself in Thailand and catch a freak show.
The so-called freak show involved organizers specifically finding deformed individuals to perform. Some were born that way, while others were
intentionally injured.
As for who did it, that was unclear. Last time, Asia saw a woman who was a roly-poly. It was a person without limbs, placed inside a roly-poly toy, with only a head sticking out.
It looked like a human pig. Asia couldn't stop thinking about it.
Now that he had money, he planned to go see a show again. He got into the car and was about to start the engine when he suddenly felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cage-like place. However, he realized he couldn't move, and his vision was obscured by something like a curtain. He was terrified. He wanted to scream but found that his tongue and teeth were gone. The curtain suddenly opened, and pink lights flooded in, allowing him to see that he had become a male version of a roly-poly toy. Below the stage were a dozen beer-bellied men, looking at him with eager eyes.
Exciting! This is really exciting. So this is what a roly-poly is. Ah, big brother, you go first.
A few beer-bellied men loosened their belts and walked towards Asia.
What the hell is going on?
Asia was terrified, making incoherent sounds of distress, but no one paid him any attention. Zhang Feng closed Asia's information panel. He had already modified the other party's identity to that of a roly-poly in a Thai freak show. It seemed he was now living a wonderful life.
Not long after, Zhang Feng and Qin Shuiyao were taken into a workshop-like place.
Looking around, there were quite a few people in this workshop. Most of them had vacant expressions, tiredly making phone calls, chatting online, and so on. The place was equipped with computers, phones, and internet access. There were also various scam manuals, indicating a complete industrial chain, working in coordination, and having economies of scale. "You two wait here, I'll call someone to come train you," a man said before leaving the two without worrying about their escape. Zhang Feng sat down and began logging into the computer to search for the guy who scammed Xue Yao out of 10,000 yuan. Using top-notch hacking skills, Zhang Feng easily broke in. After searching the back-end data, he found relevant information about Qin Shueya.
There was only one entry, a guy posing as a micro-businessman who joined Qin Shueya's friend circle under the pretense of selling cosmetics.
Then, taking advantage of her unguarded moment, he changed his identity to Chu Qingping and scammed Shueyao out of 10,000 yuan.
The back-end even showed the chat records. The last few messages were Qin Shueya's harsh words and the other party's arrogance. "You little brat, I'll come and deal with you sooner or later. Come on, if you have the guts, come find me, I'm waiting for you in the park," laughing to death. The other party provocatively blocked Qin Shueyao. Could they tolerate this? The couple immediately flew over, ready to confront the scammer. "This guy is in the district. We're in the district." Zhang Feng found the address of the scam equipment. Just then, the trainer arrived. Zhang Feng made a request, "Big brother, can we go to the district? I think the air should be better over there." "Sure, I'll take you there." The trainer was quite accommodating. In fact, most newcomers would cause a scene, crying and shouting. But these two were quiet, specifically there to find work. So they were treated with leniency. As long as they could make money, it was fine. They led the two towards the district. On the way, Qin Shueyo took out her phone, snapped a selfie with Zhang Feng and the park staff, and then asked the trainer, "Big brother, can we post this on our friend circle? Maybe it will attract some classmates or friends." "Do as you like." The trainer wasn't worried because they knew no one could come in to rescue anyone. After Qin Shueyo posted on her friend circle, she followed Zhang Feng into the district. Meanwhile, in Florida, Rongwan had already implemented the Chinatown project plan. She was coordinating with Qin Shueyo's father to bring in people from Long Country, introducing the Long Country Infrastructure Group to work on the Chinatown project. Beside her was the shy Su Shanshan. "Where's my brother-in-law? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Rongwan wondered, as Su Shanshan had returned, but Zhang Feng had not. Su Shanshan was somewhat at a loss following Rongwan when she suddenly scrolled to Qin Shueyo's moments. She was startled and said, "It seems my brother-in-law has been taken to have his kidney removed. Look." Saying this, she showed Rongwan Qin Shueyo and Zhang Feng's moments. "Oh my, something really happened. I told them long ago not to go to such heart-wrenching places." Chu Qingping was also shocked. When Rongwan saw the park, she jumped up 3 meters high on the spot. "What? They actually dared to take my brother-in-law's kidney?" In a fit of anger, the sister-in-law prepared to lead 3,000 robots to Southeast Asia. The area was a mixed bag of people in a large building. There were all kinds of people here. After Zhang Feng and Qin Shueyo were brought into this building, they headed straight for the 8th floor. The trainers immediately stopped them. "You've gone to the wrong place. The 5th floor is where you're supposed to check in." "We didn't go wrong." Qin Shueyo knocked them all out with a punch. Then they headed straight for the 8th floor. Room 213. Zhang Feng remembered that the device that scammed Qin Shueyo was displayed as Room 213 in the back-end data center. The 8th floor workspace also had number tags. As they walked through the various workspaces on the 8th floor, no one stopped them. Eventually, they appeared in a place that looked like a private office. The door read Room 213. "Looks like it's a small boss after all." Qin Shueyo gritted her teeth and walked up. There was a security guard smoking at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Feng and Qin Shueyo approach, he was puzzled and stopped them, asking, "What do you want?" "The big brothers sent us over," Zhang Feng said. "Is that so? Let me go in and ask." The security guard turned around. Zhang Feng kicked him inside. "What are you doing?" Inside, there were a dozen people who, upon seeing a man and a woman burst in, immediately grabbed knives and iron rods, surrounding them with fierce looks. "Room 213, is it your responsibility?" Zhang Feng looked at the buzzcut man sitting at the desk, who also appeared to be from the Dragon Country, with an Asian face. The buzzcut man sized up Zhang Feng and, with some interest, asked, "Come to seek revenge?" "No, we're here to get back the money I was scammed out of," Qin Shueyo said. The buzzcut man was even more surprised upon hearing this. In his life, he had seen all sorts of moral decay and depravity, but this was the first time he had encountered a scam victim coming to reclaim their money. The others laughed upon hearing this. "Are you guys stupid? Room 213 is my responsibility, and I've always personally handled it. Although I don't know who you are, I can assure you that I scammed your money."
The buzzcut man smiled and inquired, but I want to know, how much were you scammed out of that you naively came here to seek revenge on me? Although they had barged into the office, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he was very interested in how much they had been scammed to come here in such a frenzy. Looks like this kid scammed you out of 10,000. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding this guy. Qin Shuao also said, give me back that 10,000. 10,000? The buzzcut man was shocked again. Damn! You came all this way for just 10,000? This isn't just a frenzy, this is an upgraded double frenzy. I think it's necessary to send you to a freak show, the buzzcut man said, signaling his subordinates to take action. Qin Shuao blocked the knives with her bare hands, sending all the attackers flying, with several thrown out of the building, shattering glass everywhere. Finally, it was the buzzcut man's turn, and before he could react, Qin Shuao had already stomped on his leg, breaking it. The buzzcut man screamed in pain, finally realizing he might have encountered a special forces soldier. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, big sister, I was wrong, I'll pay you back. He immediately opened a box, which contained several million. However, Qin Shuao only took 10,000 yuan and then kicked him away. Wife, the money is back, let's go. Qin Shuao tucked the money away, took Jiang Feng's hand, and left. The buzzcut man stared in disbelief at everything, completely unable to understand it all. They just left like that? Was it really just for this 10,000 yuan? Damn, coming on so strong. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I scammed her out of 100 million. Just as the buzzcut man thought he had narrowly escaped and was planning to retaliate again, he experienced a dizzying sensation, and the next second, he found himself on a freak show stage. An old man pushed him into a private room. Inside, a dozen bald men were gathered around a weeble wobble. The old man greeted them, brothers, we have new goods. Oh my! How did I become a weeble wobble too? The buzzcut man screamed in terror as he looked at the tortured Aja across from him, who was in a non-human state. No one at the door stopped him. Strange, where is everyone? Qin Shuao wondered. She didn't know that Zhang Feng had altered the identities of all the staff in the park to be weeble wobbles in the freak show. Only those who had been tricked into coming were still working inside. However, it probably wouldn't be long before they realized that the guards of the park had disappeared. Who cares, maybe they went to enjoy paradise, Zhang Feng said, and the two of them completely distanced themselves from the park. They took a motorcycle towards the hotel. The motorcycle owner was a bit puzzled, wondering how these two had come out from the park. So he asked, did you escape? Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. The motorcycle owner shook his head, impossible, I've lived here for over 40 years and have never seen a living person escape from the park. Even if you did escape, the military might help them catch you back, so you better be careful. The warlords, right? Zhang Feng nodded. Rather than the military, it was more about the warlords. There was no unified constraint. The existence of the park itself could transfer wealth, so it carried a bit of tacit approval. Not long after, the two returned to the hotel. They weren't worried about being pursued by warlords but took a break instead. Then they went to the second floor of the hotel to eat. The two were discussing where to hold their wedding when a few Asian-faced men approached and greeted them. Respected people from the Dragon Country, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Feng looked up at them and asked, how pleased? Are you here to cut out my kidney? Sir, you're quite humorous. We're not from the park, we run an underground casino, the Asian man said honestly. The park was too much. Only those desperate would do that. He had a college degree and was considered well-educated in Myanmar. Of course, he looked down on that. Instead, he specialized in gambling, with commissions like printing money. Wasn't this more high-end and classy than the park? Are you interested? Zhang Feng leaned back in his chair and asked Shuao. He certainly didn't lack money, but he had never been to such an underground casino. Qin Shuao had never been either. She curiously said, let's go take a look, anyway, we won't bet big. Right, a small bet is just for fun, the Asian man chimed in, secretly delighted. Who among those I tricked in wasn't just trying it out? In the end, they all went bankrupt. Just thinking about these two from the Dragon Country staying in the most upscale hotel in Naypyidaw made the Asian man feel like he had caught a big fish. Definitely a big fish. Under the Asian man's arrangement, the two got into a business car. Surprisingly, there was even a police car leading the way. It was clear they were out to pick up some extra cash, giving Zhang Feng and Shuao plenty of face. Not bad, this is quite a show. Shuao tossed them 10,000 yuan, which was just retrieved from the park. However, this money was too old. Keeping it in her bag for too long would make it smell. So Shuao rewarded the police officers driving the car. The officers immediately thanked her repeatedly, thank you. This amount of money is even higher than their combined salaries.
as long as the gentlemen and ladies are satisfied.
The Asian man was even happier. A casual tip was 10,000 yuan, truly a big fish among big fish. They had to squeeze them dry. Under the guidance of the Asian man, Zhang Feng and Shui Yao entered the largest underground casino in Nibidu. It looked like a palace, decorated in resplendent gold and jade. The receptionists at the entrance were all champion-level models. The two walked on the red carpet and were invited into a high-end private room. Inside, there were already more than 10 people seated. They were all gamblers, playing a very simple dice game.
6 dice, shake a few times.
Look at the numbers facing up. Whoever has the highest total wins. Clearly, if all show 6, that's the highest, totaling 36. But in this simple game, there was already 100 million yuan bet on the table. Based on the results, the one with the highest total would take all.
It was a classic case of small bets for big wins, very thrilling. For these two gentlemen and ladies, add a table.
The Asian man, presumably a broker, spoke a few words to a woman, and immediately arranged a new position for Zhang Feng and Qin Shuya.
The female host, bending slightly, revealed a dazzling sight, and asked Zhang Feng, "Sir, what's the maximum you can bet?"
"Whatever." Zhang Feng took out a red bag containing dozens of banknotes. He could change the amount inside to any number he wanted.
The female host smiled, appreciating this show-off. She said, "Since you're here, let's set the minimum bet for this round at 10 million, shall we? 10 million per person. With 10 people, that's 100 million. Just the commission would be 1 million. This round, if it went quickly, would take less than a minute."
For the casino, it was like scooping up money.
Whether the gamblers won or lost, they didn't know. In any case, the casino would definitely not lose. 10 million? Do you think I'm here to play around? The minimum is 100 million, Zhang Feng said. The female host was taken aback, and the other gamblers were also surprised. 100 million? Sorry, can't play.
The female host hesitated. If the minimum bet was 100 million, some would definitely back out. But this big brother looked like a big fish.
1 against 10. Then it's 100 million. The female host decided.
Immediately, 5 people backed out.
They simply couldn't afford it.
The remaining 8 were clearly wealthy, following suit with 100 million.
Exciting, do you have confidence? Qin Shuya, eating snacks on the side, was a bit excited.
Although she didn't lack money and knew Zhang Feng didn't either, she still didn't know that Zhang Feng had this traditional skill.
Zhang Feng smiled. "You have good luck, you should roll." "Okay." Qin Shuya shook the dice a few times. The female host looked at Qin Shuya and said, "Number 1, you go first." Qin Shuya silently thought, 36 points.
Although separated by a cup, Zhang Feng still pulled up the results of everyone's rolls.
The interface showed that Qin Shuya rolled 20 points.
Most others had only around 10 points.
Only the man next to the female host, with a bearded face, rolled 30 points. 6 fives. A very large number, quite neat, much higher than Qin Shuya's.
If it were a normal roll, it would definitely mean losing 100 million.
Qin Shuya opened the cup and looked closely. It was indeed 20 points.
The breakdown was 1. This number wasn't small, but there was no guarantee of winning. The female host smiled and said, "Miss, your luck is quite good. 20 points is already quite high, you might just win."
If she won, it would be a total of 900 million on the table. The principal would multiply 8 times. Naturally, it was very thrilling. Number 2 rolls. 15 points. What a pity, Mr. 1. Number 3. Number 4. Number 8.
7 people in a row. The highest number among them was 19, still a bit short of Qin Shuya's.
Just one more to go. Qin Shuya's throat tightened. The next second, the female host shouted, "Number 9, open." It was the bearded man next to her. The bearded man calmly opened his dice. The female host didn't even look and immediately announced, "Congratulations to boss son. Are you blind? My number is clearly bigger." Qin Shuya shouted immediately.
The female host focused her gaze and then realized that the bearded man's dice showed all ones, totaling only 5 points.
It was the smallest in the entire room.
The bearded man's expression faltered, clearly a bit dazed. The female host was also taken aback for a moment, then said with an unnatural expression, right, I called it wrong, it should be congratulations to Miss Qin."
"Ha, 900 million, all mine now." Qin Shuya excitedly scooped up all the bank cards. As if afraid Qin Shuya would take the money and leave, the female host quickly said, "A new round, starting at 500 million, Miss Qin, are you still playing?"
"Of course, but the question is there a competitor?" Zhang Feng asked leisurely.
He didn't change Qin Shuya's dice. However, he modified the bearded man's dice. The reason was simple. The bearded man was the casino owner's little nephew. There was clearly something fishy going on.
With the stakes raised to 500 million, immediately 6 out of the remaining 9 players withdrew. Only the bearded man, Qin Shueao, and another inconspicuous fat man remained. Zhang Feng glanced at the fat man's identity information. This person mainly engaged in harvesting cryptocurrency, specifically hyping a certain cryptocurrency and then reaping the profits. His nature was similar to Han Jingjing's boyfriend, but this fat man's business was on a larger scale. Han Jingjing's boyfriend had only harvested a few hundred million from global cryptocurrency traders. This guy's harvesting scheme reached as high as 10 billion. Even the sovereign fund of a small African country had been harvested by him. Currently, many employers had placed bounties on his head. His identity information showed that the highest bounty on him was from a warlord of that African country, reaching 100 million. However, this fat man was cunning, well-informed, and skilled in disguise, and had yet to be caught. He came to the casino this time looking for excitement. He was the first to place a bet of 500 million. Boss is generous, the bearded man praised, and also placed a bet of 500 million in chips. His gaze was erratic, but he had already decided to go all in. Previously, rolling 5 points had puzzled him. Could it be that the back end was malfunctioning? But the message from the earpiece was that there was no problem, continue gambling. This time, he had to win it all back. 500 million. Qin Shueao also placed a bet of 500 million. Thus, a total of 1.5 billion in chips appeared on the table. The onlookers who hadn't come to the stage were secretly amazed. These few really had money. Betting in a single game reached as high as 1.5 billion. Some listed companies might toil for 15 years and still not accumulate 15 billion in profits. No wonder many junior millionaires with a few hundred million would be infatuated with such thrilling games. Number 1 goes first. The female host looked at Qin Shueao. Qin Shueao held the cup, shook it vigorously a few times, and then opened it. To everyone's astonishment, the dice formed a heart shape. The scene erupted in an uproar. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that all the dice showed 6 points up. The total reached the maximum, 36 points. Wow, this is possible? Damn, this is too fake, right? 36 points is one thing, but it even formed a heart shape. Miss, your skills are impressive. The other gamblers cursed in shock. Qin Shueao herself was stunned. She stared incredulously at her delicate jade hand. No way. My jade hand is this amazing? Zhang Feng touched Shueao's jade hand and smiled. I didn't expect it. Miss Qin, you are quite skillful. Come on, did you intentionally give me this surprise? This. Qin Shueao was still in a daze when she saw Zhang Feng smile. She immediately put away her clear gaze and said with a determined expression, that's right, my wife, this is the wedding surprise I prepared for you. This money is for you, and this heart shape is also for you, as a proposal. So romantic. Zhang Feng accepted it on the spot. This number, it seems the remaining 2 digits are unnecessary to open. The crowd murmured. 36 points was already the maximum. Unless the other 2 also rolled 36 points, it would be split evenly. It was equivalent to starting over. But the probability of all 3 rolling 36 points simultaneously was too low. Congratulations, Miss Qin, but the process still needs to be followed. Number 2, roll. The female host frowned, looking at the heart shape that Qin Shueao had rolled. Damn, this is too arrogant. To actually pull tricks right under the casino's nose. But for now, the earpiece hadn't transmitted any orders. This meant they hadn't found the other party's tricks yet. But the problem was, this private room had dozens of military-grade cameras that could magnify a person's nose hair 1,000 times. What kind of demons and monsters couldn't be detected? But since the person in the earpiece hadn't spoken, it meant they were still investigating. The fat man saw Qin Shueao roll the heart shape with 36 points and felt his heart racing. He wondered if this girl was hired by the casino to take him down. He opened his cup, which showed a total value of 25 points. This number was higher than the previous round. But in front of Qin Shueao's 36 points this round, he naturally had to concede defeat. Number 3, roll. The female host looked at the bearded man. The bearded man opened his cup, which showed a total value of 35 points. Specifically, 666665. Just 1 point short of Qin Shueao. The bearded man was somewhat shocked because the message just transmitted in his earpiece was, tie with her. But the result he rolled was still 1 point short. Wow! The scene erupted in an uproar. So close. Really just 1 point away. One was 666666, and the other was 666,665. 2 incredible numbers. The female host, seeing this result, momentarily forgot to announce the outcome. Qin Shueao tapped the table. Hey, are you not acknowledging it?
Miss Chin misunderstood, we certainly acknowledge it. I declare, Miss Chin wins everything. The female host snapped back to reality and calmly announced. Chin Shueyo immediately gleefully took all the chips.
In the previous round, she earned 8 billion. In this round, she earned 10 billion.
Altogether, that's 18 billion. Next round, 10 billion bet. Miss Chin, are you still playing? The female host asked again. Before Chin Shueyo could speak, the fat man was somewhat scared. He thought, could it be that Chin Shueyo and the bearded man were targeting him with a scam?
He immediately stood up and said, sorry, I can't afford to play.
10 billion is too little, let's make it 18 billion.
Chin Shueyo pushed out all the chips she had earned today.
The crowd was in an uproar. Incredible. This was truly a do-or-die situation, so extravagant. Alright, 18 billion.
The bearded man squinted his eyes and pushed out 18 billion in chips.
Chin Shueyo shook the cup for the third time and then opened it.
The dice showed a total of 36 points again.
However, this time, the dice did not form a heart shape. Instead, they formed two heart shapes. Every 3 dice formed a heart shape.
Although somewhat blurry, it was still very symmetrical.
Naughty, you're spreading dog food again. Zhang Feng playfully pinched Shueyo's nose, saying with surprise. Chin Shueyo herself was stunned. She cleared her throat and asked, so, do you like it?
Of course.
Zhang Feng pinched Chin Shueyo's cheek.
The two were sweetly flirting, spreading dog food right there. The bearded man's face was turning green.
The fat man beside him let out a slight sigh of relief. So this isn't a scam targeting me, but a scam targeting the casino?
The fat man realized that this couple was specifically here to disrupt the game.
Rolling 36 points twice in a row was just too unbelievable.
But the people at the casino, since they had been holding back, it seemed they hadn't found any evidence.
Number 2, roll. The female host looked at the bearded man. He took a deep breath, and only when he heard the message OK in his earpiece did he suddenly open the dice.
The result was that the 6 dice stacked together, forming a tower.
The value on the top was 1.
According to the game rules, there was only 1 die facing up, and the number was still 1. So the cumulative value was 1, which set an unprecedented low record. Generally, no one could roll such a result.
Haha, you can actually roll this.
I thought 2 heart shapes were already outrageous, but I didn't expect it to stack into a tower.
The other gamblers couldn't help but laugh out loud. The bearded man was completely dumbfounded. Why was it that every time he rolled, the result was different from what came through the earpiece? I'll take it.
Chin Shueyo happily reached out and pulled the chips from across the table.
She had already amassed 6 billion. Instead, Chin Shueyo tapped the table. Are we still playing? Are we still playing?
The bearded man murmured to himself, inquiring through the earpiece. A deep male voice came through. Let's play one last round.
6 billion. The bearded man laid out this outrageous chip.
The crowd gasped. This chip had already created the largest single-game chip in the history of the casino. After all, it was a small Southeast Asian country. A single game of 6 billion had surpassed many people's imaginations. To put down this chip, one would need to be worth at least several hundred billion.
Otherwise, an ordinary billionaire wouldn't have the courage.
After all, playing one round could mean losing a third of one's net worth, which was unaffordable. The fat man beside him also clicked his tongue in amazement, looking enviously.
Damn. Indeed, gambling is more profitable than cheating.
I have worked hard, traveling through dozens of countries, setting up a massive currency scam to harvest the unsuspecting, and after half a year, I only managed to rake in 100 billion. But this casino chip, in one word, shot up to
2 billion. It was clearly not on the same level. Number 1, roll. The female host spoke again. She couldn't believe it. This time, you couldn't possibly roll 36 points again.
Chin Shueyo opened the cup, and her eyes nearly fell out. All the dice had shattered.
But not completely.
It was vaguely clear that the 6 dice had broken into 6 characters, which were Zhang Feng and Chin Shueyo.
And the number facing up was still 6.
So it was still 36 points.
Wow. This is so romantic.
Zhang Feng exclaimed, kissing Chin Shueyo.
Chin Shueyo looked bewildered. Damn, I really didn't do this. I could still shamelessly accept the heart shape. But this is truly outrageous. How could I have such micro-manipulation skills?
This is too much. Your cheating is just too excessive. The bearded man slammed the table, angrily.
Zhang Feng glanced at him. What's wrong? My wife's strength is just a bit too much, so what?
The bearded man wanted to say something, but the female host quickly stopped him and said,
Number 2, roll. Let's not worry about the shape issue for now. Let's roll for 36 points first.
The bearded man could only hold back his anger and opened the cup.
The next second, his face lit up.
because after adding all the values together, he found it actually exceeded 36 points.
40 points, ha, I won. The bearded man laughed. But the scene fell into dead silence. Then, someone laughed out loud. Why are there 8 dice? This is too much. If you can't roll better than others, you just add dice, right? The gamblers murmured.
Although the little girl rolled heart shapes and names, which was outrageous, at least there was no obvious cheating.
But adding dice was just too blatant, right? How could there be 8 dice? The female host was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the bearded man.
However, the bearded man himself was also confused. No wonder when he added them up, he found the value was greater than 36 points. It turned out there were 2 extra dice.
Isn't this nonsense? There were clearly only 6 dice.
Just take away any 2 dice. Your value is still not as high as mine. I win.
Qin Shueya pulled the chips over. Zhang Feng said to the female host, isn't there any action to clean up the cheating behavior of the dice increasing in your casino?
At that moment, both the female host and the bearded man were stunned.
The dice definitely weren't added by them. How could such a brainless operation be possible?
But the problem was, this had happened. And they still didn't know how the other side had done it. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, but there's been an incident at the casino, please leave the premises. At this moment, an old man with a dragon-headed cane entered the private room, followed by a group of men in black. The gamblers on site saw this and quickly dispersed. The fat man was also startled and hurriedly followed the crowd out. However, Zhang Feng and Qin Shueyo stayed behind.
What's wrong? Can't take the loss? Zhang Feng calmly glanced at the other party.
The information showed that the old man's name was Wendong, the owner of the casino.
The bearded man was named Wennan, Wendong's nephew.
Wennan snorted coldly and said, your cheating is too obvious, we've already found out.
Oh, where's the evidence?
Zhang Feng asked, spreading his hands. Wennan was left speechless and looked at Wendong. Wendong approached with his cane, sizing up Zhang Feng from head to toe. I know you did something, although there's no evidence yet, you shouldn't have done this.
No evidence? How do you know I did something?
Zhang Feng retorted. Wendong replied, I don't need evidence, whoever harms my interests is the one who did something.
Zhang Feng laughed. Is he really this much of a rogue?
He was just about to send them all to a freak show in Thailand. Just then, a loud rumbling sound came from the entrance, followed by the sound of many footsteps.
What's going on?
The casino security drew their weapons, aiming at the newcomers. The newcomers were all dressed in black martial arts uniforms, effortlessly crushing the opponents into pieces.
Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted.
But it couldn't stop these men in uniform, who moved like robots. They surrounded the private room, kicking the door open. Due to the small size of the room, several of the robots dismantled the marble interior with their bare hands. Then they closed in, sealing off all exits.
Who are you? Wendong looked at the others, shocked by their ability to dismantle marble. Damn! That marble was supporting the ceiling, how did they take it apart?
As the ceiling began to tremble, several robots quickly moved forward to support it.
2-dimensional foil? Didn't we only bring 2? Qin Shueyo wondered. Could it be that the 2-dimensional foil had reproduced several generations overnight?
Just as Qin Shueyo was puzzled, the next second, her sister-in-law Rongwan rushed out from behind. Brother-in-law, are you okay?
Is your kidney still there?
After seeing Zhang Feng being captured in the circle of friends, she hurried over with 3,000 2-dimensional foils, ready to stage a scene where her brother-in-law was caught in a scam den, and in a fit of anger, she would bring 3,000 2-dimensional foils to give him a bigger scam den. But unexpectedly, the other side had already escaped. Fortunately, Qin Shueyo was still posting on social media. With the location tagged, she was able to rush over.
The kidney is still there. How many 2-dimensional foils did you bring?
Zhang Feng asked, somewhat surprised.
Rongwan held up 3 fingers. 3,000. 3,000? Are you planning to become a warlord here?
Zhang Feng asked with a laugh. Rongwan shook her head. No, I'm here for industrial upgrading, to transform the city of scams into a cyber city.
You really don't take me, Wendong, seriously, do you?
Wendong, seeing Rongwan and Zhang Feng exchanging words about transforming the city of scams, said in a deep voice.
What does it have to do with you? Rongwan kicked out.
Old man Wendong, on the spot, passed away at the age of 80. The capital of Nibidu will not let you go. Wennan screamed in panic as he saw Rongwan kick Wendong to death. Although Nibidu is the capital of Myanmar, in reality, it is merely a stronghold for warlords. This group of people actually dared to eliminate the boss of the largest casino in Nebidu, and the warlords would definitely not let them off.
Nebidu's city lord, ready, right? Coincidentally, I have something that requires his assistance, Zhang Feng said, transforming the city lord of Nebidu into a 2-dimensional foil robot.
Before long, Reddy arrived with a large group of warlords, numbering over 10,000, at the gambling city.
Helicopters, tanks, armed personnel were spread out around 10,000.
This was already the size of a division. When Nan, seeing this spectacle, was ecstatic, thinking it was because of his uncle Wendongwa's influence.
He laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what if you have 3,000 people?
City Lord, with a single command, 10,000 will rush to the casino. You might as well wait to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Reddy stepped down from the helicopter and headed straight for Zhang Feng. Welcome, my lord. At this moment, Reddy had already transformed into a robot, naturally obeying Zhang Feng's orders.
What? When Nan's mouth was agape, not yet fully closed, and upon hearing this, he instantly collapsed. How could the dignified city lord recognize someone else as his master? Was this still the blood-soaked big demon?
Facing the 10,000, Zhang Feng took a megaphone and addressed Reddy. Reddy, I've said you've been city lord for so many years, how come you haven't made any progress? Florida next door is about to enter communism, and you're still engaging in scams, organ harvesting, and gambling.
Can't you have a bit of idealism, a bit of dreams?
Reddy, with a face full of shame, said, I'm sorry, my lord, it's my narrow vision and small mindset. From now on, I will rely on my lord for transformation.
Tell him how to transform.
Zhang Feng looked at Rongwan. Rongwan immediately infused her advanced ideas for transforming Florida into Nebedu, saying, the core idea is to transform the city of scams into a city of machines, a cyber city.
Specifically, it means abolishing the scam industry, cleaning up the organ harvesting industry, and developing the robot industry, ensuring the supporting industries for low-end robots.
Rongwan elaborated extensively.
Reddy asked, we don't have two-dimensional foils, nor do we have Boston, where are we going to get robots? That's why I want you to develop the supporting industries for low-end robots, Rongwan reiterated.
Reddy nodded repeatedly, understood. From today, I will legislate to eliminate scams, organ harvesting, human trafficking, and the gambling city.
Then develop the parts for low-end robots. Under Rongwan's guidance, Reddy returned to the administrative building to begin legislation to transform Nebedu into a cyber city. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Qin Shuya went to the rooftop of the administrative building.
This warlord's building was quite tall, over 80 stories high. The rooftop offered a view of the entire Nebedu. Currently, this city was still a backward place plagued by scams and human trafficking, but soon, it would become a cyber city dominated by robots.
Bang!
Suddenly, a beautiful firework burst forth from the top of the administrative building, blooming in the night sky.
It was the firework that Qin Shuya had bought. After the fireworks opened, they displayed the names of Zhang Feng and Qin Shuya. Will you marry me? Qin Shuya knelt there, looking at Zhang Feng with anticipation. Zhang Feng asked her, who will do the housework?
I will.
Who will give birth to the children?
I will.
Then what am I responsible for?
You are responsible for being handsome and charming, and I will spoil you.
Alright, I agree.
Qin Shuya successfully proposed. She brought a large box of diamond rings for Zhang Feng to choose one he liked.
He chose a diamond as big as a pigeon and put it on his toe.
Although you two are really outrageous, I still want to bless you.
Happy wedding!
Next to them, Rongwan watched Qin Shuya propose to Zhang Feng and give him the diamond ring, unable to help but step forward and hand them 2 bouquets of flowers. Holding a wedding in a place like Myanmar and then posting about it in a scam den, you two are really creative. Zhang Feng took the flowers and smiled. How can you be so outrageous? That robot bill of yours, did it make your sister almost collapse?
Hee hee, she hasn't completely collapsed yet.
Once the Chinatown plan is rolled out, her robot company will inevitably go bankrupt, Rongwan said.
Meanwhile, in Florida, because Long Country was expanding its territory in controllable nuclear fusion, Eagle Sauce could no longer hold back.
The federal government finally agreed to allocate $100 billion to create a micro-controllable nuclear fusion project. Personnel, funds, and technology were all set in motion.
In just half a month, a basic controllable nuclear fusion infrastructure was built.
Only one final step remained to see whether this project was feasible. At this moment, Ronging was very much looking forward to it, because the blueprints for this project were stolen from Zhang Feng. The project was progressing smoothly, making Ronging feel confident that she was on the verge of success. Once successful, it would break Long Country's technological blockade on controllable nuclear fusion.
This day was sunny and bright.
In the outskirts of Los Angeles, the micro-controllable nuclear fusion project entered the startup phase.
Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the micro-controllable nuclear fusion was initiated, the fusion device underwent violent changes.
A massive amount of energy was generated.
The output energy was far greater than the input energy. The scientists on site, including Rong-ing who was watching the live broadcast from Florida, gradually showed expressions of joy.
Is it finally a success?
It seems this plan is very successful, Rong-ing said happily.
After solving the energy problem, the robot industry could also follow up with new versions.
This was micro-controllable nuclear fusion, a step further than Long Country's controllable nuclear fusion. Perhaps in the future, history could be rewritten to claim that controllable nuclear fusion actually occurred in Eagle Sauce, just like the steam engine. Although what only improved it, many people believe that the steam engine was invented by what? The same went for controllable nuclear fusion.
As long as Eagle Sauce launched a more advanced micro-controllable nuclear fusion, they could blur the lines when writing history textbooks. Just as Rong-ing was filled with anticipation, suddenly, there was a loud bang.
The live broadcast was interrupted. Rong-ing quickly reacted, hurriedly adjusting the equipment, but found that she could not contact Los Angeles at all.
She rushed to contact her superior, a big shot in the CIA. After a brief disconnection of a few minutes, the channel was connected. What happened? What's going on in Los Angeles? Rong-ing asked anxiously.
There was silence on the other end for a moment, then they said, a massive explosion occurred. The facility is completely destroyed.
How could this happen?
Rong-ing was stunned, unwilling to believe that the perfect intelligence she had gathered had failed just like that. The CIA big shot said, "Prepare yourself, Congress may investigate you."
Investigate me? Why me?
Rong-ing suddenly realized that she was just gathering intelligence.
Did the explosion have to be blamed on her? The CIA big shot snorted, with such a big incident, someone has to take the blame. The blueprints also leaked from you, and the design was based on the blueprints you provided. Although most of it was successful, since this last step failed, you certainly can't escape responsibility. How can you say such nonsense? I haven't even received credit for my contributions, and you just... Hello?
Rong-ing was anxious. She had been loyal, yet they were turning the tables on her. But the CIA had already hung up, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. Energy technology constrained by Long Country, Eagle Sauce's dream, destroyed overnight. Federal $100 billion, turned to ashes, federal debt, increased again.
Wall Street reports, many tech companies facing corporate debt defaults.
With the explosion of the controllable nuclear fusion project in Los Angeles, a chain reaction occurred throughout Eagle Sauce.
Because Eagle Sauce itself was already burdened with enormous debt.
These debts, under the protection of military might in one hand and the dollar in the other, could be resolved. But now, their West Coast has become a sieve, and the robotics field is completely lagging behind.
Pure military power is no longer effective.
At this moment, all it takes is a spark for a chain reaction of debt defaults to occur.
Trust in the dollar will collapse like an avalanche.
The hope of making Eagle Sauce great again has fallen flat, sighed a Wall Street journalist. Meanwhile, inside the company of Rong Bao-tae, Rong-ing sat dazed in her office as shareholders began to frantically sell off her company's shares. She knew it was beyond saving. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She turned around to find it was someone from the CIA. She opened the door, and the agent, expressionless, said, "Ms. Rong, you are accused of embezzlement, espionage, and colluding with Long Country to hollow out Eagle Sauce.
You are under arrest." With that, they placed handcuffs on Rong-ing.
She felt disappointed and said with a bitter smile, "I have been loyal to Eagle Sauce and done so much, yet because of one failure, you want me to take the blame and frame me."
Who is Eagle Sauce? What is Eagle Sauce?
Eagle Sauce is a nation of immigrants, where people of all colors reside.
How do you define Eagle Sauce?
As long as you cannot benefit Eagle Sauce, you have no value. Just because you have done many things in the past does not mean you will be forgiven, said the CIA chief calmly.
The dream of Eagle Sauce was ultimately just a dream, a fictional concept. Some people truly believed in it.
It seems the ancestors were right, those not of my kind must have different hearts.
You will never truly integrate.
Before Rong-ing was taken away, she felt a moment of regret, but it was too late. In this great explosion, a large number of people were very dissatisfied, they needed a scapegoat. And Rong-ing, being a second-generation Chinese, became that scapegoat.
Many even shouted slogans like "shoot her." On the 7th day of being imprisoned in a women's jail, Rong-ing received a visitor. The visitors were Jung Fong and Rong Wan. "Sister, are you okay? How's the food in there?" Rong Wan looked at Rong-ing with a hint of schadenfreude.
If it weren't for their father asking her to help smooth things over, she really wouldn't have wanted to visit Rong-ing. Rong-ing looked terrible, her complexion sallow and her lips pale.
She said, "Do I look like I'm okay? If you hope I die sooner, then let me tell you, I think I'm almost there." With that, Rong-ing turned to Jung Fong. "Did you deceive me? Didn't you deceive me as well?"
Jung Fong retorted. From the very beginning, the other party had no good intentions.
Rong sighed. Well, you're not wrong, but I have one more question. Do you like me? I'm already married. Jiang Feng revealed his wedding with Qin Shuiao. Rong Ying's gaze dimmed again. Faith, career, love, future. All gone. She self-deprecatingly smiled. Well, we were just playing a part, each with our own ulterior motives. After saying that, she looked up at Rong Wan and Jiang Feng. So, why are you here to visit me? I'm preparing to run for Congress, Rong Wan stated her plan. The progress of the robotics bill was going smoothly. The Chinatown project was still underway. At the current pace of building a Chinatown every 3 days, it wouldn't be long before all of Florida would be under the dominion of the Chinese. Rong Ying was somewhat surprised and asked curiously, why are you running for Congress? Because the ones judging you are the federal authorities. As a local state legislator, I have little say. Being a congressperson would be different, Rong Wan explained. Rong Ying's eyes brightened slightly as she looked at her sister. You mean, you will speak for me in Congress? If she had a congressperson sister to argue on her behalf, perhaps she could get a lighter sentence. Rong Wan corrected her, I will speak for you, but not in your favor. What do you want to do? Rong Ying suddenly realized something was wrong. Rong Wan grinned, what else can we do? Of course, it's about upholding justice and punishing family, giving you a few more years. The highly publicized nuclear fusion explosion case was now in court. In the courtroom, a group of judges was judging Rong Ying. The plaintiff was the CIA. The defendant was Rong Ying. At this moment, Rong Ying's white lawyer was still struggling to make a final defense for her. Ms. Rong, as an excellent spy, obtained valuable intelligence, but she lacked the ability to discern the truth and falsehood of this intelligence, which unexpectedly led to the explosion. I believe the main responsibility does not lie with Ms. Rong, but with the CIA itself. The CIA directly presented evidence of Rong Ying's corruption and connections with the powerful in Longwei. No matter how outstanding her contributions were, they could vanish in an instant the moment she committed a crime. Moreover, the explosion case was something she actively promoted. She must bear the main responsibility. If she had no ulterior motives, why would she be so eager to push the microcontrolled nuclear fusion project? The chain reaction caused now has resulted in enormous losses, almost impossible to quantify in monetary terms. A 20-year sentence is more than enough, the CIA stated their desired sentence length. At this moment, the judge looked at the jury's Rong Wan, Congresswoman Rong, as Ms. Rong's sister, do you have anything to say? As the congresswoman who received the highest votes in history, Rong Wan had a special sisterly relationship with Rong Ying. Thus, the judge inquired about Rong Wan's opinion. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the courtroom turned to look at Rong Wan. Many people began to discuss. We can't let a congresswoman interfere with the court. Exactly, the separation of powers must not allow a congresswoman's words to influence the judges. However, to everyone's surprise, Rong Wan declared with righteous indignation, 20 years is too short. For such a huge loss to the country, she should be sentenced to 40 years. 40 years isn't enough. She should be executed, someone shouted from the audience. But in the end, the judge still issued the final verdict. Rong Ying was deprived of her political rights for life. All her assets were confiscated, sentenced to 40 years in prison, and could not appeal again. Florida gradually became a land for the Chinese. A large number of students from Longwa came to study and work here for free. The Chinese population surged dramatically. In less than 3 years, it increased to 10 million. The total population of Florida reached 30 million, with 1/3 being Chinese. Naturally, it became a land for the Chinese. Under Rong Wan's promotion, these Chinese began to vote. They wanted Florida to become independent. After voting, Florida separated from the Eagle Sauce and became a base city for Longwa overseas. At the same time, Jiang Feng and Qin Shuiao also had the fruit of their love. Qin Shuiao finally learned about Jiang Feng's gender. That is, he had no fixed gender. Sometimes he was male, and sometimes he was female. Both male and female. Mom, where did I come from? In a space station, a 3-year-old girl with a ponytail asked Qin Shuiao. Qin Shuiao smiled and patted her daughter's head, saying, of course, you came out of mommy's belly. Then why did daddy go to obstetrics? The girl stood outside the medical room, confused, as she and her mother were waiting for her father in the corridor. Yes, Jiang Feng was also pregnant. According to their plan, they would each give birth to one child and see what the difference was. Qin Shuiao scratched her head, wondering how to explain to her daughter that her dad could also give birth. It was just a cesarean section. Wow! A little boy appeared in the obstetrics room. Thus, Jiang Feng and Qin Shuiao had one boy and one girl. As they grew up, they displayed astonishing intelligence, becoming scientists at the Lunar Space Station. They began to study the lunar wormhole discovered by Wang Zhong years ago. This wormhole had been known for decades,
but humanity had never figured out how to utilize it, only continuously using probes to explore the surrounding area. Several times, the most advanced wormholes were used, delving deep within, but all were one-way trips. No one knew where they went. As humanity gradually entered a Type 2 civilization, this wormhole remained suspended there, unsolvable by mankind.
Perhaps, to step into the next level of civilization, we need to enter this wormhole and explore it, the scientists debated.
However, all the probes that entered were never seen again.
No one dared to venture inside for exploration. Dad, where are you going?
On the space station, a family of 3 looked at Zhang Feng, who was preparing to go out in a small probe. Zhang Feng said, "I'm going to check out that wormhole, to see what's going on."
Will you come back?
His son and daughter asked worriedly.
Qin Shueyo also felt reluctant. Honey, it's too dangerous there, maybe you should reconsider. No, I have to try it.
Although he could modify the wormhole, he had never experienced it.
He wanted to feel what a wormhole was like.
According to Einstein's general relativity, a wormhole is a distortion of space and time.
It is a channel to the unknown. So he wanted to give it a try. Whoosh! The manned probe, carrying Zhang Feng, flew towards the wormhole. Host, have you made your decision? This time in, you might lose me. The modifier issued a warning.
Zhang Feng replied, "Damn it, I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Since the first day you made me invincible, I've had no desire at all.
I can't wait for you to disappear." Hey, you weren't saying that when you first got me.
The modifier said, somewhat aggrieved.
This host seemed a bit heartless, using it up and leaving.
Zhang Feng ignored it and continued to pilot the probe towards the wormhole. "Please grant me a new life."
Boom! The probe took Zhang Feng into the wormhole.
Zhang Feng felt the world spinning around him. Stars were everywhere. On both sides, it flickered like a passage.
Memories from the past flashed continuously in his mind. You are an ordinary male student. You accidentally obtained a modifier. Your life instantly lost its meaning of struggle. You not only don't want to be a man anymore, you even don't want to be human.
Your crazy modifications are just a cover for your inner emptiness.
You need to find new meaning. You need to enter the wormhole, to seek rebirth. Go, there are answers you have never seen before.
Zhang Feng felt dizzy, but inside the wormhole, it was eerily silent. He didn't know how long it had been.
He groggily opened his eyes. He found himself entering a subway.
Zhang Feng stopped, looked up, and it was line 3. He stood on the escalator, his heart skipped a beat.
What the hell, have I entered a loop? Wasn't this the memory from his return to school? Was he about to encounter Han Jingjing again, be falsely accused, and have to return to the girls' dormitory? Zhang Feng felt a bit bald from stress, and he hurriedly summoned the system. Modifier, what's going on? Are you still there?
I am not a modifier, I am a two-dimensional foil robot system, Chang'e. You are the 0th generation version of Chang'e.
Zhang Feng was taken aback. 0th generation? Does that mean you haven't been released yet? It's not that I haven't been released, it's that you haven't been released.
The memory chip in Zhang Feng's mind slowly activated. It turned out he had become a robot.
An unreleased two-dimensional foil robot. Currently, it was testing how this robot would take the subway. Being a robot? Is this my new life?
But, Zhang Feng looked at the approaching subway, and through the window, he discovered that his image was actually that of a 30-60 beautiful girl, wearing a white shirt and plaid skirt, a standard school beauty image. But besides the 36, he clearly felt there was also an 18.
What the hell? Which pervert designed this?
He cursed inwardly, and under the program's guidance, Zhang Feng walked into the subway. Above his head, it read "Ladies First." Zhang Feng scanned the surroundings and had not yet spotted Han Jingjing, but at the next stop, the college girl in a tiny tank top and ultra-short skirt appeared on the camera above her head. This time, she kept a close eye, wanting to see who had actually touched Han Jingjing back then. As the subway started moving, she realized that no one had touched Han Jingjing. Suddenly, Han Jingjing's leg twitched, and then she felt as if someone had touched her thigh.
Hey, what are you doing? Perhaps overwhelmed by too many sensations, she thought she was hallucinating.
She angrily turned around and glared at Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng shrugged. I'm a woman.
Saying this, she stood up straight.
I'm lying down, and I'm still older than you. With such obvious features, you can't possibly accuse me, right?
Han Jingjing shot Zhang Feng a disdainful glance, then grabbed her suitcase and said, "Female perverts are still perverts.
I'm going to call the police. Ladies, everyone help me out. We can't let her get away. Protecting women's rights is everyone's responsibility."
As she spoke, a few warm-hearted guys were about to chime in.
Zhang Feng could no longer tolerate it and took her own head off right there. Sorry, I'm a robot, I don't have that responsibility.